เวอร์ชัน RAM 8 GB นะครับที่มีสวัสดีครับสวัสดีเพื่อนชาว Extreme IT กันด้วยนะครับกลับมาเจอกันแล้วในรอบที่2ตามสัญญาอย่างที่ผมบอกไปว่า2 ทุ่มวันนี้เราจะได้ดูรีวิวตัวเจเนอเรชันที่14โอ้โหแป๊บเจน14แล้วนะครับถ้านับตามปีก็14ปี Intel ที่เป็น Intel Core i นะครับผมก็สวัสดีแล้วนะครับผมในเจน14ผมว่า i7น่าสนใจสุดแล้วใช่ครับก็เอาตรงๆนะเจนนี้เนี่ยเท่าที่ผมได้ลองดูได้ลองแบบเห็นอะไรหลายๆอย่างผมก็รู้สึกว่าเจ้าตัว Intel Gen 14น่าสนใจที่สุดตัว i9 Gen 14ผมมองว่าก็ยังเฉยเมินอยู่นะครับแล้วก็ในส่วนตัวเมนบอร์ดเนี่ยอันนี้ผมขอชี้แจงอีก1 รอบเนื่องจากว่าหลายๆคนเนี่ยไม่ทราบกันนะครับว่า Intel Gen 14 รอบนี้ไม่ต้องเปลี่ยนเมนบอร์ดใหม่สามารถใช้เมนบอร์ดตัวเดิมได้ใครที่มี Z690 ใครที่มี Z790 รุ่นเดิมคุณสามารถดาวน์โหลด BIOS แล้วทำการแฟลชเพื่ออัปเดตในส่วนของตัวเมนบอร์ดให้รองรับ CPU รุ่นใหม่ที่เป็นเจเนอเรชันที่14ได้นะครับถามว่า Z690 Z790 แล้วก็ Z790 รุ่นใหม่ที่ออกมาเพื่อรองรับ Intel Generation ที่14มีความต่างอะไรกันบ้างก็เราบอกกันแบบตรงๆว่าถ้าที่ผมรู้นะ Wi-Fi 7 คือมีแค่ในส่วนของตัว Wi-Fi 7 สังเกตง่ายๆถ้าเมนบอร์ด Z790 ตัวใหม่มันจะรองรับ Wi-Fi 7 หรือถ้าเป็นเมนบอร์ดที่ไม่ได้มี Wi-Fi 7 มันคือจะมีเขียนตัวเล็กๆตรงเนี้ยว่ารองรับตัว Generation ที่14นะครับไม่มี Z890 หรอครับไม่มีครับต้องบอกกันตรงๆว่ารอบนี้ Intel ใช้การ refresh อารมณ์เหมือนกับการ refresh นะครับปรับปรุงประสิทธิภาพเล็กน้อยให้มันประหยัดไฟมากยิ่งขึ้นในการใช้งานแบบเบสธรรมดานะครับแต่ตอนที่มันบูสต์ก็กินไฟโหดเหมือนเดิมนะครับและทำไมผมถึงบอกว่า Intel Generation ที่14 i7 คุ้มสุดมีใครทราบไหมครับผมรักคุณนกที่สุดสวัสดีครับสวัสดีคุณเกียงไกรสวัสดีคุณเฮลสวัสดีคุณพี่เดี่ยวไงล่ะมือใหม่ครับฝึกหัดเรื่องคอมมาดูกันได้เลยนะครับสวัสดีคุณวรพงษ์กันนะครับผมสวัสดีทุกท่านด้วยใครเข้ามาแล้วกดไลค์กดแชร์คอมเมนต์พูดคุยกันได้นะครับ i7 แพงกว่า Ryzen 9 ไม่กล้าอัปเดต BIOS เลยครับกลัวไฟดับจริงๆการอัปเดต BIOS มันก็ไม่ได้น่ากลัวขนาดนั้นหรอกแค่ฝนอย่าตกแล้วก็อัปเดตช่วงเวลาตามปกติมันก็ใช้งานได้แล้วนะครับมันแป๊บเดียวเองในการอัปเดต BIOS 3 นาที 5 นาทีดวงคุณไม่น่าจะซวยขนาดนั้นนะครับผมดูพี่นพมาตั้งแต่ Intel Generation ไหนว่าแต่ที่แน่ๆติดตามมา5 ปีแล้วขอบคุณครับคุณวรพงษ์นะครับสวัสดีครับคุณเหน่งสวัสดีคุณอะไรวิตอกนะครับคอเพิ่มคอ E เพิ่มถูกต้องคือเราต้องบอกอย่างนี้ถ้าเราตัดภาพมาดูในส่วนของตัว Intel Core i9 นะครับตัวนี้เป็นตัวกล่องรีเทลกล่องขายจริงตัวนี้ผมจะได้ตัว Intel Core i9 ที่เป็นเวอร์ชั่นขายจริงมานะครับต้องบอกตรงๆว่าการอัปเกรดของเขาเนี่ยแทบจะไม่ได้มีอะไรเลยนะครับมันยังคงเป็น CPU ในรูปแบบของเรียกว่าไง จำนวนคอนะครับจำนวนคอของเขาเนี่ยจะอยู่ที่24คอ32เทรดนะครับ24คอ32เทรดเบสคล็อกของเขาเนี่ยมันบูตได้จาก 3.2 กิกไปถึง6กิกนะครับก็คือ CPU Gen 14เนี่ยบูตไปได้ถึง6กิกผมก็เลยมองว่าก็แทบจะไม่ได้มีอะไรแตกต่างวันนี้ผมก็เลยไม่ได้หยิบเอาเจ้าตัว i9 ขึ้นมารีวิวนะครับเป็นรุ่นแรกแต่รุ่นที่ผมอยากจะรีวิวจริงๆนะครับมันจะต้องเป็นตัวที่คุ้มค่าที่สุดในเจเนอเรชันที่14แล้วผมบอกได้เลยว่าทั้งราคาทั้งประสิทธิภาพทั้งการจะเพิ่มจำนวนคอเข้ามาเนี่ยมันน่าสนใจที่สุดตัวนี้คือ Intel Core i7 14700K ราคาขายเนี่ย 18,200 บาทนะครับเบสคล็อกเขาอยู่ที่ 3.4 GHz แล้วก็ Max Turbo เนี่ยบูสต์ได้ถึงได้ถึง 5.6 กิกนะครับเป็น CPU แบบ 20 คอ 28 เทรด20 คอ 28 เทรดคุณฟังไม่ผิดครับเพราะรอบนี้ตัว Intel นะครับเขามีการเพิ่มจำนวน E core ขึ้นมากลายเป็น 8P core 12E core นะครับ 8P core 12E core ตัวนี้นี่แหละมันก็เลยน่าสนใจมากยิ่งขึ้นนะครับมันก็เลยน่าสนใจมากยิ่งขึ้นมันก็เลยแบบเรียกได้ว่ามีความแรงในราคาที่คุณจะจ่ายเท่าเดิมแรงขึ้นแต่จ่ายเท่าเดิมถ้าเราย้อนไปดูตอน i5 Generation ที่13 CPU ตัวที่คุ้มค่าที่สุดใน Generation ที่13เนี่ยมันจะเป็นตัว Intel Core i5 13500เพราะว่าเจ้าตัว 13500คุณจ่ายเงินเพิ่มประมาณ 1,000 บาทถ้าเทียบกับตัว 13400คุณจะได้จำนวน E Core เพิ่มขึ้นนะครับแล้วหลายๆคนน่าจะได้เห็นประสิทธิภาพกันไปแล้วว่าถ้าเจ้าตัว E Core เนี่ยมันเพิ่มขึ้นมานะครับตัว E Core เพิ่มขึ้นมามันจะได้ประสิทธิภาพหลายๆอย่างเพิ่มขึ้นนะครับมันก็เลยค่อนข้างน่าสนใจนะครับวางขายเมื่อไหร่วันนี้2 ทุ่มนะครับซึ่งถ้าสมมติมันมีร้านค้าไหนเปิดแบบส่งออนไลน์เร่งด่วนภายใน3ชั่วโมง5ชั่วโมงเนี้ยคุณก็สั่งวันนี้ได้ของก่อนเที่ยงคืนแน่นอนนะครับแต่ถ้าไม่ทันวันพรุ่งนี้คุณก็จะได้รับสินค้าตัวนี้นะครับเทรดยังไม่ถึง32เหมือนเดิมยังครับตัวนี้ยังคงไม่ถึงแต่เพิ่ม E core เข้ามานะครับผมYouTube นะครับเทรดยังไม่ถึง32เหมือนเดิมคอกับเทรดสูงกว่าเทรดิปเปอร์ 2000 ซีรีส์ครับก็น่าจะประมาณนั้นนะครับพาร์ทผมยังใช้น้องเพน G3258 อยู่เลยน่าจะเป็น 10P 10E นะครับใช่เหรอ 10P 10E เหรอ 8P 12E ไม่ใช่เหรอหรือผมจำผิดวะเอาเป็นว่าเดี๋ยวเราค่อยไปลองติดตั้งแล้วลองทดสอบกันดูสเปคตัวเนี้ยผมจำเป๊ะๆไม่ได้ว่าคอเทรดP core E core เท่าไหร่นะครับผมเดี๋ยวเราไปลองเช็คดูอีก1 รอบแล้วกันทักษะผมไม่มั่นใจแล้วเลยแต่การกินไฟรอบนี้ Intel กินไฟดุซึ่งผมเป็นห่วงเรื่องความร้อนมากนะครับเป็นห่วงเรื่องความร้อนมากๆเพราะถ้าใครได้ติดตามตอนที่เป็นตัว Intel Core i9 นะครับตอนที่ผมรันเบนช์เนี้ยเราจะเห็นอัตราการกินไฟ210 ถึง 230 วัตต์นะครับ210 ถึง 230 วัตต์สำหรับ Intel Core i9 นะเอาแบบที่เทสจริงๆในตัวโปรแกรม Core Temp แสดงผลแต่สิ่งที่ผมกังวลกับความร้อน Intel Generation ที่14ก็จะเป็นในเรื่องของการกินไฟครับเพราะหน้าเว็บไซต์เนี่ยมีระบุเอาไว้ที่253 วัตต์มีคนยืนยัน 8P Core 12E Core ถูกแล้วนะครับผมหมายถึงน่าจะเป็น 10P Core 10E Core มากกว่า8P Core 12E Core ผมว่าเจ๋งแล้วนะครับ253 วัตต์สำหรับ CPU ตัวนี้มันเป็นอะไรที่สูงมากและผมอยากจะบอกว่าพอ Intel Generation ที่14ออกมา RAM รุ่นใหม่ๆก็มีออกมาเช่นเดียวกันซึ่งอันนี้ผมเพิ่งได้อีเมลแบบสดๆร้อนๆเลยนาทีนี้เลยนะครับ RAM G Skill เปิดตัว RAM Bus 8400เป็น RAM ที่รองรับ Processor Generation ที่14กับ Chipset Z790 Platform นี่ผมได้เมลมาแบบด่วนจีเลยเพิ่งได้เมลมาเมื่อกี้เลยนะครับก็เราจะได้เห็นเลยว่าเฮ้ยตัวบัสแรมมันรองรับได้สูงมากยิ่งขึ้นแล้วนะ Gen 12อยู่ประมาณ 7,200 Gen 13อยู่ประมาณ 8,000 Gen 14 ไป 8,400 เรียกได้ว่าบัตแรมสูงขึ้นไปเรื่อยๆนะครับก็ตามนี้นะครับและก็วันนี้ในการทดสอบของเราเนี่ยผมจะทดสอบเทสกับเจ้าตัวเมนบอร์ด STRIX Phantom Gaming ที่เป็นตัว Z790 Nova Wi-Fi นะครับรองรับ Gen 14 DDR5 PCIe Gen 5 นะครับ Wi-Fi 7 HDMI ซึ่งบอร์ดตัวนี้ถ้าเรามาดูสเปคด้านหลังนะครับดูสเปคด้านหลังเนี่ยเขาก็จะมีเขียนเอาไว้เลยว่ารองรับ Intel 14 Generation 13 Generation และก็ 12 Generation ยังคงยืนยันเหมือนเดิมนะครับใครใช้ Z790 เมนบอร์ด600ซีรีส์610 H650 760อะไรพวกนี้อะไรก็แล้วแต่ที่มันเป็น600ซีรีส์700ซีรีส์แค่อัปเดต BIOS คุณก็สามารถใช้งานตัว Intel Gen ใหม่ได้เลยนะครับคุณสามารถใช้งานตัว Intel Gen ใหม่ได้เลยเนาะแล้วก็ในส่วนตัว RAM นะครับตัวเมนบอร์ดของทางASRock ตัวนี้เนี่ยไม่ได้มีระบุนะครับว่ามันใช้งานได้ถึงบัสเท่าไหร่ตรงนี้เขาจะเขียนว่ารองรับ4แถวนะครับรองรับ4แถวแค่นั้นเลยนะครับรองรับ4แถวไม่ได้มีบอกว่ารองรับได้ถึงบัสเท่าไหร่อะไรยังไงนะครับอันนี้ก็เดี๋ยวรอดูแล้วกันนะครับว่ามันจะเป็นอย่างไรยังไงกันบ้างเนาะในส่วนของตัวเมนบอร์ด Z790 ที่ผมเห็นเปลี่ยนแปลงจริงๆเลยนะลองดู PCIe 5 1x เหมือนเดิม PCIe 4.0 16x ก็มีปกติแต่จะมีแค่ Wi-Fi 7 ซึ่งเรามาคิดวิเคราะห์แยกแยะกันดีกว่า i9 Gen 10 ผมออกการงอแงอีกแล้วโอ้ยใจเย็นนะครับเมื่อไหร่จะไป7นาโนนี่คือสิ่งที่ผมถามหากับ Intel เพราะว่าถามว่ามันแรงไหมมันแรงครับ10นาโนมันแรงแต่ผมรู้สึกว่าจริงๆ Gen 14เนี่ยมันน่าจะไป7นาโนได้แล้วการที่ถ้าเขาผลิต7นาโนได้นะครับมันจะทำให้ CPU ตัวนี้ไม่ได้กินไฟสูงถึง253 วัตต์มันจะไม่ได้กินไฟสูงถึง253 วัตต์มันอาจจะอยู่แค่100ปลายแต่พอมันยังเป็นนาโนเท่านี้มันจะกินไฟหนักขึ้นมีคนถามมาเลยครับผมอยากรู้เลยว่าชุดน้ำ3ตอนจะเอาอยู่ไหมจริงๆผมมีชุดน้ำตรงนี้นะครับ1ตัวในไลฟ์เนี้ยผมยังลังเลอยู่ว่าเราจะรีวิวกับชุดน้ำระบบปิดหรือเราจะรีวิวกับชุดน้ำระบบเปิดในแท่นเทสเบสซึ่งถ้าสมมุติผมจะรีวิวคู่กันเนี่ยผมก็จะมีชุดน้ำตัวนี้นะครับที่มันเป็นเจ้าตัว Thermaltake TS360 V2 เป็นหม้อน้ำ3ตอน12เซนนะครับแต่ผมพูดตรงๆถ้าผมใช้หม้อน้ำตัวนี้มันจะ100 องศาหรือเปล่าผมไม่รับประกันเลยเพราะถ้าดูจากสเปคของ Intel ที่เคลมมานะครับกินไฟค่อนข้างโหดร้ายแต่อาจจะไม่ร้อนก็ได้ใครจะไปรู้นะครับเพราะผมก็ยังไม่ได้เทสผมบอกตรงๆว่า CPU ยังไม่มีรอยใส่เลยได้มานี่คือวางนิ่งไว้ทิ้งไว้นะครับผมก็มี2ออปชันให้เพื่อนๆเลือกดีกว่าอยากจะดูรีวิวบนชุดน้ำเทสเบสของผมที่เป็นชุดซิสเต็มระดับใหญ่กับอยากจะดูที่เป็นชุดน้ำสำเร็จรูปอยากดูตัวไหนดีเพราะชุดน้ำสำเร็จรูปผมมองว่าเดี๋ยวเพื่อนๆก็น่าจะได้ดูเรื่อยๆอยู่แล้วนะครับน่าจะเห็นกันเยอะแต่ชุดน้ำระบบเปิดของผมอ่ะมันจะเห็นเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์ที่สูงที่สุดที่ i7 ตัวนี้จะทำออกมาได้นะครับผมระบบเปิดครับระบบปิดครับไฮโดรเจนเลยครับโอ้ยใจเย็นนะครับได้ครับแต่ต้องอัพ BIOS ก่อนขอ3ตอนเพราะบ้านใช้กันทั่วไปสวัสดีครับปิดอยากดู100 องศาชุดน้ำปิดน้ำเปิด ปิดครับขอชม100 องศาเป็นบุญตาเอากันอย่างนั้นเลยเหรอปิดก็ปิดผมตามเพื่อนๆเลยเพื่อนๆอยากดูปิดกันเยอะมากกว่าโหวตปิดมาลองคอมเมนต์โหวตกันมาแล้วกันผมจะพยายามดูอันไหนเยอะสุดเราจะอันนั้นให้ผมเปลี่ยนให้ได้ไม่เป็นไรตอนแรกผมเตรียมไว้ว่ากะว่าจะเล่นชุดน้ำระบบเปิดแต่ถ้าเพื่อนๆบอกขอปิดเดี๋ยวจัดให้นะครับลองดูแล้วกันเนาะเมนบอร์ดตัวนี้มีอะไรน่าสนใจอีกกับเจ้า ASRock Z790 Nova นะครับนี่เลย Heatsink น่ากลัวขนาดไหนผมไม่รู้ว่านี่เป็นภาคบังคับที่เขาต้องใส่มาหรือเปล่าภาคจ่ายไฟถึงขั้นต้องมีพัดลมแล้วนะครับอย่างเมนบอร์ดตัว Z790 Nova Wi-Fi ตัวนี้ภาคจ่ายไฟต้องใช้นะครับภาคจ่ายไฟต้องใช้ที่เรียกได้ว่าพัดลม นะครับภาคจ่ายไฟต้องใช้พัดลมนะครับผมก็ถือว่าถือว่ามันน่าจะกินไฟดูเดือดอันนี้ผมบอกก่อนเลยนะครับส่วนตัว PCIe Gen 5 X4 เหมือนเดิมอันนี้ไม่ได้น่าสนใจอะไร M.2 Heatsink ตัวเนี้ยเท่าที่ผมลองสังเกตหลายๆรุ่นเริ่มทำเป็น Quick Release ก็คือถอดเปลี่ยนได้ค่อนข้างง่ายใส่ติดตั้งได้ค่อนข้างง่ายนะครับแล้วก็ Server Grade Low Loss 8 PCB Layer อันนี้ผมว่าไม่ได้ใหม่แต่สิ่งที่ใหม่จริง Wi-Fi 7 นะครับผมโอเคมาปิดเพราะใช้บ่อยแล้วใช้เยอะลอง2แบบเลยได้ไหมครับเอาปิดก่อนมีโชว์แงะเอาชุดน้ำมาต้มไข่ไหมโอ้ยใจเย็นพี่จะให้ผมเทสอะไรขนาดนั้นนะครับโอเคชุดน้ำปิดก็ปิดตามเพื่อนๆเลยครับผมตามเพื่อนๆแล้วแม่นมากครับผมตามเพื่อนๆคนนี้แล้วผมรู้สึกว่าแม่นมากเลยครับเขาแทงได้แม่นเขาบอกได้แม่นมากนะครับมาเดี๋ยวเราจะมาประกอบกันวันพรุ่งนี้เราจะทดสอบ i9 กับเมนบอร์ดตัวเทพสุดนั่นก็คือเจ้าตัว Apex กันนะครับวันนี้ผมขอลองเป็นตัว Nova ก่อนกับ i7 Nova ผมว่าไม่น่าเกลียดแต่ถ้าสมมติ i9 เราต้อง Apex N-Core ตัวใหม่ล่าสุดบอกได้เลยว่าก็มาแล้วอะครับเรามาดูอุปกรณ์ภายในกล่องตัวนี้กันนะครับว่ามีจะไหนบ้างนะครับอย่างแรกเลยมีชุดคู่มือเนี่ยเป็นเรื่องปกตินะครับมีเสาอากาศ Wi-Fi นะครับมีสาย Y ARGB มีที่ค้ำการ์ดจอมีสาย SATA จำนวน4เส้นนะครับมีสายโพรบวัดอุณหภูมิ3เส้นนะครับและก็มีตัวสติ๊กเกอร์นะครับแล้วก็มีคีย์แคปครับแล้วก็มีน็อต M.2 1ชุดนะครับน็อต M.2 ชุดที่2นะครับน็อต M.2 ชุดที่3นะครับน็อต M.2 ชุดที่4นะครับแล้วก็น็อต M.2 ชุดที่5นะครับคือให้น็อตยึด M.2 เยอะมากเยอะโคตร5อันผมก็เลยแบบหรือนี่มันคือยุคใหม่ครับมันก็น่าจะใช่แหละยุคใหม่เปลี่ยนมาเป็น M.2 บนบอร์ดเกือบหมดแล้วพอร์ต SATA แทบจะไม่เหลือให้ใช้งานผมถามคุณผู้ดูก่อนเลยครับในที่นี้ใครใช้พอร์ต SATA บ้างครับใช้กับไม่บอกผมหน่อยยังมีใครใช้พอร์ต SATA ตัวนี้กันอยู่ไหมเนี่ยไอ้ SATA ตัวเนี้ย SATA มีหน้าที่ติดตั้งอะไรได้บ้าง SSD 2.5 นิ้วซึ่ง SSD 2.5 นิ้วผมว่าคนไม่ค่อยนิยมกับอีกแบบหนึ่งก็จะเป็นฮาร์ดดิสก์ในที่นี้ใครยังใช้พอร์ต SATA อยู่ครับผมใช้ครับเพราะว่าผมมีฮาร์ดดิสก์8เท1ลูกแต่คอมที่ผมประกอบใหม่เป็นคอมเซ็ตงบไม่จำกัดผมพูดตรงๆว่าเครื่องใหม่ของผมเนี่ยน่าจะไม่ได้ใช้ฮาร์ดดิสก์แล้วน่าจะไป M.2 หมดเลยเพราะว่าผมก็ใส่ M.2 2 เทไป2ตัวแล้วผมก็มี M.2 จากคอมเก่า4เทอีก1ตัวแล้วผมก็มีไดซีจากเครื่องเก่าอีก2เทผมก็จะกลายเป็น2 4 6แล้วก็บวกอีก4ผมก็จะกลายเป็น10เทเท่ากับว่าคอมใหม่ที่ผมกำลังประกอบผมใส่ M.2 ทั้งหมด4ตัวมีทั้งหมด10เทเลไบต์ซึ่งฮาร์ดดิสก์8เทผมเนี่ยอาจจะเสียบก็ได้มั้งแต่เสียบก็เหมือนเสียบทิ้งเอาไว้คือแทบจะไม่ได้สนใจแล้วนะครับมันเป็นพอร์ตที่แทบจะไม่ได้ใช้ยังมีคนใช้งานกันอยู่นะครับถ้าใครที่ใช้งานอยู่แปลว่าก็ต้องการเก็บข้อมูลเยอะๆแต่ในยุคนี้ผมมองว่าการเก็บข้อมูลเยอะๆแม่งแทบจะไม่ค่อยจำเป็นสักเท่าไหร่เนื่องจากว่าสปีดอินเทอร์เน็ตค่อนข้างสูงระบบ NAS ค่อนข้างถูกลงระบบคลาวด์ราคาก็เริ่มประหยัดนะครับมันก็เลยเลือนหายไปและผมเชื่อได้ว่าไม่น่าเกิน10 ปีฮาร์ดดิสก์หายแน่นอนก็จะกลายมาเป็น storage SSD อะไรพวกนี้ไม่น่าเกิน10 ปีผมคิดนะผมเดามาเดี๋ยวเรามาติดตั้งกันดีกว่าไม่ใช่มาแกะกล่องกันครับผมโอเคเยอะไหมมาแกะกล่องกันปั๊บเมนบอร์ด ASRock ถ้าคุณซื้อของใหม่ ดูง่ายๆครับมันจะอยู่ในเคเบิลไทยนะครับถ้าโดนแกะแล้วเคเบิลไทยจะโดนตัดแต่ก็จริงๆเคเบิลไทยก็หาซื้อมารัดใหม่ได้อ่ะนี่คือเมนบอร์ดที่เอาไว้รองรับ CPU Generation ที่ 14 ซึ่งวันนี้เราจะเทสคู่กับ i7 นะครับตัว i9 ผมขอไว้พรุ่งนี้เพราะผมมองว่า i7 น่าสนใจมากที่สุดมีการเพิ่ม e-core ขึ้นมาทีนี้ Gen 14 มีอะไรน่าสนใจอีกหนึ่งอย่างนะครับนั่นก็คือถ้าเป็นแรมก่อนหน้าถ้าเป็นแรมรุ่นก่อนๆที่เพื่อนๆรู้จักอ่ะมักจะเป็นแรมที่เป็นแถวละ16กิก2แถวรวมกันกลายเป็น32กิกอย่างอันนี้เป็นตัวของ iPacer ถูกต้องไหมครับเนี่ยแรม32กิกก็16คูณ2นะครับแต่แรมในยุคใหม่ๆหลังจากนี้ไปอันเนี้ยผมแอบกระซิบบอกได้เลยแรมที่เป็นแถวละ24กิกจะเป็นแรมที่ได้เม็ดแรมไฮเกรดสูงกว่าอันนี้ผมได้ข้อมูลนี้มาจากผู้ผลิตแรมโดยตรงนะครับนี่คือแรมที่มีความจุ48กิกก็คือแถวละ24กิก2แถวรวมกันเป็น48กิกแล้วก็บัสความเร็ว 7,200 นี่คือจะเป็นแบบเบแล้วในเจเนอเรชันที่14นะครับบัส 8,400 จะเริ่มให้เห็นใช้งานกัน Gen 14 ได้แล้วก็บัส 8,000 อาจจะเป็นบัสเบสิกบัตเบสิกไม่ใช่บัตเจเด็กนะแต่หมายถึงเป็น XMP แบบชิวๆอ่ะไม่คือ XMP ตอนนี้มันจะมีบัต 5,600 บัต 6,000 แต่ผมมองว่าพอมาเป็น Gen 14 อ่ะบัต 7,200 อาจจะชิวบัต 8,000 อาจจะดูสูงบัต 8,400 อ่ะคือสูงนะครับเทรนด์ก็จะเปลี่ยนไปแล้วเพราะว่าเจ้า CPU Generation ที่ 14 อ่ะรับบัตแรมได้สูงมากยิ่งขึ้นนะครับได้สูงมากยิ่งขึ้นต้องถามงี้แต่ละคนน่ะใช้แรมบัตเท่าไหร่กันแต่ละคนใช้แรมบัตเท่าไหร่กันดีกว่านะครับใครที่เข้ามาดูแล้วยังไม่ได้กดไลค์ยังไม่ได้กดแชร์ฝากกดไลค์ฝากกดแชร์ด้วยนะครับเพราะว่ายอดดูของผมตอนนี้เนี่ย1,000 กว่าไปแล้วเกือบจะ 2,000 วิวแต่กดไลค์ให้ผมเนี่ยยังไม่ถึง100ท่านเลยใครที่เข้ามาดูแล้วยังไม่ได้กดไลค์ฝากคนละ1ไลค์ฝากคนละ1หัวใจรู้ไหมครับว่ารอบนี้กว่าผมจะไปฝ่าฟันได้ CPU Generation ที่14มาเนี่ยมันยากมากนะครับผมก็คนละ1ไลค์หน่อยนะครับรอบหน้าเราจะได้เห็นของมารีวิวที่แรกในประเทศไทยกันนะครับบัตร266เองครับบัตร3,200เองครับบัตร2,400บัตร3,200ถ้าแต่ละคนคอมเมนต์บอกว่าบัตร3,200บัตร2,400บัตร266เนี่ยหลายๆคนยังคงใช้งานคอมที่เป็น RAM DDR4 ถามว่า RAM DDR4 จะยังตายไหมนี่ก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งเรื่องนะครับที่ Intel เนี่ยยังไม่ได้เท DDR4 นะครับเพราะGen 12 Gen 13 และ Gen 14 3ตัวนี้เป็นตัวช่วยชีวิต RAM DDR4 ครับ AMD บังคับใช้ DDR5 ตลอดแล้วแต่ Socket AM4 ยังคงใช้ DDR4 ได้แต่พอมาเป็น Intel นี่คือข้อดีต่อให้เป็น Generation ที่ 14 ก็ยังสามารถใช้งาน DDR4 ได้นี่ผมไม่รู้เลยนะครับว่าเจนที่15มันยังใช้ DDR4 ได้หรือเปล่าถ้าเจนที่15ยังใช้ DDR4 ได้นี่ก็ลากขายแล้วล่ะครับ ถ้าเราแยก M.2 2 อัน250กิกอันนึงเอาไว้ลง Windows เดิมๆ1เทอีกอันเอาไว้ลงเกมอย่างนี้โอเคไหมครับผมมองว่าเอา1เทมาลง Windows ดีกว่าแล้ว250กิกไว้ลงเกมดีที่สุดพอได้ซีมันมีการขยับขยายได้ยากเราควรใช้ตัวใหญ่ไปเลยสำหรับไดซีนะครับผมแนะนำมากกว่าถ้ามีแค่2ตัวนะใช้ 5,600 ครับแต่รอน้องบัส 12,000 มาโชว์ครับว้าผมยังรออยู่นะครับบัส 12,000 อันดับ1ในโลกมาเรามาใส่ CPU ติดตั้งกันดีกว่ามีใครจำน้องบัส 12,000 ได้ไหมครับเขามาบอกว่าผมโอซีไปถึงบัส 12,000 ทุกวันนี้ผมยังไม่ได้เห็นผลคะแนนเลยครับไม่รู้บ้านเขาอยู่ดาวไหนนะครับเปิดฝาอีกหนึ่งอย่างอันนี้คือตัว Gen 14ขายึดซ็อกเก็ตมันจะมีการเปลี่ยนแปลงไปเล็กน้อยนะครับถ้าเราซูมเข้ามาดูดีๆในส่วนของตัวตรงนี้นะครับถ้าคุณซูมเข้ามาดูดีๆนะครับคุณจะเห็นว่าไอ้ขากดตัวเนี้ยมันจะเป็นขาแบนรอบที่แล้วผมได้รีวิวแบรนด์นกกำหมัดเข้าไปนะครับแบรนด์นกกำหมัดตัวเนี้ยก็ทำมาเป็นขาแบนแล้วนะครับซึ่งแบรนด์ ASRockเขาก็ทำมาเป็นขาแบนเช่นเดียวกันเวลาคุณกดมันจะสะดวกมากยิ่งขึ้นนะครับในการปลดล็อกตัวนี้ก็ยังคงเป็นซ็อกเก็ต 1,700 เหมือนเดิม นะครับซ็อกเก็ต1,700เหมือนเดิมโอเคเราขออนุญาตติดตั้ง CPU กันก่อนเลยเพราะว่าวันนี้เรารีวิว CPU หน้าตา CPU ต้องให้ดูไหมอ๋อเรารีวิว CPU เราต้องให้ดู CPU กันด้วยนะครับนี่คือ Intel Core i7 14700K นะครับ CPU ที่มีการปรับปรุงโดยการเพิ่ม E-Core ขึ้นมาทำให้มันแรงมากยิ่งขึ้นนะครับน่าสนใจติดตั้งลงไปครับตึงอุ้ยเสียงนี้เป็นเสียง Intel นี่นะครับผมเสียง Intel นี่นะครับติดตั้งใส่ลงไปครับชเวฟกรึบอุ้ยหักยาวโอเคติดตั้งลงไปแล้วมีคนบอกว่า OC 6 กิกหน่อยครับนี่แหละครับปัญหาถ้าวันนี้เพื่อนๆอยากให้ผมเทสกับชุดน้ำระบบปิดผมจะ overclock CPU ตัวนี้ได้ไม่มันแต่ถ้าวันนี้เพื่อนๆให้ผมรีวิวบนชุดน้ำระบบเปิดผมจะรีวิวจนกว่ามันจะแตบไม่ใช่ผมจะรีวิวจนแบบเอาให้มันเค้นได้สุดปลอกดังนั้นเพื่อนๆยังมีเวลาตัดสินใจอยู่นะครับว่าอยากจะให้ผมรีวิวชุดน้ำปิดหรือชุดน้ำเปิดกันแน่นะครับผมเสียงเมื่อกี้ใครไม่คุ้นเด็กแล้วนะมีใครไม่รู้จักเสียงนี้ไหมตึงรู้จักไหมครับไม่เด็กแล้วนะเราตากล้องเราไม่เด็กแล้วครับตากล้องก็รู้จัก เรามาดูหน้าตาบอร์ดกันก่อนนะครับเลี้ยงกาแฟครับขอบคุณคุณวัฒนชัยครับผมขอบคุณมากครับสำหรับ77 บาทใครอยากจะให้กำลังใจผมถ้าไม่มีกำลังส่งซุปเปอร์แชทกดไลค์กดแชร์ให้ผมหน่อยเป็นกำลังใจให้ผมหน่อยคนดูจะแตะ 2,000 ท่านแล้วนะครับเอาเปิดเลยพี่เอาเปิดเลยครับตอนนี้คอมเมนต์เริ่มกลับฝั่งแล้วอยากดูชุดน้ำเปิดแล้วพี่เพราะว่าชุดน้ำปิดเดี๋ยวมันจะรีดได้ไม่สุดอย่างที่ผมบอกครับจริงๆวันแรกรีวิวชุดน้ำเปิดจะแมวสุดเพราะผมจะรีด CPU ได้สุดแล้ววันอื่นๆเดี๋ยวเราจะลองชุดน้ำระบบปิดกันเปิดดีกว่ายังให้เวลาตัดสินใจนะครับเอาใหม่เปิดไปเลยนี่ครับนี่คือบอร์ด Nova หน้าตามันสวยนะครับแต่ว่าตอนนี้มันมีสติ๊กเกอร์โอ้โหเมนบอร์ด ASRock เดี๋ยวนี้ผมบอกได้เลยนะแม่งอย่างสวยโอ้โหสวยจัดคือสมัยก่อนบอร์ด ASRock จะไม่ได้แบบดูไฮเอ็นไม่ได้ดูลักชูไม่ได้ดูแบบพรีเมียมแต่ผมบอกตรงๆว่าเดี๋ยวนี้สุดจัดโอ้โหค่ากินไฟตอน overclock ครับ349 บาทขอบคุณซุปเปอร์แชทด้วยนะครับแน่นอนวันนี้เราจะ OC กันให้ยับเลยมีคนจ่ายค่าไฟให้แล้วเทปนี้นะครับเห็นแล้วนึกว่า ROG จริงมีใครคิดเหมือนผมไหมคือดูผ่านถ้าตรงเนี้ยไม่มีสกรีนเขาว่า ASRock นะถ้าไม่มีสกรีนเขาว่า ASRock ผมคิดว่าเนี้ยคือ ROG คือพรีเมียมแบบโคตรพรีเมียมครับพรีเมียมมากอย่างกับ ROG ได้เลยพูดเลยนะครับแล้วทำไมผมถึงบอกว่าตัวนี้แม่งโคตรไฮเอ็นคุณเห็นหมุดกลมๆตัวนี้ไหมครับหมุดกลมๆตัวนี้มันมีคีย์ลัดอยู่1อย่างครับไม่ต้องใช้ไขควงครับนิ้วดันครับแค่คุณนิ้วดันครับแค่คุณนิ้วดันซึบแล้วคุณก็สไลด์ก็จะมี M.2 ครับซึ่งอันนี้ผมติดตั้งเองนะเขาไม่ได้แถมมานะครับก็มี M.2 ให้ซึ่ง M.2 ตัวนี้เป็นการติดตั้งแบบใช้คลิปล็อกครับดังนั้นคุณไม่จำเป็นที่จะต้องขันน็อตแล้วในด้านบนแล้วพี่แถมน็อตมา5ชุดเอาไว้ทำอะไรเดี๋ยวมาดูกันปุ๊บใส่เข้าไปก่อนนะครับให้ดูก่อนเลยว่าบอร์ดที่รองรับ Gen 14การติดตั้ง M.2 มันเยอะมากแกะให้ดูครับมาครับเพิ่งใช้ Gen 13 มาไม่นาน Gen 14 มาอีกแล้วใช่ครับมีบอกค่า SP เหมือน ASUS ไหมเดี๋ยวรอดูกันเพราะว่าอันนี้เป็นครั้งแรกที่ผมอันนี้เลยนะครับคุณเห็นน็อต M.2 กันไปแล้วนะครับว่าเขาให้มาเยอะขนาด5ชุดดังนั้นหมายความว่าการติดตั้ง M.2 เนี่ยไม่ควรต่ำกว่า5อันซึ่งด้านบนมันเป็นแบบควิกใช่ไหมติดตั้งได้รวดเร็วหมายความว่าเมนบอร์ดตัวนี้รองรับ M.2 6 อันเลยงั้นเหรอมันเริ่มน่าสนใจแล้วใช่ไหมครับ ถูกต้องครับถูกต้องครับคุณเข้าใจถูกแล้วครับมาดูซีกล่างกันนี่คือจุดติดตั้ง M.2 จุดที่1นี่คือจุดติดตั้ง M.2 จุดที่2นี่คือจุดติดตั้ง M.2 จุดที่3นี่คือจุดติดตั้ง M.2 จุดที่4นะครับนี่คือจุดติดตั้ง M.2 จุดที่5และนี่คือจุดติดตั้ง M.2 จุดที่6 1 2 3 4 5และ6เข้าใจยังครับว่าทำไมตอนเปิดไลฟ์มาผมถึงบอกว่ายังมีใครใช้พอร์ต SATA อยู่ไหมนะครับน็อตให้มา5ชุดเพราะว่าตรงนี้ต้องใช้น็อตตรงนี้ก็ไม่ต้องใช้นะเนี่ยอุ้ยเป็น Quick Release เอ้าแถมน็อตทำไมวะเอ้าเป็นแบบ Quick Release ด้วยครับอันนี้ Quick Release นะครับอันนี้ Quick Release ครับอันนี้ Quick Release ครับอันนี้ Quick Release ครับอันนี้ Quick Release ครับอ้าวQuick Release ทุกตัวเลยก็คือถอดเสียบได้โดยไม่ต้องใช้น็อตทุกอันเลยครับผมย้ายให้ดูผมลองย้ายมาเสียบช่องล่าง What the hell ปึ๊บติดตั้งได้เลยครับแปลว่าฝ่ายที่ทำ Package Border ไม่ได้คุยกับ R&D ของบอร์ดว่ายูไม่ต้องแถมน็อตแล้วนะมันเปลืองคอสเนื่องจากว่า เนี่ยทำเป็นแบบ Quick Release ให้เรา user แล้วเรา user ต้องใช้งานได้ง่ายอะไรอย่างนี้ลืมคุยกันแม่งแถมน็อตมาให้5ชุดเราอยากจะบอกว่าแม่งคอมที่บ้านกูเนี่ยน็อตไม่เคยจะมีเลยน็อตยึด M.2 ซื้อ Core i เอาออกไปหรือยังครับชื่อ Core i เอาออกไปหรือยังก็ยังเป็น Core i อยู่นี่ก็ Core i 7 Core i คร็อกแคร็ก Core i แคกนะครับผมยังคงเป็นชื่อเดิมอยู่สักครู่นะครับใครเข้ามาแล้วยังไม่ได้กดไลค์ยังไม่ได้กดแชร์ขอคนละ1ไลค์ขอคนละ1แชร์หน่อยครับดูจะ 2,000 คนแล้วเนี่ยกดไลค์ผมยังหลักร้อยอยู่เลยแป๊บนึงนะผมขอ100น็อตให้ตรงรูก่อนนะครับป่ะและเดี๋ยวเราจะไปทดสอบกันนะครับสรุปว่าชุดน้ำจะให้ผมใช้ชุดน้ำระบบปิดหรือชุดน้ำระบบเปิดครับถามอีก1รอบครับให้โหวตอีก1รอบเอาชุดน้ำปิดหรือชุดน้ำเปิดถ้าชุดน้ำเปิดเราจะ OC กันให้ยับเลยครับถ้าชุดน้ำปิดผมเชื่อได้ว่าเราจะ OC ได้แค่นิดเดียวเลือกมานะครับเลือกมาสวัสดีครับปานพสวัสดีครับเทสไปหรือยังครับกำลังจะเทสครับซ็อกเก็ตเท่าเดิมไหม 1,700 เหมือนเดิมครับเอาตัวไหนครับเปิด please เปิดครับเปิดครับเปิดละกันอยากดู6กิกปิดเปิดปิดเปิดปิดโอเคเปิดเยอะกว่าเราไปชุดน้ำเปิดขอบคุณครับใจจริงผมก็อยากเทสชุดน้ำเปิดครับเพราะว่าผมอยากเคี่ยนจริงๆชุดน้ำเปิดเดี๋ยวผมเดาให้ได้เลยครับว่าอุณหภูมิประมาณเท่าไหร่ในชุดน้ำระบบปิดมันจะร้อนประมาณเท่าไหร่เพราะว่ามันจะมีค่าแตกต่างกันอยู่ระดับหนึ่งนะครับถ้าสมมติชุดน้ำระบบเปิดผมเนี่ยเบนช์ปุ๊บแล้วแตะแบบ90นะโดยแบบเดิมๆนะผมพูดตรงๆเลยว่ายังไงก็แตะ100ครับถ้าเป็นชุดน้ำระบบปิดนะครับเพราะว่ายังไงชุดน้ำระบบปิดระบายความร้อนสู้ระบบเปิดไม่ได้ถ้าชุดน้ำระบบเปิดมีตัวเลขให้เห็น90องศานะครับ100องศาแน่นอนสำหรับระบบปิดครับเทียบอย่างนี้เลยแล้วกันบวกไป10องศาชุดน้ำระบบเปิดเย็นกว่าชุดน้ำระบบปิดพอสมควรนะครับเจน13ราคาจะลงเยอะไหมครับราคาลงไหมลงแน่นอนนะครับแต่ผมมองว่าเจน12 13 14เจน13ถ้าใครใช้ CPU เจน13อยู่นะครับไม่สมควรเปลี่ยนมาเป็นเจน14เลยไม่มีความคุ้มค่าในการอัพยิ่งโดยเฉพาะ i9 Gen 13แทบจะไม่คุ้มค่าในการอัพแต่ถ้าคุณใช้ Gen 12การที่เปลี่ยนจาก Gen 12 มา Gen 14เนี่ยคุ้มอยู่เพราะว่ามันได้จำนวนคอเพิ่มขึ้นนะครับจริงๆ12มา13ก็ได้นิดๆแล้วแหละแต่พอ12มา14มันก็ดูแบบมาส่งท้ายเจนมาเลยใช้ไปแล้ว2ปีเริ่มคุ้มแล้วประกันเหลือแค่ปีเดียวอะไรอย่างนี้นะครับมันก็ค่อนข้างที่จะน่าอัปเกรดดังนั้นผมขอให้คำแนะนำว่าถ้าใครใช้เจเนอเรชันที่12อยู่การอัปเกรดมาเป็นเจเนอเรชันที่14 ค่อนข้างคุ้มนะครับเพราะว่าคุณไม่ต้องเปลี่ยนเมนบอร์ดเปลี่ยนแค่ CPU อัปเดต BIOS อย่างเดียวจบแต่ถ้าคุณใช้ Gen 13 อยู่บอกจะเปลี่ยนจาก i5 มาเป็น i5 ไม่คุ้มแต่ถ้าจะเปลี่ยน i5 Gen 13 มาเป็น i7 Gen 14โคตรคุ้มใช้คำพูดนี้เลยว่าโคตรตละคุ้มนะครับอ๋อแผ่นสีฟ้าที่ติดเทอร์โมแพดอันนี้ออกอันนี้ยังแต่ว่าตรงนี้ผมเอาออกแล้วนะครับผมเอาออกเรียบร้อยแล้วนะครับขอบคุณมากครับสำหรับการทักมานะครับเดี๋ยวเราไปบนเทสเบดกันเลยนะครับเราจะไปติดตั้งตัวนี้บนเทสเบดแล้วลองดูกันว่าจะเป็นอย่างไรนะครับซึ่งเทสเบดวันนี้เป็นเซตเดิมตัวเดิมที่ผมใช้งานมาโคตรตระยาวนานเราจะมาลองเทสกันดูลองขึ้นเขียงกันครับผมบอกเลยนะครับว่าแท่นนี้ผมระเบิดเมนบอร์ดกับระเบิด CPU ไปหลายชุดแล้วเครียดหนักแน่นอนครับวันแรกเราจะเอากันแบบสุดๆครับแต่ถ้าสุดโหดมากกว่าต้องวันพรุ่งนี้เพราะวันพรุ่งนี้i9 ร้อนแรงเดือเกินสมัชอะไรนะครับขอบคุณซุปเปอร์แชทสำหรับ80 บาทด้วยนะครับผมโอเคติดตั้งเรียบร้อยทาซิลิโคนก่อนตายแล้วซิลิโคนเอาไปแจกคนอื่นหมดสักครู่ซิลิโคนดีๆมีไหมแถวนี้ไม่เป็นไรเอาตัวอื่นแทนนะครับซึ่งตอนนี้ลำบากกว่าซิลิโคนก็คืออะไรรู้ป่ะครับน็อตครับแมวผมเอาน็อตไปเล่นเตะเล่นหายไปหมดเลยครับตอนนี้น็อตบวกสปริงเดี๋ยวค่อยหาโอเคทาซิลิโคนก่อนเลยนะครับเราจะได้ดูสดพร้อมๆกันเปิดติดไม่ติดเห็นกันในไลน์นี้แหละครับจะเลยครับพังไม่พังครับบล็อกน้ำผมพร้อมมีซิลิโคนเมฟอยู่ขอเกลี่ยเข้ามานิดนึงแล้วกันสักครู่นะครับนี่วิธีการเกลี่ยซิลิโคนผมมาซิลิโคนเก่าผสมซิลิโคนใหม่ได้นะครับมันจะเป็นอย่างไรคืนนี้ยาวๆครับ 4-5 ทุ่มไปครับขันกันได้เวลาวาวุ่นอีกแล้วครับผมขอบคุณสำหรับ100 บาทครับคุณสุภชัยนะครับผมเดี๋ยวเราขันติดตั้งก่อนขอติดตั้งก่อนนะครับวันนี้ได้ซุปเปอร์แชทเยอะเลยขอบคุณสำหรับกำลังใจดีๆนะครับฝากกดไลค์ฝากกดแชร์ด้วยละกันนะครับผมน็อตผมหายไปไหนหมดวะเหลืออยู่2 ตัวมันมีหมามาเขี่ยหายหมดเลยนี่หล่นมานี่1 อันหมามันมาเขี่ยครับหมาชื่อไทก้าตายแล้วเหลือ2 อันจริงจังนะเนี่ยใส่2 อันไปก่อนแล้วกันครับเดี๋ยวค่อยใส่เพิ่มขอติดตั้งก่อนต่อไปนี้ห้องนี้ต้องเขียนเขตห่วงห้ามนะครับน็อตหายประจำใส่เรียบร้อยแรมวันนี้เราจะเอาแรมตัวโหดเลยนะครับซึ่งแรมเนี่ยผมบอกก่อนอันนี้เป็นแรมที่ผมจัดกิจกรรมแจกนะครับใครยังไม่ได้ร่วมสนุกสามารถไปร่วมสนุกได้แต่ผมขออนุญาตผู้โชคดีก่อนเลยผมไม่รู้ว่าใครจะได้เป็นผู้โชคดีได้แรมตัวนี้ไปขออนุญาตแกะเอามาใช้งานในไลฟ์นี้นะครับเนื่องจากว่าผมขอแรม G Skill มาแจกและผมก็ลืมขอมาใช้งานด้วยตนเองไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวไว้ผมขอบัตร8,400ทีเดียวนะครับไว้เอามาใช้กับเจเนอเรชันที่14แรมสีขาวใหม่กริปแกะกล่องบัตร4,000บัตร 7,200 นะครับบัตร 7,248 กิกเป็นยังไงเดี๋ยวรอดูกันไปใส่บนเทสเบดต่อกันเลยครับฮึบตึ๊บนะครับตึ๊บลุยครับบนบอร์ด STRIX ตัวเมฟ Nova ตระกูลใหม่โอเคแล้วก็การ์ดจอผมขอการ์ดจอหน่อยนะครับซึ่งแม่ไม่อยากจะขิงข่าตะไคร้มะกรูดใบมะนาวมะพร้าวส้มโอนะครับ การ์ดจอวันนี้เนี่ยใจหนึ่งผมก็อยากใช้อีกตัวหนึ่งอีกใจหนึ่งผมก็อยากใช้อีกตัวหนึ่งอุ้ยอุ้ยอุ้ยอุ้ยอุ้ยอุ้ยอุ้ยอุ้ยอุ้ยอุ้ยมีอะไรที่ผิดแปลกไปไหมครับมีอะไรที่ผิดแปลกไปไหมเนี่ยอุ้ยอุ้ยอุ้ยอุ้ยเลยนะครับผมมีอะไรผิดพลาดตรงไหนไม่เข้าใจเลยสักครั้งเฮ้ยมันมีเปิดตัวมาแล้วเหรอวะมันก็มีแล้วนี่แต่ยังไม่เคยเห็นที่ไหนมาก่อนเลยมันยังไม่มีขายนะแล้วผมบอกได้เลยว่าอีกนานกว่าจะวางขายนี่คือการ์ดจอ Intel ตัวใหม่ครับ STRIX Challenger A580 จริงๆการ์ดจอ Intel ก็จะมี A380 A750 A770 นี่ A580 แย่จังมาถึงแล้วอ่ะเก็บไว้ก่อนแล้วกันยังไม่ใช้วันนี้อวดของเล่นให้ดูโธ่ของจริง4090ครับวันนี้เราเทสกันขนาดนี้ขอใช้เป็นแบบการ์ดจอท็อปๆไปก่อนนะครับผมปะเดี๋ยวเราไปติดไงมาไงอะของจริงนี่คือเพจ XTMIT ครับใครอยากดูอุปกรณ์ IT เปิดตัวที่แรกต้องที่ XTMIT เท่านั้นครับผมบอกแค่นี้แหละครับช่วยครับเดี๋ยวไว้รีวิว A580 ไม่ต้องห่วงเขาบอกว่าปรับปรุงมาเยอะแตกต่างจาก A380 เลยนะครับขอติดตั้งสาย HDMI ก่อนมองไม่เห็นติดตั้งเข้าไปเปิดเครื่องอุ้ยมีปุ่ม power button ด้วยสุดยอดกดปุ๊บเปิดติดปั๊บอะไรมันจะขนาดนี้เดี๋ยวรอดูกันว่าแรงขนาดไหนนะครับเซตนี้ติดหรือเปล่าก่อนที่แบบไอ้นี่เราต้องบอกว่ามันจะติดไหม99สาธุกัน99สาธุโอ้มันกึ๋ยต้องเปิดติดไหมพี่จะมา IT Sunny ไหมครับอะไรคือ IT Sunny อ่ะเป็นงานเหรองงเลยทีนี้ RX 580กับ A 580ชอบเรียก580สับสนเลยโอ้ตายแล้วนั่นน่ะสิจริงด้วยผมก็ลืมคิดตรงนี้ไปเลยนะเนี่ยว่ามันจะสับสนกันหรือเปล่านะครับสำหรับ580แล้วก็580 4090 Starfield นะครับไม่มีมันจะไม่มีได้ไงเราเอ้ย Starfield มันการ์ด AMD เนี่ยตอนแรกผมก็กะว่าจะใส่การ์ด AMD เข้าไปนะเอา NVIDIA แล้วกันนะครับผมเปิดติดไหมเนี่ยเปิดติดไหมเปิดติดหรือเปล่าจะเปิดติดไหมนะไปได้นะดูด้วยอาจจะยาวอาจจะไปกันเรื่อยๆเอ้ยเปิดติดมาแล้วเฮ้ยหน้าตาไบออสไม่ธรรมดาครับ F6 นี่ GPU cooling เห็นไหมครับ240ถึง280มิลน่ะจะได้ที่253วัตต์ก็คือตามสเปคของ CPU นะครับตอนนี้เราใช้เป็น360 420ไปเลยมันก็จะได้สูงหน่อยนะครับแล้วก็ในส่วนตัว Gaming Preset อันนี้ Stage 1เขาบอกว่าจะเป็นการ Optimize CPU Frequency เพื่อประสิทธิภาพที่ดีสำหรับเกมนะครับ Stage 2นะครับเป็น Feature Optimize CPU Frequency Performance สำหรับแอปพลิเคชันหรือเกมโอเคอันนี้เราจะยังไม่ปรับนะครับเราจะเปิดแค่ในส่วนของตัว XMP RAM นะครับเป็นบัส7,248 กิกนะครับซึ่งถามว่ามี Quality ไหมโอ้ยมีว่ะมีค่า SP ตื่นเต้นมีค่า Quality เว้ยเห็นค่า Quality ตัวนี้ไหม82เฮ้ยค่า Quality ตัวนี้ผมเดานะครับมันก็คือเหมือนกับค่า SP บนเมนบอร์ด ASUS คือถ้าสมมติใครใช้บอร์ด ASUS มาก่อนอ่ะเราจะเห็นว่าเมนบอร์ด ASUS อ่ะสามารถคัดได้ว่า CPU ตัวนี้มีคุณภาพเท่าไหร่มีค่า SP เท่าไหร่นะครับซึ่งเมนบอร์ดตัวนี้อ่านค่า SP ได้ผมไม่มั่นใจว่าแต่ละยี่ห้อจะเป็นเกณฑ์วัดเลขเท่ากันหรือเปล่าแต่ตัวนี้ได้82นะครับได้82ตามนั้น Memory Frequency บอกบัส4,400 Capacity 24 กิกนะครับอันนี้เราเจอ2แถวละ24 กิกก็โอเคนะครับส่วนความเร็ว P Core 5.6 กิก E Core 4.3 กิกนะครับและมีอะไรน่าสนใจอีกอ่าน CPU อ่านไฟเลี้ยงแรมได้นะครับหน้าตาบอร์ดก็ประมาณนี้ไม่ได้มีอะไรเยอะแยะมากมายเราเซฟเปิดแค่ XP แล้วเราไปลองทดสอบกันดูกันนะครับไม่มีค่า SP มีครับมันเปลี่ยนเป็น quality แทนนะครับเปลี่ยนเป็น quality แทนซึ่งตรงนี้ผมยังไม่ยืนยันคอนเฟิร์มนะว่ามันเป็น quality อะไร quality cooling quality CPU แต่ถ้าผมคิดนะมันคือ quality ของ CPU เพราะมันอยู่ในหมวดบรรทัดของ CPU ตัวนี้ได้82ถามว่าสูงหรือต่ำถ้า ASRock นับเต็มร้อยได้82ผมก็ว่าค่อนข้างสูงนะครับแต่ผมก็ไม่รู้เพราะบางทีมันก็มีเกินค่าไป100ต้องรอดูกันว่ามันจะเป็นยังไงนะครับ IT Sunny เป็นห้างคอมราชบุรีครับโอ้ผมไม่น่าได้ไปนะครับผมไม่น่าได้ไปเนาะก็ไว้ถ้ามีโอกาสไปแน่นอนครับ IT Sunny ห้างใหม่แห่งราชบุรีเหรอโอเคนะครับตอนนี้ใช้ 2060 จะขยับไป 3070 กับ RX 6700 XT ไหนแรงกว่าและคุ้มกว่าครับ 3070 ดีกว่าครับโอ้โหวันนี้คนดูอย่างเยอะเกือบ 2,000 ท่านฝากกดไลค์ฝากกดแชร์กันด้วยนะครับได้ข่าวว่าเมนบอร์ดใหม่ได้ไปถึง115องศาเลยอันนี้ไม่ทราบเลยเดี๋ยวต้องรอดูกันว่ามันจะไปกันขนาดไหนในวันนี้นะครับมาพร้อมกันหรือยังถ้าคุณอยากดู performance แล้วไปกันครับโม้มาอย่างยาวนานครึ่งชั่วโมงพี่โม้อะไรกันตั้ง45นาทีผมอยากดู performanceพี่แค่เข้ามากด CPU C ให้ผมก็จบเลยสิ่งที่วันนี้ผมอยากจะให้โฟกัสด้วยนะครับคุณดูจำนวนวัตต์ด้วยนะครับคุณเห็นวัตต์ตัวนี้ไหมครับเนี่ยนะครับที่ผมชี้อยู่ตรงนี้นะครับ260วัตต์240วัตต์ลองดูด้วยว่ามันเป็นอย่างไรบ้างในการกินไฟวันนี้นะครับล็อตแรกๆจะมีปัญหาไหมไม่มีครับไม่ใช่ iPhone ครับนี่นะครับ CPU ตัวนี้นะครับยังคงเป็น Raptor Lake i7 14700K Raptor Lake 14700K นะครับ Max TDP รอบนี้ไปถึง125วัตต์นะครับ125วัตต์ด้วยกันโหดมากเทคโนโลยีการผลิตยังคงเป็น10นาโนไม่ได้มีความแตกต่างกับ Gen 13นะครับ Socket 1700เนาะแล้วก็ในส่วนของตัวคอการทำงานเนี่ย 8P Core 12E Core นี่แหละครับทำไมผมถึงบอกว่า i7 แม่งคุ้มค่าที่สุดว่ะเพราะว่ามันได้ E Core เพิ่มขึ้นมา28เทรดนะครับเมนบอร์ด Z790 Nova BIOS ผมขออนุญาตไม่อัปเดตแล้วกันเสียเวลาคิดว่าZ790 มึงต้องทำมาดีอยู่แล้วมันไม่ได้มีอะไรแตกต่างกับตัวเจนก่อนหน้าอยู่แล้วนะครับดังนั้น15เดือน9 2023ตามนี้เทสไปได้ออกมาแค่ไม่ถึง1เดือนแรมบัต7,200 48กิกเปิด XMP ทีเดียวติดนี่คือบอร์ดเทพจาก ASRock บัต7,200การ์ดจอ4090พร้อมที่จะเบนช์ยังครับคุณลองสังเกตดูนะตอนนี้ยังวิ่งอยู่200กว่าวัตต์เลยอาจจะเป็นเพราะเกมผมอัปเดตก็เป็นได้นะครับผมเกมผมมีอัปเดตจริงๆด้วยก็ว่าอยู่ว่าทำไมมันกิน CPU อะไรขนาดนั้นนะครับดังนั้นเราจะขอพอสในส่วนของตัว Steam ก่อนนะครับจะเห็นว่าการกินไฟค่อยๆลดลงนะครับเหลือ180 190ก็ยังร้อนอยู่ดีนะก็ยังกินไฟโหดอยู่ดีนะผมขอเปิดพัดลมก่อนตอนนี้164วัตต์นะครับสแตนบายอยู่ประมาณนี้เลยค่อนข้างกินโหดกินดุเบนซ์ครับโหอุ้ยนี่แม่งตบ i9 Gen 12เลยปะเนี่ยบ้า 14,600 โหเชี่ยตบ i9 Gen 12เลยนะเนี่ยi7 Gen 14แรงกว่า i9 Gen 12แบบทิ้งเป็นทุ่งตามนี้นะครับ i7 Gen 14แรง กว่า i9 Gen 12ทำไมถึงแรงกว่า Multi-Thread i9 Gen 12ได้แค่ 11,440 เพราะ CPU ตัวนี้16 คอร์24 เทรดแต่ CPU ตัวนี้28 เทรดอุ๊ย24 เทรด28 เทรดใครบอกว่า e-core ไม่โหดไม่จริงนะครับ e-core โหดครับส่วนคะแนน Single Thread ในส่วนตัว i9 12900K 831แต่ i7 900 i7 900คือแต่ตรงเนี้ยมันก็จะมีในส่วนของตัว P-Core ที่แบบว่ามันจะแตกต่างกันนะครับ P-Core ตรงนี้นี่แหละที่มันจะมีความแตกต่างกันนะครับอันนี้ผมบอกได้เลยว่าโคตรตะละโหดตอนนี้นะครับผมกำลังมีความคิดอยู่หนึ่งความคิดครับว่าคอมเครื่องที่ผมไลฟ์สตรีมอยู่เนี่ยเป็น Gen 12 ครับและตอนแรกอ่ะผมกะว่าผมจะขายก่อน Gen 14 เปิดตัวแต่ผมก็ไม่มีเวลา i9 Gen 12 ผมเหลือกี่บาทวะเนี่ยเป็นเครียดเลยตอนนี้คือผมเป็นเครียดเลยแม่งเอ้ย i9 Gen 12 ผมปฏิโถปฏิถังน้ำตาไหลลินตามนั้นครับเจนใหม่กว่าย่อมแรงกว่านะครับตามนั้นเลยแล้วถ้าเกิดแม่งมีคะแนน i5 14600มาด้วยว่ะโอ้ถ้าผมยึดจากโปรแกรม CPU-C นะ i5 14600K Multi-Thread 1200นะแต่ถ้าเราเทียบกับ i9 Gen 12 i9 Gen 14 แรงเทียบเท่า i9 Gen 12 บ้าโอ้โห i9 Gen 13 i7 Gen 14 ก็เรียกได้ว่าปริมครับ i7 Gen 14 ถ้าเอาไปเล่นเกมความแรงไม่แตกต่างกับ i9 Gen 13 เลยเพราะว่าคะแนน Single Thread เท่ากัน905 แต้ม900.5 กับ 902 ผมลองเบนซ์ใหม่อีกทีอาจจะได้คะแนนเพิ่มขึ้นก็ได้ดูอัตราการกินไฟแค่เบนซ์ CPU นะ430 วัตต์แค่เบนซ์ CPU ครับ437ครับe-core มันเอามาแทน AI ไงมันถึงให้มาเยอะตามนั้นครับทีนี้มีคนอยากรู้เรื่องของความร้อนครับเมื่อกี้พี่เบนซ์น่ะผมยังไม่เห็นความร้อนเลยคือโปรแกรมเนี้ยหลังๆแม่งชอบบั๊กกับคะแนนผมก็เลยไม่ค่อยเปิดตอนเทสครั้งแรกๆให้ดูนะครับเราจะลองใช้ตัวนี้เบนช์ดูก่อนตึ๊บอุณหภูมิโอ้โหแม่เจ้าไม่ต้องบอกอะไรแล้วมั้งคือตอนนี้ผมกำลังคิดอยู่ว่าหรือมันเป็นเพราะว่าผมขันน็อตบล็อกน้ำไม่ครบ4ตัววะผมขันแค่2ตัวอุณหภูมิมันก็เลยไปแตะ100แต่ถ้าสมมติพี่ขันครบ4ตัวเนี่ยมันจะเย็นกว่านี้นะพี่อยากขันครบ4ตัวเลยแต่ผมเชื่อได้ว่าแม่งช่วยเต็มที่แค่ 1-2 องศาเท่านั้นแหละแต่น็อตผมหายแมวผมแม่งเขี่ยร่วงเลยอะเดี๋ยวก่อนขอหาน็อตแป๊บแมวผมมันชอบมาเล่นครับแล้วพอมาเล่นน่ะเขี่ยแล้วน็อตผมก็ร่วงแล้วก็หายไปหมดเลยเหลืออยู่2ตัวยังดีนะเหลือให้2ตัวหาไม่เจอว่ะแต่เชื่อได้ครับยังไงก็แน่นเพราะว่าผมเทสมาหลายรอบแล้วอุณหภูมิต่างกันเต็มที่แค่ 1-2 องศา 1-2 องศาดูจากอุณหภูมิก็ไม่แปลกใช่ครับน็อตแม่งหายว่ะยึด2ตัวก็แน่นชัวร์ 100% อันนี้ผมมั่นใจนะครับแล้วอย่าลืมนะนี่แค่โปรแกรม CPU-C นะยังไม่ได้เทส CD Bench R24 เลยนะ R23 ร้อนเพราะแมวตายแล้วผมให้ดูอุณหภูมิก่อนถ้าเรารัน CD Bench โอ้อันนี้เป็น R20 ไม่เอา R23 R23 อยู่ไหนวะบ้าบออรหันเครื่องนี้ไม่มี CD Bench R23 หรอ ซินเบนซ์ R23 เฮ้ยทำไมไม่มีวะไม่มีก็ไม่มีโอ้ดูเดือดมากวันนี้แล้วลองคิดดูนะตอนแรกที่เพื่อนๆบอกว่าพี่ครับพี่เทสกับชุดน้ำระบบพูดไม่ออกเลยอ่ะคือถ้าวันนี้ผมเทสกับชุดน้ำระบบปิดอ่ะผมบอกตรงๆนะไม่ต้อง OC แล้วครับเทสเดิมๆพอเพราะ OC ไปต่อไม่ได้แล้วนี่ขนาดแค่ออโต้นะแล้วอย่าลืมนะครับว่าอันเนี้ยเมื่อกี้เราเพิ่งรันแค่ CD Bench เราเพิ่งรันแค่ CPUC ถ้าตอนนี้ผมลองรัน CD Bench R20 ลองดูกัน100 องศา95 94 96 95 95 95 87 90มีโผล่ร้อนกว่าเพื่อนมา1คอแต่บอกตรงๆว่านี่ผมใส่ชุดน้ำโคตรตะละแน่นเลยครับเนี่ยผมช่วยกดเลยเนี่ยไม่มีช่วยอะไรเลยครับตามนี้ครับ90 88 96 96 100 94 100 82 82 82 80 81 81 75 75 75 75ตามนี้เรายังไม่ได้ลองรัน CD Bench R23 CD Bench R20 ผมไม่ได้รันมานานมากๆแล้วแปลกมากเลยทำไมเครื่องนี้ไม่มี CD Bench R23 ไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวเรามาลองดูคะแนน CD Bench R23 กันนะครับคงต้องรอชุดน้ำ360มิล2ตอนแล้วโอ้ยใจเย็นอนาคตเล่นในตู้เย็นน่าจะไม่ไกลความแรงย่อมมาพร้อมกับความร้อนเอาจริงๆนะผมไม่ค่อยแปลกใจหรอกว่า i7 Gen 14มันจะร้อนขนาดนี้เพราะสเปคที่หน้าเว็บไซต์ Intel เขาก็ระบุเอาไว้แล้วว่ามันกินไฟที่253วัตต์นะครับซึ่งความร้อนแปรผันกับการกินไฟครับความร้อนแปรผันกับการกินไฟอยู่แล้วนะครับถ้าลองมามอนิเตอร์ดูดีๆตรงนี้นะครับCD Bench R23 โหลดเสร็จพอดีผมจะลองรัน CD Bench R23 แล้วให้เพื่อนๆมาลองดูนะครับในส่วนของค่าตรงนี้เนี่ยมันจะมีการกินไฟ power อยู่เห็นไหมครับ27-29 วัตต์ตรงนี้นะครับเราจะมาลองรันกันดูครับปั๊บโอ้แล้วดูจากการกินไฟฟักวัดไฟ470วัตต์กินไฟ293วัตต์แต่ผมก็ต้องยอมรับว่ามันกินไฟดุมันร้อนแต่แม่งโคตรแรงกินไฟดุร้อนแต่โคตรแรงก็ผมเชื่อว่าอย่างนี้ครับผมเชื่อว่าเดี๋ยวลองกดรันกันขอรันกันรันทิ้งไว้ก่อนคืออย่างนี้กินไฟร้อนแล้วแรงผมว่าหลายคนยังโอเคแต่ถ้าเกิดมันกินไฟร้อนแล้วไม่แรงหลายคนคงเบือนหน้าหนีดังนั้น CPU i7 Gen 14ตัวนี้โอเคไหมในมุมผมว่าผมโอเคว่ะเพราะว่ากินไฟร้อนแล้วมันแรงมันก็เลยคุ้มค่านะครับมันก็เลยโอเครับได้แต่ถ้าเกิดกินไฟร้อนแล้วไม่แรงอย่าทำเลยแต่ตัวนี้โอเครับได้ความแรงตบ i9 Gen 12ดังนั้น i9 Gen 12ก็ร้อนนะครับ i9 Gen 12ก็ร้อนแต่ไม่ร้อนเท่าตัวนี้i7 Gen 14ร้อนแต่แรงกว่า i9 Gen 12ดังนั้นก็ยังโอเคยอมรับได้นะครับส่วนเรื่องของการกินไฟทำไมวันนี้มันกินไปถึง300วัตต์ทั้งที่สเปคเขาเคลมเอาไว้ที่253จำตอนที่เซตใน BIOS ได้ไหมครับคือ เราเซตติ้งตั้งค่าเป็นชุดน้ำแบบ360 420เป็นชุดน้ำ3ตอนชุดน้ำตอนใหญ่มันจะเป็นการปลด power limit ของ CPU แบบอัตโนมัติพอมันปลด power limit CPU อัตโนมัติเขาจะเพิ่มไฟเลี้ยงเพิ่มความเร็วเพิ่มเทอร์โบเพิ่มบูสต์เพิ่มแม่งทุกอย่างจนกว่าจะติดปัญหาความร้อน CPU Intel การติดร้อน100 องศาไม่ได้เป็นสิ่งที่แปลกใหม่แล้วน่าตกใจการเพิ่มให้ถึง100 องศาของ Intel เขาใช้วิธีการแบบว่าเอาให้แม่งแรงที่สุดจนถึง100 องศาแค่นั้นเลยครับเพราะว่า CPU มันทนได้ CPU มันทนได้ค่า TJ ของ CPU ตัวนี้มันสูงดังนั้นถามว่ามันจะพังไหมถ้าผมใช้มาขนาดนี้ไม่พังต่อให้ร้อน100 องศาก็ไม่พังมันมีระบบเซฟตี้นะสโลแกนคุณนะครับใช่ iPhone 15 Pro Max ไหมเฮ้ยบ้าบอใกล้จะได้เติมไนโตรเจนเหลวแทนน้ำแล้วมั้งนั่นนะสิหรือว่าวงการเติมไนโตรเจนเหลวผมจะต้องกลับมากับตัว Intel Generation ที่14แรงขนาดนี้ดับร้อนด้วยไอไนโตรเจนร้อนแรงดังเขาว่าไม่อย่างนึง i9 จะไม่ทะลุ110เลยเหรอนั่นนะสิครับใจคนมันทนไม่ได้เอาหน้าเขาออกแบบมามันทนได้อยู่แล้วโอ้โหโหบ้า Ryzen Threadripper 2990WX ที่มี CPU 32 Core 64 Thread CPU ตัวละ 200,000 กว่าบาทในวันนั้นหรือว่า 300,000 กว่าบาทวะจำไม่ได้แต่ i7-14700K แซงไปเป็นที่เรียบร้อยด้วยคะแนน 33,669 บ้า Threadripper Gen 2 พ่ายแพ้ให้กับ i7 Gen 14ไปเป็นที่เรียบร้อยนะครับตามนั้นเลย i7 Gen 14 แรงกว่า Threadripper ตัวท็อปสุดใน Gen 2 นะครับตบกระเด็นเลยครับดังนั้นยุคนี้ใครจะซื้อคอมพิวเตอร์มือ 2 ดูเจเนอเรชันนั้นดีๆแล้วก็ขายให้มันตามราคาเจนใหม่แรงกว่าซื้อตัวต่ำสมมุติคุณจะซื้อ i9 Gen 12 มือ 2 เนี้ยคุณซื้อ i7 Gen 14 ดีกว่าไหมอะไรอย่างนี้แต่ก็ต้องดูราคากันด้วยตัวนี้ขาย 18,000 ถ้า i9 Gen 12 ขาย 20,000 ซื้อหาพระแสงขอนง้าวอะไรซิงเกิลเทรดเท่ากันมัลติเทรดแพ้ยับซื้อ i7 Gen 14 ดีกว่าไหมดังนั้นผมมองว่า i9 Gen 12 เนี่ยราคาต้องต่ำกว่า 18,000 แล้วเพราะว่ามันสู้ไม่ได้แล้วนะครับมันสู้ไม่ได้แล้วนี่คือความแรงแบบดิบๆแบบเถื่อนๆนะครับลอง OC ไหมคือเล่นเกมผมมองว่างั้นๆน่ะไม่รู้จะเล่นไปทำอะไรนะครับผมไม่รู้จะเล่นไปทำอะไรลองดูเบนช์มาร์กแรมนิดนึงแล้วกันไหนๆเราได้แรมเมฟมาขอเบนช์แรมนิดนึงนะครับ i5 74 ตัวคุ้มมาหรือยังครับยังครับคือต้องบอกอย่างนี้ครับการเปิดตัว CPU Intel อ่ะมันจะเป็นเหมือนกันทุกรอบก็คือเปิดตัวท็อปเปิดตัว K เปิดตัวโหดมาก่อนแล้วค่อยเปิดตัวรุ่นนอน K มานะครับดังนั้นรุ่นนอน K ยังไม่มานะครับยังคงมาตามหลังอยู่นะครับความแรงแรมผมมองว่ายังคงเหมือนกับ Gen 12 Gen 13 ก็ขึ้นอยู่กับบัสนะครับไปลอง OC ดีกว่าผมอยาก OC ครับซึ่งแน่นอนการ overclock อะลดไฟ CPU ลงมาได้การลดไฟ CPU ลงมาช่วยเพิ่มความเย็นนะครับเราสามารถทำได้แล้วเราก็จะดันกิกะเฮิรตซ์ขึ้นมาอีกตอนนี้บูสต์สูงสุด6กิกบูสต์สูงสุดเท่าไหร่วะผมจำไม่ได้แต่ว่ารันออคอ 5.5 เดี๋ยวเรามาลอง overclock ไป 5.6 5.7 5.8 5.9 6กิกจะถึงหรือเปล่ารอดูกันไปครับมันมือแน่นอนวันนี้คืนนี้มันต้องมันมือครับมาครับ F6 OC 12นะครับเรามาดูกันในส่วนของตัวการ overclock P core กันชึบ setting แบบ all core 5.5 เรารันได้แล้วใช่ไหมผมอยากรู้สัก 5.7 ก่อนมันจะรันไหวไหม 5.7 เนี่ยนะครับ 5.7 E core เราปล่อยออโต้ยังไม่ setting ใด นะครับ V-Core Compression มันเป็น default makes to run high volt default pitch high adjust option CPU not stable default setting high level which provide high V-Core โอ้ยปล่อยออโต้ไปก่อนโอเคเราไปฟิกไฟที่ไหนฟิกไฟที่นี่ CPU core cache นะครับ core cache โหลดไลน์เอาไม่ให้ไฟ drop with 200 level นะครับเราจะต้องปรับเป็นแบบ fix mode ซึ่งไฟออโต้เดิมๆตอนนี้แม่งเซตมา 1.4 มิน่าทำไมมันร้อน 1.25 ลอง 1.25 ดูนี่เลเวล1ปลดล็อกมาทันที 1.25 เลเวล1ไม่ให้ไฟ drop ลดไฟลงเพิ่มความเร็วลองดูกันว่ารันผ่านไหมนะครับลองดูกันว่ารันผ่านหรือเปล่านะถ้าไม่เกิน6กิกยังไงก็ OC ผ่านขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอเดี๋ยวรอดูกันนะครับเดี๋ยวรอดูกันแป๊บหนึ่งนะครับถ้าไม่เกิน6กิกยังไงก็ OC ผ่านไม่รู้แหละ 5.7 ไฟ 1.25 ลองดูก่อนวันนี้เคี่ยนเน้นๆวันนี้เคี่ยนเน้นๆครับอารมณ์งาน OC ผมจะมาพลุกพล่านช่วงวันเปิดตัวนี่แหละครับเอามาครับ 14700K 5.7 กิกไฟเลี้ยงตัวนี้มันเป็นไฟวิด VID อาจจะไม่ได้ตรงไม่เป็นไรรอเปิดเครื่องเสร็จแป๊บหนึ่ง Sign out Steam มา Exit Vanguard ไปปิดเกะนะครับเกะ 5.7 ลันเบาๆคะแนนใกล้เคียงเดิมเพราะของเก่ามีบูทอย่างโหดนะครับซิงเกิลเทรดจาก900กลายเป็น920ครับก็อ่อนนะไม่อยากจะปีนเกลียววันนี้ผมจะเค้น i7 Gen 14แซงหน้า i9 Gen 13ได้หรือเปล่าเดี๋ยวรอดูกันอันนี้ผมลองรันให้ดูก่อนมัลติเทรดเพิ่มขึ้นมาแล้วพอเปิดคอมเสร็จแล้วนะครับก็ 15,100 นะครับผมว่าผมสกิดอีกนิดหน่อยก็น่าจะตบ i9 Gen 13 ได้นะครับซิงเกิลเทรด930โซอีซี่ทีนี้ความร้อนเป็นอย่างไรขอดูความร้อนซะหน่อยยังดูค่อนข้าง stable โอ้ย CPU ตัวนี้น่าจะ OC ได้มันมากเราใช้ไฟเลี้ยงแค่ 1.25 ความร้อนไม่มี100 องศาแล้วนะครับเรียกได้ว่าตอนที่มันเป็นไฟออโต้มันให้ไฟออโต้เวอร์เกินมันก็เลยร้อนนะครับตรงนี้ผมคิดว่าน่าจะมาบายเดียวกับ iPhone ก็คือน่าจะมีออก BIOS อัปเดตน่าจะมี BIOS ออกอัปเดตเพื่อลดไฟเลี้ยงของตัว V-Core ลงเพราะว่า V-Core เดิมจ่ายมาสูงมากมันก็เลยทำให้ CPU มันร้อนนะครับซึ่งพอผมปรับลดเหลือ 1.25 โอ้โหยังรันได้สบายแล้วก็ความร้อนหายไป20 องศาความร้อนหายไป20 องศาเลยนะครับความแรงขึ้นความร้อนลดร้อนสุด82 องศาโอเคผมจะยังไม่เทสหนักผมจะไปกันต่อลองดูกันครับถ้าเดือนเมษาจะขนาดไหนไม่หรอกผมจะลองเพิ่มมา 5.8 แล้วยังไม่เพิ่มไฟเลี้ยงเราจะค่อยๆลองสเต็ปไฟเลี้ยง 1.25 ลองไล่ดู 5.8 5.9 6 กิกลองดูว่าไปจบได้ที่ประมาณตรงไหนกันนะครับผมคือเท่าที่ผมลองกับ i9 13900KF พอขึ้นมากกว่า6 กิกจะต้องปิด e-core และไม่งั้นดับก็มันเป็นเหตุผลทางด้านกลไกนะครับถ้าคุณอยากได้ตัวเลขเยอะๆก็ต้องปิดเพื่อให้มันได้ความเย็นแล้วก็ความ stable เพิ่มมากยิ่งขึ้นนะครับผมมาเรามาลองต่อกัน CPU config 5.8 6 กิกจะวิ่งไหวไหมวันนี้ถ้าลองซิงเกิลเทรดถึง 1,000 ได้ไหมอยากดูใช่ไหมครับซิงเกิลเทรดถึง 1,000 ปิด e-core ปิด core ให้เหลือสัก 2-4 core เอาซิงเกิลเทรดให้ถึง 1,000 ผ ผมว่าผมทำได้นะ มีใครอยากเห็นคะแนนซิงเกิลเทรด 1,000 บ้างไหมครับ ผมขออนุญาตเพิ่มแอร์รอเลย มีใครอยากให้เห็นคะแนนซิงเกิลเทรด 1,000 ไหมครับ ผมขอคนละ 1 ไลค์ครับ ขอคนละ 1 ไลค์ 1 แชร์ ผมจะพยายามเค้น CPU วันนี้เอาให้สุดที่ซิงเกิลเทรด 1,000 เพิ่มพัดลมให้แม็กสุดก่อนเอาครับ ขอมาก็จัดไปซิงเกิลเทรด 1,000 มันจะไปยากอะไรวะ จัดไปดิซิงเกิลเทรด 1,000 ผมว่าเจนนี้แม่งไปถึงว่ะ ผมว่าเจนนี้แม่งไปได้ว่ะ ลองดูกันครับซิงเกิลเทรด 1,000 ไฟเลี้ยง 1.25 5.7 ยังชิลผมว่า 5.8 ก็น่ายังไปต่อได้ ถ้าแม่ง6กิกถึงมีสิทธิ์ไปว่ะ ตอนนี้ 5.8 นะครับ ผมขออนุญาตปิดพวกโปรเซสขยะนิดหนึ่งโอเคนะครับไฟเลี้ยงเหลือ 178 วัตต์ไปลองเบนช์กันตบ i9 Gen 13 มันจะไปยากอะไรวะตอนนี้ผมเริ่มรู้สึกว่ามีความไม่ stable เกิดขึ้นนะครับเริ่มมีความไม่ stable เกิดขึ้นเพราะว่ามันรันอยู่แล้วมันก็จบที่ 15,400 นะครับแล้วก็ตอนนี้เมาส์ขยับไม่ได้หมายความว่าจอฟ้าเรียบร้อยครับตอนนี้มันจอฟ้าเป็น wish time out นะครับเขาต้องการไฟเลี้ยงเพิ่มขึ้นไฟ 1.25 ที่ความเร็ว 5.8 ไม่เพียงพอแล้วต้องเพิ่มอาจจะอยู่ที่ประมาณสัก 1.27 ถึง 1.275 เราลองเพิ่มไฟกันขึ้นไปดูแล้วลองรันที่ 5.8 กิกใหม่1รอบไปครับต้องผ่ากระดองแล้วยังครับเอาจริงๆเพิ่มเป็น 1.3 เลยก็ได้ผมลองรันแบบง่ายๆก่อนลองดูกันกดไลค์ให้2รอบเลยกดเป็นเลขคี่ได้ไหมอย่ากดเป็นเลขคู่กดเป็นเลขคู่แล้วรู้สึกไลค์มันไม่เพิ่มมันหายโอ้ยคนกดไลค์700 กว่าแล้วขอบคุณครับอยากได้สัก 2,000 นะคนดู 2,000 กว่าไปต่อครับต่อไม่เป็นการเสียเวลาเดี๋ยวจะนอนดึกกันเพิ่มไฟเลี้ยงเป็น 1.3 นะครับความเร็วที่ 5.8 เหมือนเดิมผมคิดว่าน่าจะตันวนๆแถว6กิกคิดว่านะน่าจะตันวนๆแถว6กิกครับรอดูกันเวรกรรมอัปเดตเฉย1.3 ไม่ผ่าน 1.3 ไม่ผ่านนอนดึกก็คุ้มได้เห็น 1,000 สักครู่แป๊บนึงนะอัปเดต Windows กินไฟแบบเฮฟวี่มากยิ่งขึ้น 1.3 ยังไม่ผ่าน 1.33 แล้วกันตอนนี้จะเป็นช่วงไฟที่เริ่มกระโดดแล้วนะครับ 1,000 คะแนนแต่เอาไปใช้จริงไม่ได้ก็ต้องคัด CPU กันถ้าคุณอยากจะเอาไปใช้งานจริงแบบคะแนนซิงเกิลเทรดแต่ 1,000 ต้องมีการคัด CPU แน่นอนนะครับซุปเปอร์คูลออกตัวผ่ากระดอง Gen 14 โดยด่วนเลยนะครับนั่นนะสิครับแต่ผมว่าน่าจะใช้ชุดผ่าของ Gen 13 ได้อยู่นะคิดว่าไม่น่ามีอะไรเปลี่ยนแปลงมากมายรีสตาร์ท My PC ก่อนตอนนี้มีคนจับ i9 14900K OC ไป9กิกแล้วครับพี่โหพวกบ้าสถิติโลก ผมวางมือไปแล้วรอดูกันครับ ไฟ 1.42 ใจเย็นค่อยๆเพิ่มไปทีละสเต็ปเพิ่มเยอะไปใช่ว่าจะดีร้อนไปเปล่าๆแม่งไม่น่าอัปเดต Windows เลยเนี่ยไม่รู้จะอัปเดต Windows ทำไมเราจะเทสคอม Windows แม่งก็อัปเดตได้ตลอดเวลาจริงๆช่างไม่รู้อะไรบ้างเลยการะเทศะอัปเดตเพื่อและดูดิรันไม่ผ่านเพิ่มไฟเลี้ยงโอเคเดี๋ยวเราจะไปไฟเลี้ยงที่ 1.4 แล้วกันนะครับโอ้โห 5.7 ยังชิวนะพอมา 5.8 อ่ะไฟเลี้ยงเริ่มกระโดดแล้วมีโอกาสที่ CPU ตัวนี้จะตันที่ความเร็วแค่ประมาณ 5.8 กิกไปไม่ถึง 6 กิกครับผมดูโอกาสการที่ไม่ถึง 6 กิกสูงมากแล้วก็คะแนนซิงเกิลเทรดผมเดานะวันนี้น่าจะสุดหลอดกันได้แค่ประมาณ 950 ไม่ถึง 1,000 แน่ๆเดี๋ยวลองดู CPU ตัวนี้อาจจะวิ่งดีอาจจะได้ค่า SP สูงทะลุโลกหรือเปล่าเดี๋ยวรอดูกันว่ามันจะสูงไหมนะครับเดี๋ยวรอดูมันจะอัปเดตตอนเรายุ่งเสมอจริงครับตัดต่อควรใช้ K หรือ KF ควรใช้ K ครับ KF ไม่ควรเลยนะครับผมตัดต่อใช้ K ครับเอาการ์ดจอของตัว CPU มาด้วยครับเอาไปต่อครับไฟ 1.38 แล้วกันนะครับขอโดดไปที่ 1.38 เลยยังไม่อยาก 1.4 ผมมองว่ามันแอบสูงนะครับผมอยากจะเลี้ยงให้ไฟมันค่อนข้างต่ำหน่อยเพื่อที่เวลารันน่ะมันจะได้ไม่มีติดในเรื่องของ thermal safety ให้มันรันแบบสุดเพดานนะครับให้มันรันกิกะเฮิรตซ์แบบสุดเพดานได้กลัวเดี๋ยวมันจะติดตัว thermal safety นะครับไอ้ก้าวมันจะอัปเดตตอนเรายุ่งเสมอโอเคผ่านไม่ผ่านอัปเดตไป88แล้ว90แล้วพันไป92แล้วไฟเลี้ยง 1.38 แล้วนะควรจะต้องรันสเตเบิลแล้วผ่านได้แล้วนะไม่ฟ้าแล้วนะวันนี้คุณจะอัปเดตหรือไม่มันไม่ใช่คำถามใช่ครับมันอัปอยู่แล้วนี่ขนาดผมกดรีสตาร์ทแบบที่เว้นตัวรีสตาร์ทแอนด์อัปเดตไปแล้วนะแม่งก็ยังอัปเดตเจนใหม่ออกเท่ากับได้ลุ้นคอมงบไม่จำกัดคลิปใหม่เฮ้ยรู้ได้ไงอ่ะคอมไม่จำกัดงบใหม่คอมไม่จำกัดเครื่องใหม่นี่แหละครับเจน14คอมงบไม่จำกัดเครื่องใหม่ของเราเขาเล่นในตัวเจนเหลว i9 9 กิกครับผมเป็นเรื่องปกตินะครับเราก็ชอบใช้ซิงค์ลมอยู่แล้วทีแรกก็จะซื้อแค่ CPU พอเจอความร้อนเข้าไปทีนี้ก็ว้าทีนี้ก็วุ้นเส้นเลยขอบคุณคุณสุภชัยสำหรับ100 บาทซุปเปอร์แชทนะครับผมบอกตรงๆใครจะเล่น CPU ตัวรหัส K i7 i9 3 ตอนอย่างเดียวแล้วนะครับหมดโอกาสของ2 ตอนแล้ว i5 2 ตอนพอถูไถแต่ถ้า i7 กับ i9 3 ตอนเท่านั้นเลิกคิดถึงซิงค์ลมไปได้เลยตัว K นะผมพูดอย่างนี้จริงๆเลิกคิดถึงซิงค์ลมไม่ได้แล้วครับซิงค์ลมเอาไม่อยู่แน่นอนครับนี่มันคือยุคของ water cooling เรียบร้อยครับซิงค์ลมเอาไม่อยู่แล้วครับไปไกลครับเพราะว่าถ้าคุณเป็นสายซื้อมาเดิมๆไม่ปรับแต่งไม่ทำอะไรเลยยังไงก็ต้องชุดน้ำยังไงก็ต้องชุดน้ำเรามาลองดูครับที่ความเร็ว 5.8 กิกรอบนี้จะรันได้ดีมากยิ่งขึ้นไหมจะ stable มากขึ้นหรือเปล่านะครับขออนุญาตปิด exit นะครับบันไดอะไรเนี่ยปิดไปนะครับ 5.8 ไฟ 1.38 อันนี้มันโควิดดังนั้นปรับแล้วจะไม่มีความแตกต่างผ่านหรือไม่ e core 4.3 p core 5.8 เทียบคะแนนกับ i9 73 ไว้เราตั้งเป้ากับ i9 73 กันนะครับผมเราเป็นพวกมักสูงชอบเอารุ่นน้องตบรุ่นพี่กระทำชำเรารุ่นพี่ไป 15,400 ค่อนข้างโหดเราดูคะแนนซิงเกิลเทรดกัน 5.8 เริ่ม stable โอ้โห 948 ตามที่ผมบอกไว้เป๊ะๆเลยถ้าไป 5.9 คุณจะได้คะแนนซิงเกิลเทรดประมาณ 570 ถ้าไป 6 กิกคุณจะได้ประมาณ 990 ไม่ถึงฝั่งฝัน 1,000 ต้องไป 6.1 กิกครับ 7949รันอีกสักรอบก็ได้อยู่นะแรงมากอ่ะเอาไปว่าแม่งแทบจะตบ i9 Gen 13แล้ว i9 Gen 12คือไม่ต้องคุยกันแล้วครับขิงข่าตะไคร้มาครบ 5.8 เดิมๆหรอครับไม่เดิมๆครับอันนี้เป็นการโอเวอร์คล็อกแล้วครับเราจะไปต่อกันที่ความเร็ว 5.9 บนชุดน้ำรอดหรือล่วงรอดูกัน6.1 ไปโลดยากครับยากดีครับพี่นพเอ้ยกดผิดมาครับผมว่าต้องสักประมาณ 1.41 CPU config 5.9 ผ่านไม่ผ่านลองปิด e-core จะเพิ่มขึ้นไหมไม่ครับผมขอลองในรูปแบบของเอาไปใช้งานจริงได้ด้วยเพราะ 5.7 ใช้งานจริงได้เลยนะ 5.8 ถ้าไล่ดีๆอาจจะใช้งานจริงได้ส่วน 5.9 เนี่ยจะเข้า Windows ได้หรือเปล่าผมยังไม่คิดเลยแต่ตอนนี้อยู่ภายใต้เงื่อนไขผมกดแอร์เย็นนะครับผมบอกก่อนเลยรุ่งหรือริ่งรุ่งริ่งกันเลยเฮ้ยเข้า Windows มาแล้วว่า 5.9 ว่าเฮ้ยไม่ธรรมดาว่ะแววมันดีไว้แววมันดูดีว่ะแววมันดูดีว่ะบอตรง 5.9 กิกบัตแรมยังคงวิ่ง 7,200 ได้นิ่มๆเดี๋ยวรอไอ้นี่เปิดโหมดก่อนนะครับต้องใช้ผ่ากระดองทางซุปเปอร์คูลพอถูถ่ายได้ถ้าจะไป 6.1 คือตอนนี้ผมรู้เลยว่าถ้าอยากจะเอาให้มันรันได้อะผ่ากระดองแค่ผ่ากระดอง6 กิก CPU ตัวนี้ไปถึงแน่นอนเพราะ 5.9 บูตติด 5.9 บูตติดเนี่ยถ้าใช้ผ่ากระดองยังไง 5.9 ก็รันผ่าน1,000,000%และซึ่งอันนี้ผมก็ว่าน่าจะรันผ่าน6 กิกผ่ากระดองถึงแน่นอนนะครับผมโอเควอร์มชุดน้ำอุณหภูมิเริ่มลงมาสักนิดแล้วเราก็ไปปาร์ตี้อยากเห็นมัลติเทรด 16,000 มากซิงเกิลเทรด 960 ถึง 970 ไปโอ้โหมัลติเทรดยังไม่ถึง 16,000 มัลติเทรดค่อยๆเริ่มลดผมคิดว่าน่าจะติดในเรื่องของอุณหภูมิแล้วครับถ้าดูจากคะแนนตอนนี้นะติดอุณหภูมิแน่นอนอุณหภูมิมาแล้วครับซิงเกิลเทรด 964 ครับแต่อุณหภูมิแตะ100 องศาแล้วครับทำไมผมถึงรู้ว่าแตะ100 องศาเพราะคะแนนมัลติเทรดลดลงครับแล้วมันจะจริงอย่างที่ผมว่าไหมเรามาดูกันคืออย่างที่ผมบอกไฟเลี้ยงออโต้มันมาที่ 1.4 กว่าๆครับพอไฟเลี้ยงออโต้มันมาที่ 1.4 กว่าๆมันทำให้ติด100 องศาเนี่ยเห็นไหมมันวิ่งไปที่ 15,500 แล้วมันก็ติด100 องศาก่อนนี้คือเราไม่สามารถคุมอุณหภูมิได้นะครับแต่ทำไมคะแนนซิงเกิลเทรดยังคงเพิ่มขึ้นเพราะซิงเกิลเทรดเนี่ยมันรันแค่คอเดียวนะครับซึ่งคอเดียวมันไม่แตะ100 องศาตอนนี้ติดปัญหาความร้อนครับ CPU ไปไหวแต่ไม่ไหวที่ความร้อนพอความร้อนมันถึง100มันก็ลดความเร็วลงถามว่าผมไปต่อ6 กิกได้ไหมไปต่อได้แต่ผมก็รู้สึกว่า6 กิกแล้วไงคะแนนมัลติเทรดลดเวลาเราใช้คอมพิวเตอร์จริงๆเราไม่ได้เล่นซิงเกิลเทรดอย่างเดียวซิงเกิลเทรดใช่เล่นเกมลื่นและก็ตอนเล่นเกมอาจจะไม่ได้รัน CPU เต็ม100ก็เล่นได้แต่ผมมองว่าสุดท้ายนี้ Gen 14 น่าจะต้องกลับมาผ่ากระดองกันแบบบ้าคลั่งถึงจะช่วยได้เยอะนะครับถึงจะช่วยได้เยอะนะครับถึงจะช่วยได้เยอะไม่งั้นไม่รอดโอเคผมก็มีแนวทางลดไฟลงมานิดนึงเหลือ 1.39 ใหม่ 1.4 ละกัน นะครับเพราะว่ามันจอฟ้าเนาะแล้วเราเพิ่มไปที่6กิกลองบูตดู6กิกที่ไฟเลี้ยง 1.4 ผมขอแค่เท่านี้พอแล้วผมจะไม่เพิ่มไฟเลี้ยงแล้วนะครับคิดว่าคืนนี้เราน่าจะจบกันที่เท่านี้แหละนะครับเราน่าจะจบกันที่เท่านี้ก็คือ6กิกมันติดปัญหาความร้อนแล้วทำอะไรไม่ได้ CPU รันต่อได้แต่ร้อนเกินผ่ากระดองอย่างเดียวอยากให้ Intel จับมือกับ Super Cool จังเลยพอ Intel จับมือกับ Super Cool ปุ๊บออกกระดองรุ่น Limited ที่เป็น Direct Die มาจากโรงงาน Intel จบเลยนะคุ้มเลยนะผมว่าเวิร์กเลยนะผมว่าเวิร์กเลยนะดีเลย6กิกบูตมาว่ะนิ่งๆเลยอ่ะ6กิกเนียนๆเข้า Windows ได้คือแม่งยัง Stable อยู่เลยเว้ย6กิกOP Core นะครับ E Core ผมยังไม่ได้ไปต่อ E Core นี่ก็ดันขึ้นได้นะเนี่ยแต่ติดปัญหาความร้อนแน่นอนครับยังไงก็ติดปัญหาความร้อนแน่นอนครับเราจะลองเบนซ์รอบสุดท้ายกันอยากจะเห็นซิงเกิลเทสัก970 980 Undervolt ใหม่ครับลดไฟเลี้ยงคือเมื่อกี้ตอนไฟเลี้ยงต่ำมันดูไม่ stable แล้วเดี๋ยวไปลองลดไฟเลี้ยงก็ได้เดี๋ยวลองดูค้างครับ6กิกไม่ไหวแล้ว CPU ตัวนี้ Quality 82ตันอยู่ประมาณ 5.9 กิก6กิกตันความร้อนไฟเลี้ยงไม่พอคือทำไมผมถึงบอกตันความร้อนคือถ้าเพิ่มไฟเลี้ยงไปได้มันก็ยังไปต่อได้แต่ไฟเลี้ยงเพิ่มไม่ได้แล้วเพิ่มกว่านี้อันตราย CPU ตัวนี้ผมต้องคืนเขาต้องเอาไปออกงาน Thailand Game Show ไม่สามารถเพี้ยโชว์ในไลฟ์ได้เอางี้พรุ่งนี้เราจะจัดกับตัว i9 ผมจะหาน็อตให้ครบ4ตัวทาซิลิโคนอย่างดีที่สุดเท่าที่ผมหาได้เล่นกับตัว i9 แล้วเราจะไปลองกับเมนบอร์ดตัว Maximus Apex ผมคิดว่าสถิติโลกตอนนี้ที่เป็น9 GHz เนี่ยน่าจะเป็นเมนบอร์ด Apex นะครับดังนั้นวันพรุ่งนี้เราจะไปลองกับเมนบอร์ด Apex กันนะครับซึ่งวันพรุ่งนี้จะเป็นการ Overclock ที่เข้มข้นดุเดือดเลือดพล่านมากกว่าเดิมนะครับจะเป็นการ Overclock ที่ดุเดือดเลือดพล่านมากกว่าเดิมจะเป็นยังไงเดี๋ยวรอดูกันนะครับ 14900K อ่ะเดี๋ยวผมลองเซิร์ชให้ดูแล้วกันว่าระดับโลกเขาอยู่กันที่ไหนนะครับ 14900K แม่งมีแบ่งหลายตัวอีกไฮเวลนะครับสถิติโลกตอนนี้ยังไม่มีใครซับมิตสำหรับตัว 14900ถ้าผมซับมิตนี่คือที่1โลกเลยครับมีตัวนี้ Frequency ยังไม่มีใครซับมิตนี่เริ่มมีคะแนนซับมิตกันเยอะแล้วทำไมไม่มีใครซับมิต Frequency แล้ว Frequency อยู่ตรงไหนวะ CPU Frequency 9 กิกครับ9 กิกครับสถิติโลกเป็นของ Immortal อันนี้ทีม ASUS ครับนี่คือสถิติโลกนะตอนนี้ถามว่าทำไมเขาได้สถิติโลกนี่หน้าตาลูกพี่ใช้ฮีเลียมเลยมั้งเนี่ยนี่ไม่ใช่ไนโตรเจนแล้วนะครับท่อนี้คือท่อฮีเลียมเขาใช้การระบายความร้อนด้วยฮีเลียมครับไนโตรเจนเอาความร้อนไม่อยู่ครับไนโตรเจนติดลบแค่196องศาผมเดาได้ว่าเอาความร้อนตัวนี้ไม่อยู่เขาก็เลยต้องใช้ลิควิดฮีเลียมที่มีความเย็นติดลบมากกว่า250หรือ260องศาเย็นกว่าลิควิดไนโตรเจนถามว่าผมจะทำสถิติโลกได้ไหมพี่เขาใช้ฮีเลียมขนาดนี้ผมไม่มีปัญญาใช้ฮีเลียมครับไม่มีทางเลยนะครับแล้วเขาก็ปิดคอเหลือแต่ P คออย่างเดียวไม่มี E คอนะครับใช้เป็นตัว 14900KF นะครับส่วนเมนบอร์ดที่เขาใช้ไม่ได้ระบุมีระบุไว้นะครับเป็นตัว 790 Apex N Core ดังนั้นวันพรุ่งนี้เจอกัน นะครับวันพรุ่งนี้เจอกันผมบอกเลยนะครับว่าถ้าใครจะซื้อ Gen 14 ตัวที่เป็น i7 ชุดน้ำ3 ตอนขึ้นไปเท่านั้นนะครับชุดน้ำ3 ตอนขึ้นไปเท่านั้นแนะนำ420ถ้าคุณหา420ได้ซื้อ420ได้เลยสำหรับ i9 สำหรับ i7 360ก็พอได้นะundervolt เอาแต่ถ้าให้ผมแนะนำนะครับผมแนะนำไปเลยครับ420ใช่ไหมครับพี่มนัสผมเชื่อได้ว่าพี่มนัสก็น่าจะเชียร์ไปตัว420เหมือนกันนะครับก็ลองดูสำหรับชุดน้ำเทอร์โมเทคจริงๆมีรุ่นใหม่ที่ออกมาเพื่อ Gen 14 อีกนะครับมันก็ระบายความร้อนได้ดีมากกว่าเดิมก็รอดูกันแล้วกันเนาะประมาณนี้ สุดยอดพรุ่งนี้ผมจะพยายามมาเร็วที่สุดถ้าทันก็ทุ่มหนึ่งเราจะเล่น i9 เอาแบบขีดสุด i9 ตัวนี้พังได้มีประกันเขาส่งมาให้ผมพรุ่งนี้อาจจะเอากันเครียดเงินจนแทบไปเลยเพราะตัวนี้พังได้ i7 วันนี้พังไม่ได้มันต้องเอาไปออก Thailand Game Show พรุ่งนี้เจอกันใหม่ฝากกดไลค์ฝากกดแชร์ฝากกด Subscribe พรุ่งนี้เมนบอร์ดอัปเดตไบออสล่าสุดประกอบอย่างดีให้เทพที่สุดทุกอย่างแล้วเจอกันเซตที่แรงที่สุดสวัสดีครับ
all that stuff for people who also want to run this for corporations. So very, very cool in that regard. We're going to exit saving changes because we're just going to run the discrete GPU because now that I've shown you what default is, and then of course now we have 32 gigs of RAM inside of this and a 4 terabyte NVMe drive. So very, very easy to upgrade. Damien is right. When we first did, we had no idea actually how to upgrade the RAM because we didn't see where we thought it was all soldered, and we come to find out there's one spot to drop in another bit of RAM. You cannot enable Searsoft. This one, we have not been able to find the ability to undervolt on this particular one. So you can overclock, but you cannot undervolt. Yeah, HX, and not every HX can do it too, guys. We're 6 likes away from unlocking that that $25 new gift card. Yeah, overclocking a laptop, not worth it. Undervolting, absolutely. And you'd be impressed what you can do with undervolting. So, okay, so that is the Lenovo Legion Slim. Now to go to the one that we're actually going to give away today. So this is a $2,000 laptop. We're going to drop down to what is essentially a $1,000 laptop. And this is the one we're going to give away today. We're getting very close to the first upgrade. Remember, if we get to 200 subs, we'll upgrade it completely. So here we go. The next laptop is the MSI. This is the Cyborg 15. We haven't gotten there yet, guys. We haven't gotten there. We are now at the point we're going to show it and show you performance and stuff like that. And then you guys are going to want it. You guys are going to want me to upgrade it. So let me just be super clear. If we get to 150 at 16 gigs, we're already unlocked 16 gigs. We need to get 32 gigs, and we want to unlock the 1 terabyte SSD. So yeah, let's make it go. Okay, so remember, the way that you can help is if you want to win this not this laptop, the MSI laptop we're going to show you right here. If you want to win this laptop, drop a Prime sub. That gets you extra entries towards winning this and makes the counter go up. And then also you will be entered to win this sub-only 4070 system that's sitting back here that is custom done for Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse as well. So guys, this is a really great deal. We're going to give away 1,000. All you got to do is drop your Prime sub. And then if you want to get extra entries for this, Tier 1 gets you 3, Tier 2 gets you 5, Tier 3 gets you 10. And then every gifted subs gets you additional entries towards winning this epic PC back here. So, okay. Let's take this apart and prep this for the next evolution, the MSI. So just give me a second here as I switch.
Here's a fun question for you, Roby.
Yeah, what's up?
When you're setting up a laptop for the first time, what is your order of operation? Like, what is your go-to, like, these are the first things I download?
So my order of operation is always to make sure that the system is entirely set up first. So I'll turn it on, get everything set, and then I'll make sure all the Windows updates and all of the system updates are completed. Now, understand with laptops is a little bit different than desktops in the fact that basically things like MSI Center, Lenovo's add-in software, all those things also have a ton of updates like BIOS updates, etc. So making sure that the system is completely up to date. From there, then what I'll do is I'll actually run Steam and then I'll check the BIOS. So main reason I check the BIOS is some HXs or some Hs or whatever it was, depending on the laptop I have, do allow me to do undervolting. So I will play with, and then that's when I'll mess with stability. The other thing is then after I've got everything set up, I'll then turn the laptop over and do any upgrades. So upgrading my RAM, upgrading my NVMe drives, all that sort of stuff first to make sure that I'm basically at whatever I want max settings. Then I verify again with Cinebench to make sure stability. Then from there, I just basically do Steam. And then I uninstall any garbage, McAfee, Norton, all that sort of stuff. I remove all that stuff. And then that's when the laptop's basically going there. What if they're sub without Prime? No, if you do not need to be sub to enter to win. If you have no subs, if you're not subscribed, you just get one entry towards winning. D34 done, it's not important. Again, for most people, I mean, the improvement to gaming, especially when you start doing 1440p and 4K, is pretty low because your CPU isn't used all that much. Overclocking on GPUs can have a bigger difference, but even at that point in time, most people have seen the improvement to frame rate on overclocked GPUs is pretty slim. A lot of times when people are buying more expensive GPUs, they're usually getting somewhat higher clocks, but usually you're paying for warranty and higher tier parts, meaning that the GPU itself will last longer and under higher load. But you're not, like, when you're talking about the difference in frames, it's not significant. And then again, the wear and tear, I don't know, it's up to you if it's worth it. We'll be doing the drawing here at the end. Some people reset the systems too. Why is Europe painted on the box? I don't think that's Europe. I think so. Here's the box itself. This is what when you get it, this is how it will come. We will, of course, repack it up. So you will get this beautiful MSI Cyborg 15 box. And that's all you get. Just kidding. No, you actually get the laptop inside too. So popping it open.
It is a pretty cool box though.
It is a nice box. So here is the system itself. And then inside here, you have your instructions. And then over here is where you have your power brick. The power brick is more standard than what we had on the Lenovo. It's something I didn't show all that well on the Lenovo, fail on that part, but there you go. And then, okay, and then the laptop itself, I'm gonna put this off to the side. I'm actually the design for this laptop is actually pretty cool.
I haven't seen this one in person, so I'm eager to see what it looks like. Ooh, okay,
so you do have some fingerprinty stuff, but the thing that's actually more impressive is that the casing itself is actually see-through. So the entire thing is like a green kind of see-through. It says MSI True Gaming in terms of it. In terms of porting, you have a full, this makes me happy, a full RJ45. You got HDMI on the side, USB-C, and a USB-A. And then on the other side, you have another USB-A, and then you have a headphone jack. No connectivity in the back. In terms of your thermals, it's in and then out of the sides and the back left for your thing. And then, of course, really kind of nothing at the front. And then your keyboard, Oh, here's the Lenovo one, by the way. As you can see, it's a little bit more interesting. Okay, so we'll plug this in on the side back here.
That transparency on that laptop has given me like mid to early 2000s peripherals vibes.
It's
Like,
actually cool. It's cooler than I thought. Like when I was like, it's not that I wasn't into it, but when I finally saw it, I was like, actually, this is kind of neat. And it's got a nice design to it. Okay, so there's everything on the side.
It's like when you got an aftermarket Xbox controller.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of got that transparency to it. The
Sorry, guys, I
golden
gotta fix
age
one thing.
of peripherals. Yeah, elusive shadow, the see-through N64.
I have a couple cables that are into it. My HDMI cable just stopped working, so I had to rewire it up in an emergency situation this morning. Today, before I started the stream, and now I've accidentally wired cables in that don't belong to be wired into the bundle.
Oh, no.
So I'm undoing them so they're not going to cause pressure. There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. Let's plug that in. Oh, of
Mike
course.
Levi, I was thinking the same thing myself too. That it kind of gives me early iMac vibes as well.
Let's grab the actual power cable. It has to use. So one thing is it does not use a standard power cable into the brick. Something to be aware of, because I just found that out. So I want to make sure I notice that stuff too. So it does require one of those standard funky 3-pin ones.
Okay. One of those guys.
So when I had to, the one that I had pre-wired for the Legion, unfortunately, will not work for the side.
Not working for that one.
Okay. So there it is, all plugged in. And then you also have, so here's your keyboard for this one, for the one we're giving away. As you can see, also a little bit of a scrunched numpad. You have a WASD key.
And it's got that Sam Raimi Spider-Man font on the keyboard too.
Yeah. More, it's like, and MSI is like bigger into that. Like it's funny. That's like, I've seen that on a lot of MSIs in terms of the keyboard itself. It's got, it is obviously we have, just to remind people, what we have inside of it is we have the 12650 and an RTX 4060. It's got 8 gigs of RAM, a 1 terabyte SSD, a 512 gig. Now remember, if we get the subs today, we will upgrade the RAM and the storage, so that way the one that we give away will be better than what you're seeing here. We'll put a 1 terabyte SSD in it, 1 terabyte NVMe and 32 gigs of RAM. If we get to 250, then we'll actually give away a 2 terabyte SSD inside of it, which we will then when you ship them. So that's what you're doing. So yeah, here is, again, showing you the top down here. So this is what the keyboard looks like. Again, a little bit thicker in terms of the overall thickness of the laptop than the other one, and the screen is still a little bit, it's obviously not as nice as the one that we showed in there. But again, $1,000, so a big difference in terms of price, in terms of material. Sarge, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Okay, so we'll turn it on. And that's the backlit right there. So it's like a blue. I don't actually know. We'll try and change it, see if we can change the colors. You do have, this is much more gamer focused in terms of the keyboard itself. WASD is a different color. Then you have your basically your arrow keys. And then these are more peripheral. They're not, it's not meant as a work replacement. Though, I mean, honestly, it wouldn't be terribly out of place at an office, etc. It's not thick, it's robust, yeah. All right, so here we go. So then showing it inside, The one thing I will say, and one of the things that I absolutely want to do, and we're going to show you the upgrade here, is that 8 gigs from a productivity standpoint. And again, Thomas isn't here, but upgrading to 32 gigs of RAM on a PC like this, I mean, like, what was the? I don't know, Thomas, if you're in the chat, but going to 32 gigs, it's like $60, right? So going to 32 gigs and replacing the SODIMMs is going to make a massive difference in performance. So even when we do things like click things open, and then you open a second application, and then you start messing around, you will start to notice over time, especially when you're using a lot of applications and stuff like that, that it will start to slow down. You will see a big jump in performance when we go from 8 to 16 gigs. So yes. Yeah. So here we go right here. Let's just show you. Let's pop in Cinebench. Need to download it. I will say that having the connection though is such a huge standpoint, a huge thing. And I will say the keys versus the Lenovo are a lot more standard in terms of their size. Like the Lenovo changes some things in terms of the formatting for the actual main key, but this one doesn't, so it just feels a little bit more natural in terms of just jumping from a desktop gaming computer to a laptop feels a little bit more natural. Okay, so opening up MSI Center, so you can look at the different things it's got here. So you have your different features. So it's just showing you the different scenarios. This is similar to what you saw on the Lenovo, right? So they have their gaming mode, so it's system performance, and then you can turn on your gaming mode here. You can turn that off, and then it'll basically allow you to do your true color and all that sort of stuff. So here's your user scenarios. This is where and we will say one thing that is actually very impressive, and we've tested this heavily with their new Prestige 16 AI, is that Smart Auto, their AI Smart Auto is actually very good. You can still do what you did on the Legion between extreme performance, balanced, and silent, and then the super battery mode. The Smart Auto, in terms of just performance in general for gaming, is actually, we've seen the best performance from a performance standpoint on Smart AI. And then you also have your general settings here, which is stuff like your Windows key, your crosshair display, which can just show up on your screen, your HDR, whether you want to turn that on, USB power sleep, and all that sort of stuff. So it's actually pretty cool. And then even change with the closed lid action. And all this stuff is done inside of MSI Center. The other thing too is that under support, you have your live update, which is something I've actually really appreciated about MSI. So if you do have updates to your hardware, etc., this is where you would go and grab your drivers and then scan and all that stuff, which is actually pretty cool. All right, so let's go ahead and open it up and just see how the Cinebench runs. This is a 12650. So again, closer to, this is a lower end, this is an Intel Core i7, so a 12th gen i7. Still has DDR5 RAM, all that sort of stuff. We'll do the giveaway, the laptop giveaway at the very end, and you'll know how. So again, this is where I'm talking about. This is where, you notice how I'm hitting open. This is where 8 gigs of RAM actually makes a little bit of an impact in terms of just how quickly things open versus how quickly things were opening on the Lenovo. Okay, so let's go ahead and just run it. And this does have a 4060. Again, that's one of the things that's very impressive is the combination of 4060 and 12600, and then you also have a 1920 by 1080 display. So again, great resolution for this combination of hardware.
Yeah, so this is something we brought up in our laptop buyer's guide, was when you're looking at a laptop, you want to look at that balance between things like your GPU and CPU and having those make sense with your resolution and your refresh rate and the ratio of your screen as well.
Somebody asked, RAM, 64 gigs is max, yes. And then 40, the fatal error in 40 series, you can think of it as like a step down. So it's equivalent of like a 4060 desktop. Okay, and again, here you go. This is how loud it is. Now, the one thing I will say, guys, versus the Lenovo, and this just has to do with airflow, like you are hearing the volume, the loudness of airflow, but the pitch of the airflow is actually a little bit higher. So it is a little bit more noticeable comparatively to what we noticed on the Legion. Yeah, but still not loud comparatively. If I was to bring one of my 4090 laptops in here, like my Falcon DRX or like my M18, they are so loud. Yeah, we are gonna, Rutech, we are gonna upgrade it so you guys can see. Wiz, its max is 64. And then in terms of power, we were at 16,000 on the 13th gen, so 12,385, sorry. So 12,385 in terms of power, so about 4,000 points, less than our 13900H, which isn't bad for a mobile. So again, you're not getting a gutless system at all. In terms of if you wanted to do anything from a desktop standpoint, etc. Anything from a productivity standpoint, this still can do a lot, being a 7th gen Intel CPU. So, I will definitely upgrade the RAM. Weight-wise, Damien, can you check weight real quick?
Yep, I can.
All right, so one of the things that will absolutely, I hope that we get to do with the upgrades, and again, it's all dependent on subs, guys, is you can see we filled up the drive really, really quick. 454 gig, 512 gig drive is not very big. The one thing that is kind of a bummer about this particular laptop is it only has a single M.2 slot. So when we do upgrade the thing, which I can't show you, we'd have to essentially clone the drive, and we would clone the drive to a 1 terabyte or 2 terabyte drive if we were going to go in there. Again, I have more games installed, which we're going to show you so we can show performance, and we'll show you that upgrading here in a minute just to show how much more snappy it's going to be. But let's go ahead and keep going here.
4.37 pounds.
So a little bit heavier than the Legion.
Slightly less.
Oh, I thought you said it was 4 pounds for the Legion. Sorry, then it's less.
So it's 4.4.
Okay, so it's about the same weight, which the Legion is not bad. We like that one.
Yeah.
How do I add more RAM without buying on my RAM on my PC? So there's not a lot of bloat. I will say the only bloat we did notice is Norton. Even if we did go to add remove, let's take a look here real quick. So the Apex I installed, but in terms of most of the stuff that we have in here, we have Office, which is pretty small, OneDrive, which you can get rid of, that's 300 megs, Mixed Reality Portal, which is 8 gigs. You need MSI Center. Norton, which is going to be pretty big, okay. Everything else is NVIDIA. So there isn't a lot of bloatware stuff that's actually on this. We just have the normal game stuff on here right now.
I do love how you referred to Apex as bloatware.
Well, it is. I did put it on there. We are going to install IQ real quick just to make sure we have our controller. Yes, Norton is bloatware. I just don't know how big it is. It didn't say.
Because they really don't want you to know how bloated it is.
Remember, guys, if you want to get extra entries towards winning this, we're 5 away from upgrading all the RAM. So if we can get the last 5 subs, let's get 5 subs, because then we'll put in the RAM, right? That's what we need. Let's get 5 subs, put in the RAM, then we'll have 32 gigs. The only thing left that we'll have to do is just upgrade the NVMe then. That guy Zeiston is funny. He is. Did I install it?
Don't give him the big head now.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, that's not a good idea. Hey, DMAT, dropping it. There we go, guys. We're getting close. Oh, I've already got, okay, nah. Yes, I want to cancel. Do not create a shortcut. There we go, one more. William Isu dropping Prime. We're close. Matt Black, 1. Okay, one more sub, and then we'll upgrade the RAM, and the RAM will stay in the system. 32 gigs of RAM.
That Scuff Envision you have there, Roby, is that the regular Envision or the Envision Pro?
It's the Envision Pro.
That's correct.
Yes. There we are. Okay, now we're on our way to upgrading the drive. So if we get, but at least now we're for sure have the RAM. So we're now going to give this laptop away with 32 gigs of RAM. Miguel, Migo Tech, thank you very much for that.
It still blows my mind that only has 8 gigs of RAM in it.
Well, it's about to have more. But we wanted to show what it was baseline, so if somebody was interested afterwards and we're like, hey, is it still worth getting? We're going to show you performance. Okay, so let's pop it open. Go to library, Steam, settings.
Yeah, it's almost criminal to market a gaming laptop now with not at least 16.
But again, like upgrading it, like you can, like we've got links down below, so if you were to pick this up, there's a link just to add one more 8 gig stick. And it's not expensive at all.
I was going to say, to be fair, with the laptop being on sale for what it is right now, I mean, it really is a great entry point laptop.
Yep.
If somebody was like a college student, or somebody that was splitting their time between doing some work mobily and and wanting to do some gaming on the go, like it really isn't a bad system for that.
So not on sale, it's $1,100. On sale right now, it's $800, and it's and no, you can do up to 64 gigs.
And 800, it's definitely hitting above its price point there.
This is a great laptop for $800.
Yeah.
It only takes you can watch a YouTube video and swap the RAM out. It takes about 15 minutes.
You're gonna see it. Yeah, we're gonna show you here. It's a little bit harder to take apart than the Legion, but yes, we're going to show that.
Now, since there were questions on the Legion with this, I'm going to go ahead and answer it before it's asked. The webcam in it is a 720p HD webcam.
For this one.
For that one, yep.
Yeah. We'll be doing it at the very end, guys. My favorite single-player games at the moment is Starfield. Really enjoying. I'm also really enjoying Pandora. I'm also enjoying. I'm also playing Assassin's Creed as well, and then I'm also playing through Ace Combat again because I never finished it. And then for multiplayer, I'm actually getting back into Hearthstone. Red Dead is amazing too, and Cyberpunk also very good. That's the problem, is there's so many games to play.
Levi Brian Himes, whoever wins this, it will not come with these games installed. This is his library.
No, this is my library, yeah. You will need to buy these games.
Rob, you got a question about, does it have a second SSD M2 slot?
No, it does not. Only one. That's one of the drawbacks I will say of this laptop, is that it doesn't. The second M.2 slot, which is a 2240? Yeah, 2260 is for Wi-Fi, and it's being used for that.
I mean, I suppose if you didn't want Wi-Fi, you could add more storage there.
Yeah, you would lose your.
It would be a USB dongle.
It wouldn't be great.
Yeah, you could use a USB dongle. Or you could just always use it wired, which is
it's got the RJ45.
And you're right. Somebody's saying it actually might be key different. Most of the time, those M.2 slots do work. I don't know. I haven't tested. There is a chance that you could replace that, take it out, and it not work. So it could be key different.
Yeah,
but you can get, because of like things like the Steam Deck, etc. You can put 1 terabyte. There are 1 terabyte and 2 terabyte drives at 2260. And
Nor-
this is where
normal.
8 gigs of RAM is why I tell people to get 16 gig or upgrade to 16 gigs. This right here. You guys, we don't have a dad joke. Somebody didn't pay for it. You got to use the channel points. There, you can do small format. There are small format NVMe drives that will fit in those slots. DDR5.
I paid for them to get their dad joke.
Oh, did you do one?
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Dad joke time. There it goes.
Today, my son asked, "Can I have a bookmark?" And I burst into tears. 11 years old, and he still doesn't know my name is Brian.
And honestly, you can get a single 4 terabyte drive now for under $200.
Yeah, you could. Did you hear that? My son came up to me and said, "Hey, can I have a bookmark?" And I started burst into tears because I was like, dang, my son still doesn't know my name is Justin.
Okay, that one's actually funny.
Now, one of the things I do want to show you guys is that what you're going to see, and I don't have MSI Afterburner installed, is again, giving you, I want you to get the experience that what 8 gigs of RAM does, and then when we go up to 32 gigs of RAM, how much better this experience is going to be. And you will even notice difference in performance for the game as well.
No, now Starfield has to load the shaders.
This one isn't so bad.
Yeah, this one's normally pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that would help if I actually plugged this in. Oh, no wonder this didn't work.
Do you have the USB port to plug it into?
Yeah, I do. There. I just forgot, and now I'm pretty sure that IQ is going to be like, yeah, we need to restart. Hold on, let me just do this real quick. Oh, this is going to take so long to launch. Okay, here we go. Restart. I knew it. I want a gaming laptop to game on. Use Blender on plus edit videos under 2400. So Tanmay, the one that we just showed, is a great option for that. That again, the thing is that if you wanted to go something a little bit higher, you're going to get more noise. But this one that we just showed, the Lenovo Legion that we were showing right there, would be a good one if you wanted to do video editing, Blender. It's got a 4070 and is just at 2000 and then when you add tax, 2200. Yeah, 7600X is next stream. It'll be next week. Hey, let's go ahead and install MSI Afterburner. Dude, we have been streaming since 4:20. It has been 2 hours and 20 minutes. Gani, I'm sorry. The thing is, the thing is like, if the stream is about learning, it's not just, if you're here just for the giveaway, just go. That's not, the thing is this is for people to enjoy and get that like going in there. So please don't get mad about how long a stream is going to be, because the stream is the whole point.
Learn how things are done, see what's done, interact with the community, enjoy.
So yes, it had to restart. The main reason it had to restart was specifically just because of the it had to install the new stuff for the controller.
It was just that Corsair wanted another computer in its ranks.
Yeah, exactly.
One of us. One of us.
Can't believe you're gonna make me watch this stream to win a laptop, man. It's so garbage. Man.
So selfish. Gosh.
Opinion, no. I haven't had any issues installing. 7800 XVD systems. No. I know most of you guys are here really for Blondie. I'm glad, Mandersky, thank you very much. I appreciate that, dude.
Yeah, I came here for Justin, stayed for Blondie.
Thanks, B-Mock. So, Akashi, I will say there are laptops that handle VR okay. Most of the time you're going to desktop replacements at that point in time. So you're looking at stuff with like mobile 4090s. If you're going to talk into that, and then again at that point in time, unless you're doing traveling, then you could find like the Razer Blade might be a good option there, where you still get the power of a 4090. It's slightly neutered given the form factor, but you can play VR with that. Thanks, Blade of Ice. Poor Blondie and her. She's got this whole thing that everybody's like, she's a team killer. Wei-Shing, we just got finished testing the all AMD system. So again, it really comes down to when it's what applications you're going to use them in. AMD's been kicking butt in the mobile space, to be honest, like really. And their new mobile chips, especially the ones that are coming out later, are pretty dang impressive. So I think in either case, both of those are going to be great. Intel is always a solid option as well. That's right, dude, I am all over that Blade of Ice. Or Blade Office, whichever one you want to go for. Okay, so we're going to do GPU 1 here, guys. The only thing we're going to do here is just make sure that we have everything set here. Just want to make sure we're really clear on what we're running here when... And again, the keyboard, as I use it and stuff like that, pretty good. Like I mean, the keys are nice. They have good travel. They don't feel chinsy. Nothing about the laptop feels chinsy.
That's good to know.
Yeah, that's one. Usually when you start getting to certain ones, you're like, does it feel cheap? No, it doesn't have that. It definitely doesn't feel cheap.
And I know that with things like keyboards, that can be that can be one of those really like personal preference things. For me, like that's where going into a store and being able to actually get hands on a device can be really, really good, so you can get a feel for them in person.
I think it's a 12650, right? I think I'm just making sure I'm correct. I'm just going to look real quick at the stats.
12650H.
Okay, good. I was right. Oops. And there it is right there. Just to remind you guys one more time what we have so you can see it. That's not it. Okay, good job on that.
That is a very nice laptop, though.
Yeah. Okay, I had it. I'm gonna have to go make. I don't know why it was. Oh, because it's showing the wrong one. I'll fix that here in a minute, guys. Oops. Whoa. When you just start typing stuff wrong. There we go. I don't think I applied the other one. Okay, good. We're just gonna get this set up, guys, and this is kind of the last little setup things. And hopefully you guys are getting a lot of questions answered about laptops, because I know this is something we don't really answer all the time. So hopefully you're getting some good information here.
Hey, and now they know how to set up MSI Afterburner too.
Yeah, exactly. Which, this is not a bad thing to do. This is like a really good way to just, one of the things I like to do, and I always tell people, if you want to know if like your PC's running at tip-top shape, is run it when you first get it, and then go and check it out a little bit later, especially games that are a little bit older, like Tomb Raider, etc., that don't get updated. And then you can see stuff like, oh, if I need to clean my PC, what's going on thermally, all that sort of stuff. It gives you a nice baseline for where your PC was running before. You can't really turn an old laptop into a PC. They use very different parts. Okay, now we have it all. Let's pop this open and show this one now.
There's a question about how often one should clean a laptop.
Laptops are actually pretty easy to clean. They're pretty dust resistant. Inside the case is very positive pressure situation. It's one of those things that, because of how much air is pushed through, and then the air itself creates almost like a shield, that unless you're doing something like using a laptop in the sand, or with a place with a lot of cat hair, then you might be pulling stuff in. But for the most part, it should keep itself pretty clean. But I'd say it's something that if you want to pop the back off and just blow it off with one of those portable dusters once a year, it's not a bad idea. Throwing them in the dishwasher, that is a really good idea, Flux Digital. You should you do that first and let me know how it goes.
And then dry them in the microwave.
Yeah, microwave, yeah.
Are you guys going to loan him the laptop to do this with, or?
Oh, no, he's got to do it on his own.
Oh, okay.
Okay, where
Preferably
is
the Gateway laptop.
the Gateway one?
But only if they still have the cow box.
And we need a video tutorial, yes.
I can say I used a laptop for a year in Iraq, and I didn't have any problems. I never had to dust it out the whole time I was there.
And you had plenty of sand.
Plenty.
Okay, so it's definitely there.
Yes, Blade of Ice, that definitely explains a lot.
Okay, let's just try it. We got it on. This is saying low. We're gonna let's put it on medium. Turn motion blur on high. Just kidding. DLSS set to balance. We're gonna turn motion blur off. You guys didn't even react. And then we're gonna put, DLSS on quality. We'll leave everything else on. Okay. Let's see how this goes.
No, no one reacted. We were waiting to see if you remembered. That way we didn't have to yell at you.
Hey, thanks, Najia.
I was about to just close the Twitch out.
Oh, dang it. I left freaking VSync on, which is fine. It's 240 hertz.
144.
Well, sorry, 144. Yeah. I will say, playing so far, loudness-wise, actually been pretty good. Let me change my audio settings here. Definitely cannot wait to put more RAM in this. But we
Is
gotta
that
test.
8 gig?
It's
Is that 8 gig hurting you a little bit?
It's killing me. I would definitely recommend, if you buy this PC, buy this laptop after we're done. You're like, this is really cool. Put more RAM in it.
I love how chat has just completely run away with the how to clean a laptop bit. I'm seeing everything from like blowing vape smoke into it to drying it out with a fire. You love to see it.
Okay, I'm listening to speakers.
I'm a little concerned though when they say to use a campfire to heat it up. Plus, it gives a little smoky taste.
Hey, look. I mean, it's dinner and a show.
I always make my s'mores on the laptops.
I can neither confirm nor deny whether Roby and I have talked about doing a video on turning laptops into an air fryer situation.
Yeah, I really want to do that.
We really need to do that.
I don't know if you guys saw, like there was an article that just came out in Alabama. A Tesla Model 3 got in a car accident and then caught fire. And it took, I think it was like, I don't remember if it was 15,000 gallons or 35,000 gallons of water to put it out. Which an average car fire costs 500 gallons. So I'm just saying, if we start cooking, dude, there's a lot of opportunity here. So.
So if we start another Roby Tech channel, that's what it's going to be.
All right, here we go. This is RAM. I'm telling you right now, our biggest issue right here, but I need to show you. This is RAM.
Oh, it hurts.
This is an actual slideshow.
Yeah, and it's not the it's RAM.
Oh, the video's not frozen. They're ravaged. That's the game.
The game is literally just struggling with 8 gigs.
Look at his 0 FPS up there.
It's wheezing right now.
It will get there. It's just the RAM has to load. There you go. So yeah, see, like in terms of once you get in, we're looking at 40 frames per second, which that ain't bad for a sub $1,000. But RAM is going to make a massive difference on this. Okay, I'm just gonna. I wanted to show you. We're gonna upgrade the RAM.
He's like, I can't do this.
I can't do this. I just want to show you guys. You saw the experience with less than 8 gigs. Let's throw the 32 gigs in.
Bro, let the RAM cook.
Let the RAM cook. I should have warmed it. You guys are awesome. Guys, if somebody wants to send me a microwave so I can warm this up, that'd be great.
I'll DoorDash you one.
If you could DoorDash me a microwave, I need to warm up this laptop.
Let me call the fire department real fast.
And that's why I will tell you guys, one of the things, if you watch our laptop buyer guide, which is actually doing very good video and it's being very well received, it's worth a watch. One of the things that we say, checking into the upgradability of a laptop is very important, because the thing is if this is the reason we were down to show this is that for $800, this laptop punches above its weight class, but it does need to be upgraded. You know what I mean? And again, buying RAM, and we have links down below. Is Thomas in the chat? I don't know if he's here.
I saw him here earlier.
Yeah.
Tom's floating around. I can ping him elsewhere as well.
Okay, so we're going to shut this down, and we're going to upgrade it. Okay, so we're going to shut it down, and now we're going to make it better for the giveaway. And remember, guys, yeah, this was a little bit harder than what we saw on the other one, but you guys will see. We're going to get it done. And I did it with my hands already.
And there's Tom for your question.
Oh,
Roby.
Yeah, Tom. What was the cost for the 2 RAM sticks at Best Buy? Still on.
And while you're at it, what's the average land speed of a sparrow?
Yeah. Is that an African or European?
That's a good question.
I don't know that. 45.9. Yeah, so 45.99. All right, so here we go. We're going to take our little plastic spreader here things. And you do not need to do this. It's a little easier if you use it this way. But I did it with my hands on my own, and I'll show you where to do it so you can do the same thing. It's in the front corner is what I did, but it's just a little easier when you have the little spreader things.
And if you have guitar picks too, they work.
Guitar picks also work really well.
So do credit cards.
Yeah,
Credit
they
cards.
do.
What else do you guys think works? Let's get chat on that. Chat's like, or
Really
Knives.
old crackers.
really small
and
pieces
chisel.
of paper. Lego shovels.
Campfire.
I mean, a campfire is going to do something.
Jail shivs. Butter knives. Jail shivs.
Not that kind of show.
Wow.
It is now.
Jail shivs. Hammer. Old Triscuit. Wet toilet paper. No, some of that stuff does not work.
The toilet paper roll may work.
Chisel. Acrylic nails. I will say there is something here where it says if you do this, it'll void the warranty. That is illegal in the United States. So it does not void the warranty. They are not allowed to do that. So
Right to repair.
it's right to repair, guys. So they cannot void the warranty by not allowing you to take the laptop apart.
There was another laptop that we saw recently that did that. I'm trying to remember which one it was.
I want to say it was one of the MSI laptops
That's
as well.
right.
I think,
It
I don't know why they're doing that. Okay, so in the front corner is what I did, and I was able to basically get it apart. Let me just make sure I really did get all the screws out. That one's stuck under the thing. So in the front corner is what I did. Is what best place is in just popping this under here, and then it takes some strength, but yeah, it comes off pretty easily.
It is nice that it's semi-transparent too, so you can kind of see where the clips are.
Yeah.
that
There we
really
go.
That really does give me the old iMac vibes.
So there it is. There's your cooling. So you have your single M.2. This is, oh, no, you know what? No, that might be wired different. That may not work. So, but this is your only M.2. It is a Gen 4 NVMe. If we get to 200, what we'll do is we'll clone this to a 1 terabyte. So you'll come with a 1 terabyte. If we get to 250, we'll clone this, and it'll be a 2 terabyte in here. For your SODIMMs, they're right underneath this box. There we go.
It's been
Get
a
rid
hot
of that.
minute since I've seen a blue PCB.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna grab 32 gigs of DDR5. Thanks to our team over at Kingston who sponsors all of our laptop upgrade stuff.
I miss all the colored PCBs. They really need to do a nice red one for AMD.
Okay, so we're gonna grab our 32 gigs.
If Faith makes away, it does not have a second hard drive bay.
No.
Neither NVMe nor SATA.
Which is kind of a bummer. That's the one drawback of this particular laptop. And then you just re-pop it back on. There's little guides on the left and the right.
That is very interesting to see that those aren't stacked.
Oh, I've seen them both. I've seen it like in all my things. Yeah, I've seen it both ways. Okay, so that's all there
Okay.
is to it. And again, there we go. So we've now upgraded to 32 gigs. And you guys have earned this, so this 32 gigs will stay in there when we ship it. Let's repop this back on. There we go. And then just screw it down. Whoa, I almost lost that screw. That would have sucked.
Yeah.
There we go.
Had to take us back to the power build days there.
Yeah, these ones are so small. The one thing that's also nice is they do have thread lock in them, so they don't shake loose, which is nice. That's the little blue paint that you see on here. It's called thread locker, so it keeps the screw in place. Definitely not something I suggest doing over and over again, you know what I mean? Like, that's why when I buy a laptop, I find out if it's upgradable, and then just make sure I have all of it so I can just do whatever I'm gonna do once. Okay, so now we have a 32 gig version. Make sure it's all sealed all the way across. There we go. Perfect. Okay. 32 gig version, all ready to go.
Steam Deck asks, gaming laptop or gaming handhelds?
So again, they fit a different purpose. Understand a Steam Deck is a Steam Deck, and I use both, right? There are things, and I will say that if you want to get rid of the fingerprints, this is the way to do it, is just using a microfiber cloth. You get it nice and clean there. Steam Deck works very well, but there are games that you cannot play on a gaming handheld, right? And then there are and again, there are also games that, you know, when you want to play at a higher resolution, etc., that's where you might have something like a laptop as well. Okay. And laptops do way more than desktops. I mean, gaming desktop. I use both. I'm just saying they both are independent. It's not either or, it's kind of when you use one or the other. It's the right tool for the right job. Okay, laptop is booted. We now have faster RAM in there, 32 gigs. I need some Major Nelson gloves. Shaquandrag, I have no idea. That is a really impossible question. Okay. Ooh, already faster. Okay, so let's just take a look here. Task Manager. Ooh, so snappy. So if we go to here, look at our memory. We now have 32 gigs at 4800, so we got 32 gigs of RAM. Let's open up Steam. Oh, it's so much snappier. It just works.
It's a miracle.
This is like the best thing you can do for a desktop. I mean, it's just so much better. Okay, so let's load up Starfield, which took like 3 hours. Oop, let's run MSI Afterburner, which also, look, I can just do it. It doesn't pause. It's more faster. And look, it already launched.
Hey,
This is the same computer.
More faster, more better.
It's mo better.
The magic of more RAM. Okay, so let's check it out now. Look at that. I mean, it's just so much better. RAM goes zoom, zoom. Hey, we're in the game now. And look, it's not, look, look, we've actually gained slightly in frames per second too. God, this is great. I mean, this makes this, for 50 bucks, we made this $800 laptop run so, like, look at how good it is. Well, this is definitely better than your Xbox, just because I mean, this thing is more powerful than your... Okay, let's jump out into space. And now we're in space, running at a nice and it's V-synced, but again, 60 FPS in space at 1080p on the 4060 mobile at medium settings. Very, very playable.
Manders, the RAM didn't need to be warmed in the microwave because he had a little heated blanket off to the
Laptops don't
side.
have XMP. No, the settings on the settings on the SODIMMs are the settings it has. And this laptop is like a whole different laptop now with the additional RAM. Did I lose you guys? Are you guys there?
Nope, we're here.
Unless
Did I
he's not
lose
hearing
everybody?
us.
What happened? Oh, okay, something happened. I lost Discord
Right,
for some reason.
He must have
Hello?
lost us.
He lost us.
All right, yeah, you guys stopped talking. What happened? I didn't do anything.
You broke it.
By myself.
Oh, wait. Did I lose? Hold on. Let me make sure. I might have lost. Is this dead?
Uh-oh.
No. No?
He forgot to charge it.
That's fine.
No.
Weird. I don't hear anything.
And the stream can't even see the back and forth banter because our faces, our names
I
aren't
lost
even on
my
the screen
marbles,
right
guys.
Yeah. Oh,
Apparently I
we're,
just
we're
lost
gone.
audio.
We're gone
I
completely.
see audio there. I lose something
like-
else here?
We're completely
That's
stricken
fine.
from the records.
now. Apparently.
Blondie says she
Let
hears
me just
us.
make sure.
Blondie can hear us, huh?
I guess so.
Yeah, I have audio
Poor
there.
Roby.
I just randomly lost audio, guys.
Yeah, so the whole stream can hear us except for Justin.
Yeah, you can hear them, but I can't hear them. It's like I lost all the audio sound on my... I'm just gonna switch headsets real quick, guys. See if that fixes it. It's really weird. Like I just realized I can't hear anything.
It is funny that we can hear him,
Yeah.
but he can't hear. I suppose different packs, maybe.
Well, so his mic's running through his
Okay, I got it.
studio
It just
studio
worked.
mic.
It worked now. Okay.
Hey.
Welcome back to the show.
Yeah, I don't know what I was like, wait a minute, it got really quiet and not in a good way.
You're like, are they scheming over there?
Yeah, it just was like all of a sudden, okay, so now I got them back. It's got too much RAM, guys. That was the problem.
It was too powerful.
It was too powerful. But dang, can I just say how much different this whole experience has just been just by adding the RAM?
It is really wild to see that.
I mean, that's why we show it, right? It's like, this is like how like just like a $50 upgrade just made all the difference in the world for this. Okay. Okay, so there is Starfield. Let's check out COD
Hey,
if it works.
Hey, did you by chance leave VSync on with that?
I did. VSync was on.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, again, it wouldn't have been too crazy. I mean, like it was really close to 60, so it wasn't big enough. Like it was bad. I mean, it was worth changing everything. No, it's $50 for two kits.
2 sticks.
For 2 sticks. So yeah, that was a $50 upgrade.
They're like
Right?
queens.
Tom, I think that's what
I-
Tom said.
I thought Tom said they were $45.99 times 2.
Oh, okay, so $100. Sorry,
Yeah, $100, 2 kits.
$50.
Still,
Still
Worth it.
$100 for 60 FPS as opposed to
for a $1
3.
million upgrade.
Yeah. 3 games took up 500 gigs. Yes. COD is like 160 gajillion gigs.
I was just about to say that. COD
There's
is the
a-
culprit.
There's a
Always
reason
culprit.
I have 9 terabytes.
Yeah.
9 of them are COD.
Only 8.5.
Okay. Oh, now here's the question: are we gonna get the shaders loaded this time?
Yeah, we're gonna find out. Guys, the thing is like for the giveaways, a lot of times it's like because of how I do this stuff, people are gonna say, hey, you're gonna take pity. I understand. There's a reason when we look at the economics for these things. So no, I unfortunately I can't, because as part of when I look at everything's encapsulated, I'd love to just throw in a 1 terabyte, and Kingston would absolutely do that. But the thing is that we have to. I make these goals so we can do giveaways. Guys, I've given away 4 PCs in 2 weeks and a laptop. So there's some economics with some of this stuff. So this laptop did not come from. I did not get this laptop from MSI. MSI, I paid for this laptop to give away on this stream. This is my money being given away to you guys. So I paid for this, and I'm pretty sure I'm not going to earn back what I paid, because I paid retail for this laptop to give away today. This is my gift. A lot of times it's like my gift for giving the stuff away. Throwing an
Even
air
if you
fryer.
were given the laptop, you still gotta ship it out.
Yeah. So it's like all that sort of stuff. So it's like one of those things that I wanted to do this, show you something, and be like, you know what? They're gonna want to see they're gonna want a laptop too. So that's what we're doing.
Oh yeah, and Hidden pointed out to me as well. Call of Duty, as far as storage goes, it has nothing on Flight Sim.
Yeah, Flight Sim I couldn't even do. So I'd love to get to 200, because again, 200 subs means that I break even on this stream. That's why I have it there. So I'm trying to do that to incentivize that we break even on the. Yep, that almost I almost break even on the stream. Hey, Jimmy, thank you for the 20
Jimmy.
gifted subs.
What a
Meckhead, thank you very
guy.
much for the gifted sub too. Flight Sim is like, dude, it's so big. So big.
Yeah, Hidden sent me a screenshot of his, and it's 371 gigs.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that hurts.
Thank you very much, Jimmy Kabaks. Okay, guys, we are, and remember, 250 will make it a 2 terabyte, right? Yeah, we're only 20 subs away. If we get 20 subs, 21 subs, then we put a 1 terabyte in.
Imagine downloading Flight Sim on like a 8 gig DSL or
Oh
a
my
8
gosh.
megabyte DSL.
I just can't get over what a big difference 32 gigs of. I was so just trying to demonstrate, and before it's like I just can't take it.
I mean, just even if we cut the audio out of that piece right there, everyone could see you dancing with joy back there.
I was just like so happy. Okay, so we're gonna run basic settings just to see how this runs. 1920 by 1080. We're gonna run to.
Hey, Roby, can you flip back over to the
sorry.
laptop display again?
Gonna go to unlimited. VSync on gameplays off. We're gonna turn off for game. Okay, here we go. It is not loading shaders. It's just stuck there. We're gonna quit and try this again. DMAT, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Weather Wizard asks, what would you say is the best budget laptop for students? I won't be using it for any gaming.
Ooh. Okay. My new favorite and how much? What's your budget? When you say budget, when you say budget, what is budget? Because if I could say, the MSI, the Prestige 16 AI, which I think is like 12 or 1300 bucks, it does so much because of the Meteor Lake CPU. Crazy quiet, super light. It's got It's also been. The materials of the laptop are high grade, very dust resistant, also puncture protection, and the screen is beautiful. But 1,200 bucks.
Sorry, I got 1,400 on it.
Oh, it's a 1,400 bucks.
Yeah.
Which is amazing. It's an amazing laptop. No,
Well,
don't.
And here's the other part with that too that I want to point out. We started doing some productivity tests with some of these laptops that kind of cross the identity borders between being like gaming laptops and the everyday, productivity laptops. And so, that this one in particular, the MSI Prestige 16 AI, we found ran the Office suite at like 12 hours, 13 hours on the battery, and did really well with it.
So Mandersky, this is where Meteor Lake actually comes in handy for that. I think you would be very impressed with that laptop. BRS, this game does not. The laptops come with no games. You do get a month of Game Pass though, which means you get access to 100 games for a month. We still have one dad joke.
I called my wife and asked her if I should pick up fish and chips on the way home from work, and she hung up. She's still angry she let me name the kids.
Wow. That's pretty good. Come on, shaders. I'm gonna give it like 2 minutes. No, I'm gonna give it 60 seconds. If it doesn't load, we're gonna load and reload again. Dude, could you imagine if you named your kids Fish and Chips? I don't play COD. My son plays a ton. I've heard that the zombie mode is really good, but I haven't played it, so I don't have an opinion on it. I like the single player campaigns, and then I've heard the single player campaign on this is just like 2 minutes, so that kind of killed it for me. Yeah, I'm testing the MSI right now, yes.
You got to try the zombies.
Yeah, I know. I should have played when we were at DreamHack.
Zombies is great.
Okay, let's try this again. We're literally just restarting it to load the oh, wait, maybe it started? Okay, we're gonna try one more time. I'll probably still play it, because I really do dig the COD campaigns. COD is mid.
Now here's the real question for you though, Robbie.
What's
I know
that?
you bought it at DreamHack. Did you ever start Against the Storm?
Oh no, I haven't played that yet. Is it good? You've been playing it a lot still, right?
It's good. I've been playing it off and on. Right now I've jumped back into Final Fantasy 14 online, so there's my time suck.
The storage in this right now is 512. If we get another, 20 subs, I think we need 20 subs, we'll upgrade it to 1 terabyte. If we get another 70 subs, we'll upgrade it to 2 terabytes. Hey, it's loading them again. Apparently you just gotta launch the game 3 times.
Well, they do say third time's a charm, right?
Yeah, and this time it was very true. We got to be close to another hype train. I don't know, Blondie, do you know if we're close to another hype train? Call of shaders. You guys gotta watch the shaders load. Okay, Blondie says we could start one, which means we could unlock the last of the giveaways, and we could unlock the ultimate giveaway version of this if we wanted to right now, guys. So if somebody wants to start a hype train, it just takes 1 sub. Remember, extra entries towards this PC that's sitting back here, the sub-only PC, which is a 4070. We have a link to that one. The Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse PC, which is up for grabs. It also means you get extra entries. Jimmy Kabaks drop in another 10 gifted subs. It also means you get extra entries towards winning this PC, this laptop. You get 3 additional entries for subs. You do not need to be subbed to enter. Also, it'll mean you get extra entries towards the Starfield PC we're building next week as well. We have more PCs we're giving away next week as well. So over the next month. So lots of options there that being subbed the next month is going to be worth it. Victor dropping 5 gifted subs. We are just about to start a hype train, guys. We are literally on the verge of starting one. Hype train, one more, and then we start it. Oh, I'm sorry you got a cold. Still loading train. Hype train has started. Surprise attack gets it going. How high are we? Gunlauger dropping it. Okay, we need 49. We've unlocked the 1 terabyte, guys. We need 49 subs to unlock the ultimate giveaway. Let's see, can we get to another level 5? And here's what I'll do. If we get to 250, I'll also just throw in a Kingston giveaway it can be used for Xbox, it can be used for Xbox, it can be used for PlayStation, it can be used for PC. We'll throw in just an extra one if we get to 250. There we go. We'll just throw in an extra NVMe drive to give away just to anybody else. Let's make it happen, guys. Okay, here we go. Najia, thank you very much. Okay, private match. So this is Call of Duty. If you're going to play some MP on Call of Duty, here's how it would run. We can do it, guys. Let's get to we're almost through level 5. We don't at least get through level 5. Hey, there we go. Reese Starker, Sarge dropping it in there. Kazia Hawthorne, 210. Keep it going, guys. Oh, screen. Sorry. My bad. Mungo. Holy moly, this is doing really good. What?
We wouldn't know. Now we know.
Wow. Dude, this is doing 160 frames per second. What the heck? Now, this is 1080p, which is like half the resolution, but geez, dude.
It's going hard.
Yeah, there's some stutters. So there's definitely some lows there, but still. Yeah, the stream quality is not doing it justice, guys. Dude, it's almost hitting the 144 on its own. 3 minutes, let's keep it going, guys. Dude, 163.
Not too shabby.
That's not too shabby at all. Okay, let's drop this. Let's go ahead and go up to Ultra just to see what it'd be like if you were gonna play, you know, zombies or anything like that. You don't care as much about frame rate. Okay, doing Ultra. Remember, this is up for grabs to somebody. Come on, guys, 2 minutes. Let's get to level 5. Keep it going, Lord Servo. Don't forget to follow. Remember, if you want to get extra entries, drop your Prime sub. You get a free Amazon Prime sub that gets you extra entries towards winning this laptop. So Prime subs count towards this stuff too.
And
Thank
just
you,
as a
Litman.
reminder, Also, as a reminder for everyone joining, before the giveaways are done, you need to join the Discord server.
There we go. Homesteader dropping us in there. Okay, so this is it. This is Ultra. The sound on this is actually not bad at all either. It's not as bassy, but still. Level 6. There's level 6. Oh, and subs are discounted right now too, guys. So yeah, it's a cheap time to get in on all the giveaway stuff.
25% off on gifted subs.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Blade of Ice, we definitely hit the goal this month. We're at like 500, or yeah, 500 sub points.
That's awesome. Well done, everyone.
We're gonna be doing the laptop giveaway here pretty quick. There it is, 72 frames per second. And that's an Ultra.
And it actually looked like it stuttered less.
It stuttered less on that one for sure. I don't know if maybe there was some weirdness still with the shaders or whatever it was, but yeah.
Do we have the link for this laptop for people to check it out?
Yeah, we do. We have the link. It's also in the it's in the chat as well. I mean, we've been dropping in the thing as well.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, it's been coming up in here pretty. Okay, guys, level 5. 3 minutes left. We got. How close are we to Ultra laptop? Remember, guys, we want to get to 250. We're at 217, so we only need like 33 more subs, and then we'll also give away this 1 terabyte drive to anybody. Okay, let's go and pop Apex Legends in here because it's all I have. I only had room for 3 games. I thought you guys would care more about Apex.
That only had room for 3 games, and 2 of them were COD.
Yeah, one of them was COD. I couldn't put Cyberpunk and Starfield. If we get to level 6, we'll give this away. Let's just see if we can get to level 6. If we get to level 6, I'll give this away. The 1 terabyte drive, guys. Poster Boy, thank you very much. And remember, just drop your Prime sub. If you go in there, load it up, and then you're basically good to go. There you go. DMAT dropping 3. We can do it, guys. Admiral Dinas. We're so close now. There it is, level 6. And we'll just give it away right now, just because. Because you guys are awesome. Now we're getting close to 250. Just to you guys haven't had a giveaway in a while. Let's do a giveaway right now. Okay, let's do exclamation point Kingston. Because they're awesome. Exclamation point Kingston, 1 minute, guys. 2 minutes, sorry. Going right now. Remember, subs get extra entries. Still trying to get to 250 to do that final upgrade, but we're gonna do a 1 terabyte at least. Okay, here we go. Let's see how this runs. It's been so long since I've seen this.
You act like this isn't your daily game.
Dude, the real Satan just subscribed to me. That was much faster in terms of compiling stuff. Okay. Let's put it on basic settings.
And to be fair, it should be faster at compiling things, considering this will run on my phone.
Yeah, this is like I was trying to show games that will take advantage of the 144 hertz.
Yep.
8 gigs, high, ambient occlusion. Let's put it on low. Low. Medium. Low. Medium. Okay, there we go. Let's give this a go. Okay, here we go. Okay, so here we go. Last game, and then we'll give the other PC away. 6 seconds, guys. Just better? What do you mean it doesn't work? That's weird. Oh no. I think I didn't load. I hope I'm loading the game I want to play.
Uh-oh. Ranked match.
Hey, congratulations, Matrim88. You won the NVMe drive. We are down to get that last little bit, guys. I think we're super close. We only need 17 subs. 17 subs, and we'll give away we'll have a fully maxed out laptop giveaway. And remember, guys, if you want to get extra entries towards the laptop giveaway, just drop your free Prime sub. No, do not follow me. I'm going to relinquish that.
Looky here, I've mastered the jump. This might be a good place to land, but what do I know? Follow the leader.
Okay, so we're sitting at 119, 114. Very playable. Dude, this guy wants to just drop hot like a moron.
Your whole team's like, we got Robitech. We're winning.
Yeah, that guy is full of, we're going to die.
Zip ties and no plan.
Yep, exactly.
He forgot the thermal paste.
Okay, I got no gun. I got a throwing star and a dream. Okay, I got freaking the worst gun in the world. Oh, I got a Mozambique here. Mozambique here!
You might be better off with a throwing star.
No kidding. Dude. I mean, I got lots of other stuff, but not... I have, like, no... I can't believe there's, like, no... Well, this is where, like, all the hot drops were. I'm always too scared to drop here. Well, maybe I should drop here more often. I need a backpack.
All I know is there's already lots of squads dying.
Extended energy mag here. Level 3.
Hey, there you go. I don't know what... I don't need none of that stuff, but hey. Well, there you go. That'd be better. I got 35 bullets in a dream.
Hey, at least you still have your dream.
Hey, he's got that throwing stars backup.
Can we get... Oh, finally.
The throwing star's name is the dream.
I just need a good... shoddy. Got a shield. There we go. It's like somebody heard what I needed. Oh, why did I say that? I didn't mean to. Just ignore what I said.
Pay no attention to what I'm saying.
Yeah, pay no attention to what I'm saying. Well, still, I mean, like, I'm enjoying my time playing on this laptop. I'm terrible, but I'm at least enjoying playing.
And that's what's important.
I ran
I
in
don't
a
know,
circle, boys and girls.
The stream is saying you're going to get your dub.
Dude, if I got the right team who can carry me, abso-freaking-lutely.
Ruby's ready to hop in that backpack.
I am, all the time. Dude, where did my guys go?
Let's go over there. Spotted one.
They're using you as a decoy.
Oh, they went up that way.
I believe, as the kids would say, they're securing the bag.
That is 2 laps now.
Where is he? How do you get up there? Oh shoot! How did I even get hit? Thank you. I'm alive. Everything's fine. Yay.
Nothing to see here.
That knock didn't count.
Nope.
He was just trying to let his teammates get kills.
Oh, geez, whatever. Okay, well, at least it showed. Well, there you go. At least I was able to show you my win. Guys, that was like the greatest win ever. Oh, was I shooting my team? No, I wasn't. That was my
Maybe.
teammate? Oh, my.
Were you pulling a blondie?
I was pulling a blondie, guys. Well, I'm glad I shot my own team. So it's been a while since I played that game. Wow.
Blondie is proud.
Oh my gosh. I just channeled my inner Blondie. Wow. Okay, guys. Well, I think we have shown very clearly that I'm really good at Apex. But more than that, guys, we have shown that this is a very viable laptop. We've shown you 2 great viable laptops at 2 great prices. So again, we have a sub $1,000 laptop, which we're going to give away here very, very shortly. Via the, hey, Jimmy, thank you very much. Guys, we're 10 subs away from the ultimate one. We just need Jimmy tried to, oh, never mind, we're there. Jimmy made sure we're there. Never mind, we're there. So we've unlocked the ultimate giveaway here. That means we'll have a 2 terabyte drive in this, 32 gigs of RAM. Let me actually go back to the parts list and just correct it so that way it's the right parts list. So this is the laptop we are going to be giving away today. There we go. So we're going to be giving away, it's the MSI Cyborg 15. It's got a 12th gen 12650H, an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4060, 512 gig SSD, which is now going to be 2 terabytes, 32 gigs of RAM instead of 8 gigs, and then we have it's got HDMI 2.1, and it's a 144 hertz screen. The other thing too is that we saw it ran Starfield at 60 plus FPS at medium settings at 1080p. It ran Call of Duty with MP settings at 164 frames per second. We saw Apex Legends running at 113 frames per second. So again, it's got 144 hertz grain. Valorant will have no problem. If you run League of Legends, no problem. Fortnite will run beautifully on this as well. And all of these sort of things. And again, sub $100. Then, if you wanted to, you could jump up to the Lenovo Legion. Again, 4070, we're at 1440p. We have 60 frames per second on Starfield, 70 or 80 frames per second on Call of Duty for MP settings. This is at 1440p, or you could drop down to 1080p and get numbers just like this. One of the best IPS screens that we have ever seen. Plus, not a lot of noise, beautiful form factor, and then again, upgradable to 32 gigs as well. So remember, couple things before we get into the giveaway here very, very shortly. And then huge shout out to Jimmy for being so awesome on the subs, as well as Speed Racer as well. A couple things. One, you do need to be a member of the Discord, discord.gg/Robitech. We're going to go through the couple of the entry-level giveaways here in just a few minutes, so please make sure you've joined. If you want extra opportunities to win this, use your Amazon Prime sub, get you 3 extra entries towards winning this. You do not need to be subscribed to winning this laptop. For international winners, you can enter to win. It's open worldwide as long as there's not a U.S. embargo and you are willing to pay shipping and customs taxes. In the U.S., Canada, or Mexico, you have no other, you can enter, no problem. It's all covered for you right there. So also make sure that you're following on Twitch, you're subscribed on YouTube, you've liked the YouTube video. Those 3 things have to have happened, and you're a member of Discord. So that's all there is, okay? You guys ready?
Clear as mud.
First one we're going to do, we're going to do 2 giveaways. This is the 2 community giveaways for $25 new A gift cards that you guys have unlocked. We're going to do those giveaways right now. Exclamation point community for these ones. And this is 2 $25 new A gift cards up for grabs, guys. Okay, 2 minutes, guys. What did you say, Damien? Man, this laptop, for what we just saw, and it's amazing when you added the $100 to it, it's a beast. I would use this. But that's the problem, is I have a lot of laptops now too, so my wife would be like, I'm sure she's really happy it's going away.
You can't use them all.
I can't use them all. It's not like Pokemon.
He can put one in this room and one in this room and one in this room.
True.
Like he does his desktops.
Yeah, I've done, luckily you can put more than one laptop. You can have like multiple laptops. Like you can have 10 laptops equals 1 desktop in terms of space, you know what I mean? So I feel like there's just, no,
not quite 10.
Okay, 20.
Okay, we're going the wrong direction now. Mrs. Roby, when you witness this later, I stuck up for you on this one.
You did.
And Roby, while the hype's going on here for this, did our resident bot curate any deals for today?
He did. We actually do. Let's go and run those. We'll run those, the last 2 things that we got for today. We'll run those on the very laptop that we are giving away. So I'll bring those up while we run the last of this stuff. Logan, hold on, loading it up, guys. 2 minutes still. Okay. So a little weird, but at the same time, always want to make sure, because these guys are a regular thing. But if you get finished installing, or you finish building a new PC, or for instance, you may wipe a new laptop and then you need to install an OS and you need a product key. If you were to go and pick up a product key from someplace like Best Buy, etc., regularly, if you were going to pick up Windows, it regularly costs you $150. But here at VIP/CDKdeals.com, you can pick up a copy of Windows 10 Pro for as little as $23.09, or Windows 10 Home for $19.09. But if you go here, click Windows 10 Pro, hit Buy Now, and use code RBCK at checkout, RBCK, just like this. Hit apply. What was $23.09 drops all the way down to $16.16, which is a very, very much more reasonably priced Microsoft Windows. What about a copy of Office? Well, let's take a look here. Here's Office 2021. What was regularly $250 if you were going to buy it standalone. You can buy it here at VIP/CDK Deals for $114.74. Hit Buy Now. Again, same thing. Use RBCK at checkout. Hit apply. And what was $114.74 drops all the way down to $81. Hey, Blitz and Blake, thank you very much. $80.32. Now, we have been using VIP/CDK Deals for years. We have thousands of people here at Robitech who've used it, and have used it to buy, to get copies of Windows. They have great customer service. You can ask them if you have questions. They are legit. They are legitimate. They are legitimate copies of Windows, and they are one-use code. So it means you can't, like, obviously move it between different PCs and stuff like that. So if you have questions, head over to VIP/EDKdeals.com. Use code RBCK at checkout for a chance to save money and get Windows or Office cheap. They also have stuff like, they also have games and other things as well, but those the codes don't work for. Last thing I want to tell you about is Robitech. We don't just test laptops. In fact, this is one of the first times, I think this is, maybe we've done this twice, but one of the few times we've ever actually done laptops. I'd love to know your feedback over on Discord if you've enjoyed a show like this, if you'd like to see more of us showing more laptops, etc. Again, huge shout out to Best Buy and NVIDIA for giving us the opportunity to do so. Anyway, we also, most of the time, we just build PCs. And we build PCs here on the show, or we do gaming, etc. So if you wanted to have me build a PC for you, we do limited numbers of commissions. If you want to find out more about that, you can head over to robitech.com. The other thing, too, that's also really awesome about Robitech is that we also have this thing here that says build. So if there's any build that you've liked on our stuff, like, for instance, if you liked, if you liked the Grinch build, here's the Grinch build, all the parts that we put inside of it, as well as the video to follow along. Or if you wanted to pick up one of those Asus ProArt PA602s, we have all the links to all the parts and everything we've done. For this particular stream, I thought this was really cool. Tom actually made a website. On the website, it shows them, it gives you links to pick, for instance, if you wanted to clone the drive, you could get this to clone the drive. And here are different NVMe drives if you wanted to upgrade either one of them, as well as the RAM as well. So if you head over to robitech.com, go to builds, all of that stuff is there for you as well. But let's see what deals Tom has found today. Here we go. Stream is not over yet. We're going to do the giveaway. Razer Huntsman Mini 60-inch wired optical clicky switch keyboard on sale right now, $50 off, making it $69.99. We have the Razer Nari Ultimate Wireless Gaming Headset for the PC, PS5, and PS4. $100 off, $99.99. That's a really good price on that for that headset. I like those headsets. I like them because they're not as it's not as foamy and it doesn't make your ears sweat. LG Ultra Gear 27-inch IPS QHD 1 millisecond G-Sync monitor. $100 off, so picking up for $299.99 over at Best Buy right now. I love this monitor, the Alienware. This monitor is bonkers. So I've actually got to see this for the first time. One thing the Alienware does really, really well. I don't know, Zeiston, BMOC, or Damien, if you guys have ever used an Alienware monitor, but their monitors are awesome.
Their monitors are phenomenal.
Yeah. So this one is their AW32, their Quantum Dot OLED curved ultra wide. It's currently $200 off, making it $799.99. If you're looking for a really great ultra-wide curved monitor, this one is awesome. ROG Ally 7-inch, 120-inch. If you don't want to get a laptop, but you could use a desktop, I love the ROG Ally. Right now it's on sale, $200 off, $399.99. That's a great price for an ROG Ally. And then the Samsung Odyssey OLED G8. This is their 34-inch ultra-wide. Man, two great monitors. I'll just tell you this. The bottom row, great deals, $600 off for $899.99 over at Best Buy. Wow, I will just say, these bottom three right here are amazing. So those are really, really good options. So anyway, that's it, VIP/CDK deals, and then of course, these are the deals. Everybody say, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom. I don't know if the Samsung is the same. It's the same, it might be. No, because this is WQHD versus dot OLED. I don't know, maybe. It might be. Everybody say thank you, Tom.
Thanks, Bot. Tom.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Bot, for doing that. Okay. Let's see. We've given away. Is there anything else before I get to the laptop giveaway, Blondie? Is there something else that I've missed, or are we good to do the laptop giveaway? I'm waiting for Blondie to, and I'm giving you guys time to go and make sure you're doing following, Discord, subscribing, all that sort of stuff before we get in there. What did she say? Are we good, Blondie?
She says we're good.
Okay.
All systems are go.
Okay. Here we go, guys. This is for... and congratulations, by the way, to Sriracha Swipe and Kurosaki. Kurosaki, dude, that's awesome. This is for the MSI laptop. Let me put it in here real quick. The MSI Cyborg Borg 15, sorry, laptop. $1,000, essentially $900 if you consider what we've upgraded it and stuff like that. We're gonna have 4 minutes to enter. You must, if you want to get extra entries, you have time to drop your Prime sub, okay? Exclamation point Best Buy, because they are the primary sponsors. Exclamation point Best Buy. Saving that right now. Exclamation point Best Buy, starting right now. 4 minutes. 4 minutes, guys. Now make sure that you are following you're on Discord. You have subscribed to YouTube. You're following on Twitch. And if you want to get extra entries, drop your Prime sub, because now is the time. You're going to get extra entries if you do it this way. Giveaway is happening, guys. And then once we're done, don't forget we have to confirm that the giveaway is legit and that everything is good. Okay, so stream-wise, the next stream that is coming up is the Starfield build that'll be coming up next week. The other thing, too, is that we also have the Lianli 011 Dynamic commission build that'll be happening next week as well. And then we have CES. So there'll be some streams and stuff for CES. The other thing, too, is that we also have to get preparation for, and we'll have more details on, we have the NVIDIA keynote that'll be happening, that we'll be streaming that as well. And then we'll probably also have potentially morning game streams. We haven't determined what that is. It'll just be like loosey-goosey, that sort of thing. So I might just randomly show up. We're trying very hard not to overwork our amazing staff of moderators and all that sort of stuff. But we're going to see how 2024 is. I just want to give a huge shout out. Just stop right now. I just want to give a huge shout out to my moderators who have stuck with me the entire time. My tech specialists and my tech staff, people like Zeiston, BMOC, we have Cole, mostly Martinez, Blondie Bagiki, so many that I would love to name. We got Bernie, seriously, Maiden, so many of you guys, Org, so many people who are just a critical part of the staff who've been here for the entire year, and a huge thank you for you guys making 2023 so awesome. I love to see we've had multiple streams, over 1,000. We have 830 people here right now, so thank you so much to them. And then I hope that once we announce this, that you guys have a great rest of your New Year's, that you guys are safe and all that sort of stuff as well. Yeah, I think that's it while I'm still killing time for the winner to happen. 1 minute and 45 seconds.
And to those people who light off fireworks for New Year's, make sure to keep all your digits.
There you go. Keep all your digits and make sure your pets are safe, guys. Be good to your pets. Take care of your dogs and your cats. And no dog fighting. I feel like that's fair too, right?
Yeah.
Legit.
Okay, just making sure we're cleaning this up. And then just to be clear, this PC does not come with any games installed. I don't know why people thought that was a lot of people were like, does it come with... Nope, no games that are going to be installed. It'll come new just with the RAM and a drive.
We should probably also give the disclaimer too that no, we don't think that you should put your laptops in the dishwasher or microwave or
that's
ovens,
a good point. Yeah,
or campfires
or any of
those things.
Wait, we don't?
Well,
And to be super clear, you do not need to preheat your laptop. That's not a thing. Okay, guys, we are down 30 seconds. 30 seconds, we're going to draw our winner.
That's perfect time for me to go get some more coffee.
There we go. That's why I did it. It was all about you, Zeiston.
I believe it.
Don't preheat your laptops. That's not necessary.
but do tuck them in.
Yeah, tuck them in. Like I like to put mine in the protective sack here.
Just not into the blanket on your lap while you're using it.
Yeah,
Right.
that's a good call. Good call.
That brings up a fun question. Do you have a protective sleeve for laptops that you recommend?
No. It's funny because it's like I only recently got into doing like more standard off-the-shelf ones versus like when you talk about like Falcons or Origins, they always come with them.
Okay.
So I need, that's something we should look into.
we should.
Do you have one that you recommend?
I don't. That's why I'm asking, because I'm looking at getting one for the Legion.
Oh.
Mine stays in my backpack.
Yeah, a lot of now backpacks actually have like sleeves specifically. My Lenovo Yoga also stays in my backpack.
What is the backpack that you typically recommend to people?
I have a
that you-
Peak design, which I absolutely love, which is a camera max bag.
Okay.
Oh, that sucks.
I have an Ogio.
We unlocked the SSD. You're getting an SSD upgrade and everything. Congratulations to Frajola. Frajola winning the laptop. We just got to confirm, guys. Don't leave. We got to make sure that everything is good. We got to make sure everything's good. Hold on. Don't leave yet. We've actually had one of these where people left and then we still had to do the redraw. So congratulations for Jola. We're just going to confirm. Waiting for the text. Hopefully everybody has an amazing holiday. Blondie is working on it.
Oh, that was actually a YouTube person too.
Yeah, it was YouTube, which is like,
All right.
yeah, all right. We don't get winners on YouTube all the time. But some people will say, people on YouTube never win. Proof that you're wrong. Okay, just stand by, guys. I gotta wait for the text. Lets me know what's gonna happen. While you're waiting,
When my wife told me to stop impersonating a flamingo, I had to put my foot down.
They're currently responding on YouTube, so just waiting for Blondie now for her DMs over on Discord.
did you hear that? When my wife told me to stop impersonating a flamingo, I had to put my foot down. That was good. Right now, the current winner is Frajola.
Frajola.
Frajola. And I'm just waiting for confirmation from Miss Blondie but Geeky. No, the Legion is not being given away. No, that is not being given away. Just the MSI.
It's precious to us.
It's going to be
Maybe in
another
the
one
future,
that
but we're
Roby
only
tries
giving away
to.
the MSI.
Oh, you know, it's just another one you're going to try and smuggle into your house.
Yeah, I actually want to keep that one. It is a Robitech build mat, and those will be here early in the new year.
Those are definitely unobtainium.
Yeah, right. We gave away the last ones I had last stream. I have no idea where my phone is. Where is
You
it?
probably put it back there. Probably
it's
put it back
underneath-
there on your wire
it's
racks.
underneath the thing. Okay, I'm just waiting for Blondie to. Winner is confirmed. Congratulations to Frajola. You were the winner of the MSI. So, big week this week. We gave away the Grinch PC. We gave away the Falcon. We gave away the MSI Cyborg laptop. And next week, for the first stream of the year, we are going to be giving away the Starfield custom-built PC we're going to be building here on stream. I think that's on Tuesday. Haven't confirmed yet. Just look for the schedule to show up over on discord.gg/Robitech. Anyway, guys, Happy New Year. If I don't see you until next year, outside of that, thank you so much for being here. Have an amazing, amazing New Year's Eve. Be safe. Take care of your pets. Feed Zeiston. Pet BMOC. Hug Damien. Smile at Org. And then send Blondie lots of hearts on Discord. Anyway, guys, have a Happy New Year, and we'll see you guys next week. Bye, guys.
And remember, smoke lots of meat this year.
There you go. Bye, guys.
Yeah.
then there's a very dramatic delay, and the video should start, and everyone watching should be greeted by the lovely. I was going to say the lovely PC Centric. I mean, that is a little bit like big-headed. But no, today, thank you everyone for joining us. We're going to be doing the biggest gaming PC build, and not just in terms of some very heavy and very large specs, but because we've got this thing in here, and I wanted to go through this with you guys. This is the brand new case from Lee & Lee. It's the O11 Dynamic Evo XL. I mean, they're not making the names any easier, but to be fair, they are still easy enough, I suppose, to remember. And we're going to be putting together a pretty epic little PC build. This is going to be i7 CPU, so very high end. And while we're using a 4070 here, we're using it because it's white. And this case has a really weird way of displaying your GPU, like upright here. So we're going to be looking at that, seeing whether that's actually going to work. And we're going to be building ourselves a pretty epic white gaming PC in what is the biggest, heaviest case really we've tested in a long time. Only exception to that is the Fantex NV7. I'm looking at Carl at the moment. Carl, hello.
Hello. I've moved location now, so I'm over this direction.
He's over there. He's over there today. I didn't like the NV7 because I thought the sort of weighting of it was too at the bottom, and then there was a very big gap at the top. Whereas this, I think, is going to be a lot more friendly for people to build in, because if you don't want to deck it out with everything, it's still going to look good. Whereas the Fantex one, unless you had loads and loads of stuff in it, it looked a little bit odd. But hello to everyone in the chat. Let's get our build on. Who have we got, Carl? And yeah, what are people saying?
Oh, we've literally just got a £1 super chat.
Super chat. I do that every time there's a super chat.
From
Just saying.
Junel YT. Oh, it's got a little one with it. I don't know what that means. Oh, it's their first super chat. Thank you.
Oh, first super chat. That gets like a bonus.
It's a little
First super chat.
That's fun.
There you go. So
yeah, we've got the moderators here. We've got Rivstar, Addy, OWQ,
Discord gang, join the
Discord
Discord.
gang.
PC Centric
Join the
Discord.
Discord.
Link is down below.
You've got loads of people in already. 205 people watching right now.
Oh, this is heavy. This is so overkill. This is a massive power supply. We'll go through all of the components, by the way, step by step, and walk you through what's good and what's not, because obviously this is going to be, hopefully, a helpful PC guide for you. And I know you guys actually watched loving this in the archive after, so hello to everyone that's watching this after the fact as well. Obviously, no cuts on this one, so if something goes wrong, as we guys know, already had some in the Discord, we heard you. Oh, is this going to go better than last time? Yes, it is. Guaranteed, 100%, because it's a bigger case. I'm a bit worried about actually sorting this vertical GPU mount out, but other than that, it should be business as usual. Well, business as usual is bad. It should be better than usual. How about that?
It should go as intended.
Go as intended, yes. But yeah, we've got people rocking in the chat.
Yeah, we've got plenty of people. Ollie43 just said, hey man, FYI, you can load LUTs onto the OBS so the visuals can look like your videos. We don't actually use OBS. We just use the Blackmagic Atom Mini Pro.
We were talking about this earlier, actually. We will be improving the live streams over time. Basically, long story short, we have a LUT on this, and then we do further edits in post. Yeah. Whereas at the moment, we're obviously just able to use that initial LUT. So we will fix that, but I realise that's not interesting to everyone. So let's go over to the overhead and start talking about the first piece of the puzzle. This is the motherboard. This is the N7Z790. It is a completely white motherboard. NZXT boards are decent, but I think a lot of people would probably go for one that they've maybe used before. I don't have any problems with this board, other than the fact that the price is usually a little bit more expensive than some of the competition, purely because it's like one of these NZXT boards. But if you are going to use things like NZXT fans, or you really do want this sort of hard cover to go in a white build, I think it does look great. If you're going for a black build, normal motherboards are probably fine and probably a little bit cheaper. If you'd agree with that, Carl?
Yeah, completely, yeah.
BIOS is decent.
Buy whatever matches your budget, really. We've had another super chat.
Oh, another super chat. Wait, hold on. Hang on a minute. Let's get that on. Is that working? Yes, another super chat.
£1 from Max Farnell. Thank you very much, Max.
Thank you so much. That is...
There's no bag for that.
There's no bag. That's probably because I lost it.
Yeah.
I would never do... No, sorry. You lost it.
Okay, when I put it away last time.
I forgot my on-screen character blames everyone else for my mistakes.
Yeah.
Not me. I would never do such a thing.
No.
But the character does.
PC-centric is
PC
a
centric,
nightmare.
yeah. This was actually we're going to go all like philosophical here, right? For a second, because I think there are plenty of YouTubers out there that basically form like a YouTube personality, and then you know the quote from Dark Knight: "You either die a hero, or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain."
Yeah.
I think that applies for YouTubers. You either die me, which would be Marcus, or you live long enough to become PC-centric.
Yeah.
I know quite a few YouTubers that are no longer actual person anymore. They have become the character.
They have become
That's who they are
the
now.
The on-screen personality.
Yeah, mentioning no names. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just sometimes I think it's a bit sad. It's like, come back to reality, please. Please come back. But there we go.
Remember who you were.
Yeah, remember who you were, man. Have time for everybody. Anyway, that sounds a little bit bitchy, so let's move on to the CPU, which I've remembered now is my favorite component in the world because that's the wrong camera. Because look at the branding on this. This was the year that Intel's marketing department basically went, you know what, we're going to let Marcus have a go at the branding. This is the best that I could come up with. Do let me know your thoughts on this in the comment section below. For me, that's good. That's all I'm saying. Obviously, jokes aside, this is the i7-13700K, and this is a really good CPU. Interestingly, actually, Carl has just finished doing some heavy CPU benchmarking. We'll be doing full videos on this. Primary reason was because I went away on holiday for like 9 days or so, and it meant that he actually had some work to do. So
Yeah,
there we go.
kept me busy.
You had some interesting findings. So run us through your findings, Carl, while I install the CPU and we move on to RAM and things like that.
Yeah, I'd say I was quite surprised to see just how close all of the Intel CPUs actually perform to each other.
I mean, what was your like sort of go-to CPU, did you think, before you did the testing?
Before the testing, obviously would have been 7800 X3D.
Yeah, there's a lot of hype
I think
around
it still is, just because, you know, the closest competition being the i9 is, I think the X3D is like cheaper now as well. It's like 380.
Yeah. I mean, we've got a video coming either tomorrow or the day after where we do some best builds. And yeah, it's about £380. I paid 400 for mine.
Yeah.
So you know, that's really good. I know it's only an 8-core CPU, but it probably is the best gaming CPU.
Yeah.
Really. i9 will beat it in some things.
Yeah.
Also, there's some interesting stuff about RAM, but we'll let Carl explain that. Well, I'll say in a second. I mean, okay, let's talk about it now. Let's move on to the RAM. We're using some white RAM here. This is a Vengeance RGB DDR5, 5600 megahertz. But does the speed matter as much as we think, Carl?
Yes, it does. It matters surprisingly a lot.
But is it the speed or is it the latency?
Both.
Both?
Both.
So this is a kit of, is this CL36, this one? I think.
I think so.
Yeah. I think this is CL36. I mean, it says on it 36, 36, 36, 76. So I would imagine so. Yeah, C36. C36. And basically, we sort of discovered that Intel, we sort of knew this already, but we didn't quite realize how dramatic the difference is. Depending on the RAM that you use, you will get very different results because we're using 6000 megahertz RAM across all of our CPU tests. And the idea was we'd keep it fair, we use the same RAM for everything. But then the word fair doesn't necessarily come into it because it's a very hard thing to be fair, because unless you're using the absolute fastest RAM, you'll find that you will have some performance penalty over on the AMD side of things, but not so much with Intel. So we've found that our results are probably going to be a little bit closer between AMD and Intel because the memory we're using, it's not that it wasn't good, it was ridiculously good RAM, it's just it's not as optimized, shall we say, for AMD because the latency is slightly higher than some of the other kits that you can buy. So, oh, this is...
Is it broken?
It's just a bit loose. I think it's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, the latency actually makes a massive difference to the performance. So, I mean, when you're testing it, what do you do? Do you change everything to suit AMD so that AMD performs as good as it should? But then that doesn't really take into account the fact that most people are probably just going to buy a kit of RAM at the fastest speed that they can afford, and they won't be necessarily getting that level of performance. So if you have to buy the top-end kits of memory just to get the best level of performance, but then you're spending so much money on RAM, you could step up to an even better CPU. Is that fair? I don't know. It's an interesting point, isn't it?
Yeah, it's such a hard balance, because if you're thinking, well, if I get a 7700 and then you get a basic kit of DDR5 for 80 quid, and then you think, well, I want low latency, fast RAM, then I'm spending £120. That £50 difference could be the difference between getting an X3D and not.
Yeah.
And then I think
it's a tricky one.
Yeah, and the same with the Intel stuff. You could say, if you're not using the fastest, obviously we know that the AMD CPUs tend to top out around 6,000 megahertz. If you can use faster RAM with the Intel CPU,
you would then get better performance as well.
Yeah, so it's like
it's not fair on AMD because you're not using the absolute best RAM. But then it's not fair on Intel either.
Yeah.
So surely you could say, oh, actually, it's an advantage for Intel that it works
with faster
arguably
memory.
better with slightly slower RAM than AMD does.
Yeah.
So if you then change the test to suit AMD, then in a way you're taking away Intel's advantage as well. So it's a very, very difficult one to do, but this is why you should always watch multiple reviews and multiple benchmarks, because you will find different people get very different numbers, and it gives you an idea of the pros and cons of each platform, right?
Yeah, it's all about experimentation, especially with whenever a new CPU comes out. It's all about, right, how does this one handle the new speeds? And obviously moving to DDR5 for everything, that's a whole new ball game for everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's going to have to upgrade their RAM. Ask me a year ago, I'd say don't bother. Just stick with DDR4. Latency on that was very good and intended to work for everyone and was a lot cheaper. These days, the boards have come down a lot and the RAM has come down a lot, so I'd say just go with DDR5 now. We'll come back to that topic in just a second though, because I'm actually now working on this motherboard. So we're adding in our SSD, and this is an SSD that's not brand new, but then it also is brand new because this is one from Samsung, and it's not going to be for everyone. It's the absolute fastest one that Samsung sell, and this is a 4 terabyte one, so it's quite expensive. How much is this, do you know, Carl? If I was a betting man, I'd say probably getting on for like 260 quid.
I'd say more than that.
Would you reckon? More than that? Big money. Big money.
Pro, 4 terabyte.
But it's very easy to install. It's a bit upside down here, but it doesn't matter. This is only Gen 4 SSD speeds on this motherboard, whereas if you went for a AMD motherboard, then you might be able to get PCI Gen 5 support as well.
I can't even find a 4 terabyte one.
No, it's only just launched. As you said that, I was like, oh no, have we broken the embargo? Oh no, but no, I mean,
there's plenty of other 4 terabyte SSDs out there.
Yeah, I have seen it. Yeah, it's all good.
There's a WD Black one, which will be similar performance. That's £310.
I think they launched this around about Gamescom sort of time. Because obviously the whole idea with these is that they are partly for console people. I mean, it's a lot of money to spend on an SSD regardless. So if I was going to spend this amount of money, then I would definitely get it for PC. You know, I don't think it's worth it for... Oh, what am I doing? I'm being silly boy, I think. Am I being silly? Yeah, this goes... Yes, that cover goes on there, so... Sorry, guys. Bear with me.
Making mistakes again.
It's not like me.
Just in time, we've had a super chat to distract everybody.
Super chat, no one noticed the mistake.
Freaky Fred, YT.
Freaky Fred.
Thanks, Freaky Fred.
We like that. Thank you, Freaky Fred.
I started gathering the PC parts for my first build. I've never owned a PC, but your videos have taught me a lot.
Oh.
I watch you more than Netflix shows.
Really? There's good stuff on Netflix. That's quite the praise. I actually quite like the second series of American Barbecue Showdown. I've been enjoying that. That's been very good. But I love smoking my meat outside, so it does appeal. It does appeal.
It does appeal. People are linking the Discord in the chat if you guys do want to sign up.
There you go. Join the Discord and you'll get spammed with alerts from me.
This is why we have moderators, because they do things that we forget to do.
Yeah, no, yeah, they're good. Basically, the Discord is a fantastic place if you just love PC gaming and you want to come and chat to some like-minded people. And to be honest, we
Get
don't really talk
advice.
about PC-centric very
Yeah.
much. It's more just sharing your rigs and just meeting other people that have a passion for the same sort of stuff that you do, which is nice actually. I'm glad we did the Discord because it's been really nice to build up a little community, and it's great for you guys to be joining in this live stream as well. So yes, thank you very much, much appreciated.
Yeah, yeah. I think like ever since we set up the mods, you know, those guys have been doing an amazing job helping us to keep things running.
Yeah, because we just couldn't do it, and we apologise that it took us so long to do it, but as we were discussing also earlier, actually filming a PC build video, like from start to finish, so from inception on a Monday morning, gathered around a table with a laptop, to having that video published live with a thumbnail on the links, it is a lot of work.
Yeah,
It is a lot of work.
Takes a good couple of days.
Yeah, definitely. This motherboard is now complete, so we'll pop that to one side for a second. But yes, thank you to the mods for saving our bacon, basically. And we can then move around and talk about this. And I'm going to start very, very simply. If you don't need a big case, don't buy this. Don't bother. It's nothing to do with the quality or the price of this Lian product. If you don't need a big case, do not buy one. And I'll tell you why, because they're big. Right? It sounds a bit ridiculous, doesn't it? Carl, back me up.
It is big.
Thank you, Carl, for the insight there.
You're welcome.
It's so heavy as well. Oh my God, there's no PC in this, and this thing is already like just about liftable by one person. Oh, well, if you were stronger, you'd be able to lift it. Look, if you build a PC in this, it's so heavy, and I know you're going to do it. You're watching this, and I know you're going to do it. You look at it and you go, oh, there's no one else around. I'm going to pick it up myself. You do your back in, right? You do your back in. If you're American, I don't know how it works. You've got to pay money, insurance, all of that stuff. Not ideal. And bad back. All bad. Whereas if you're in the UK, you have to go make a blooming appointment on a 7 a.m. phone call to some receptionist that says, sorry, there aren't any appointments left. And you're like, well, yeah, I don't have a back anymore. Yeah, well, sorry, you're going to have to wait till tomorrow. Ring back tomorrow. You don't want this. Buy a smaller case. Was that insightful?
That was
Very
yeah,
dramatic.
yeah, it's a bit over the top, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. It's heavy.
Yeah, I mean,
long story short,
long
it's heavy.
story short, it's very heavy. I mean, the main problem that we have with the usual one of this, which is the 011 Evo, not the Evo XL, is the weight. I mean, you know, I just want to stress this point because I know there'll be people watching this, especially after the fact, that we seriously considering this case. Like, once it's on your desk, it's fine, but like seriously, it's genuinely not a joke. The build gets so heavy, and even the regular size Evo was heavy enough that, like, for genuine safety reasons, I made Carl not use it anymore as the benchmarking rig because it was too heavy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's just unnecessary as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
For that purpose.
It's not really optimal.
But I suppose most people, once they build it, they set it up, and they don't touch it again.
Yeah, exactly. I should probably show you around this rig, sorry, rather than just, you know, a bit so
It's
boring
heavy.
talking about weight. But then
It's
most
heavy.
people are going to be like singing all the praises first. It's like, oh, it's so good that Leah finally listened to people. They've updated the XL version. You can create some crazy rigs in this. No, you need the reality. This thing's big.
Big.
Big boy.
The
Yeah.
XL gives it away, but you know,
Yeah,
it is
exactly.
big. We have super chat, Marcus.
Super chat. Thank you.
Zunel YT again.
Yeah, back with the super chats. That's big.
WSG Marcus. I don't know what WSG means.
Wall Street Journal.
Maybe.
No, that's Jay.
Oh yeah. Do you prefer DDR5 or DDR4?
DDR5.
Yeah, it's faster and newer.
That's an easy question,
Yeah.
that one. So we should be showing off the case. There you go, got mesh on the top.
If you don't like it, Marcus, why are you building in it?
No, this is the thing. I actually so far really like this, as we've sort of discussed. Compared to the N7, which is one of the main competitions for this, I haven't built on it yet, so we'll be talking about this throughout the video, but I already think it's much, much better designed case because it's just a better balanced chassis, really, when it comes to space and what you can do with it. The N7 would be
N7
fine
or
if it was
NV7?
NV7, sorry.
Because that's the NZXT one, isn't it? That's very similar as well.
Yeah, this motherboard's called the N7. It all gets very confusing, doesn't it? Oh, what's going on here? We've got a loose one. Lift. I know. Maybe there's a screw underneath. Well, the point was I was meant to be showing you the side of this panel. So you've got plenty of fresh air ventilation on both sides. You'll have your power supply in this little chamber here, and then here you can fit a 420mm radiator. This is why you'd want to go for the XL version, right? It's if you want to do 420mm radiators on the side, bottom, top combination. You can also fit two 120mm fans at the back, but then this is why I say it's better than the NV7 when it comes to the initial design, is because it looks normal if you just want to have one fan there. It's not a problem. But then you can fit the two if you want to. You know, you don't have to have it looking weird like you do with the NV7 where there's clearly two holes. So if you don't use two fans, it just looks a little bit odd. And that's the theme that's sort of carried out throughout the rest of this case, which is why I am actually very impressed with this case so far, because you've got so many options. I think you don't necessarily have to use all of them for it to make sense. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool chassis. Right, let's get this glass off. I think this will lift up. It requires one screw. If I show you the top. Oh, where are we here? Look. You can't see my hand. Bear with me. Yeah, there we go. This screw here just pops off for lunch. While I'm doing this, Carl can entertain you.
Okay then, my turn, is it?
Yeah, please.
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 I was going to say the... Oh, don't worry. Who have we got in the chat then? Let's see what people have been asking some questions. I'll see what I can find for you, Marcus. Christopher Smith did a 4080 13700K in the Fractal Torrent. He said that was a heavy unit as well.
Yeah, and this is, I'm pretty sure, heavier than the Fractal Torrent.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I say, it's a big boy.
White mesh.
Oh,
nice and easy to see, but does get dirty.
Yeah.
That's true.
Fractal Torrent I thought was cool, and once it's built, it's fine, but I did not like the cable management on that one bit. I really, really didn't. So I hope that went better for you than it did for me.
Super chat. Super chat.
Super chat.
Chanel YT again. Another £2 donation. WSG means what's good.
Ah, I see.
Quick tip there, Marcus.
I don't know what's going on with this. I think it should just come out, but it's not. Oh,
there we go.
Yeah, there you go. Side panel is off.
Easy removal.
It's very light.
I don't know. I can only see this ending bad.
I know, I do, but I can get the balance. Wait. No.
No.
Sorry,
Not a
guys.
professional
not
NBA player.
Yeah, not for today. Apologies. Is everything all right with like audio and everything, by the way, guys? I know it's a little bit late now. Well, it's never too late, that's the point. Always too late.
Everyone said it's fine for them, but I think Addy is complaining that it's too quiet, and everyone's just told him to turn his speakers up.
Okay. I mean, you can turn it up a notch if you want. Please.
Yeah, I think we're fine.
Please advise, because yeah, as long as I don't shout now, this is fine. That's one notch up.
Yeah, no energy, and we should be fine.
No energy. That's gonna sound bad.
That's gonna.
Well, you tell me. Was it bad?
Wait for it. Such a delay, just waiting for it to come back through.
Oh, we've got little doors here.
Yeah, that was very loud.
That was, so we'll put it back, shall we?
Yeah, we should be fine.
Yeah, all right, there we go. So whoever it was that wanted me to turn it up, you have ruined everything. Thank you so much. Thank you for tuning in, though. Do appreciate it. Keep them coming. You've got hard drive cages here as well. Obviously, bigger case, you can fit more hard drives in here, which is going to be useful for people that have very large collections of pictures or music, which is surprisingly quite a lot of people. I mean, one of my close friends, he has loads and loads of RAM in his system and loads of storage because he gets music and then uses software to an AI software to basically make the depth of the music even better. So there are albums that are just like crazy gigabytes because in the highest possible format.
Yeah.
And then has like hi-fi speakers and goes, yeah, that sounds a bit better. Not for everyone, but that's a real world use case of something like this. But yeah, you've got this little door here that you can remove if you want. SSDs can go on here as well, which is nice. You tuck them here. Plenty of room for cable management, which is nice. One of the main features actually of this versus, I believe, the previous generation, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you could do this, is to actually reverse everything so you could have an inverted build as well, which is cool. So the motherboard tray actually comes out and then everything goes around the other side, including this bar and this glass. So if you have your PC on the other side of your desk, you can actually still see inside. Or if you just want an inverted build, because I think it's very Marmite. People either love it or hate it. Do people in the US know what Marmite is? I don't know. Let us know. Comments down below.
Is Marmite the same as Vegemite?
No. No, maybe, yeah, because
that's what Australians have. They're Vegemite.
Yeah, it could be.
I don't know if it's the same thing or not.
Oh, that's not what I expected to happen.
Is there any Australians that can confirm Marmite versus Vegemite?
Australia? No, that's awful. I'll give up. Sorry, guys. I've let you all down. But yeah, it's a very modular case, as you can see, so you can sort of customize everything. Yeah. Cool. But should we get the motherboard in? Only thing I'll say is we are going to try and use, aren't we? Where's it gone? Basically, long story short, it won't affect you, but we've got a different motherboard tray as well, because I think the review sample I originally received, like something was like a mil out of plum or something, but obviously that's not going to affect any of the final samples or anything. But they've sent us another one, so you can see this will come out and be reversed, which is nice, but I don't necessarily know whether I need to do this because we're going to use
Maybe you should just do
extra.
it anyway.
Yeah, maybe I should do it anyway, so that would make sense. This at least will show us how this whole thing detaches and removes.
I think it's just is it just those two thumb screws?
Couple of screws. Yeah, let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. Let's do it. So if you want to invert this, the first step is to remove the motherboard, which is just a couple of screws. Look.
Oh, we've got a super chat, Marcus.
Should I come up with a new jingle? Do you think?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a super chat in the chat. Super chat. How was that?
That was
low energy.
That was low energy.
It's different though.
PD1347. Yep, I read that correctly. Would you say a Ryzen 5 3600 and a 3060 Ti are a good, solid combo?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not the best CPU by today's standards. There you go. See, it's been removed. I mean, can we actually notice a difference, really? We put these two side by side. I don't actually know whether I was supposed to mention that or show that, but there you go.
What is the difference?
Oh, which is the new one?
The top one.
Sure?
Yep.
100%?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yeah, because you grabbed it from the floor and put it on top.
Well, you've got video evidence.
I can rewind. Look, there we go.
Okay, we're sure.
Top one.
This is the old one.
Yeah, put it down.
Okay. Basically, we can't tell the difference visually. I think it's just like, whoa!
What?
Look at that!
That's a lot of holes.
Look at all the holes!
It's like
I've never seen anything like it in my life. I mean, that is the sort of thing, you know, people have a phobia of holes.
Yeah.
Maybe stay away from this. that is kind of scary. That's quite something. But obviously you can move everything around, you see, which is quite cool. It's all about the modularity with this. If you've got extra space, then you can use it how you want. So we do appreciate that from Lee & Lee. And Lee & Lee are just one of those manufacturers where everything really they make is generally speaking fantastic. Yes, you do have to pay a premium for it. The Lancor 3 I think was a bit too expensive, but then everything else I've been really, really impressed with. Really, really impressed with. What's the one we absolutely love? Lancor 216.
That's a good case.
That is a fantastic case. Really, really good case. Right, so this is back in business. All of those scary holes have been removed. That has freaked me out. That's going to give me nightmares.
Is it trypophobia? Is that it? I don't know.
Yeah,
we've got two more super chats, by the way. So
two more?
Two more. Line up your jingles.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have two more super chats. Super chat.
Thank you very much, Rescue Reels, for the $5 super chat. Marcus, have you had any issues with DDR5? Have you had RAM issues with DDR5 RAM on Intel builds? Apparently they bricked their new PC after a RAM upgrade.
I haven't had any RAM issues, but I know that At the moment, if you go for DDR5 and you have 4 RAM sticks on Intel, you can run into issues at high speeds. I am aware that that is a bit of an issue. Also, I want to point out as well, I realise I didn't run this by you before going, but I'm not saying we need donations, so please don't feel like there's any pressure to donate, last thing we want. But if there are any donations in this video, I'll be making sure Carl does receive half of all the donations we received during the live stream.
Thank you.
Because I don't know why you haven't been before. So I'm sorry about that. He gives up his time. Well, he doesn't. He's paid for the time. But he still technically kind of gives up his evening, even if he gets the hours back again later. So
I get dinner tonight, everybody.
yeah. Yeah, he's getting dinner. He asked a very interesting
And I got
question,
lunch.
which is if sister cooks him food, but it's done here, and he gets food poisoning, whose fault is it? We don't know. That's one for a solicitor to answer, isn't it?
Is there any solicitors in the chat?
Yeah, that's the one. Right, motherboard tray, I believe, is back in action.
Marcus, are you over 6 foot tall? I'm just curious.
No, sorry,
Sorry, Torren.
just under, I'm afraid.
Me too. I'm just over 6 foot.
You're slightly shorter than me, aren't you?
I'm like 5'8".
Oh, it's big
I'm
sense.
nowhere near.
Is that in? That screw in? Maybe? Yeah, I don't know. Right, anyway, sorry, we're taking too long now. Right, let's get this motherboard in and we'll be ready to go. There's a screw that's come out from somewhere. Is that the top? That's the top piece.
That might be the
isn't it?
top.
Yeah, top
Go to
piece.
the top. Do we need the back plate for the motherboard, for the cooler? Yes. That looks awkward to get to.
Yeah,
I
because
suppose you could take the whole tray out again.
Yeah, let's not do that. Okay, so yeah, Carl is thinking on his feet this time, which is good. This is why he's here. This is why he gets paid half of the donations. So we're going to install the cooler here today. Every time, by the way, I do these live streams, I always think, right, let's be as focused as possible. Let's go through it. Let's make this like straight to the point. It is nigh on impossible.
Yeah,
But
but
then
there's
that
always
is the
things
point.
happening. You know, Vegemite comes up, and
When doesn't Vegemite come out? You know, and I am incredibly fun at parties because of my chat. It's true. I am super chat. So yeah, just saying. Anyway, cooler we're doing. We're going for an NZXT sort of theme here. So we're going for the Kraken Elite 360 RGB. This one is pretty new actually, isn't it? I think we've used it once before. Yeah. I realised earlier, completely off topic, the screws for the Meshroom D, some of those screws were from the Fractal cooler. Let's remember later. Okay, don't worry about it. It's fine.
that's a problem for future.
That's a future problem, but that's how my brain works. We were taking apart gaming PCs today. People always ask what happens to the PCs once you've built them, and Carl can testify the fact that pretty much 9 times out of 10 they will be immediately deconstructed and the parts go back in their box.
I wouldn't say immediately.
Promptly. I don't know. They at some point go back on the shelves, and then we reuse them until they're end of life, and then that's a future Marcus problem basically. So yeah, we go from there. So yeah, we're getting our cooler out of our box, and we're going to fit the back plate onto the motherboard. And we're also going for white cables later as well, which I know you guys are going to enjoy. Right, so what have we got on offer? Here is the board. Cooler can wait a few minutes. But we need a back plate, because I think last time I used this it was for AMD. But here's our little back plate, look. Here it is. There we go on.
Yeah, no, carry on.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, you look like there was something to announce.
No.
So that goes on, look. Flip it round.
I don't think I've missed anything. I can go back and check.
And you go in there like that. Then it's just a case of grabbing.
Oh, I did miss a super chat. I'm sorry.
Call Mr.
Last
Super
Dragon
Chat.
5. I'm sorry.
That wasn't a good jingle. Super Chat. There you go.
They just built their PC. They used DDR4 memory. They used DDR4 memory, and now they feel like they kind of messed up. Oh, it depends on your budget.
No. I mean, honestly, the money you'll lose when you come to sell your DDR4 to upgrade to DDR5, is just going to be won back by the fact that the DDR5 would come down in price even more. So honestly, don't worry about it. You know, not really a problem. The performance difference isn't huge. You know, and if you're on Intel, there are rumours to be a refresh actually for the new CPUs, like new CPUs on the platform as well, which will be interesting if that proves true, because I didn't think there was going to be any extra like CPUs.
No, they were talking about it at Computex, weren't they? Back in June.
Well, yeah, that's what we yeah.
Or it was strongly suggested.
All over the news sites anyway. Like I've seen some apparent benchmark scores, you know, touting different numbers. The thing is, like, you could just make up those numbers that, you know, you never really know what to believe. But I always say there's no smoke without fire. So if there is something coming, probably probably isn't going to be too long till we hear about it.
That's a good question, Marcus.
Yeah.
Notify Hollow JR asked, how can you tell if the backplate on the motherboard is needed?
Generally speaking, Intel has a backplate. The motherboards will have empty holes here. What one are we on? Sorry, yes. The motherboard will have empty holes here. Whereas if it's AMD, you have, do I have a spare board? Not to hand, but they've got the little hooks, like the little plastic hook things on. And quite often you hook your CPU cooler on top of that. But with AM5, you can't actually use a backplate anymore. It's physically attached to the motherboard, so you technically can remove it, but for cooling purposes, no, you wouldn't ever remove it. So yeah, you use a backplate if you're on Intel, basically, and if you're on new AM5, you would not.
Yeah, I do kind of like the new AMD way of doing it. I think it just, especially when you go to take off the CPU cooler on an Intel one and you just hear that noise as the backplate falls out, it's always a bit kind of sad.
Yeah. Yeah, and you have to have a box to do it on, or it all goes a bit.
Because there's always that gap if you take it off when it's in the case. You're like, oh no.
I'm just going to double check I've used the right screws, by the way, because the smaller ones are 1700 and the slightly longer ones are for the older generation of like 115X motherboards. So like your 11th gen, 10th gen Intel.
The LGA 1150 and 51.
Yeah, like I keep changing the socket all the time, which is pretty annoying, but there we go.
We have a super chat from Joseph Huckins.
Yep, I'm correct. I'm correct, boys and ladies. That's a bad habit, I apologise. Intel socket 1700 has the little hole in it.
You interrupted the super chat, Marcus.
Do you want to do the jingle?
I've forgotten what the jingle was.
No, it's whatever you want. There is no official jingle.
We have a super chat from Joseph Huckins.
There's only a high quality production on this channel.
Yeah. You get like pop-ups and banners and noises with other people. You get the raw experience.
Yeah,
here.
and I'd say most people want that, you know. It's all very well going in for highbrow, but that's not what people appreciate, do they? So, yeah. Right, we're going to grab our case and we're going to lay it down flat.
I'll quickly say, Joseph said he loves the build that you're doing. He built in the same system, but his i7 died. But Intel replaced it, which is good.
Yeah, I mean,
he said it took 6 weeks to do so, though, but yeah.
Yeah, bit of a bummer. I mean,
Yeah.
I've got some massively important news.
Oh.
I managed to get through to my car insurance to renew it.
Yeah.
Right? And I got through in about a minute and a half on the phone.
Well,
If that. When has this ever happened before? This is mighty impressive. And that is the sole reason I think I'm still with my insurer. Is because, sorry, this is probably incredibly boring. Basically, I assume it's the same in the States, but everywhere now is just trying to like move away from phone customer service. Oh, it's one of these friggin' things again, isn't it? Oh, NZXT, they've taken the middle standoff. No, they haven't.
Is it a nubbin?
Don't know. Don't know what's going on there. It should just pop in, shouldn't it? So what's that all about?
Are they? No.
No. I don't really understand. It should be there. And it is. There is definitely a hole for it here.
It's not going crazy.
No. I'm just going to take it out because, frankly, it doesn't matter for me. Pliers, please. I'll get him. I'll get him. You stay sat
I'm
there.
staying sat down. We've got a new super chat from EMPFG.
I can't find... Oh, it's here. Oh, got it. Yeah.
They're not pliers.
These are the ones you want. What are these then?
I don't know. They don't. Oh, maybe they are.
Yeah, they're the
like,
good ones.
I thought they were like cable cutters at first. I was
No.
you savage.
No. It's all good.
EMPFG said they love watching your videos, really close to buying my PC components to build their first PC.
Yeah, boys.
Thanks for making me a PC nerd, loving it every day.
Fantastic. Well, that is literally what the point of this channel is meant to be, is to help people get into PC gaming. There are going to be channels that will be taking things, frankly, a lot more seriously when it comes to giving you the most ridiculously hardcore data. We care about people that are like, yeah, I like PC gaming, or I like the idea of it, let's get into it. All the way up to people that are like, yeah, I want a new gaming PC, what do I need? That's the point of this channel. We don't want you wasting your money on stuff that you don't need. What is going on here?
Brute force it.
No, I don't understand what's going on. The standoffs don't line up. Or do they? No, they do line up. I'm being silly.
Okay.
We're good. No, we're lined up. We're okay.
That's why we've got the overhead camera, so everybody can see.
Everyone
if you're
can see
lying
what
or
I'm
not.
doing and see my turmoil.
We have another super chat from Atomic for €1. Thank you, Atomic. There's two of them.
Two.
Double thank you.
I think it's just moving around because, you know, I've taken that middle standoff out.
Oh, here we go. They didn't put the question within the super chat, but they've done it afterwards. They said, nice build, good luck with it, but one question, do we get to see benchmarkers?
What, today?
Yeah. No, we don't get to see any benchmarks today, unfortunately.
Oh, benchmarks.
We might
I
try.
thought it was benchmarkers. It all comes down to time and how long it takes.
If it takes 3 hours to get the graphics card in, probably
It
not.
won't take that long. We're good.
We've been here before, people.
Oh, screws. Screws are not in the hard drive cage. They came separately. They're right next to me, aren't they?
They put them in a convenient place. Oh, we have another super chat from
Another super chat.
Nikki J Actress for £1. Thank
So
you,
many
Nikki.
super chats. This is ridiculous. You know why? It's because they want you to be fairly compensated. Carl doesn't actually get paid on this channel. He just gets
super chats.
Yeah, no. Well, today's the first day.
Oh yeah.
You've been quote working here for the experience. No, the exposure, isn't it?
What internship? That's the one, isn't it? Isn't that where you work?
Oh yeah, but no, that's legitimate. But I'm more referring to when people say, "Oh, we can't pay you, but it'll be great exposure for you."
Oh.
So yeah, that is obviously a joke. Carl pays his taxes from the money that I pay him, because we did it by the book. He's got an employment contract and everything.
I do.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's the only thing I don't like about this motherboard, though. It's very hard to screw it in. Oh, God. It's all over. Oh, no, it's all right.
It looks great, but it is a bit fiddly to work with.
Yeah, sorry, you guys can't see, can you? There you go. It's all about me, it's not about you. No, definitely not. So, yeah, we're just screwing the motherboard in at the moment. So, yeah. But yeah, I hope everyone's had a nice day so far as well. It's been a bit of a weird one because obviously the weather's starting to turn, isn't it? Which is a little bit sad. I personally am quite enjoying a little bit of cooler temps, but I know that's probably not to everybody's liking. Don't know, what do you reckon?
Yeah.
Oh, right, that one is a problem.
I was saying the other day, I feel like we're ready now for winter.
No,
not
I'm
winter,
not.
Autumn. That's the one.
No autumn. Summer forever.
We have a £5 super chat from Rivstar saying Carl gets to eat today.
He was given lunch, actually. He was given a fish finger sandwich, which he was very excited about.
Oh, well, thank you, Rivstar.
Oh, honestly, right, I've changed my mind.
And now I've just got another €2 from Atomic. Come on, let's give him the money that he deserves.
Oh, there you go. He does get paid.
I don't get paid.
That was a joke. No, you can't say
joking,
that. You can't say that. That is misleading. ASA would be honest, like a, what is it? A fly on poo. Something like that. That's
no, I do get paid. He's not just abusing me.
Just. Yeah, I wouldn't.
Pays me for it as well.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's probably not the week to be talking about that. So let's press swiftly on. If you haven't been reading the news, yeah, there's some news out there at the moment. And that's all we're going there. Yeah.
So we're screwed in the motherboard?
Motherboard's screwed in, yeah. I mean, it's always topical. I can't remember what we were talking about last time. There's always something. I mean, to be fair, it's actually the last few times it's been about new graphics cards. And there has been a new graphics card since we did our last live stream, actually.
Yeah.
The 7700 XT and the 7800 XT. 7800 XT, I think, and we have the data to back it up, do we not, is probably our favourite card of the generation so far.
It's the least bad.
Okay, I mean, I prefer the way I put it, but you probably aren't wrong. It's almost like the only card that has any like decent priced performance. It's just again the name. Name's just a bit odd because it's not a straight replacement for the card it replaces because the performance is the same. It's just different price.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's basically
Perception,
a
isn't it?
6800 XT.
There will be people that will upgrade to that card and will have, from the 6800 XT, and they will be like, what?
Wait a second.
Yeah, they'd be getting exactly the same performance. This is bad. Look, we've got an upside down screw here. That's just there. I think it's a combination of the fact that these screws aren't magnetic really either. So it's just all round sad times, if I'm honest. So, who was it that said this build was going to go perfectly? No one.
Perfectly.
Yeah. I mean, it's not exactly gone badly yet, has it? Not yet. It's just a screw that's loose. I mean, I have a screw loose in every video I do, to be fair. Oh. This could go worse. Ah!
Brivstar just said in the chat, have you seen the ROG Matrix 4090 Platinum?
Can I just point out, you were looking at the screen, you had no idea what I just did.
No.
Go and look at the stream quickly. The screen's still not come out. Oh dear.
I missed all of that.
You missed all of the action.
I was looking up a graphics card and then I got distracted. But no, that graphics card does look cool though.
Oh.
It's a 360 all-in-one liquid cooler on the back of a 4090. I imagine it will be very expensive.
Right, I'm not going to bother with that screw because this is in show business. I'm rock and roll. I'm modern 2023 rock and roll, which is to say not rock and roll in the slightest. My idea of rock and roll is not putting a screw. Two screws missing from this. Middle one and that one.
Oh, well done.
Yeah, see?
No one will know.
It's still got rigidity. It's all good.
I'm surprised you always put the screws in.
Yeah, so...
If I built as many PCs as you do, I'd put like 2 screws in and be like, yeah, that'd do.
Yeah, well,
still not fall out, is it?
Well, when we're doing all the CPU testing as well, we're working on what CPUs to do. It was like, do we really have to test the X's versus the non-X's? And it's like, yes, we do. We know that the X's aren't worth the extra money, but we need to be able to prove it. And we have proved it. Video to come. Get subscribed. If you're not already subscribed, by the way, whoa! You know it's easy. Look, you go, here's your hand. You go, done. Easy. I've helped you out. You'll thank me later. Okay, so our motherboard's in, and this is why I say I prefer this to the NV7, because you've got an equal amount of space, give or take, at the bottom and at the top. So if you want to do double stacked fans on the radiators, then you should be able to fit them in no problem. You've got loads of room here, there's plenty of thickness as well. Don't forget Lee and Lee also have loads of hardline liquid cooling things, like in collaboration with companies like EK and things. So if you wanted to have like a really nice looking pump res or something like that here, you've actually got the space to bring it forward, have the pump like a D5 or something sticking out the back, and then that can almost be in line with this, or you have like a display or something here, and then you can have some beautiful builds. This is when this thing makes sense. It's for creating like a showpiece, and I think the main difference really, well, not the main difference, but almost like the most obvious difference, is you can do 140, 140, 140. Rather than most cases it's 120, 120, 120, which if you're going for the quietest possible rig, obviously makes more sense. I feel like you've got something to say.
Yeah, we just heard a super chat. That was actually a complete coincidence. I turned around and then it happened.
Oh.
We have a super chat. Oh, okay, now we have 2.
Two super chats.
One from a trail, $20. Oh my
20
word.
USD?
20
That's lunch
USD.
for you for 2 days.
That's 2 lunches.
That's unbelievable.
Been a long time fan, watched many how-to vids on building a PC, and thanks to your video 3 years ago, I bought my parts and built my first high-end gaming PC. Absolutely perfect. Keep up the amazing work. Cheers! With two clinking beer mugs.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you so much.
And we have another one from Short
really appreciate
Circuit
that.
for £5.
Short Circuit.
Short Circuit.
Not
spelled-
the Short Circuit.
I imagine not,
No.
but it's spelled the same. Check your space at the top markers if you're doing push-pull with fans on top.
Check, what's that?
Check your space at the top if you're doing push-pull. We're not doing push-pull. We're okay.
Yeah, but we can show that to you. But I mean, frankly, if this case doesn't work with push-pull,
I suppose
there's something very wrong with it.
I think if you can't do push-pull if you put the GPU on the side.
Well, it depends how big your GPU is, I suppose. I mean, forget about the
Yeah,
cables.
I guess so. If you put like a tiny little baby GPU in.
Yeah, so, oh, there you go. Yeah,
They do fit.
yeah. Absolutely do fit.
Just makes it more awkward for plugging cables in.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, there's loads of
Oh, you can
cases.
still see it, yeah.
Loads and loads of cases that have less clearance just for normal radiators. So that's down the bottom. And then if you were at the bottom, that's at the top. And if you're going to do the bottom, yeah, then you can see you've got loads of room there as well. No issues at all. And finally, if you want to do push-pull on the side, God, it's chaos. Chaos. You're going to do push-pull at the side. Look, loads and loads of room there as well. So in fact, you could do push-pull on the side and and push-pull on the side and put like a pump res on top of it as well, like if you're going to use some cool mounting systems. So I think you'd struggle to find a lot of PC components that don't fit in this, but I'm sure there will be some. Over to you, Carl.
I was just about to reply to somebody in the chat, so I might as well do it now. AVG God has asked 7950X 3D or 13900K for first-person shooter games.
I mean, actually, I'm going to hand this one over to the one, the only, Bench Carl.
I was going to say Rivstar's already done it for me. He just said just get the X3D instead.
Okay. I mean, what do you think about the 13900K though? Because we discovered that was definitely better than we maybe originally would have suspected, right?
Yeah.
I think it deserves more praise than maybe it gets.
Yeah, I think it's just when you get either the same or more performance with the X3D
Yeah.
for, less than half the power usage. I think it's like nearly 300 watts
that's
in
the
the
thing, isn't it?
i9
And you can
compared
have
to 120.
You can have a better cooler, or you don't have to have such a good cooler either.
Yeah, and then it doesn't get as hot, uses less power. And it's less money. It's 380 versus nearly £500-600. It's just very difficult to recommend, which is why the i7, which performs...
Other than if you're going to use the extra cores, let's not forget that. The main advantage that the i9 has is its multi-threaded performance is far superior, right?
Yeah, obviously if they're just, for, like they said, for gaming, mostly first-person shooters.
Which is what most of us do, right?
Yeah.
So I would rather have an i9. I don't know. I guess I would rather have an i9 for my personal system because I'd use it for work as well, and it would make sense.
Yeah.
But if you weren't doing any video production, which, let's be honest, 99% of gamers don't,
Yeah.
then it makes more sense. But there are plenty of people out there that would be better off with an i9 than the Ryzen, but those people are going to be taking advantage of the extra cores. That's the long and short of it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of, when you get, say, around that $300 sort of dollar mark, £300 mark, your 7700Xs, your X3Ds, and i7 3700. Yeah, they're all very close to each other. It obviously just depends on what else you want to do with it.
I mean, if you were going to do a tier list, where would you put the 7800 X3D? You've got S is the best.
S tier.
You'd put that S tier.
Yeah.
That's interesting because I don't know, I guess that's probably S tier, but then surely the 7700 non-X has got to be not far behind because that's far better value, but then still has the longevity and the 8 cores. Or were you not such a fan of that one?
I think the price is because that's about 300. It's only £70 more now for the X3D.
Right.
And I think if gaming is your priority, I think
There's still like 20, what, my math's about 23% more money though. So do you get 23% more performance?
in some games you can.
What, more than, really?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go, I'll shut
I think
up.
like a random, off the top of my head, I think like Returnal was like 200 FPS or something, and then like 250 nearly with the X3D.
But of
At
course,
1080p, obviously, with a 4090.
yeah,
so it's
yeah,
always,
exactly. I was going to say it also depends, obviously, on the GPU that you're buying it for.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to make the mistake of buying the best possible CPU and then getting a GPU that doesn't need it for. It's just we actually have a bit of a problem now, don't we, with things like Call of Duty Warzone, because that game is so heavily CPU dependent that even mid-tier GPUs can benefit from sort of having a even better CPU. But then there are other games where it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Like something like Apex Legends. I'm not saying you don't need a good CPU, but if you're buying a modern GPU, it's not going to make much difference.
No.
Like real world performance, anyway.
No. Yeah, with the modern CPU to back it up as well.
This is going to be double me. It's double me.
You in one angle.
That's the one.
We've had a £2 super tax.
Super tax?
Super-
Oh
not
no!
super
It's all
tax.
over.
£2 super chat from Shmoo75.
Thank you,
Shmoo.
super chat. Thank you for watching Super Chat. What? Yeah, that was all right, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Not my best jingle, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that obviously then you also have the 7950X 3D, which is also that's sort of.
I don't like it though. As we've discussed before, I do not like that because it's too fiddly. I think Intel's implementation of extra cores, or like the mix of efficiency cores and performance cores, their secret sauce, however they've done it with like thread director and stuff, might sound like marketing, but it really does work really well in the background. It's not going to be perfect, but compared to AMD's provisioning service, I've just not had good experiences with that. I'm not, I know you can get it to work, but in order to get best performance, you need to shut off, or it needs to shut off the cores basically.
Yeah.
And it's a bit, not ideal. It doesn't work as seamlessly as possible. So, frankly, I would either get the 7900, like non-X, non-3D, or I would just get the 7800X 3D.
Yeah.
If it was me.
Yeah, I think with like the Intel CPUs, they seem to have a little bit more, dependent on what you obviously the video. If you do care about like the video side of things, using the integrated GPU for that extra encoder does help. Even though the new Ryzen ones do have one, but nothing can actually seem to utilize it yet.
In the same way.
Yeah, DaVinci Resolve or Premiere Pro, they can make use of it.
What, QuickSync?
Yeah.
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 What's AMD's one?
I don't think I think it has a name. I don't think it's not been like, I've not seen anywhere mentioned it. I've looked on like Puget Systems and stuff, and they've not really spoken about it.
Interesting. Right, that took ages. As we've said, look, I don't mean it in this particular instance. I'm not annoyed at all, but I know you guys want to hear it. I hate radiators. This is why, one of the reasons I hate radiators, because they're just faff. And then especially if you're like doing one like this, where you've got 3 fans, you then have to cable manage it all, and it's just a pain in the bum, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Just buy Corsair Q.
Yeah, buy Corsair's really expensive stuff. Like, I'm not poo-pooing it because it is fantastic, and it probably is my favourite, but would I buy one for my personal rig if I was paying for it? Probably not. I would, honestly, as we discussed earlier today, I would probably go for something like from Deepcore, because they look good and they have decent performance and they're like a third of the price. I'm personally not that fussed about having the display and things that we have on this one in my personal rig. But as I say, it's me. If you're going for a high-end rig and you want that, fair enough. I've got a friend that is building a rig just like this, and yeah, it was a proper requirement of his that he has an LCD screen on his. That's what he wants. There's no right or wrong answer. Everybody's different. So when we're doing these videos, always feel free to sort of mix and match the components. This should always be about getting the right sort of inspiration, really, for your rig, rather than something that's set in stone. Right, let's pull these through. I mean, does that make sense, do you think, Carl, when I say about my, you know, that in some videos I'll be using the Corsair stuff, sort of like singing its praise at that price point, but then in other videos I'll be saying it's too expensive. Do you think that makes sense? Why?
Yeah, you think it's like, I see it as like a tool, if you know what I mean. It's like, it's all well and good saying, oh, look, you could have the absolute best, you know, drill or saw in the world.
Yeah, it's
but if
objectively...
it costs £5,000 and, you know, your £200 saw does the same job for what you need it to do, then it's like, yeah, why pay more?
Yeah, like just because something's objectively better, it doesn't make it the better purchase, basically. Because it's all about price to performance. Like you could buy Linus's screwdriver, or you could go to B&Q and get the one I have here, which was like £6. I'm sure Linus's one is probably better, but that doesn't mean it's the right choice for everybody. God, we haven't done a stream since the whole Linus controversy, have we? It's been ages. We've been
it's been a while.
I was travelling. I was in Malaysia for a bit for work. Video about that is to come, and then I went on holiday, so I've been out of the loop for a while.
Yeah, he's back now with a more streamlined uploading schedule.
It was, yeah. I mean, it was clearly a lot of work, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like if we can appreciate that making videos is hard, doing it at their level is.
Yeah, like the 30, 40 videos a week, whatever it was, you know, that's so many.
Yeah, it's big. I mean, you know, we watch and we enjoy Linus around here, so ultimately we always wish them the best successes, really. They've, I always think that they've almost normalized having adverts and videos, and people understand that actually, you know, these people, in order to make the content, need the revenue to make the content and to make the business work. And he took and absorbed a lot of the initial backlash over the ads, so the rest of us could actually do it without, basically. So I do think we owe him a lot, but then again, he's also someone that has a ridiculous amount of resources, and it can be difficult to compete, but we do our best, don't we?
Yeah. We still enjoy what we do, so don't complain about it. We get on with it.
Yeah. I mean, there's always holes. I think I've always said the bigger you get, the less relatable you get. So there's always plenty of space for everybody, because Linus, no one is ever going to think Linus is just a humble PC gamer ever again, because he's not, and that's okay.
Yeah.
You know, I think we're probably a little bit beyond that as well, to be honest. I'd say less so, but yeah, you know, it's all relative.
Yeah, it's all relative.
Are you just a humble PC gamer, Carl?
I guess so. I don't actually do that much PC gaming anymore.
You do RuneScape gaming, don't you?
I've quit RuneScape again, or I've taken a long break again.
Taking a break.
Taking a break. You never quit. Just taking a break.
How long's the break gonna last this time?
I don't know. It's been over a month so far.
Interesting. As much as I like RuneScape, I can't be trusted, which is why I don't play it. I just can't be trusted. It's true though. Honestly, I can't be trusted.
Yeah, I think having mobile as well just makes it even harder to get away from it. Because you just open up your phone and it's like, oh look, I got 5 minutes, I can cut some trees.
How much of your time did you spend thinking about what you're going to do in RuneScape when you weren't playing RuneScape? Any?
Not a lot.
That was the problem I had when I was playing it in school. Like,
I find
honestly,
when you do play RuneScape, you spend a lot of time looking at, especially if you do like the Iron Man, and it's like, okay, I need to do this before I can do this.
So looking at all the guides.
That's it. Yeah, you look up the quest guide, then you look at the requirements, then you look at what you need, and then you think, maybe I won't do that yet.
Oh, I've just realised this case had a friggin' quick fit.
Remove bracket thing.
Yeah.
You could have done it
I could have done that.
all on the floor.
Frankly, this has been okay though. Ironically, the case is so big that it's almost made it easier in a way, because the screws are so close and I can properly see what I'm doing. Don't know. Right, we in? Yeah, we're in. Cool. Right, so that is the cooler in place, and then it will just drop on to our CPU like so. You have the, I should show you this way. You have a little what do you call it? All your cables plug in at the top, and it screws on. But obviously, you do need to add some thermal paste if you're reusing it like we are, because otherwise you'll have problems. I did test it once actually. What happens if you don't use thermal paste? Your CPU cooks. So I don't.
just don't do it.
Yeah. What am I doing? Thermal paste. Thermal paste. Oh, honestly, it's fantastic to be back there. I love taking a break because it is absolutely necessary. I'm sure it is in any job. But then you come back, and especially when it's like September sort of time, and it's about to be game season, and it's about to be launch season, and there's so much cool PC gaming stuff going on. It is a very exciting time, and yeah, I enjoy it. I genuinely really enjoy a little brainstorm with you as well, Carl. I think that's becoming a bit of a highlight when we actually map out what we're going to do.
Yeah.
Because
we need to do that again soon, don't we?
We do. Well,
Probably
get through the backlog first, probably, but yeah.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Nasty Yoda said, I thought you hate radiators. Why are you using a
I
radiator?
hate radiators when they don't work, or they aren't easy to install. But this is a big case, so there's no, well, so far there's been no issues with like ease of access. So, yeah, I would prefer to use like I want a radiator that has the ease of installation of air cooler. Cole has some moaning for you to do, by the way, or has some moaning because he's made a realization earlier today, didn't you, Cole?
About what?
Radiators.
Which part?
The radiators that have the fans screwed on by default.
Oh yeah, that was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think it was the new Lian Lee one. I think. Yeah, you've used the 240 or the 280, and then I used the 360 with my test bench PC.
Yeah.
And both times we've used it, we had to take the fans off.
Yes, because we wanted the orientation
the other way around.
The other way around.
I was just like, now I have to take out 12 screws. I didn't think I had to. Yes, so it's actually double the effort because not only do you need to install the fans like you did before, but then you have to take them off and then install the fans, which is a little bit annoying. So you're kind of like 50-50 on whether it's going to benefit you, depending on the direction of airflow you want. Yeah. So, I mean, what is the default? Surely it's blowing into the radiators, the default. I suppose you can't say I wanted because you don't. I might have put it in wrong for you. Yeah, because it was on the test bench, it had to be the opposite way around. So I had to have radiator first, so it could screw in, and then I had basically what you've got now, but the opposite way around. Yes. Okay. So if you're doing a bit more, if you were putting it in this case right now in that position, it would work fine. Okay. But if you put in a front-mounted radiator, probably not. No. Yeah. Okay, makes sense. Unless you have the tubes at the bottom. We're now going to plug in our AIO pump. Here we go. People keep asking about this RTX 4090 Matrix card from ASUS. I've never even heard of it. Did they announce it at Gamescom, maybe? Maybe. We don't have one, I can say that much. We've not been sent one. It looks... I don't know if it's not going to do anything new. It's just going to be cold. Don't know. GPUs are already cold enough. Yeah, they are. 4090s especially, because assuming the rumours are all true, essentially what happened is that they were going to go for a 600 watt GPU, or at some point there was going to be a 600 watt GPU. And the coolers were all designed for 600 watts, and then they limited it to 450, and real world is more like 420. So they all run way cooler than they need to because the card doesn't use so much power. So then if you're ASUS or Gigabyte or whoever, you're like, don't buy this entry-level card that works perfectly and is basically silent. Buy our better one with better profit margins on because numbers. More money. Yes, exactly. But I actually do feel sorry for all of NVIDIA's vendors because I do think it's probably been a bit difficult for them recently with profit margins and things. And I know some people might think, why are you busy like defending the corporations that already make loads of money? Well, don't forget EVGA quit. So it's not all like big vendors and things. There's just
probably not going to be much margin in there because it's a bit of a weird one where the price is almost set by NVIDIA, right? RRP, and I don't know how well enforced it is, but assuming it was being enforced, it's a bit weird because then there's not that much freedom on how much they can actually, change the pricing of their cards. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just a bit of a minefield.
I think that they've sort of have that minimum price, I guess, which they can't really go below.
Well, I'm sure for legal reasons they probably can't set a minimum price, but they can maybe like.
Well, they have that, I guess, the RRP, which they can't really.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about how these things work, but I know you can't say you must not sell this for under this, blah blah blah. But I'm sure you can probably sweetly talk and suggest. But also, don't forget as well. The point is they don't. I don't know. I don't have a clue about the exact numbers, right? But to use an example, let's say I sold you all of the ingredients to make an apple crumble, right, for £1. It then costs you 40p, okay, to use your machinery, use your oven, use your mixer, to then make the apple crumble. Okay, so you're up to £1.40 in cost. You've got the labour on top of that. I don't know how much it costs for someone to make an apple crumble. It's a machine. You're making them in bulk. I don't know, let's say 20p. No idea. So you're £1.60 for your apple crumble, right? What if you're then told you can only sell that apple crumble for £2? So, well, I want to make more than 40p profit. Well, I guess you could put oats on the top. You could do a little bit of browning with a torch, and you could upsell it. So you got your £2 apple crumble, but then you got your finest apple crumble for £2.50. Basically the same, slightly different. That's actually what's kind of going on, right?
Yeah.
You thought he's got a weird analogy.
I was wondering. I was concentrating now, and I was like, where is this going?
But yeah, I think that's actually quite a good idea. That's my understanding of how it works. For legal reasons, if that's not how it works, that is speculation and speculation alone. But yeah, that's a rough.
Now
guide.
that you're done with your pastry-centric, as somebody.
Pastry? Where's the pastry apple crumble?
Well, they said pastry-centric.
No, that's pie.
Oh, sorry, Lozzie. Yeah, I thought it was quite good. But,
yeah, What was the joke?
They just called you pastry-centric.
Yeah, I'd go with. I don't know. What is a crumble?
It's
not pastry.
Oh, you said it was an apple pie.
No, it's a crumble.
Oh,
it's always crumble.
It's biscuit, isn't it?
Biscuit-centric. I don't know.
Biscuit-centric.
Baking-centric.
Cookie-centric.
I don't know. Dessert-centric.
Anyway, we have a £1 super chat from Trev.
Trev, thank
Trev.
you so much for the super chat, Trev.
There's so many people who've done their first super chat, and it's giving you a little flag. It looks so fun.
There you go. So this is Google being clever. They're like, how can we extract more money from our customers that are watching these videos for free?
Pie-centric?
No, because it's not a pie. It's an apple crumble. Do you guys in the US, do you not have apple crumble? This would blow my mind. This would be very upsetting.
Baked Marcus?
No, sorry.
No, these names aren't working, people.
You're going to have to do better than that. Right, let me show you around this other side.
Someone said he is just pasty.
Just pasty?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I'm not pasty. Look at this tan.
He's tan now.
Look at the difference, right?
The case is before.
Yeah. Oh, rude. Unbelievable. I get nothing but abuse. Nothing but abuse. Right, so this is the side. We've got
I just realised there's so many cables that go underneath the case for the front I/O.
Is it? Where's just that?
No, look right underneath the bottom of the case.
3.
Yeah, there's loads.
3? Well, yeah, you've got 4 USB 3 ports on this, and you've got USB-C, which you were very impressed with.
Oh, well, that is a lot of USB. I'd love that on my case.
So.
I only have 3 USB ports on the front of mine.
So we've got our cables. Rather weirdly, this one is black and these are white. You'd think they'd be the same. So this is for the pump head. This is for the fans, but it's all one unit. So, yeah.
So boo NZXT.
I don't know if it's boo NZXT. It's just don't know. It's a bit odd. Maybe they're thinking that most motherboards are black and the PCBs are black, so actually the black cable is easier to hide. So maybe it's a good thing. Don't know. What do you guys reckon? Is that good? You see what I mean? Fan cables white, black for the.
Oh, it's called cobbler in America.
Is that what it is?
Cobbler.
I've heard of a peach cobbler.
I've heard of a peach cobbler.
Yeah.
Apple cobbler.
No, that's not. No, it is not apple cobbler. Get out of here.
That's.
And I'm sure the Americans now are like, cobbler? What on earth is a cobbler? Sorry, cobbler? What on earth is a cobbler? What is that? Yeah.
No, you can get old-fashioned apple cobbler. Cobbler.
Oh,
Why does
no,
it
this
sound
sounds
odd?
wrong.
Why does it sound odd when you
God,
say it in an English
what
accent?
is this? Well, you learn something new every day, don't you? Yeah, that is genuinely fascinating. That's one of the most interesting things I've learned today. I got laughed at yesterday by Thea, my fiance, and her sister, because I had a spelling mistake. And long story short, we had a video of our dog. Well, not my dog. Long story short, dog sort of ran round the front of our sort of driveway, but rather than just going straight down the middle, it like ran in an arc. And I said, oh, you know, he had a very wide berth there, didn't he? But I wrote this down, so I wrote it down as wide birth, as in childbirth. And they thought this was hilarious. I was like, oh yeah, take the mick at the person that can't spell. That is bullying, and I will not have it in this workplace. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I watched a video the other day of somebody eating food in America, and they call, is it basically scones? They call them biscuits, don't they?
Yeah.
But they don't have sugar in. They're like,
No. I mean,
it's just so strange.
Tea and scones is just the best thing ever, you know. So
Bit of jam, bit of clotted cream.
clotted cream.
Clotted cream.
What's going on here? Where do I plug all of the RGB in? Do we know? Oh, that would do it.
That would do it. We have a new super chat from Kevin Manning.
Super chat from Kevin Manning.
Thank you, Kevin. After watching your channel
Kevin,
for a
sorry.
while and saving for the last year, I finally put together my first PC at the weekend.
Woo!
I don't know why, I cannot get it to work.
Oh,
but keep up the great work. We do have a video, Kevin.
Yes.
It's one of our very popular videos, actually.
Yeah.
Why my PC doesn't work.
How to troubleshoot a PC that won't turn on, basically. I go through absolutely everything I can think of, and I think it saved a lot of people's bacon. So once you're done watching this stream, or if you want to dip in and out, go watch that video and then come back and let us know whether it's helped. Because we go through everything. That's probably one of my favourite videos, because I know that is actually going to help people out, which is good. That's why we're here.
Yeah, have a look at that video, Kevin. That might be able to help you out. Maybe you're plugged in something wrong, or you know you've not got the right things. Hopefully,
it can be as simple as just like a cable plugged into the wrong place, you know, like a display cable.
Yeah.
Or something I didn't mention in that video, but does affect us, is if your monitor is on the wrong input, and then you change your input once you've turned your PC on. So let's say you plugged in a DisplayPort cable, you turn your PC on and it's connected to your monitor via HDMI, and you change your monitor from DisplayPort to HDMI after your PC's turned on for the first boot. It won't do a display because I don't think it's got like the graphics driver or something about it. It doesn't. It only outputs on one display, so it's actually outputting still to like a DisplayPort, but you've got it plugged in via HDMI. So the solution there is just to turn the PC off and on again. But to be fair, you've probably done that already.
Yeah, I had an issue the other day when I was benchmarking. Every time I'd change the CPU.
Magnetic.
Well done, NZXT. Every time I would change the CPU when benchmarking, and then with the AMD one, it would turn off, obviously, and turn back on to do that the memory training. I was like, yep, that's fine.
Yeah.
But then when it loads up into Windows, nothing appears on the display. Unplug the HDMI, plug it back in again, and it's there.
Yes.
It's like, oh, okay. Because I could see the error code. I knew that it had posted. I was just like, oh, okay. It's just unplug that, and then it works.
Just a bit.
I don't know if it's a monitor issue or I don't know. I don't know what that issue is. Or a Windows issue, maybe. Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Kevin Manning, join the Discord. There's plenty of people in there that can help you with the PCs as well.
Yeah, spot you with the assist. Right, what else have we got to be plugged in here? We've got, is that SATA? Why'd there be, We've got a weird one. Got a weird one. Why is there a SATA cable here?
Are they like those hard drive bays?
Yeah, hot swappable drive bays. Is that what that is?
I don't know if they're
they go to the drives.
Yeah, they go up to the top as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're hot
Yeah, they
swappable,
are.
but they might just be.
Well, yeah. So if you want
Hardwired.
to put your hard drive in, the cable's all pre-routed for you. You literally just slide them in.
Yeah.
And I want to point out as well, I mean, right, let's actually play a game. This is live. When I play this in the video, I know people are going to cheat. I say, before I say how much this case is, don't cheat and look it up. In GBP, Great British Pounds, how much do you think this case costs? And I'll give you a clue. I think it's reasonable for what you're getting. So how much do you think this case was? How much was the NV7?
Could do a poll.
How much was the NV7, by the way? I feel like that was 300 quid, wasn't it? Could be wrong. You might need to check my maths there before.
It is 189.
Well, the NV7?
Yep.
Oh, all right. I'm wrong. Forget that. All right.
And the NZXT similar one, which is like the H9 flow.
Yeah.
That's 169.
Okay. All right. So yeah, maybe I'm wrong. All right. I still stand by it though. This case is reasonable. You compare it to something like Corsair's like 1000D or their what's the big one that the other big one they have? 8000D, is it?
Is it not 5000?
No, the big one. I think it's 8000D.
We've got some prices coming in. 250, 200, 230, 190. Someone said 110. I think you'd be
yeah, no.
wishful thinking there. 200. I think yeah, around the 200 price point. A lot.
Well,
of people
yeah.
say.
I mean, at the moment, launch price, I'm saying this for 240 quid, which for such a big case with all of these features, I actually think it's reasonable. The catch is that you don't get any fans, so you do have to add your own fans. But I say this in every video. I'd argue if you're spending this much money on a case, you're not going to use the case stock case fans anyway, so don't bother including them.
Yeah.
It's my 2 cents on that.
Yeah. You know, if they included like some AL fans in it as standard or something, you'd be like, okay, then. But if they're just like the basic stock fans.
Yeah, if they included AL fans, not everyone would want them or need them, and then you'd end up paying 300 quid, maybe 320 quid for the case.
Yeah.
So the only way around that is to do what Corsair do, but then you kind of need your own website for that for logistics reasons, is to have a version with the fans available at a slight discount for people that do want to go that way, and they sell it themselves.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea to have two options though.
Absolutely.
If you think you had the one with the fans for maybe 250 or whatever, and the one without fans for 200, then you'd be like, oh, I'm saving money by getting the ones with the fans.
It's just logistics though. It costs them too much money with shipping different SKUs.
Yeah.
Because obviously cases are so big and heavy. This is why there are a lot of companies only sell black or white cases. They don't do like fancy colours and things. It is swart there. It is because it's just too much money to have different SKUs.
Oh, we have a super chat.
Sit. Oh, super chat.
No one nearly killed you.
Oh, God. Hold on. This is bad. Apologies, guys. I am really sorry. We would cut that out of the video normally.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Or zoom in on it and make
I can see it on the screen. It's about to happen on the screen. Oh, no. It's like deja vu. It's happening again.
Justice Cooper asked 7800 X3D and 6950 XT.
So I was thinking about the burp. Sorry. Start again.
Ruined it for you. 7800 X3D, 6950 XT, 1440p gaming. Overkill or not?
6950 XT.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but overkill is fine because that card has come down in price quite a lot.
How much are they now? People go on about them a lot.
I mean, 1440p, I'd always say, like, if you're talking 1440p ultra-wide, there's quite a big difference there. But actual bog standard 2560 by 1440 is not that difficult to drive by today's standards, really.
It's only 569.
What is?
The 6950 XT.
Yeah, gone down.
That's like...
I mean, it is, not being funny, it is
more
what,
than
2-year-old card?
No, isn't it like semi-new? Because it's the 50 version. The 6900 XT.
Oh, maybe. But there's still not a massive difference there, is there?
But there's still quite a big jump over the 6800 XT, which is then a big jump over the 7800 XT.
So you're impressed by that then?
I am. That's.
I'm not saying you shouldn't be. I'm just asking. You got to remember, bench card is the big cheese now. He's
Big cheese, yeah.
guy with the numbers.
I'm the editor, Carl.
It's
so.
basically just so when Gamers Nexus has a go, I can say it wasn't me.
Yeah. Yeah, basically.
That's the idea.
Yeah, it seemed to happen after that recent video. So, wait a second.
Yeah, I mean, I don't actually. Oh, I don't know how many USB. I have a feeling this motherboard only has one USB 3 header on it. Oh dear. So only 2 of the ports are going to work. But then there aren't actually that many motherboards that do have 2 USB headers on. So there you go. You will need a at least let's say a different motherboard to get the most out of this.
Or a USB 2 to USB 3 adapter.
Oh look, this folds out. So you can put your drives in.
Oh, that's good.
Look, it folds out. It's on like a hinge. See, I think this is cool. Everything about the Fantex one, the end result I know can look nice and it has flexibility, but this is just smart.
I like how you put the fan hub there. And there's that.
It
folds closed.
There you go.
I was like, what an odd place to put
doing?
it.
What's he doing?
So there's so much room back there.
I know, it's roomy boy in here.
And we do have the world's largest power supply to go in there, though.
Well, it's definitely not the world's largest, but big. World's big. Let's just say that. The world's big. Oh, this front panel. I mean, do you want to guys see what I'm doing rather than me just doing it? Because that's probably going to help everyone, isn't it?
The H9 flyer.
I'm just routing it through to the right places, I promise. I'm not stealing all the fun. Needs to go down there. Cool. Sorry, we've gone quiet. We've got dead air, Carl.
I've been distracted. Somebody was said in the chat they got the H9 Elite with fans included for 259. I can't remember. We've tried it out. I just can't remember how many fans it has.
I liked the H9 Elite. I just have to say I thought the H7 and H5 were probably just more mainstream.
Yeah.
I don't know. You would think having a tech channel or PC gaming channel that I would enjoy the high-end stuff the most. I don't. These days, I much prefer making the videos that are more accessible and more affordable because there's a lot more challenge there. I mean, assuming you have access to the hardware, you know, anyone can just put together a PC with whatever. You know, if I said to you, do you want 100 grams of dairy milk chocolate or 250 grams, what are you going to have?
250 grams.
Yeah, there you go. You see, it's a no-brainer. Whereas actually, if you're doing it for someone else, I would probably be more interested in the price per gram.
Yeah, I guess so. It's like when you go shopping, you're like, oh, do I buy this big chocolate bar for £2?
It gets very misleading though when you start talking about toilet roll because you've got to take the quality of the toilet roll into account. So obviously you can go for the ones that are like 4p a sheet. But I mean, is that really what you want to be using? Probably not.
No.
Insightful stuff. As
Insightful
always
stuff.
from
This is why people subscribe.
I mean, it probably is, to be fair, because there's no other reason to.
Yeah, it's a bit like there's a guy building a PC in the background while two people talk about toilet roll.
Yeah, what can you say? This is why I'm saying we can compete with Linus, because we talk about the stuff that matters on this channel. You know?
Yeah, I've not heard him mention dairy milk before.
Well, no, he wouldn't, would he? He's probably mentioned Hershey's. What's all this going on with like Mr. Beast mugging off Hershey's and stuff? Is it just marketing or is it actually good? I've heard different things from different people.
I've never tried it. It's obviously it's not in the UK, is it?
I know 2 people that have tried it.
Yep.
Someone says it's the real deal, it's phenomenal. Other one said really didn't like it. So
they got a lot of weird flavours though. It's
yeah,
not just
maybe
like
it's just weird flavour then.
You know, like oh, here's a bar of dairy milk, standard chocolate.
Yeah.
Everybody likes it and enjoys it.
Even Americans know what dairy milk is.
If you get like I don't know dairy milk Oreo. Yeah,
I like that.
I
Sometimes
like
a bit
it.
dry though.
Yeah, and there you go. It's a bit more conflicting.
I do
If
want to
it's
try
just
some
like a
Feastables.
Mr. Beast, if he does like a plain chocolate bar, I guess so.
Feastables plain. I don't know. Does that sell? Feastables plain.
I guess so. I have no idea.
No idea. It's interesting marketing though. Every time I watch it, I think, well, no one else's marketing strategy is just straight up to say
This is better than
this
Hershey's.
is way better than Hershey's. Is that? I don't know. That's allowed. I guess it is.
I suppose it's no different than the whole Apple versus Apple versus Windows adverts from years ago.
Yeah.
The Mac
Well, I
versus
don't know. I was
Windows.
probably a bit stronger than that, though, isn't it? I don't know. I find it all quite interesting and fascinating. The other reason that the hard drive bay, by the way, sort of folds out is so you can access these cables. This is a very clever case. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. It's just the MV7 was just so difficult to take apart and put back together. It was like a puzzle piece.
Toblerone.
Why? Right. Look at this, Carl.
What?
Look at this. This cable here.
About the
They've gone to the effort to make it white, but then you've still got all the coloured cables.
as soon as you plug it in.
Why? Like genuinely, what is the reason? Like, is that a legal thing? All the coloured cables.
I don't know.
USBs. I don't get it.
Oh no, they're the NXT ones.
Why can't you? I guess it's because it's much easier to assemble, isn't it? Because you don't
Yeah.
have any guesswork.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty annoying. I'll be honest. So yeah.
Surely they could have just made the heat shrink a little bit longer. A little bit longer. Just to cover it that little bit more.
Yeah. Annoying.
Oh yeah. Rivstar literally does our job for us. He said, make sure to leave a like on the video.
Yeah, leave a like on the video, please. Thank you, Rivs. Is it Riverstar or Rivstar?
Rivstar.
Rivstar.
No.
I see Rivstar's name all the time.
Yeah.
Long time big fan of the channel, and we appreciate you, Rivstar.
Yeah, he's our god on the Discord as well.
I've got some fascinating news, by the way.
Oh.
And I
breaking
just want to
news.
say, this is correct to the best of my knowledge. I went through the data, or at least I went through some data that I could find online. If it's not accurate and this is a load of rubbish, I apologise. But I don't believe or at least in England, there's been a Deirdre born in a very long time. I couldn't see that. I went through all the different baby names, right? Don't worry, not expecting. I'm personally not expecting that. No, we're not expecting. Don't worry. But I was just having a look out of interest because I was bored, and yeah, there hasn't been a Deirdre born in a very long time, like years and years and years. And I just thought there's so many babies being born. Surely someone's going to be a Deirdre. Apparently not.
I guess not. I've only ever heard of one Deirdre though in my life.
Oh, it used to be all the rage, I think.
Yeah, and that's the
Back
one
in the
that was
day.
on Coronation Street.
Oh, I know. I used to work with a Deirdre.
Oh.
But you just, you think someone would go, no, I like that name. But no. No, apparently not. Anyway, was that interesting? Was that more interesting than talking about the apple cobbler? Or was that...
I guess that's
It's adequate.
Yeah.
It's adequate chat. That's what, that's what it's all about, isn't it?
yeah, I guess so.
Right.
How's our PC looking?
How's our PC looking? I've just
plugged
done all
in
the
a lot
boring
of cables.
bits. Plugged in all the cables. So we've got our front panel at the bottom right. We've got two USBs. One is for the LCD. The other one is for the fan controller, which will do RGB. All of the stuff should eventually be syncable because you've got the SLXT RGB headers at the top. So we can do some extensions, which is cool. We've got HD audio, bottom left, USB-C, and then our USB 3 is below that. So nice and simple stuff, really. Yeah, do need to plug our CPU fan in. It's probably our next thing to do.
We've not got much left to do, is it? Just the power supply, cables, and then the GPU.
No, what haven't we put in yet?
The power.
Yeah,
supply
no
and the
power
GPU?
supply, yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, yes.
Oh no.
Oh, yes. All the fans.
Oh yeah.
All the fans. You can put two up here if you want. 4 120s. Ooh.
3 140s.
I reckon you might be able to do 4 120s, but we haven't tried it. I don't think it's officially supported, but it might work.
I could stick them down, I guess. But
Yeah.
we're going to do it properly.
We do it properly. So we need to do our fans. But no. We're going to put the GPU here, weren't we? We need to work that one out.
Or do we
which
put
would be
the
fun.
fans there?
This is
I thought
thinking
we
out
got-
loud.
I thought we got fans to put there though, didn't we?
With Marcus and Carl. Yeah, we got. Oh, we don't have. Yeah. Right. So we have our fans. So we're using the F140 Duos. These were sent out by NZXT. All the parts that are in this PC, by the way, were provided by the manufacturers free of charge. Most of them, I always say, like, well, not always say, I often say most of the stuff goes back. It really does depend on what it is. I'm starting to notice companies will leave things sort of around for a bit longer these days, which is nice. Can I have some scissors or something, please? They might be on the box in the hallway. I'm sorry, Carl's now gone.
I've gone.
So if you put something in chat, you won't see it. Sorry, that's it. He's out of here, but I need to open these boxes. But yeah, these are F140 RGB Duos. I was quite pleased when NZXT brought these out because their own RGB fans were getting a little bit tired compared to some of the competition, whereas these now have a little bit more bling than the F120s that I suppose did they replace, or do they sit alongside, do you think? They probably sit alongside.
I think they sit alongside because they also have their sort of F120 Core fans as well, which I think
they're copying Corsair with a Core. Core brand's not good. I don't like the name Core. Don't bother.
I think the Core ones are like non-PWM, basically not as good.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh, these are not the daisy chainable ones. Oh,
Flip.
fudge. The problem we're going to have is that these use a controller.
That is not the same controller.
No, it is the same controller.
Right.
But then, can we daisy chain them? There's no daisy chain.
Oh, it's like 2 in, 1 out.
Yeah, so, and we're already using the USBs. I've got a hub. Oh, but it's just faff, isn't it? It's just faff. The Corsair ones, you can put 6 on.
Isn't it 9?
Oh, God, silly. Oh, what, the new ones? Yeah,
Yeah.
daisy chain those. I mean, can you plug them straight into the motherboard? You can, because that was the whole point. Yeah, you can plug them straight in there. But you've only got 2. So...
Do I grab the Lee and Lee fans? There were only 120s though.
Is it honest? Right. I'm going to just say it. It's annoying, man. It's friggin' annoying because it just doesn't make sense. 3 fans is not enough. So if you need a splitter, why haven't you given me a splitter? Genuinely, what am I supposed to do here? Because there's clearly going to be a way to use, loads of these stacked together. It's got 3 RGB lighting channels. Can you daisy chain the fans? Like you can with the old ones? No.
There's no like bonus RGB on the side of it.
Nope. No bonus RGB. It just seems like such a oversight when you think you can use the Lee and Lee ones and you on this could potentially only use 3 channels of it because they daisy chain together. What's the point? No, 3 fans is not enough, is it? So what, you need to use 2 controllers?
But they come in boxes of 2. They only sell them in boxes of 2.
What about the...
120s?
No, 120s you do get 3.
3.
Oh, it's just a pain. It's just a pain. What should we do? Should we use the Lee and Lee ones? But then that doesn't actually necessarily help us.
Because we're still using...
Yeah, I've got a splitter I can use for that though. So I can make it work. I could even make it work with these, but frankly I refuse to because, it's just...
do they just need the USB for control, the Lee and Lee ones? Because the RGB control could be done on the case.
Well, no, you've got the... So you've got the RGB control here.
Yeah.
So you don't get anything else in the box other than... what are we on? Sorry, look, there we go. Look, you can see now. So we've got our little controller. We've got screws for the fans. Got a little pad. We obviously have the fan itself. And the fan itself has RGB on both sides.
Oh, it's got like a proprietary
and then you've
connector
got
as well.
NZXT's proprietary thing
Yeah.
on there. So I'm sure you can probably buy, I'm not sure, you might be able to buy a splitter or something, but it just seems like 3 channels doesn't seem enough. If you can't, because the old NZXT fans you could daisy chain together. It just made more sense, but then the problem was you only had the light on one side, so it wasn't actually very helpful if you were wanting to use it in the other way. So I say let's go with Lee and Lee. Let's do a weird. Oh, hang on.
Hang on. What have you found?
Look what was inside the cooler box. A splitter. So we've got 1 extra port.
Oh.
But then I still think that means, we've got 1 extra port, which means we could do 1 controller with these 3 fans, and then either don't put an exhaust on, or we could plug this into the motherboard. So we do have enough.
Yeah.
Make sense? If you're watching at home and you're not following along, the first crisis that we've had is just 3 channels is not enough. Basically, simple as that. Unless you can daisy chain these together and buy extra cables and things, I don't think this is the best system. Cool, right, we're on the same page. Make sense? Anything you want to add, Carl?
Do you want to poll NZXT fan versus Lee and Lee 120mm
I don't
fans?
know, because I want them all to work on 1 single bit of software, because actually that is something that does drive me up the wall.
Yeah,
So
that's fair.
I think this is still going to be the easier solution.
Somebody said, has he explained why he has a 1500 watt power supply yet?
Because I can. No, that's not the reason. Carl, you remember the reason, right?
We wanted to use custom cables and they work with that one.
Yes, we don't actually have a current Corsair power supply that is... Well, we do. We've got a few, but one of them's over there inside our office benchmarking rig. And then the other one is in my personal rig.
And that's
well,
it.
That's it.
And that's
yeah.
it.
So we have another Corsair power supply on the way. That's like the RM 850 or something, but it's not arrived yet, unfortunately. So yes, we're using a 1500 watt power supply that absolutely everybody should buy because it's money well spent. That is ironic, so I don't actually think that. Right, so it'll be 3 fans down the bottom here. We'll make sure they're blowing upwards, like that. I don't like that they don't daisy chain together anymore. Frankly, you know, it's just, it's like a step backwards. Just silly. It's just annoying.
You heard it here, probably not first.
I mean, it is annoying. Look, come on, give me your opinion, Carl. I want it.
I don't like them, especially the fact that they cost as much as they do.
How much do these ones cost?
I think they were, weren't they £60 for 2?
Oh yeah, 63 quid I think for 2. If it was 62 quid for 3, that'd be right. But I mean, 2 fans is just not really enough for anyone, is it? I know it's pretty standard, but just you were the first people to daisy chain fans pretty much, right? So why have you gone backwards? It's just annoying.
It just doesn't make... Why would the hub only support the fans that come in the box as well? Why is there no room to...
I mean, can you buy a cable? Do you want to look into it? Can you buy a...
accessory?
It's surely you can...
But if you plug 3 120s into it, there's no extra out port, is there?
No.
Or in port?
Just, you know, I feel like... I always, with live, I'm always slightly cautious that NZXT might watch it and they say, no, actually you're wrong, you can do this. But if they don't give you the cable in the box, then you'd still have to buy it separately, even if you could daisy chain it. But the core problem is that there should be at least 4 ports on the controller. I don't think 3 is enough. I think we're in agreement there.
Yeah. Yeah, usually when you get like a fan hub, you can, it's like, oh, supports up to 9, 6, 5 fans, something like that.
Just 3 is just a bit pants, isn't it? Right, let's get this open. So what I'm going to do now, look, is do what I should have done for the top radiator, which is to remove this little bracket. Oh, how does this... Yeah, it does slide. Yeah, there you go. Slides out. Just like that. Happy days. He says. There we go. Oh. I'm getting tired now. I'm running low on energy. We had half a bagel each before we actually started this.
We did.
And we're running on fumes now.
1 hour 47 in.
That's all right. It's all right.
If he gets to 3 hours 47 and it's not turned on, then we'll be sad.
Yeah, because we have to keep going. And you'll regret the decision to have dinner here.
At 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, dinner at 10 o'clock at night. Right, so I want to turn this upside down, don't I? Like so. Cool. Is that right? Yeah, because you're blowing air up and into the system.
Somebody said we just got a Carl hand reveal. Oh no.
Well, we've got some exciting news coming up. I can't talk too much. I can, it's my decision to do what I want. But I can't say too much.
I do what I want.
Can't say
my channel.
Too much at the moment, but there are some exciting things. I mean, Cole made his first appearance, didn't you, properly?
I didn't.
Oh, no.
God.
Sorry.
It was the other, it was the other person.
Apologies. It was not Carl. I forgot. It was Carl's alter ego. Bench Carl.
It was Bench Carl, not
It doesn't
me.
have the same ring as Bench Marcus, because
No.
Bench Marcus was very smart.
That works because of the word benchmark.
Yeah, except I used to be called, my friend, my close friend, used to be called Benchmark Marcus.
That didn't really work.
It's just, honestly, it's just stupidity, really, isn't it? It's,
It was right there.
Yeah, I mean, it worked for engagement because the comments are all, why don't you just call him Bench Marcus? I was like, yeah, that's interesting. It's very smart.
That's a good idea.
That's a good idea. I'll have a word with him.
And then he adopted the name.
Because he's normally down the pub, isn't he? That's
Yeah,
right.
he's usually down the pub. That's why I had to do it, because he was down the pub again.
Yeah, it's a bit sad. We probably should have a word, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, there you go. That's that situation.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Especially during work times when he's down the pub, you know. Can't be doing that, Benchmarkers.
that is in the contract. That is gross misconduct. I think. I don't know, but that's just misconduct. I don't know. Anyway, let me know your thoughts on whether Carl did a good job. Should he be praised or should he be sacked? Let's know
in the comments.
in the comments.
Do a poll, sack or not? No, please don't.
Yeah, you wouldn't find it very funny when
Imagine if
they
it just said, oh no, I'd be like, oh, okay,
bin him off.
time to go.
Yeah, time to go. It wouldn't help me, I'll be honest with that. It would put me at a disadvantage. I'd have to deal with the CPU benchmarking myself.
No, Benchmarkers would.
Well, no, because I do it and then I give it to benchmarkers, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly the details of theirs.
The logistics of how this place works.
Yeah. So I don't know the benchmarks, but I know someone that does.
Sinners, Gamers Nexus ask, well, I don't do it, don't ask me.
Yeah. Nothing to do with me, mate. Yeah, but you're publishing the numbers. Yeah, I know, but I was under the authority, I know, that benchmarkers had got it right, so I apologise, Steve. What can I say? It was an accident, honestly. You know, these things happen. Yeah. Ow! I slipped. You always look away and miss the good stuff.
I do, yeah. I look at the screen. Well, I'll be able to see. If I look at the screen, I'll be able to watch
It's about to happen now. Maybe. I don't know. Fascinating stuff watching yourself back on a delay.
Like, yeah, I saw it, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Mildly interesting.
Right hand into the left hand.
Yeah.
Probably could work that out without watching the replay, but anyway.
Where is the other lot of cables? Is it in here? Yeah.
More screws, you mean?
What did I say? Cables?
Yeah.
Well, I meant screws. Oh. We've not even got to the most difficult bit yet, which is almost certainly going to be
A nightmare.
getting the graphics card in. I mean, we'll put the graphics card in the normal slot first, shall we, just to show what it will look like,
Yeah.
and then we'll try and have it the other way. But you got these little blank out bits that come in the box, like these things here. Look at that, there you go. That you can put on this side, so if you're not using all of the fans, you don't have a big gaping hole, which again is smart. Like why don't more companies do this?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose Fantech's been doing it for a while actually, like the P600 has done that, hasn't it, for ages? Got little blank out bits that you can use.
Yeah. That's a P600, isn't it?
What did I say?
You said P600.
Yeah, that's P600.
Yeah.
P600S.
Yeah.
And then the P500 is the P500A, I believe. A being air. Right. Fans in. Fans.
We have a super chat. From
Oh, I've got low energy. I'll do it. Wait, let me just put this in, and then I'll give you the biggest energy I've ever given.
Just don't blow the microphone.
I'm going to blow this wide open. Right. Who is it?
King Louis.
King Louis. We've had King Louis before. That is a super chat from King Louis.
It's actually quite sad because they said their RTX 4090 build isn't working.
Oh. If only there was a video that
Or
might help.
or a Discord where you could get advice and help.
Yes.
We have
help.
both.
Because of the sadness.
We have a video you can watch, and you can join the Discord because then they'll help you feel better about yourself.
Yeah, yeah. We always recommend the troubleshooting video because I assure you that is likely to help you out.
Yeah, it still gets so many comments from like saying this video saved my bacon.
Yeah, this video saved the day. But then you also get some comments that say, "Oh, it didn't save the day. My motherboard blew up." Oh, I had a bit of a boo-boo, didn't I?
Yeah.
With one of my motherboards. I think for the first time ever, I bent some pins on it. But it still works. A tiny little incident occurred where I dropped the plastic like CPU holder on the socket and it like bent one of the pins just a tiny weeny bit. And I'm still blown away that it managed to happen because I don't understand how something so light could cause that sort of damage. But yeah, there we go. It is what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Luckily it still works.
Still
we tested
works.
it.
Like only a tiny bit. I mean, it's probably still making contact. But I did fear for my life. No, but felt for the
poor motherboard.
Yeah, the poor motherboard there. Right, so we've got fans here. So these don't go into a hub, do they? These go to the board. But then the benefit actually of going for one of these NZXT sort of systems like this is you can control everything through the NZXT software, CAMP, which frankly is one of the best ones. I don't think we can get around that, can we? Oh, so you've got support for the old RGB down the bottom and then the new RGB at the top, look.
Yeah, smart.
Hmm?
Smart.
Sport?
Smart. It's smart.
Oh, smart.
Yeah.
I must confess, I really did have no idea what you were talking about there.
Yeah. With the, was it the NZXT cases though, don't they have they have like a controller built in?
Yeah, some of them have controllers built in. Just to make...
I think it's only the elite ones, isn't it? The ones that come with the fans.
Yeah, it does get confusing, this is the thing. And they almost want you to like just adopt an ecosystem and then stick to it. This is the problem. So that's why like standard RGB is kind of the best. But a lot of companies have similar RGB. I'm fairly sure Lee and Deepcore have similar RGB, don't they? Or am I making that up?
As in similar.
Like the connector. It's not 3-pin, but like Fantech's as well. Like it's DRGB, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's still all. They still all use the same 3-pin addressable thing.
No, it's not addressable though. DRGB is different.
Digital RGB.
Yeah, DRGB. So you can mix and match to some extent.
Yeah.
But yeah, most of them are getting more and more proprietary now, which is a little bit of a bummer. What do you think? Should we put the fan on the back? I'm not sure it necessarily needs it. What do you think?
Nah, might as well. Have we got another one?
We do have another one, yeah.
Oh no, there's a... Can you fit a 140 at the back?
I've got 120. I think let's leave it without, because frankly, it doesn't need it, and we can always add it in at the end if you want. I mean, you can ask chat. What does chat think? Should we add the extra fan? They're going to say yes, though, which is effort. This is the problem.
Extra fan at the back, yay or nay?
Yeah, let us know. It's the hottest topic we've had today. Big hot. Right, that's an extra fan. Am I giving you guys enough information, by the way? Are you seeing enough of this build? I realise that. It's probably less than usual, but it is quite difficult to do live. And obviously we're having a bit of a chat while we're at it. I'm just like unleashing my brain, which is dangerous.
Yeah, you've been away for a couple of weeks and you're just...
regurgitating just holiday chat when you've got nothing to talk about. Although, I'll tell you what was good actually on holiday. Or vacation, as some of you guys might say. We kept our brains going by playing Scrabble every day.
Oh.
And actually that worked quite well because we didn't get full holiday brain. I also ordered the new iPhone as well. That happened.
That happened, that was a thing.
Yeah. We've got an announcement about that because I want to sort of cover it. So we'll be giving you more info on how we'll be covering it a little bit later. But yeah, excited to get that in. Thing is with iPhone is I think once you understand that their idea of best phone is very different to Android's idea of best phone, everything starts to make sense. A lot of people were slagging off the fact that the iPhone 15, like the non-Pro, doesn't have USB 3, which is outrageous. It doesn't have USB 3. 99.9% of people that buy that phone would never know. Because they won't be plugging a cable into a computer.
As well, though.
But then I don't know. I appreciate the faster
I think somebody
speed.
said, because it has the chip from last year.
Yeah.
I think that's probably why. As opposed to, obviously, the new one.
Have the new USB
the
controller
Pro has the new chip.
I'm just, basically the things that like iPhone gets ridiculed for doesn't matter to their day-to-day users. Whereas something like, I don't know, some of the Android phones I have, and to be clear, I love Android, I love both. I'm using a Pixel at the moment, right? The problem I have with a lot of Android products, like this Samsung Watch, is they do not age well. The updates make them slow. I've had this with my Samsung Note 4. Just got, frankly, S-word.
S-word.
It was really, really annoying because they got so bad. Had a Galaxy S8 which was better, but also did slow down. And Pixels and things. One of my Pixels, like it might be in this drawer. Let me show you what happened to my Google Pixel. No. Oh, it's not in this drawer anymore. Basically, the back was peeling off. Like the back actually peeled off.
Like the battery, where the battery's expanded.
No, it was just poorly put together.
Oh.
That's a different example.
Yeah.
What other phones have I had? Huawei Mate 20 Pro, fantastic hardware, slowed down.
Yeah.
It's not too bad, but yeah, definitely slowed down. And iPhones definitely do, but case in point, iPad I've got from like years ago, like 2016 I think it was. Still works. Like it's still fast, no issues with it.
No.
And I think for a lot of people, that level of support and careful updates is actually more important. But
yeah,
there's different things for different people. Like just because something has better specs doesn't make it better. This is what we kind of need to talk about. Is the day-to-day usability of it. And there are loads of things that really wind me up about iPhone, like the notification system. I think is frankly abysmal when you compare it to Android. And I've got loads of bugs with my Pixel, and I've had loads of bugs with my iPhone. The fact that iPhone third-party keyboard support has got worse. Can't have SwiftKey. It's really, really sad. So I almost see the worst in both platforms now rather than like the best thing. But yeah, I'll be interested to hear everyone else's thoughts on this anyway. But you've just got to remember iPhone sells so many phones to so many people. Most of them are just everyday Joes. And the thing that might be upsetting you and you think is hilarious that the iPhone doesn't have it because it just, I don't really think it, they don't think it matters to their core audience.
No.
So I don't know. Like the most important thing for me, with the reason I like iPhone at the moment, is just because the Apple Watch is just infinitely better than all of the Android watches, and the way they work together, it makes my life just easier. So I do not like this watch anymore. Like, it's laughable how much slower it is. I could never get the pay to work on this ever. Set it up twice, like, doesn't ever work. Every time I go, it does not work. I've never managed to pay with this watch. Like, why?
Yeah, I've never tried, to be honest. I've never even thought to myself, I'd like to pay with my watch as opposed to just.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. Like, does that matter? You could also argue that. I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it? But it does mean that if you're ever out and you don't have your phone on you, you still always have a method of payment. But yeah, I don't know.
You need to have like a 4G plan there as well, though, wouldn't you?
No.
No.
No. It was like the same as a credit card. You don't need
a
credit card to work, do you? But yeah, what do you guys think? Did you watch the iPhone launch? Are you impressed with them? Have you ordered them, or do you just not care? Do you think that they are laughable? Yeah, I'm interested to see what the camera's like, because I think that's the most important thing. And also the fact that they've finally got USB-C makes my life a lot easier as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's exciting now. I go away, and while I do need a watch charger, but that would be the same on Android as well, I now don't need to take a lightning charger, and I updated my headphones from the XM2 to the XM4s, the Sony's, USB-C. So it's a lot less cables now.
Yeah.
Exciting stuff.
You always need that random micro USB though, for that one like random thing you would take with you, and you're like, oh look, my fan, my hand fan has micro USB, or this random battery bank is micro USB.
That's true.
Just need to transition to USB-C everything.
Pretty much there though, aren't they? They are pretty much there. Right, you've tempted me. I'll plug this in. Oh no. Okay. All right, we're not using that fan because it's 140. So
yeah,
take it back. I'm no longer.
Take it back. People said you've got enough fans as is.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Right. Still loads to plug in and connect though, which is pretty.
Oh yeah. Ralph Dennis said they give Apple props for improving the designs, like the black back glass replacement.
Yeah, Tom was really excited about that, Mr. Tech Chat, but I thought he was funny. He was like saying how cheap it is to repair. I mean, okay, just because it was $500 or $400 or whatever it was before, and it's now gone to 190 quid, that still doesn't make it cheap, does it?
No.
But I think you could probably do that yourself now, right? Whereas that's one of the things I hate about the smartwatches now. I scratched my Apple Watch, and because of the way it's, I think the glass. Don't quote me if I'm wrong. Apologise, but I'm fairly sure that if you replace the glass, you have to replace the screen as well.
Yeah.
So it's just not worth repairing. I mean, did you hear about Pixel Watch as well? Apparently, the Google have been saying, no, you can't really repair it. Buy another
that
one.
is the other like downside to the Android side of things. It's like if you break the screen on your even like a Samsung phone, like a popular Samsung phone, it's still like impossible to get replaced for a reasonable price.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and there just seems to be a lot more. Whether they're registered, verified, Apple certified people that repair stuff, you still have that option. As opposed to like the Samsung, you might have to send it off for like a week with somebody, and then you're like, oh, well, I kind of not have a phone for a week.
Yeah. Well, I was going to look at getting Apple Care Plus for the watch. But then when you read the small print, I can't remember how much it was, 100 something quid, I think, for the Apple Care. But that's still 49 quid. Call it about 50-ish quid excess. So I was like, well, if I'm repairing it and I'm paying Apple Care, so I'm basically paying like 160 quid or so in case I damage my watch. I'd rather try not to damage it.
And then buy a new watch.
Well, no, I'd just rather try not to damage it, and then... Why pay 160 quid up front to say, right, I'm definitely going to damage it? This £160 that I pay will save me money in the long run. I didn't know. I think the excess is a bit too high on that.
I think like what GoPro do. I think they do like, we'll give you £100 discount if you sign up for our year plan or whatever. But if you break it, it's replaced and no questions asked. If you can break your GoPro, you've done well.
Well, it's a very different class of product, though, to be fair. But there are better ways of going about it, aren't there?
Yeah, it's like you pay extra, you might pay that extra yearly charge for that just in case. But I suppose it's different. Obviously, it's a lot more expensive. iPhone's a lot more expensive than a GoPro.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think on this topic of insurance? What do you think about PC insurance? Because I see a lot of people doing this now. Because there's not always much money. This is the key thing. It's quite cheap, so you're tempted to.
Oh, what, like when you go to check out and it's like,
Yeah.
oh, protect your parts for 3 years for
including theft and
$10.99.
stuff. Like, what are
Yeah.
your thoughts on that?
I don't know. I guess it's usually covered under house insurance, isn't it? That sort of stuff.
I don't. I guess
Or
it
if
depends what it is.
If it gets stolen on the way to you, then it's, you know, obviously the retailer and courier's problem, not yours.
I think that, well, the scan one in particular is if you damage your components whilst you're assembling it.
Yeah.
So is that worth taking out? Would you say?
I wouldn't. But I guess if
But is that because you're experienced?
Probably, yeah. If you first time ever and you think, oh, it's going to cost me £50 to insure this to get it replaced if I do it wrong, then maybe.
Yeah.
I can see the
If
benefit.
you're worried, I mean, something like the CPU and the motherboard, you know, if that's like £8,
Yeah.
you know, and it's going to make you feel a lot better, fair enough. But the rest of the PC is pretty solid, and if it doesn't work, it's not going to usually be your fault, is it? Right, power supply that we're using then. There's the HX1500i. Very few people need this. Frankly, this is probably the sort of case people are going to use with this power supply, to be fair.
Yeah, you're not going to put that in your little
No,
ITX
but
case.
the reason we're doing 4070 Ti today rather than like a 4090 is purely because we have a brand new white RTX 4070 Ti in from Palette, and it just seemed the most appropriate card to put in this case to make it look nice and pretty. There are plenty of 4080s and 4090s that are white, so you know, if you need extra performance, go for that. Frankly, the i7 is still a decent choice, even for a 4090.
Yeah, yeah,
So
it is. Yeah, absolutely.
I wouldn't actually worry too much about that, but obviously buy whatever GPU you want. But I think the Palette's going to look quite cool.
Yeah. Or a 6950 XT for £569
Yeah, but it's not white.
in white.
If you put a black GPU in this build, frankly, I say don't turn it on. You should be embarrassed.
Yeah, your motherboard's got black on it.
I don't actually think that. It would look weird, though.
Yeah, it would look different.
I mean, we can...
That's grey. Looks alright, to be fair.
It's not quite right, though, is it?
No.
You know, and what we're going to do here as well, if we can, this is going to go here. Oh, hold on.
Oh, hold on.
We got... That could cause us a problem. No, go, yeah.
I think it's
that
go the
would
other way
look right,
around,
wouldn't
isn't it?
Well, I thought we saw in Gamers Nexus video from the preview, they had it the other way. But yeah, have it there.
You can, yeah, I think you can do either or.
That would look weird, wouldn't it?
Apparently it says on their website,
Yeah. Oh, we're getting ahead of ourselves though, aren't we? What we're talking about is this weird, quirky GPU mount. And right, everyone watching this, attention. If you're watching this on another monitor, you're talking to your mum about finance. I don't know. Full attention, please, everybody. You're not ready for this. Look at the size of the PCIe riser cable that Lynley supplied for what we're going to do. There's that! Look at it. It's as tall as me. Oh, it's not as tall as me. It's as tall as Carl.
Yep.
Look at that.
900 mil.
900 mil.
That's my height.
That's his surname. Carl 900 mil. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. That is... Most of them are usually like that big. So, I mean, signal integrity, though, I don't know. I'm sure it's probably fine, but I would say you are kind of asking for trouble, and I'd rather not use one this big. But what is the reason for it being so large? Because
it's got to go through and then back, and then I guess you can either go up the top or down the bottom.
I don't know. I mean, we will try it, but it's just, it does. Yeah, hey, look, if we get it working and everything's fantastic, happy days. But there we go. You know what would look funny in this build? A 4070. Look at that. Look at that. That is just ridiculous, isn't it? Come on.
It's actually smaller than the motherboard.
Not the one I would go for myself.
Yeah, that'd be great in a little
Well,
compact PC.
That is, you know, I love the FE. That is what I'd go for.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't go for an AMD card at the moment. And that's looking at the high end when fine. 4070 above, fine. Anything lower than that, yeah, you're looking at AMD. But I would go for a smaller case.
Yeah, but then you'd probably have an XT over a 4070.
I mean, this is a
Ti.
4090. Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah.
Depends. Yeah, that looks more normal.
Still looks very small, doesn't it?
Yeah. This is quite a good idea, actually. So that's a 4090 in the rig. And this one here is a 3080 Ti. So this is an example of a big card from the previous generation. So it's a little bit smaller than what we've been used to. And that's how that fits in.
Yeah.
Some useful insight, really. Just to give you some perspective of how large this is.
Yeah. The only restrictions will be what you put on the side. If you go for a giant reservoir on the right-hand side, then maybe.
But I mean, how many blanks do we have? Did I already get one out? Or is it just 2 blanks? Because these blank out this bit here, look. So you can do one at the top, one at the bottom, and then you have fans in the middle.
Yeah, I think you do like the 3 120s, and then you put them in, then it fills in the space. So they don't look, there's no giant space at the bottom or the top.
I mean, if we can't get the vertical GPU to work, at the moment we've got how many ports free? We've got 1, 2. So we've only got room for 2 more fans at the moment. If we were going to fill that with fans, so yeah, okay. Let's do the power supply next. Oh, it's getting heavy now. Oh. We haven't even got the glass on yet.
There's a screw under there.
Yeah, that's can't walkabouts. It's all good. It's all good. Right, we've got 45 minutes to try and complete this. I don't know.
Maybe we'll put the GPU in the normal location.
No, we're not, because we're going to have a huge hole otherwise, Carl. This is we've committed.
Well, you could do the 3 120s with the.
Well, look, we're almost ready to do it.
Fillers.
It's fine. This power supply, that is overkill that most people won't need or buy. Yeah. Will this just fit in nicely? Yeah. Yeah? Or... Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Can you take that
It comes
thing
out, it's fine. Oh, can you take it out from this side,
no.
though? No!
It's all gone wrong.
It's all gone wrong. I'm not... What we... Oh, for God's sake. Really? How much effort is it to take the motherboard tray out?
Oh, no.
I don't think it's that much effort, actually.
Is it just those 2...
So basically, if you can't work out what's happened, there's a cable tidy bracket.
They just pull
That's
out.
what they are.
It just pulls out.
They just pull out. Look at that. That's what the holes were, the weird things. That's great. I like that.
We've gone from stupid case design to genius.
Yeah. Why would they do that? Well, they didn't. That's cool, that. I like that. So now, problem solved. This can just chill
Mega power supply.
in the top like that. That makes a lot more sense. I love the design, though, that you can just put SSDs and things in there toollessly.
Yeah.
Unnecessary, but cool.
But cool. Careful.
Oh, yeah, I kind of forgot.
It's like it's just sat there.
What's he doing?
That'll make a
He's
bit
being
of a dent
silly
if that
again.
falls out.
What is the most silly thing I've done so far on the channel? It's got to be spinning that laptop on my fingers. I think that was low point.
A low point. You did throw us that 13900K out of that CPU, out of that motherboard.
Oh, yeah, okay, that was the worst.
Like the first
I
video.
didn't. I don't say I threw it. I didn't throw it. It fell.
It flew.
And you didn't know about that, did you? Like editing the video.
No, and then it just happened. I was like, oh no.
What is going on? Yeah.
Ridstar said, I thought you said this build would go better than the last one.
Do you know how badly the last build went? Watch your tone, young man. that build was a disaster. This build's fine. It's just
There's a lot.
there's just a lot to do. It's a different sort of problem. Why is that not in? What's going on? What's going on here then? What's going on here then? I don't know. Yeah, it's fine. No panic, no stress.
No trouble, no cry.
No. Do you know what happened earlier? Made me laugh. I'm fortunate enough to still have some grandparents left. Granted, they are a little bit older now, but I rang them up this morning to say, oh, I'm free this weekend. We haven't seen you in a while. Would you like us to pop over for, you know, like a cup of tea, whatever works for you, really? Like, they're quite old now, so they don't do that much driving, but they do a bit. That's relevant to this bit of the story, because the reply I got to, would you like us to come over this weekend was, yeah, we haven't been to yours in ages. Yeah, we can come over, no problem whatsoever. It's like, oh, you sure? We're happy to drive to you. No, it's okay, we'll come to you. Oh, I don't mind, it's all good. It just made me laugh anyway, because it was not the question.
It's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's fine still.
Right, we're on for cables now, and we've been smart, because we've got our white braided 12-volt high power connection in white. This will plug into the power supply. That's all done now, isn't it? Oh, God. This is heavy. This is big heavy now.
Getting very heavy now.
This, on a scale of 1 to heavy.
Probably should have put these cables in first.
Yeah, I'm being smart, look. PCIe. Yes. 1. This is a 600-watt cable as well. 2. There we go.
Right. What about the rest of the cables?
Yeah, because to be fair with this, we're not actually sure where it's going to go yet, are we?
No.
I'll feed it through for now, but we might have to move it after. Cool, that's in. The rest of the cables we have are PS Pro. Is that what it's called? Pro PSU cable kit.
I don't think it's a PlayStation Pro.
PlayStation Pro. Also, how nice was it this weekend that Max Verstappen didn't win a race? It was absolutely fantastic. We actually had a good race, and I think everyone enjoyed it. Big sads for George at the end. He did, you know, he was going so well. Whether Lewis could have done it in his place, you know, we don't know. But yeah, thoroughly enjoyed that race, and you know, I'm all for Red Bull doing well, just not for like the whole season. Context is Red Bull won every single race this season up until.
Just makes it a little bit boring, doesn't it?
It's very boring.
Yeah.
Which the rest of the stuff is actually very interesting. Yeah, I just thought I'd get that in there now.
Get that out.
Get that in there, yeah. Some
Red Bull didn't win a race.
Some venting. Anyway, I know there are people in the chat that are probably from the Netherlands that don't appreciate that. But then at the same time, I think they can understand and appreciate that.
Somebody said George bottled it.
George bottled it. Yeah, I heard George bottled it. George ran out of talent. George didn't have the minerals.
Someone said he said he's born loser.
Oi! Right, you leave my boy from King's Lynn alone, because I'm sure he's getting all the abuse. But in actual fact, he did well. It is difficult. And anyway, I'm pretty sure George touched the wall as well, and sorry, Lando touched the wall as well, but George like followed him in. So like the equivalent was Lando sort of went, but George went. So yeah, let's hope the floor's strong.
Should be okay. It's only cardboard.
Do you just watch me sometimes and think, Yeah.
I'm looking at this corner that has grown since we tidied it.
Yeah, well, we're building a rig, you know, we're doing this for the people.
All this mess has been created.
Look at the mess! Yeah, we are doing that. That is true. Right, let's feed the power supply cable through. Just like that. Then we need to plug motherboard in to where it says motherboard. I do enjoy these live streams though. It's like a therapy session where I just talk to myself.
Just get it all out.
Get it all out. George ran out of talent. So rude.
Poor George.
I mean, one of my favourite clips was when Lewis' car caught fire like 10 years ago now. At the time, I don't think I've been more angry in my life. But watching it back now, you can't help but laugh because it's the infamous one where he on the radio goes, "Oh no, no!" And then you see him get out of the car and just go. And it is actually quite amusing, but it wasn't funny because that's the reason he lost the season with Rosberg. Big sads.
Ah.
You don't have a clue what I'm talking about.
No, no idea.
Maybe you should get into F1. That's a no, isn't it? Not for you.
Maybe I should.
Maybe
I should give up on football as well.
I didn't know you were into football.
Yeah.
I guess we've never really spoken about it because it's not my bag.
Yeah, I waste hours watching that, especially if you support Man United.
Oh, is that?
like
I was going to
my
say. I
family
think I
do.
didn't know you supported Man United, actually.
Yeah, that's where my family are from. Up north, aren't they?
Up north.
Northern.
Yeah, I got told off for not knowing that Everton was nothing to do with Manchester United.
No, that's Liverpool.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. So that's the level of my knowledge. I used to have a season ticket for Crystal Palace many years ago, but it just realised it just wasn't my sport. So
Yeah.
simple as that, really. You know, there's nothing wrong with that.
No. No.
I now am accused of being too into Formula One because it gets into every part of my life.
Every part of your life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I got Thea into it, so yeah, I would actually say yes, every part of my life.
Yeah. You went to watch it not long ago, didn't you?
I mean, at our wedding, we are planning to have the table names be Formula One related. We're not sure
I
yet.
thought he was going to say we was planning on having a race.
Having a race? Yeah, we want Scale
during the
Electrics.
wedding.
We want Scale Electric set up in the spare room. But then I think, is that a bit antisocial? Don't know. Yeah, so wedding planning is going well so far, actually. We're just thinking about all the things that would be funny. So, yeah. Right, let's plug some cables in. Move these down here a bit. Look, we've got our SATA.
There's a lot of SATA.
Well, it's not, there's two.
There's 4, I can see.
Oh, yeah, but we don't need to plug all of them in.
Oh, yeah. There's a white one there as well.
Need to
Is
plug-
that from...
That's the one we do
Cool.
want to plug in.
That's
I
the one we
think.
definitely want to plug in.
So there's that one. There's that one. So do we have 4? Is it?
Oh, the white one must... I think, is that the case RGB?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's that one. Yeah, so the 2 black ones that we don't need are for the SATA power for these drives. But then there should be, like, say, a white one.
Right down the bottom. There, you're touching it with your finger.
Yeah, that can be plugged in. It's going to get messy, everybody.
I feel like SATA connections are like USB. You plug it in one way, then it's
Yeah,
wrong.
100%.
Turn it round, it's still the wrong way.
100%. 100%. What's this for?
I love how this case
What is
looks
that?
like
What's that?
8-pin CPU.
Hell is that? Did I not plug it in? I guess not.
Has it got 2 of them?
No, that is, yeah, that's the CPU. Right, so that'll go in like that.
It seemed like there was so much room, and then now we're squishing.
Yeah, but squishing's only a problem if you don't have room to squish.
There's a cable stuck at the bottom.
Ah,
Oh no!
power supply. If only we'd picked a different power supply.
Why did we choose the world's largest power supply?
We? What do you mean we?
Yeah, you chose it.
There is no we. Ah, now we're good.
Yay!
Yes. that actually worked out quite well so far anyway. Oh! Core blimey.
God blimey.
Right, round this side then. So we're almost done. We are almost done. We've got half an hour. Well, I mean, we don't. We've got an infinite amount of time. You sign away your soul when you join the company.
Did I?
Yeah, did you not see the small print?
No.
It says, I sign 1 times soul,
1 times soul
1x.
for.
minimal return. Or right, so there's that.
CPU cable top left.
CPU cable top left. Yeah. Remember, you don't need to plug both in. You can do, but you should get enough power just from the 1 8-pin anyway, so it's more of a slight serious overclocking thing if you're gonna go and do that. But if you've got the spare cables, which you almost certainly do, like, you should plug them in, really, but we're being a little bit lazy. And by we, once again, I'm talking about me.
I thought you were going to say Carl.
Well, you know.
By we, I mean Carl is.
Yeah. Maybe 1 week you should do the build, and I'll be manning the chat.
You can be the critique.
Yeah, the critique.
It always looks easy from this chair.
Does it?
Yeah.
And you're like, why is he not doing that?
But then when you're up there, it's like, oh no.
It's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Everybody's watching me now.
Much harder. Right, that should be everything plugged in then, I think. I think these cables have aged.
I was going to say they look yellow.
Yellow in comparison. That's interesting, isn't it? I guess it's just where they've been handled, probably the oils.
Yeah.
So yeah, they look a bit less white.
Yeah, especially right next to that tube that goes past it.
We're not filming B-roll, so but yeah, that's a bit annoying. It's not like you can wash them. Don't know. Right, should we get on with the difficult bit? Hopefully it won't be a difficult bit. If this does go wrong, I do blame Carl, because what did I say to you to do before this live stream started?
Look up how to do it.
Look up how to do it.
I know I don't think you want the GPU yet. I know that much.
900mm riser cable.
That's
right?
what you've already got. It's the other box.
This box.
Yep.
Did it not have an instruction?
Of course not.
You looked?
I don't know. It might be in the main big book, which is somewhere near you.
Oh! No, that's a hole in the box. I actually thought that was it, but it's definitely not.
What?
An instruction manual.
Oh. It might be on the big instruction menu on the back behind you.
I don't like the look of this, I'll be honest. It looks intimidating. What, in the original manual?
Yeah, the one there.
Do you want to have a goosey?
I'll have a goose. What's a goose?
Goosey gander.
Oh, right.
Because multiple geese is a gander. Right, here we go. Here we are. Here's our 4070, brand new from Palette. As I say, they've supplied this one for, not specifically for this build, they just sent one out. I mean, when someone says, would you like to look at a GPU? You normally say yes. Very rarely you say no. But this is the Gaming Pro, but it's the white edition. I did have a look to see if, well, it doesn't matter if I cover up. I did look it up to see if you could get this card in like 4080 and 4090, but it doesn't appear that you can. But there are loads of other cards like Gigabyte's Aero that frankly is massive, but you do not have to worry about that in this particular chassis, so you're all good. Oh. Right. Who's messaging me? This is not the time. What's going on? This is not appropriate.
It's not in this.
It's not Thea. I thought it was Thea. Oh, it's just, that's not relevant. It was just someone coming in the front door.
Oh, yeah. It does say on Leon Lee's website,
yes,
due to GPU cooler design, some GPUs have been found to perform significantly better with GPU I/O facing down as opposed to mounting up.
Well, this is what I was thinking. Surely down is better, because even if you prefer the look of your card facing upwards, think about the connection, the HDMI cable. you're going to have that much extra length if it's at the bottom. Whereas if the I/O is at the top, you're going to have that plus that. No one has that much extra GPU HDMI length or whatever. It's just big faff.
Big faff.
It is big faff. Let's be honest, big faff.
I suppose you could just buy one that's longer.
But I mean, what does it look better the other way? Do you think? I mean, what are the options? The options are.
I think that looks bad that way round.
Bad. Oh, what? Because you see the underside.
Yeah.
But then this might perform worse, Carl.
The majority of the cards on their website, they say perform better with it facing down.
But then that doesn't look so good, so it defeats the whole point, doesn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't look as good facing down.
So, yes, this is what it looks like, everybody. With it in like this. There we go, you got that. It does look quite cool and interesting. Or you can have it the normal orientation, of course, which is like this. Which looks good, but then obviously you need fans here or it just looks a bit silly. I do like the card though, the white on the top is nice.
Yeah, it looks nice that. It matches the motherboard quite well.
Okay, so what are we going to do? Should we go for looks today? Or should we go for performance and ease of use? I mean, you say you don't like the look of this, right?
It's meant to go like really high up the top, and then you have like the bracket goes in at the bottom.
Well, you want it surely to be level with the board, or it looks a bit silly.
I don't think you get to choose where it goes.
Right, well, let's just go from here. So we have a bracket inside the box, okay?
It's not inside the box.
Okay.
It's an optional
Well,
extra.
It was technically inside a box.
It's inside your
It's an
your
optional
box.
extra, and an optional extra that, let's be honest, most people probably won't go for, but it is an option. It then, well, put you on overhead, so you can see.
Oh, it's only £6 on AliExpress.
£6. Well, it's not exactly much metal, is it?
No.
So this will attach like this, and then it attaches to the case upwards like that. I mean, you don't do it in that order, obviously. That would be silly. But you have it like that, or you have it like that. But the underside of the card, crucially, is not as attractive as the top. So, yeah.
Yeah, I suppose the cable.
But then why go to all this effort and then piss away like thermal performance?
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah, it depends on the card. It was mainly like, the only time I've seen it properly was those reference AMD ones.
Exactly, yeah.
Those were not quite so good. But okay, let's put it at the top and then we'll see if we get a cable that can actually reach that far away. So it's like that, isn't it? Like that.
That's it, yeah.
That's the one. So that must go up here at the top.
Then you screw it in from the back. I think you can just about see those holes up there.
Like that?
Yeah.
Wait, what? Oh? Like that? Yeah? Oh, but... So there's a catch, I see. So there should be... There's a little catch on this side.
Yeah.
And that has to kind of go... Or does it go in, or does it just sit like that? What do we reckon? I mean, that does kind of work, doesn't it? Yeah, and then you say screws in from the back?
Yeah.
On both sides?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Let's try that. What, do you know what the right angle bit is for? There's like a little right angle hook thing. What's that? And a little pad.
Oh, I think that's to like sort of hold it in place. You might put it halfway down as like a bit of a.
Oh, support.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a GPU support bracket. Okay.
I guess to stop it if it bends out a bit or something, or.
Yeah, this is why we gave him the big computer. We're both intelligent people, I think. Not the smartest, let's be honest. I mean, more me. Sorry, that sounded rude. I was trying to insult myself, not you. Carl was big smart. But we had him sat at the other side of the room with a laptop that cooks his legs and needs to be plugged into power. And we've done about 6 live streams. And then I said to him today, Why don't we just use the computer? Oh.
We didn't have a good reason.
Well, yeah, we could, couldn't we? And yeah, ever since he's been set up using the big 38-inch display, you can still see isn't covered by anything.
I can quickly just Google something without
Yes.
it being awkward and
Just all round better. What's this? What is this one? Is that also part of the? Well, that needs to go, doesn't it? This one. Oh. Oh.
I think you use that as in conjunction with the hook bracket to help basically get hold of the GPU and keep it in place.
Right. Okay.
I think you put it on one end and you can obviously adjust it for depending on how thick your GPU is.
Yeah, that makes sense. But this goes on here like that, doesn't it? And then must screw in like that. Make sense to you? Does that look about right?
That looks about right.
It's just fiddly. This is almost like a two-person job, but there's unfortunately only one person here, so
I'm actually not here.
yeah. We can't have you assist just yet. We have to wait until we get
Just
the
have to
editor
suffer.
face reveal. All basically for a gag. Yeah. Oh, you see what I mean? It's a pain. Ugh. 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 Where's that screw gone? Ugh. Ugh. It's getting to that stage now, isn't it? It's the classic late game in the video. Everything's starting to get more and more annoying. But then this, oh, I've dropped screws. Oh, it's a disaster. Maybe I need to go for the small screwdriver. Is that going to help? No, that's even worse.
A lot of people aren't happy with the tubes and the cooler.
What, they think it's too stretched?
Yeah.
Well, I can adjust that.
Yeah. We just loosen the screws and slide it
When
back
you say
a bit.
unhappy, define unhappy.
Um,
Mildly annoyed? Big annoyed?
someone said looks wrong with stretch tubes. Would have installed it in the front. Well, we're putting GPU there, so we can't.
In the front? What, here?
I imagine there, yeah.
No.
Uh,
Well, I mean, I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Yeah, that's fine. I like it being tucked out the way.
someone said it looks wrong.
I can change it. I agree. I
We
think
can
it could
slide
look
We
better.
can
That's
slide it.
not an issue. It moves. Oh! Small, stupid screws. Does that look right?
That looks right.
Yeah.
Does the I suppose the front glass panel pops off, so you can screw it in from that side, I guess, can't you?
I mean, these screws are not the easiest to actually... Oh, no, it's not even screwed in. What's going on there? Does that definitely screw in? Why is that not working? Does it screw in from the other side? Do you think?
There's literally, there's just no instructions, it's just pictures.
I mean, maybe, to their credit, they might have given us a reviewer's guide, but then if this is a product you can buy...
Yeah, it's literally on AliExpress by today.
Yeah, it should be. Okay, I think you screw it from the other side. Oh, calm down. It's okay. It's okay.
And it's only...
Woo! No need to stress. Right, there you go. Yeah, that's the one. Screw from that side. Oh, now I've got to find all these screws that I've
dropped
lost.
inside.
Yeah. That is the best things Americans invented, though.
What?
The woo chair, like whoop. Woo!
Or just wooing at anything.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I like it. It just makes your life a lot more exciting.
Wooing.
Yeah. Wooing. Not wooing the, wooing a partner, just going, woo! It's good.
Just let it all out.
Yeah. This is going to be heavy now, isn't it?
It's going to be...
Oh! Where's the screws? Jeez! Oh!
There's one.
Thud. Where's the other one? What do you mean, where's one? Okay. Careful, careful! You're playing with fire.
Oh, on my head.
Almost caught. Oh, you've got one.
Is it the right one?
Yeah. Where's the other one gone? I can hear it. Where is it? I know this isn't great content right now, I'm sorry. But I've got to pick this thing up again now, don't I?
Yeah.
Ugh. Where have you gone?
It's in there somewhere.
Oh, no, I think it's fallen out. Good.
Got it? Good.
Good.
Ready to go. Try again. Lift
Right.
it all up. Lift with your knees.
Something's just come out. Don't know what that is. Don't know what that's from. Oh, right. Just back straight. Oh! Oh! That's not a joke. Yeah, just destroy the graphics card while you're there. Yeah, no fun. As I said at the start of this video, not a joke. God. Not a joke. Really not a joke. Do not hurt yourself when you're using this case, because it's just not worth it. Is it? What's up? What?
That bracket on the side comes out.
What bracket?
The one you just screwed that thing into?
This one?
Yeah.
All right, well, it's still okay, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I think for like installing this stuff, and it probably
would have been easier. Maybe.
I think it just slides up, doesn't it?
But then, yeah.
And it's got a thumb screw up there.
Like potentially, but I don't think you'd want to attach the graphics card and then attach that in. So I'm not too fussed about that one, if I'm honest. But yeah, there you go. If you're doing fans, that would have definitely been easier. Oh, God. Oh, I'm physically exhausted from this one. AIO tubes. No, this is just wasting time. Come on, everybody. Come on. I didn't know the tubes were going to get stretched, did I? In my defense.
Have you got to take them all out as well to slide it back?
Not all of them, just some of them. This is in one of the key positions. Like you do have to move the screws around a fair bit to get it to move back. But it should be all right.
It should be okay.
But I've got to give the people what they want, so.
They'll be unhappy otherwise.
This is the sort of thing I'd usually like fix and post, where, in the B-roll, it would magically get better.
Just magically fixes itself.
Better, everybody?
Keep going.
No, that's it.
Oh, is it because it's stuck on the CPU 8 pin?
No.
No?
I mean, yeah, I'm not happy with that. You're not going to get it much better than that. If you put it further forward, then you have too much of a gap there anyway.
Yeah.
So I'd say let's leave it at that. It's personal preference. Keep going. Is that okay? Is chat happy with that? Chat, are you happy with that?
I think they're happy.
Good.
2 hours, 42 minutes and the system is still not built. Thanks, John. Appreciate that.
What? You've watched, what have I've only spoken about Apple Cobbler once, all right? I mean, we couldn't have done this that much quicker, really. Like, it's the fans and the radiators. You wonder why I say I hate radiators? Because if we'd just done a normal build, obviously it would have been a lot quicker. There's no...
Just use a case that had like 4 pre-installed 140mm fans.
Yeah. Right.
You'd take like half an hour to build that.
And this is real world as well. This is why we do these live streams, because it gives you the... well, it properly shows you how complex or not complex.
People are saying it's untidy.
What's untidy? It's not done.
The desk.
Oh, but it's a work in progress. Come on, come on. Everyone's so mean to me. Right, so you reckon this now? Oh,
You need to take the glass out, I think.
No, no, we're good, Okay. And which one do we want it in? I suppose any of them. Any of them will work, right?
Any one will work.
Yeah, the middle one.
You might want to plug in the riser bit first before you screw it in.
That's a smart decision.
That looks like it'd be fiddly.
Should it go up more? Would it look better higher up?
Well, I think you can see every part of it there. If you
Yeah,
put it higher up, you'll just be more tube blocking it, I think.
You reckon?
Yeah.
I mean, if you were to put it up, how much higher is it? Yeah, you've got quite a lot of flexibility, so you absolutely can put it further up.
I think then that fits quite nicely there, because then there's no big gap at the bottom then.
You do have a gap at the top, though.
Yeah.
You will also then be more likely to see your cables that come in here.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, it would be nice if this was a cover.
Like a shroud.
Yeah, if you had a cable cover, because you're going to see the HDMI cable, aren't you? I don't know if I might have a white one somewhere.
A white,
I just don't...
yeah, a white HDMI cable. That'd be hard, wouldn't it?
I had one. You get one with Nintendo Switch, or at least I think you did at one point.
Or
Maybe
the
not.
white-
No, you didn't. I used it with the Nintendo Switch. LG gave them out with their high-end monitors.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's going to make a dramatic difference. We'll leave it here. But actually, if you put it all the way at the top, you would hide your cables the most. But yeah, I think actually this is the biggest problem I have with this case so far, is that if you do have it in this orientation, it just doesn't really make that much sense, because thermals...
You can see all those cables down the bottom now.
Where?
Like all of the fan cables or the USB cables, they're just all just going to be sticking out. Usually you'd have your GPU there, wouldn't you?
What, vertical GPU?
Or vertical, or...
If you had like standard vertical GPU mount, I think this would look better.
Yeah.
Because you've got so much room, so I would say standard vertical GPU fans,
Yeah.
I think, is optimal for appearance, right?
Yeah.
And you've got enough room here that it's not going to massively affect your thermals, and you can see the card better. But it's a different case, so we're going to go with it. I also don't think this needs to be so big. I guess it is for... Wait a minute. How's this going to...
Yep.
How's that going to go through the back? Very easily. I know it will, but... that is faff now. It's too long. It's going to be far too long. Far, far, far too long. Isn't it? Just don't like it.
It might not be.
What, you don't reckon that's far too
You got
long?
They say you poke the whole thing through the back and then come
Oh
around the
yeah,
side.
I know that. But then don't forget the other side, we've got a massive hard drive cage. So I think we actually need to take the hard drive cage out for this to work properly.
Yeah, so you can actually poke it through.
Yeah. Which just seems a bit, well, I say a bit of a shame. It doesn't matter because there's nothing in it at the moment, I suppose. So let's remove the hard drive cage. I would usually be flipping the case around a lot more, so you know, I know it doesn't matter you seeing this particular bit because obviously you'll still see me take it out. But the case has got so heavy now that I'm trying to be cautious. Oh no, it's actually attached to, it's cable managed.
Oh, it's got all the...
Yeah. I mean, I will get rid of it because I think most people would want to do the same. But there's a cable management that's put it in there. I don't know, it's just as I say, seems a bit unnecessary. And they've cable managed it really tight as well, so you've got a higher chance if you do cut this cable tie of cutting a cable. I think we're good though.
Yeah, I think It's difficult, because it's obviously a good idea.
Well, yeah, it's an option. This is the point.
Yeah.
You can't fault them for giving you an option, because you don't have to take them up on it. It's not like a big deal, really, is it?
No.
But it's more like this was just the plan that we were going to go for, and the plan isn't coming together. Well, it is coming together. It's just, I think it's a flawed system. Everything else has worked out really nicely. It's taken a while, but it's worked out. I'm not sure about this one. So that's to give you a better idea. Look, let's show on the overhead. Here's your hard drive cage, and you've got the connections right in the middle there. Can you see? Connections in the middle. So you could just slide your drives in, and then you don't have to worry about cabling them up. I'm not really sure that. Oh, hello. Fade to black. I'm just not sure that's necessary, though. Do people really appreciate that?
When you see so many cases, omitting hard drives, I feel like that's
Just
maybe
I don't know how
necessary
how much cost does that add?
Yeah.
You
Especially
know.
when there's 2 of them as well.
Because you are paying for it. Make no mistake, you are paying for it one way or
Yeah.
the other. So I think it could be annoying to some people. Right, so you reckon this goes through like this?
Yeah.
I mean, it must do.
Don't twist it round. Don't bend it the wrong way.
Well, is that right? No.
Flat. Keep it flat.
I'm trying to keep it flat.
That's it. I don't like the ones that separate like that. I just think they look so much worse than when they're just a big solid
Altogether.
flat piece. Yeah.
But then this is probably more flexible, right?
Yeah.
Right, so that looks quite good, doesn't it?
Yep. Now you've got to go. I suppose if you have the GPU round the other way, then the connection would be on the right-hand side. Be a bit further away.
Yeah.
You
So
want
am I
to come in
doing
near
this?
where the ATX is, I think.
Well, yeah, this is a bit more tricky because there's loads of cables here. Like, this would have been a lot easier to route. It was one of the first things you did. To be honest. Yeah, this is going to be problematic to get this in. Can see it. Or it's not. Just like that, yeah?
Except it wants to be at the top.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I said come through near the ATX.
Well, I'm not thinking. I'm just doing. Ow, I think cut myself. Oh, just a disaster. There's honestly, there's cables everywhere. It's pure chaos. Right. Oh, man. So how near the top? Right near the top?
Like by the ATX?
So here. You say. Like that. But then is that the wrong way around now? How does it go in? Which way around is it? It must be that way around.
Yeah, plug it in first and then slot it in.
That's in, yep. So that goes in. This, oh. I mean, what way? This must go around that way anyway,
Yeah.
like it is. Why do we do the difficult ones as the live ones, honestly?
But I said you could have done the normal GPU.
No, I know. Well, yeah, okay. This would be more problematic, actually, if you were to have a... No, that's fine. You need to use the GPU hole nearest to you, because this has quite a lot of... it sticks that way.
Yeah.
So you can't push the card back, actually. You will have to have it
Further
at the
away.
front.
Yeah. That's okay.
But then how do you screw it in? You probably need to take the front glass off, don't you?
Yeah, and then just get the 2 screws in the side.
Oh.
Easy peasy.
It's not easy peasy. You know what? It's lemon. It's
It's not
lemon
lemon
difficult.
Not lemon squeezy.
No. Easy peasy, lemon difficult. Oh, right, there we go, that's that. We've got 4 minutes, I don't see it happening. I mean, it is basically done, assuming this bit works.
If you could YOLO it like you did the last time, just plug the cable in and leave it.
I mean, there's not a firm cut-off point. I mean, we're basing this off our dinner time because I've got my sister with us at the moment and she's cooking us some food. But I'm not sure she'll understand what a live stream even is. So she won't understand. And I'll feel like 12 again. It's like, no, Mum, we're not done yet. I don't want dinner yet. Just wait.
I can't pause it.
Yeah, we can't pause it. We can end it.
Game over.
Oh, God. Oh, it's just... Oh. Sorry, you're hearing struggling noises. Like, if you were editing this, I would have said, add text that says struggling noises.
Struggling noises.
Yeah. It's like Pokemon, isn't it? When you've got no moves left.
Struggle.
So you struggle.
Yeah. That's what you've got. You've got no moves left.
Oh, what is this garbage? Come on. I need 3 hands. Honestly. Come, please. Look, I can see it lines up. Please. 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 Sound like Ajax. Dog that whines, if you want the context.
Let's stand up for a stretch.
So you're also behaving like Ajax. So we're all taking a leaf out of his book.
Big stretch.
Big stretch. That's the best TikTok song. Big stretch song.
I've not heard the big stretch song.
Just basically it's like big stretch. Gotta give big stretch. Something like that.
I suppose the other advantage of being on this PC is I have a wireless headset with a wireless microphone. I'm actually completely free.
You're in it to win it, aren't you?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we could make that tighter, but there's not really too much need, to be fair. Just kind of goes in there like that. Come on. These 2 sense pins, the cable's always so much harder to push through the cable management, and it just ends up stretching. Come on, come on. Come on, sense pins. Thank you. Right, let's feed that through. Ugh, honestly, this is ridiculous now. Can people even see me?
Yeah,
Kind
a
of
little bit.
struggling. Oh, standing desk. All right, let's do that for now. There we go. That's fine. That's fine. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be good enough. Yeah, these Corsair cables are definitely a lot yellower than the rest of it, which is a bit of a shame. Right. Build complete-ish. I know there's a... Oh. Yeah, that does need to... Where's that bracket thing? Is it this?
And this.
Where's that go?
And this.
How? So what, this goes on there like... I should have done this before. So this must go on there like that.
I love it on the website. It literally says simple installation.
It's not difficult. It's just you got to understand what you're doing, which I don't clearly. Does that go? That might go on. Yeah, that goes on there like that. Look. Then this goes there, curves round, kind of like that. So that will kind of like tuck in. If you do this properly, this will tuck in at the back and just keep that.
Then hold it in place.
In place, or might still be that way. Maybe. I don't know. This is not right, but I mean for the live stream, it's fine.
That's usually how these live streams end.
Yeah. Well, no, we need to, you know. I mean, it doesn't really matter because we don't recommend it, do we? Does it look okay or not really?
I don't get why it's so sort of like wonky. Do you know what I mean?
Well, that's what I mean. I think ignore that because that is just the installation and we haven't got that in. But then I think we...
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that does look a bit wonky. Is it wonky?
Like the bracket at the top straight.
But then it's not because this bit here is flush down bottom.
But it's not straight.
No?
No.
You reckon? I mean, what do you guys think? Well, here you go. Oh, come on. Look, on camera, that looks all right. Look. Isn't it?
It looks good on camera, but it is wonky.
What do you think? I know you're a perfectionist. Right, this is the problem. This is what you haven't seen yet.
This is what I've not seen.
The disaster.
Oh, no.
So, yeah. That is not ideal. You're going to have to... It's just, this is too long. We've already discussed that. That's too long. These can come down a bit. That can go over there, look. No, that's not crammable. So that's what you're going to have to contend with. Cable management isn't going to be great with that, I'm afraid. However, it doesn't matter because there's a very easy way to fix this.
Oh no, I've just seen that lovely organised tub of screws.
Yeah, it happened. It all went a bit wrong. I told you I flipped it by mistake. So, yeah, that happened. But as you can see now, the easy solution if you have cable mess is just turn it round to the other side of the camera so it can't be seen. And then anyone that skips to the end of the video doesn't see it and no one would know. I think it's a shame that we've sort of, well, it's not ended. We're obviously going to turn it on, test it, see whether it works. But it's a little bit of a shame to have ended on the GPU bracket because that is the least impressive bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, even if you can get it to work, this is the thing, this is live, we have live problems, obviously, to contend with, and that's not to say that this isn't going to work, because it absolutely can, especially modders and things, they get this to work beautifully. You'll be able to reinforce it with hardline tubing, things like that. You'd be really happy with it, but just put it in a standard vertical mount, I think it would work better in this particular case, I think. I mean, I assume you can buy a normal vertical GPU mount for it. I'd be very surprised if you couldn't.
Yeah, I think you can. I think it might even still use the old default Lee & Lee one.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. I would just go for a normal one or normal orientation. I like that you can do it and you get the option, and it does look interesting. But obviously, you've still got to plug in that front I/O, and there's just more problems. Really, you just create so many problems by doing that in my eyes it just doesn't really make sense. But hey, maybe that's just me.
Yeah, you can still use the universal GPU kit.
Yeah, I imagine so. It would have been odd for that not to be the case. Right, shall we see if this works then?
Yep. Do you need a display?
I don't know yet. Oh, I've got that ready to go. Actually, I was organised. The display cable is here. Plug that in. No, it's all good. I don't need that.
No?
No, you're all good. Don't need that.
Oh, you're just going
to
go out the camera?
Wire into the mainframe, I am.
Into the mainframe?
Yeah, we've got this spare cable here, like HDMI 4. Everyone needs an HDMI 4 in their life. We have it. Oh, right. So this is the problem. You're going to have to plug into this graphics card. I know I've already mentioned this, but it's just silly. It's just so much faff. I just don't think it makes sense. It's very convenient for me now, to be fair. Very convenient for me now. But yeah, can't say I'm a fan of that. Can I see? Maybe. Oh, that's lame, isn't it? It just comes, the bar's in the way as well. Just there's no shroud on it. It's just why? Why have they done this? Ah! I've not been shocked on this channel before until now.
That's electric.
HDMI cable. I
Ooh.
touched the end of it.
Ah,
And it's plugged into this, which is live. That's a new one.
that's a new one.
Proceeds to resume doing the same thing. Yeah, that was horrible. Oh, that was the fear. Yeah, that wasn't great. I'll be honest. So don't touch the ends of your. It was more static. I don't know. It was definitely an electrical shock. Yeah, didn't enjoy that.
People are saying you should have just used the motherboard slot markers.
Yeah, that would
We
work.
know that now.
You know that doesn't work, right?
What, the motherboard slot?
Oh no, I thought you meant plug the HDMI into the motherboard.
Oh no.
I mean, you could technically set that up in the settings. Don't tell me there's not enough room. I think this is. Oh no, we're good. Right, keyboard, mouse, please. I also should say, I realise I haven't mentioned it in this stream. Don't forget, PC-centric mouse mat is available. I'm hoping and thinking that we're gonna sell out this year, and then it's gone forever. That, you know, that might not happen. Let's be frank. We don't know how the numbers are going to go. But if you do want to get one of these, time is quite literally running out, because once they're gone, they're gone. We will not be selling this design ever again on the channel. So yeah, nice PC-centric, premium quality gaming pad. I'm actually genuinely surprised how good they came out. I must admit, I went for quality, and yeah, it worked out. But limited time, get them, pccentric.store, link is down below. Mouse, keyboard.
On the floor.
I'm still like trembling from my electrical shock now. Oh!
I don't know where the receiver is for that.
I don't think that was the receiver.
That says Pro on it.
I
so
think
that's for the mouse, I think.
You know, because I used it earlier. I don't think that's the one. No, they're here. I don't know what mouse that is. That's for the white mouse.
Okay.
So do you want to put that inside the mouse, please? Oh! Jeez! You see a hand?
Forget how wide angle that camera is.
Playing with fire, boy. Oh, I didn't know I was going to electrocute myself on live stream. That is an unusual one. Right. Are we going to be greeted with loads of RGB? Oh. Oh.
Ooh, that
Oh.
card looks cool.
That, okay. See, this makes more sense now. Suddenly, it makes more sense. And actually, that cable at the top is less of a problem than I thought it was going to be. But I would recommend getting a white one. That looks good.
That's very bright, isn't
That looks good. Oh, and if I go to HDMI 4, we've got ourselves a little signal, everybody.
it? Oh, it's posted.
So we've posted, which is good. So we know it works. It's picked up our memory.
CPU doesn't say 100 degrees.
What is it on?
I think it says 38.
38. So
That's about
yeah,
right.
there we go. But that's the rig. I think that's cool. I think that's really,
Zing.
really cool. I'm liking that. I mean, yes, it's 27 degrees on the liquid. I'm actually pleased with how this has come out. After all that mucking about, things I would change, I do agree, yes, this cable is actually too stretched still, so I would move that across to this side. I probably wouldn't use the graphics card mount, but I must confess it's grown on me.
Does look cool though. I think that's a good looking GPU.
And it does obviously stick out.
Oh, and you get the front view as well.
It's different and unique, isn't it? This is the
Yeah.
thing. So if you go to there, like, you can now see the card and it's all of its glory. Can you give me some chat? Like, give me some live chat. Read the questions, the chat questions as they come out, and I answer them. What did chat think? I think there are a few too many cables at the bottom for the fans. I think daisy chain would look a lot better. GPU mount, once you've actually put it in properly. Yeah, it was a lot of effort, but I don't know, maybe my mind's changed. But then the temperature thing's still
I feel like I need
annoying.
put the side panels. The you don't have to worry about the rear one, but I feel like the top and the front.
Yeah, you want to see it properly. Don't you?
Yeah. Now it's on. It suddenly goes from big white box to
It's a case.
quite a cool looking.
Heavy
case.
Heavy. It's only going to get heavier with all that glass.
Well, the glass itself is heavy.
Top one? Not that anybody else can see other than me.
Top. Yeah, there you go. What do you reckon? I mean, we need to do a peel really, to get the full impact. But yeah, what do you guys reckon? I ignore the film. I think we'll probably do like a build in this case at another point as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, what do you guys reckon? What the comment chat saying? You've been distracted.
I've been distracted. I'm looking at the bright lights.
The bright lights.
I'm like, look at the colours change.
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna wrap this up by saying I am actually impressed. I think the Palette GPU, yes. You probably paying a premium for the white edition, but actually yes, I really do like that. Whether you should be paying the premium is a different question. It's 4070 Ti. It's not the best value anyway. You're paying the premium for it, and you can like AMD cards, but knocked out of the park in terms of the design in this case. That looks awesome. Really,
Somebody
really
said
cool.
it does feel a little bit empty.
Does it?
I see what they mean.
I mean, I would put the graphics card up more. Definitely.
And I mean, is in, I suppose, from I guess front to back.
Well, don't forget as well, if you were actually buying this case, chances are you would be putting a custom loop in this, or at least having, well, yeah, you'd have double stacked radiators. So you would do push-pull at the top to have extra fans, and you'd probably, I would recommend using Lee or Corsair's fans. Anyone that has interlocking fans, because it's far too many cables. If you're going to have this plus a fan on the back, that is 3, 6,
11. Plus the
12.
extra ones. Yeah.
13. Where do you get 11 from?
Well, it says fits 11 cases as 11 fans as standard. But then if you pull it, that's another 6 fans on top.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, so if you were just going to have fans, it would be 11 fans. Yeah. But once you're talking about radiators in this particular config.
Oh yeah.
But then if you did
there.
push-pull, you would be losing GPU space. So I don't think you could. Do you reckon you could push-pull and have it like this with this card? Or would that be a bit too tight?
I don't think so. I don't even think you can have a radiator at the bottom, to be honest. Look how close we are.
Yeah, oh right, I see what you mean, yeah. So you could probably push-pull the top or the bottom if you were moving that.
Yeah.
You'd be a bit limited if you weren't going to have this GPU, this exact GPU in this orientation.
Yeah,
you could
that
make
sort of
push-pull work, but you'd have to have a much smaller GPU, which you probably won't.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think standard GPU mount, fans at the side, or if you really want this case to look its absolute best, then you want to do a custom loop, basically. Custom loop, even soft tubing will look fine, but hard line is kind of what this thing is aimed for. And then I think, yeah, you'd have something that looks pretty awesome. What's chat saying, Carl?
They said the case looks good.
Go on, quick fire.
John Bryan said you're going to need a drink after that case, after that build. Marcus, you need a few strong drinks after that build.
Oh, I've got just the stuff. I've got some special edition Mount Gay rum that you can only get from Mount Gay. 66%. I mean, I'm not advocating it.
Yeah. Yeah, the Fantex D30 or the Lee & Lee fans would probably be a good shout. They're both those thermal tape fans, also good ones.
Yeah, just
magnetic, less cable.
Don't have cables.
That's what you want. Rivstar summarised it as he electrocuted himself, diagonally mounted a GPU, and then got it to post.
Yep.
Yep, sounds about right.
No, right. I'm not having this.
Diagonally
What's wrong
mounted.
with the GPU? It's not. It's not diagonally mounted. You leave me alone. It's not. I promise it's not. The only way I could tilt it would be up more. Like this side goes up. I promise you, there is no way that is mounted incorrectly. I'm 100% confident on that. That's where the holes line up. That's why they give you the holes. He's been mean today.
Nah, he's been good.
He's been mean. Okay. Well then, everybody, I think that does bring us towards the end of the stream. Honestly, been fantastic fun. I'm glad that we had a build that just took a while but worked, rather than one that took a while because it didn't.
Yeah.
There's
just a lot to do this time.
One last thing before we go. Do you want to see the size difference versus the 011 Evo? I'm not going to put them next to each other on the table because that would be far too much weight and it'd be ridiculous. This is the last, not the last build we did, but this is the size of the smallest build that we did last time. Can you see? Yeah, that's a big difference.
Smallest PC versus biggest PC.
And the smallest PC build was with the same i7, but didn't we put a more powerful GPU in it? Which was kind of funny.
I think it might have done.
The way I'm going to do a size comparison with the Evo is to get the glass from the Evo, and then this will give you the perspective look of just how much bigger this one is. So basically, push-pull is what this enables. Push-pull and 140 fans, really, on the bottom. That looks really cool with that tint.
The dark glass.
Yeah, if you had white glass with then dark tint, look at that. That actually does look good.
Yeah, usually on like a white build, you always have the proper clear. And it's usually dark on the black, so you can't see inside it.
It almost makes it look blue and eerie. That's pretty cool, doesn't it?
Oh.
Oh, it went in the hole. There you go. But yeah, I thought that'd be useful for you anyway. Oh, you might be seen, Carl. You might have been seen in the glass.
The reflection, no.
Disaster. But that gives you the context anyway of the size difference. So it's actually bigger in every single orientation. It is wider, it is taller, wider, taller, longer, harder, stronger, faster, whatever it was. Thank you so much for watching. Any last comments, chat, get them in now. Thank you so much for watching though, we really appreciate it. If you do want to see performance numbers, by the way, of this, then I will link you to the 4070 build. I think it was actually with an i7, so it will basically be the same performance, and we'll link that down below when we remember. But it's called the 4070 Ti build. Are you doing it now?
I was going to give it a go.
Okay, I'll read chat while you're saying that. 3900K okay from Microsoft Flight Sim. Yes, that is absolutely fine. Black tinted looks nice. Wouldn't side fans look better? Well, probably. Well, and it's not probably. This is a unique orientation to have your graphics card. This is why I'm not being too hard on it, because while I do think I wouldn't do it, I think it's impractical if it's going to affect your temperatures. It doesn't really make too much logical sense. It's not always about logic, because people want something that's different, that stands out. That's what this case is about. Most people aren't spending £240 on a case and all of the fans and things. This is if you want to do something different, and it's always been a really popular case for that. So yeah, it's all down to personal preference. And yeah, hello to John Bryans, the boy done good. Thank you, appreciate that. Can you help me build my first PC? Yeah, I would look at my build videos because they help. And okay, right, that will wrap it up. Thank you so much for watching.
Thank you everybody for joining us.
Yeah, thank you to Carl for joining as well. As I say, half of the super chats and revenue from all the donations will be going to Carl, which is nice. So what's that? Is that Thea Fox?
Thea Fox.
She's here, Thea Fox. Imagine going away to university all by yourself and then having the flu the day you arrive and being ill and have no one to care for you. That's the situation she was in. And what a great note to end the video. Thank you so much for watching. Smash the like button, subscribe if you're not already. Check out all the other builds they've done on the channel. Thank you and goodbye. This is the bit where you've got to end the stream.
I've got to do it manually.
Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum. Are we done yet? Yay!
Okay, we should be live, probably. We were testing audio on the secret side channel where some of our Patreon backers helped out make sure the audio works. Thank you very much for that. So we are live, I think. Let me know if there are any issues. I am going to send out a quick tweet and let everyone know we're live. So while I'm doing that, just let me know if everything seems okay. I'm seeing tweets, so that's good, or mentions in chat. All right, so Twitter, we are live. Scene 86K. So that's what we're doing today. We're going to be live overclocking. Let me know. Audio sounds fine, they say. All right, cool. Thank you very much. So what we are going to do is overclock an Intel i7 8086K. I haven't done a ton of work on this one. I've done enough to kind of figure out loosely what my parameters are for overclocking. I want to see how far we can push it. So what we know for sure, yes, it's already delidded. I'll get to that in a moment. I want to let some people join into the stream first, make sure we've got people watching, and then I'll start explaining everything. The setup's really cool though. So basically, overclocking the 8086K. We didn't want to do a full standalone review of this processor because it's an 8700. So if you know, like especially stock, they're the same thing. 8086K, 8700K, same thing stock, basically. The voltage to sustain a set frequency, much like Ryzen 2000, is lower with the 8086K than with the 8700K. But other than that, the frequency is the same stock. So it overclocks better. So that's the thing with the new CPU. And that will answer Bill Wanchallo. And with the first donation, you seem like you're on every stream. Thank you so much for being a consistent watcher of ours and super chat backer. The CPU we are using today is not, in fact, 7980XE. It is the 8086K i7 CPU. So it is a special binned version of the 8700K, which many of you are likely familiar with. So let me just make sure everyone's kind of aware of the stream, and I will tell everyone we're live, and then we're going to start playing around with this thing and see what it can do. All right, so what we have is Asus BIOS next to me, and I'm just going to reset. I think it's already been reset to default, but let's just do that again. And I'll show you what we're working with. If this, so 8086K, we currently have 2 sticks of Corsair memory in there. Later in the stream, I'm probably going to change out to this memory. This is some G.Skill Trident Z Black, which this helped us get top 5 world records with the Titan V and the 7980XE. So this is really good memory. We've already tested it. We know it can do 4,000 megahertz. So at some point in the stream, when I'm kind of stuck on the CPU settings, we'll likely switch the memory and just see how much extra distance that can gain us. So let me just kind of answer a couple questions in chat as we get rolling. I see a lot of people are rolling in right now. So we're giving everyone a minute to get in because it should be a pretty good stream. Alex, €5 says, how's it going, Steve? It's going pretty well. Thank you for asking. Looking forward to seeing how this CPU does. We're going to push for, I don't know, I'm hoping we can do at least 5.3 gigahertz. I see a couple of you in chat are talking about your overclocks. One of you, EK Dromi, you say you have yours at 5.2. So I'm going to see if I can beat yours today. We're going to go for 5.3. And I'd like to do 5.4, but I don't know that that's going to be possible. That's pretty hard to do. For cooling, we don't have anything really special or exotic on here. So that's going to be probably our limiting factor at some point. I'm not going to be able to do 1.5 volts, I don't think, for example. Still letting people roll in. It's building up fast, though. We're at 840, I think, watching now. Up from 400 a minute ago or so. So a couple of messages. Finn Dog, $2. Let's get this nuclear reactor going. We'll get there. I took the i9 out, so it's not as nuclear. It's like a baby nuclear reactor with the 8086K. Just to let you know, I guess, how this, the kind of power consumption. We just shot a video a little bit ago on the power consumption and thermals for the 8086K. And with one of the higher frequency and voltage settings, I think it was drawing 250 watts at the EPS 12 volt cables, which is a whole lot of power for what is a 6-core CPU. So it is quite power hungry. A couple more questions before I get started. How do you have your 8086K already? I got an email saying I won yesterday. Intel sent it to us. So I don't know. I thought, didn't they already sell them though? I thought you could already get them on like Amazon and Newegg. You don't have to win it. Okay, so all right, two quick super chats and then we'll get going. We're at 1,000 viewers now. I think that's good to start overclocking. So last 2 super chats before we get going and do some housekeeping stuff. Nori Rivera, $10, says, let's get all the memes out of the way. Did you use Google Translate for the dryer? Oh, really? Someone remembers that. Seriously, is Snowflake and Midnight okay from the fire? Yes, they're fine. NVIDIA clearly sent out those technicians, and shout out to Bot Crusher and Zeta. So in order, the dryer comment is related to the washer-dryer combo we had in Taipei. None of us had ever used a combo washer-dryer. Makes a lot of sense in a country where, or especially a city where there's not much space in the apartment. We couldn't read it. We needed help. Actually, Dennis from Linus Tech Tips helped us a bit with translating that thing. So thank you to Dennis for that. And the cats are fine from the fire, yes. Actually, everything's pretty much fine except for the entire breaker panel, which was replaced. Tech Therapy, €5. Can you overclock an 8086 4.77 megahertz non-K to 5 gigahertz? Is there actually an 8086 non-K? I'm actually not familiar with it. Bryn Palmer, 5NZ, says, better to get 8700K and hope to hit 5 gigahertz than pay the extra for the 8086K or and get the 5 gigahertz guarantee. So yeah, that's something I'm going to be talking about today is this thing actually worth it? And I guess we can kind of tackle that first. So one more thing, Bill Wanchalo says 5.4 gigahertz on his at 1.45 volts. So that's a high mark to beat, but we'll go for it. So, all right, we've got enough people in here. Let's do some of the housekeeping stuff. 8700K versus 8086K is a great question. I think it's like $420 for the 8086 versus, I don't know, $330 to $350 for the 8700K. That's a pretty big price difference. The way I look at it is it's the same CPU. Intel binned it. So they are doing effectively what someone like Silicon Lottery would typically do when you buy from them. If you would buy a binned 8700K from Silicon Lottery, it's really not any different. If you would not do that, and you're not planning on overclocking or not planning on overclocking and holding a high overclock, like 5G plus for a long period, then no, it's not worth it at all, because that's the whole point of the processor. But if you're doing any kind of competitive overclocking, it might be worth it. It's just, you know, worth is kind of a tough word, because the value in terms of if you're benchmarking competitively, yeah, I guess so. But if you're just playing games, going from 4.9 to 5.0 to 5.1, not a tremendous difference in that. Even to 5.3, not a tremendous difference, but enough of one where if you genuinely enjoy that type of thing, of overclocking and just getting a higher number makes you happy, then yeah, it's worth it. So that's I don't know, it's a little wishy-washy, but in general, I would say probably get the 8700K, it's fine. If you're legitimately going to overclock, the 8086K might be worth it, but it is quite a price jump, because at that price, you start buying higher core count CPUs. So you're balancing guaranteed high frequency versus do I want more threads? And that's going to come down to your use case. All right, so let's get started here. Let's get some baseline stuff. Quick note, we have our the limited edition foil shirt that I'm wearing now. The orders will close today. We are almost out before even starting the stream. If you buy any products from the GN store, as always, while the stream is going, I will shout out your first name and where you're from. When I see the email come in, we'll stop periodically and go through those and get obviously a lot of overclocking in between. But the limited edition foil shirts with the GN anniversary logo, the 10-year anniversary logo, will close for pre-orders at the end of this stream. And at that point, I think that's it. We're going to be out of stock. So if you want one, you got to buy it during the stream. Otherwise, we're not making any more. So once they're gone, they're gone. Let's get this thing started. All right, so we currently have an Asus Maximus board. It's a Maximus X or 10 if you prefer. And all I'm going to do is enable XMP. I am not going to do anything special, and I'm saying yes to the prompt beyond that. And the reason for that is we want a baseline. So I want to know how much we've actually improved by the end of the stream. I'm not even going to increase the fan speeds. It's not necessary anyway for what we're doing, but I will once we start overclocking. So all of this is set to auto right now. And we'll go through some memory and all that other stuff later. This is resetting everything, okay? So let's do that. Just doing some pre-show testing, and a lot of blue screens were happening, so hopefully I've saved us all some time. So this is restarting with just auto and XMP, and that's gonna give us our baseline for Firestrike. I think we're gonna use Firestrike today. The score I would like to hit by the end of the stream is going to be, let's go with 24,000 points in physics. So we're just going to run Firestrike physics. It'll be way faster that way, get a lot more benchmarking in. There will be a lot of blue screens during this testing. I'm going to warn you now. That's the nature of overclocking. I'll do my best to minimize them. I've pre-tested some voltages just to speed it up. But you know, I apologize, there will be blue screens. We'll have plenty of super chats and fun things to go through though while that stuff is happening. So I will be sure to read your questions, whether they're in chat or super chat, when we have blue screens, just to have a bit of fun while we're doing this. So let's get our baseline in. I'll go through the components as soon as I get this thing running. So we're just going to do physics, and let me get a hardware info up, just kind of baseline thermals, and then I'll tell you about the configuration, the hardware configuration. So let's just pop up one of these, and maybe core 4, so we'll have 2 cores to look at once this is done. And it should be, okay, these clocks are probably correct. All right, just making sure the restore to defaults worked properly. We don't want to loop, we do want windowed. So, okay, first baseline benchmark here with the 8086K. What do we want to do about this glare? You got it? Nice. Okay, cool. So we are not doing direct capture. Every time we've tried that with overclocking, the capture card eventually loses the benchmark system because it crashes a lot, and so that causes issues. So yeah, we got a benchmark going. All I'm doing right now is just making sure the thermals aren't insane. So the reason for that is because I've delidded the CPU, we've applied liquid metal. Our sponsor for the stream is actually Thermal Grizzly, who provided the Conductonaut liquid metal, and there's a link below if you want to pick up the liquid metal we use from them. We also use Cryonaut for thermal paste in a lot of scenarios, and it's something I might apply later in the stream if we need thermal headroom. But we're pretty good right now. I mean, physics is a really short test, so we're only hitting the 40s. I'm pretty okay with that. And for our physics score, here's what we got, 18,007. So I'm going to start a notepad file, and baseline for first test, 18,007. That is our 8086K OC stream. So what we're trying to do is get to 24,000 points. To give you an idea of what that means, there is, let me pull it up. I have a chart from someone. So there's a hardware bot submission. I'm just going to read you his submission. This is from Lefty23. I just picked one that was at an achievable level. So Lefty23 got 25,000 for a physics score, and that was with an 8700K, but the frequency was pretty high. It was 5.5 gigahertz, so I don't know if we're going to make it. But I think it'll, did I say 25? He was 25, so we're going for 24. Basically, I'm going to shoot just under that because I don't think I can hit 5.5, but I think I can maybe get to 24,000 points. So that is our objective today. And we are going to, let's see, I think we're going to just go ahead and, yeah, I'll walk you through the components. So we come on the other side of here, and I'll show you the components we have, just so you know what we're working with as we get started. I have to crawl under all the lights. Move this one, I guess. And Andrew's going to go handheld on the camera, I think. So give us a second while it shakes and gets moved around. Okay, so everyone, shout out to Andrew for handing out to a camera with a bunch of cables sticking out of it. So here's our system. Kraken X62. This is just a standard test cooler we like to use because we know how it performs and we have a lot of them. So these are currently not at max speeds. They don't need to be, but they will be in a moment. So cooler is Kraken X62, and I've got it plugged in to USB so that we can actually read the liquid temperatures if we need them. Here's probably my favorite thing, and this is really stupid, but this is just a power and reset button, and it's just connected over there so I can actually reach it without having to. It'll speed up the stream a lot, basically. So it's just connected in. It's a really nice benchmarking tool. You just hit power reset. You can make one on your own if you wanted to. CPU is under there, obviously. 8086K for that. It is delidded. I scraped 100% of the silicone adhesive off, which is a big contributor to thermal performance, almost more than liquid metal in some instances, depending on the application. And it's also got liquid metal Thermal Grizzly Conductonaut on it, a very fine layer that's working pretty well from thermal testing. 1080 Ti FTW3. The Titan V will be broken out again pretty soon. I have a use for it coming up, and I just put it under a water block. But for today, 1080 Ti FTW3, and then we have 2 sticks of Vengeance LPX memory. This is not the best memory I have, but we're going to start with it, and then just because it's stable, that is 3200 megahertz, CL16, and I think it's 2 by 8 gigabytes. Going with 2 sticks instead of 4 is going to help us out a lot in timings later on. And what I'm going to do, maybe later if I remember, is swap this memory from the Corsair kit to G.Skill and push it up to probably, I don't know, at least 3600, but I know it can do 4000. It just depends on the IMC and the 8086K. And then the motherboard, Asus ROG Maximus X, and then a Corsair AX1600i power supply for the power supply, which is in single rail mode so that we don't hit overcurrent protection because we might otherwise. So that is the bench system, and we can move back and start overclocking it now that everyone knows what's in there. Big thing though is that yes, it is delidded, and it does have liquid metal on the CPU. Is this where you want the light, or should I reposition it? And if we move the light again, just remember the fan is on. Okay, all right, so that's the system. Let me get this started, and I'll go through some of the super chats that just came in. So we're just gonna go for something basic. I think on an 8700K, we know 5.0, 4.9, pretty doable for at least one of those. So we have two things we can test. We can do like lowest voltage that is stable at a given frequency, or we can do, we can do highest frequency that we can just push, and who cares about voltage. So I think we're mostly going to be going for a higher frequency today, but there is something to be said. Just like the Ryzen 2000 series, the 8086K it performs in a way that you can hit a target voltage between the 8700 or 8086, and on the 8086 you'll be at a lower a target frequency. You'll be at a lower voltage for a given frequency on the 8086K, which is one of the big things that I think is not discussed, and it's something we talk about in the video we filmed earlier today. It'll go live tomorrow. And that video talks about how using liquid metal and using scraping off all the silicone adhesive, all that stuff, it's not just about performance. You can also use those techniques to reduce your noise levels instead. So we were able to reduce noise levels by 10 dBA at a given frequency because we were able to cool it better, and you'll see that in tomorrow's video. So all right, first thing I'm doing, let me just show everyone. We have XMP on. I'm not going to change memory until we put the G-Skill kit in later. We're staying at 100 BCLK for now. We might be able to push this to 101, maybe 102 later, 101.5. And that'll be useful if we get stuck on our ratio. We're going to leave a lot of this stuff auto for now. Multi-core enhancement will be overridden, so I can leave it alone. This is changing to sync all cores. And we're going to start, let's just start at 49, because for sure that will work. And that's going to give us a 4.9 gigahertz clock, and then we'll move up from there. So establishing baseline overclock. And from here, I'm going to disable SVID support. So CPU SVID support is a protocol that can be used for communicating between the CPU and the VRM. And disabling it is just helpful for a few reasons, one of which is over temperature and stuff like that. DigiPlus power control, this is a panel most people don't really pay attention to. So this is present on basically every motherboard. Just ASUS has one of the more complete ones, and it's named specifically. So what we're going to do here is just increase the LLC. So load line calibration will help us keep a stable voltage. I'm sure a lot of this is kind of review for some of you guys, but if you don't know what it is, hopefully I can provide some insight today. So LLC, load line calibration, if we put it at 7, it will definitely hold the voltage I type in for vCore, but there's a good chance that it overshoots and overvolts beyond what I specified. So if I type in 1.41, it might jump to 1.44 sometimes, which can be dangerous. I'm going to put it at level 6 for now. We'll increase if we need to later for stability. It will typically stay about what I specify at level 6. It might dip below it. So that can be a problem later on, potentially. We're going to disable spread spectrum for overclocking. This is just a VRM noise reduction option. And then we are going to, let's see, we need to get some of the power stuff. So current limits, I didn't mention that a second ago when I changed it. CPU current limit is really important. You want this maxed out for overclocking. That's something that's easily overlooked. On a lot of motherboards and with some CPUs, if you don't max these out and you start pushing high clocks, you might actually clock drop even without knowing it because you're hitting a current limit, not a temperature. Same for RAM, it's not going to hurt it, it'll be fine. So we're good there. Just some basics before we get started. Let's back out of this menu. CPU power management menu. I'm going to max out the power limits here, just in case. And all those are fine. I think we got most of the stuff I need right now. Okay, so next thing, we're going to leave the cache ratio alone for now. I like to typically keep this about 4 ticks lower than my CPU ratio, core ratio. So if I go for 49, I'll set it to 45 typically, but we're going to leave it alone for now. And voltage, core voltage, I'm going to set that to, I don't know, I'm only going for 4.9, so we might blue screen. Let's just see if it's stable at 1.3. That'd be pretty good voltage to be stable at. And the last thing I need to do is set the fans to max speed. So I'm just going to disable all the fan controls, which will max it to 100%. And I think we should be good to go to get our first real run in there. Let me just double check to see if I need to disable any power saving stuff. C states, disable those just in case. They should pretty much be overridden anyway. All right, so 4.9 gigahertz is our first test. We're just going to see how that does. And let me catch up with you guys. I see chat's been rolling. Someone says 5 gigahertz. 4.9 will need at least 1.37. 5 needs 1.4. Depends on the CPU. Keep that in mind. You'll be surprised. I don't know if it'll be perfectly stable on this. What you're saying is true sometimes, but this CPU, from the limited testing I've done so far, needs significantly lower voltage than the 8700K at the same clocks, even with liquid metal on both. So my 8700K, one of them, we have two, one of the 8700Ks struggles and does 4.9 at about 1.4, I don't know, I think it was 1.42 volts or something like that. Might have been 1.45, 1.42. 5.0 is 1.45 plus. And this thing should be able to do that same frequency at a much lower voltage. We'll see how much lower here. But that was a really bad 8700K. We had another one that's 1.4 volts for 5.0, just to give you some baseline. So 1.4 volts, 5.0 is what our good 8700K does on the same motherboard. So we're going to go windowed. I will worry about stability at the end. We'll do one full 3D Mark pass. I'm not going to overclock the video card today, I don't think, depending on how the score is looking anyway. So let's just run this windowed. Remember, our score to beat in physics is 24,000 points for the physics score. That is the score to beat today. We're at 4.9, you can see here. I should note this about the bus clock, but sometimes you'll see the bus clock jump around. It depends on the motherboard. Like right there, dip to 99.9. That's probably a rounding error more than anything. But every now and then you might see a board that goes down to 99. And that will impact your frequency and creep variance in what you're seeing here. So that can sometimes be the impactor of that result. Thermals are good. We're in the 40s, 50s. It's pretty high ambient temperature right now. So that is going to be a factor at some point. Let me get some of the super chat comments. I see we have a lot of them. Score right now, 20,668. Getting there already, first one. So it was stable for that. While I do super chat, what I'm going to do is a quick stability test. And the reason for this, it passes, yes, one pass, but that's like a 30-second test. So I'm just going to loop it. And this is going to be for thermals, and it's going to be for seeing if it does crash if we leave it alone for a while. Because if it crashes, then we'll need to increase the voltage. It's not that legitimate of an overclock if it crashes after 30 seconds. So I'm just going to leave that running while we do some super chat and some other chat interaction, just to make sure we've got an idea for where our baseline is. So, all right, questions here. There are a lot of super chats. Thank you very much for sending those in. We have one from Yummy Alex, €2. Love your content, just giving some love. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. €2 will go towards some fast food at the end of the stream. Bill Wanchalo, $2. My guess is 5.4 gigahertz at 1.45 volts. I think that's what you said yours does. So if I'm correct in that, that would be a good mark for us to beat. We'll see. I don't know. The Silicon Lottery plays a big role in this stuff. That thing's still running, by the way, so it's looking okay so far. Will there be this is in normal chat, a random frog. Will there be a gold foil version of this shirt? This is our limited edition anniversary teardown shirt. It will not be available for sale anymore at the end of the stream. Random Frog asked if there will be a gold version in the future. I don't know. We've talked about it. We have a couple ideas. If we do one, it will almost certainly not be this design. We want this one to be kind of special. So we have a couple ideas. There is an option for different color foil, but I can't commit to anything right now. Certainly something we've considered, though. Martin with Bardo Chowix, sorry, $4.99. Thank you very much. Say hi, Joel. Hi, Joel. And can't wait to see what this overpriced 8700K can do. That's sort of valid, yes. Also, are you sure it's not a 7980XE? Quite sure. We haven't tripped a breaker yet. Slideaway is 24/7, $5. Can you daily 1.45 volts on Ryzen 2600X or keep it under 1.42? Supposedly it's written somewhere, but I can't find it. Can you run 2 AIO rads and 1 custom loop? 2 AIO rads and a custom loop. I know Super Chat's limiting on character count, but if I understand what you're saying, are you asking, like, for example, the fractal or the EK semi-closed loops where you can expand them? Because you can expand a closed loop if it has like a quick disconnect on it. So I hope I'm understanding that correctly. If that's the question, then yes, you just have to buy one that will work with it. And you have to make sure that the pump is powerful enough to push that much liquid. That's the biggest concern. Some of them come with their own pump in each block, like a GPU block, CPU block. I think AlphaCool used to do that. So that would be the most sure way to make sure you have the pump speed required to do what you're asking about. I hope I understand that question. As for Ryzen 2600X overclocking, I haven't worked with the 2600X since we reviewed it. Keep that in mind. I would always advise checking our review to see what we got there for overclocking and what voltage we set it at, because whatever we put there is what we were comfortable with for 24/7 for the most part. And I can't remember it because we write a lot of content, but that would be my recommendation. As for voltage, though, Ryzen does have different voltage requirements than Intel. With Ryzen 2000 series, I like to keep it like 1.4 and under. You can go over 1.4. It's normally fine. Just be really careful about the SoC voltage. That's the one that kills IMCs, or the SoC technically, on AMD Ryzen chips. That's the dangerous voltage. Core voltage, it's nice to keep it around 1.4, plus or minus maybe like 0.02 or something like that. So, okay. Next question is from Alex. I'm going to limit this to maybe 2 more before I move on to the benchmarking. Alex, €2. What's a good Firestrike score for personal rigs? That is a great question. It depends on your parts. Let me pull up a quick chart that we have and just get a good answer for you. So what do we call like a good price for the average personal machine? Maybe like $1,000 to $1,500 would be kind of in the mid to high class of machine. So let me just pull up our compiled GPU benchmarks sheet and see what our scores are there for synthetics. Synthetic GPU benchmarks. Okay. So to answer your question correctly, I'm just going to check our actual data. So if anyone wants to play along at home while I'm doing this Firestrike benchmarking, feel free to. Let me give you some sort of ballpark numbers. We had a 980 Ti and 7700K with a total score of 14,865 and a physics score of 14,652. So with our 7700K, I think at 4.5 gigahertz, it seems like it does between 13,900 and 14,600, depending on the other components like the memory and the clocks and all that stuff. But that's kind of the range for the 7700K for physics. And with this machine, we were already at 20,000 points for physics scores. So that gives you a good baseline, 4.5 on a 7700K. It's got the 2-core differential as well. That's a big player in Firestrike. Firestrike scales pretty damn well up to at least 18 cores, at like 16 a bit better. So hopefully that gives you a bit of an answer. If you want another card, let's pick a lower end one. 1050 Ti was at 69 points for total score and same physics score because it's the same CPU. So, 7,000 points for 1050 Ti. And then we have a 1080 Ti FTW3, the card that's in here. Total score 20,800, graphics score of about 30,000. Hopefully that answers your question pretty well. All right, let's, I'll get back to the super chats. I see there are a lot of them. Thank you very much. And I'm also going to send a quick tweet and just say, don't miss our 8086K live stream. And I'm going to let everyone know we're pushing past 5 gigahertz now. Okay. So we are going to start pushing that, and I'll read through all of the store purchases in a moment as well once we get to the next probably blue screen or something. So okay, this has been stable. Max temperature was 61 on one of these cores. It's definitely pushing it. I mean, it's fine. There's plenty of overhead, but I'd like it to be lower. And part of that is because room ambient's high with the stream machine and the benchmark machine going at the same time. So that's going to increase our temperatures by like 4 degrees on the CPU. So what I'm doing now, restart back into BIOS. And we're just gonna, we were at 5 gigahertz, 1.3 stable, I think, which is a really low voltage for that frequency, and that's because this is a bin chip. So as a reminder, our worst 8700K stopped here, and it also required a voltage, where it says 1.3 now, of about, I don't remember, 1.42, I think, something like that. It's pretty rough. We have another that does 1.4 at 50. So what I want to see, more than just how high can we push it, is how high can we push it while keeping the voltage low. That's part of my goal today. So we're going to leave this at 1.3. If I were just trying to get a high frequency, what I'd do is set that to 1.45 right now and just type in 54 for the ratio and see if it's stable. But I don't want to do that. I want to see what's the lowest voltage we can sustain at a given frequency as well. So let's just leave it here. This is probably going to be too aggressive, and it might blue screen. But I think this will give us a good idea of the voltage requirement for an overclock on this thing. Someone's saying he's probably on the latest BIOS. Yes, I am on the latest BIOS for this motherboard. Let's see. Just reading some of the chat comments. Oh, Prime 95, someone asked. So Prime 95, especially with a couple things about Prime 95. With the AVX versions, anything after 26.6, it's a really good benchmark. It's awfully aggressive, and it will crash on probably the voltage and frequencies that I've been setting, because it's a lot more aggressive on the CPU, and it's AVX, so it's way hotter. So Prime 95 is a fantastic benchmark. It's really good for stability for 24/7, because you're pretty much guaranteed it will fail if it's going to ever in Prime 95 with 8K FFTs. Smaller FFTs are hotter. So if you do 8K custom run with small FFTs in place, that'll be about the hottest you can do. But I don't care about 24/7. I care about a high score. So stability doesn't matter to me as long as it's stable on FireStrike. So we are not going to be using Prime 95 today, although it is a very good utility. Windowed mode, disable all of these, and let's get hardware info up just for some monitoring. If you want to play along at home and kind of get some software going yourself, or maybe this inspires you to do some overclocking later, I can highly recommend Hardware Info 64. It's probably my favorite monitoring application, and it is free. So that's great too. It just has, I mean, this is, just to give you an idea, this is Hardware Info 64, and this is all of the stuff that it tells you. And most of it's pretty damn accurate, actually. So there is a lot of information in here. This page right here is particularly, actually no, wrong one. Where is it? This one. This is a really useful page. If you ever like see your clock dropping and you're like, I don't know what's going on. My temperatures are fine, but it's dropping from 5.0 to 4.4 or whatever. Check out this section, and if it says like yes in any of these columns, then go find that toggle if there is one and disable it. So a toggle for power would be a great example. If there's a power limit, turn it off. We did that earlier, so we're not going to hit that. Thermal limits, you just got to get a better cooler, but or delid and throw some conductanot on there or something like that. They are a sponsor for the stream today. Their link is in the description below, along with our store link. But anyway, physics score 2962. So we're about 100 points higher. That's basically within variance for FireStrike. But the important thing here is, for one run, we're stable at 1.30, pretty damn good, and 5.0 gigahertz. So that's pretty crazy. Let me let this run for maybe about 2 minutes or so, just to kind of see if it's real. If I were to run Prime, it'd probably crash, but you know, whatever. We're doing FireStrike today, so. Okay, so we're just gonna keep an eye on this, see if it crashes. Let me get through some of these. So a couple super chats that I need to go through. Did I get? Yes, I got that one. I got Alex's question. Bill Anchalo, $5. I wish I had an 8086K. My guess is 5.4 gigahertz for yours. I hope so too. Nasty with a knife, 5 Canadian. Thank you very much. We've seen your name around here a lot. I appreciate your continued support. Nasty says, I purchased a signed mod mat and a limited edition shirt yesterday. Thank you very much for doing that. Anyone else who wants to grab one, it's in the store, in the link in the description below. You go to store.gamersnexus.net. Our mod mats are a highly durable 4-foot by 2-foot modding surface in Freedom units, if you measure that way. And it comes with wiring diagrams that we use pretty regularly, actually. And it's resistant to things like water. It's fine with thermal paste and fine with liquid metal, all that stuff. So I actually love the product. We did a great job with it, if I say so myself. Disturbed Medic 167, $5. Thank you for reminding me to order an LE foil anniversary shirt today or yesterday. Hoping your 8086K does as well as mine. I hope so too. Michael Kelly, $5. Love your channel. Great stuff. Thank you very much, Michael. Jack Reitman, $5. If we see arcane electricity and the stream suddenly goes out, is it safe to assume no GN for a bit? Please don't burn down your house. We'll try not to this time. That was the fault of the electricians. Thank you very much. And we weren't even running any benchmark machines. In fact, this is something I should have pointed out. The load on the panel at that time was super low, because that was actually right when we left for Taipei. So I think, I don't know, we had some idle computers for remote access or something, and like a router and maybe a printer, but there wasn't a lot of load on it. So bad install, I think, by the electricians. Augustus, 5A. I don't know what that means on YouTube. I don't know if that's Australian or what. $5A. How do you think overclocking will be affected if the flat earthers are proved correct? I'm not going to comment on that. Adam Schumann, Sr., $5. Here's a donation to a vibration-proof table or cat treats, your choice. Probably cat treats, but we're talking about a better table for the next rendition of the video set. I'll talk about that more soon. It's really, I mean, all this will stay the same, but we have a move coming up. So this is still stable. Let me just kind of see what this thinks. Okay, so hardware info, which tends to be fairly accurate, via the motherboard readout. There's two sections. There's a CPU readout. You can see the headers up here, and there's a motherboard readout. Via this readout for the motherboard, vCore, where'd it go? 1.3. Pretty damn close. That's with the LLC 6, load line calibration 6. If we did LLC 7, it might spike up a bit and do maybe 1.31 instead or something like that. So that's pretty good. Measuring at the back of the socket would be the most accurate, but it's a huge pain to set that up, so we're not going to do that today. And it's not really stream friendly. So we're pretty stable here. Again, it probably wouldn't be stable for almost literally any other benchmark, but for Firestrike, or I shouldn't say for any other benchmark, but for games, it is stable. So that's fine for me. We're at like 2900 earlier at 5 gigahertz, 1.3 volts, I think. So let's just kind of leave that there. Let's restart, see what else we can get. Okay. So we've got a $5 donation from RNX Bike. Thank you very much. No message with that. Slideways 24/7, $5. For the AIO, I have an H110 and an H55 lying around, and I was thinking about combining them on the same loop on the same pump. What does SoC need to be under? Depends. Ryzen 1, if I remember correctly, it was advisable to stick around like 1.2 or something like that, or under. And Ryzen 2, I can't remember what our final decision was on that, because we had conflicting reports from AMD and from XOCers. I tend to trust the XOCers. Their job is killing stuff, mostly components. So 1.3 and under is definitely safer. Do not do anything like 1.4. Try and stay away from 1.3 plus. So that would be my rough guideline for Ryzen series. As for your loops, if you are handy and you can, chop the tubes off and run a new tube between them, sure, I guess you could do that. Yeah. One of them for the pump might be a little weak. Probably stick with the H1. I don't know. I don't remember if it's Asetek Gen 5 or what for 110. Actually, 110 is might be cool. Either way, you can cut the tubes off and run your own tube, and that would achieve what you're going for, I think. I just don't know if it'll be enough power from the pump. Brendan, €5. Can I get a happy birthday shout out? It's Yuzi. Happy birthday, Yuzi. Thank you for the $5, and I hope you have a good birthday, whether it was today in your time zone or yesterday. And last one I'm going to read before we get back. Teeks Graphics, Too Canadian. Hey man, thoughts on the FX8370? I have one in one of my machines, in my main machine. It is in there because it's one of the worst processors we have. It's undervolted and underclocked because the motherboard it is plugged into has serious VRM thermal issues, like 100C plus when it's barely doing anything. So not my favorite processor. I don't know. It was kind of okay when it came out at sometimes at the price, depending on the price. Sometimes it was fine. Ryzen has blown that thing away though. If you want to stay with AMD, it's like miles ahead of it. Intel outperformed it quite regularly, especially in IPC, especially in single thread. So the 8370 was an okay stopgap solution for AMD, but it was not a good processor sort of for, it has not aged well, I guess. It was fine as a processor. I mean, I'm using it daily for years now, and it's done okay, but you know, there are better processors, I guess is what I'm getting at. But it was fine. It just wasn't something I would call good. 51. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep pushing. We're going to stay at 51 1.3, or we're going to move to 51 1.3. We're at 50 1.3. I'm just going to keep doing this until it crashes, at which point I'll increase the voltage. Then we'll know our volt frequency baseline. Someone says, so who is this? Two things. Nathan, $5, thank you. Surprised that you didn't lose any electronics in the building when the panel failed. Were you just lucky, or was there a reason for that? I don't know. I mean, I hope we haven't lost any electronics. I haven't tested every single thing, but that was certainly one of my thoughts as well. We have anything important is behind a UPS on an uninterruptible power supply. So we have CyberPower, not CyberPower PC, but CyberPower and APC UPS is on like everything. So I would imagine, and line conditioners and things like that. So I would imagine if anything were to die, it would be one of those, and then hopefully it would protect the actual components. So I don't know. I haven't seen anything yet. It's possible something died. We have a lot of stuff. I don't always turn all of it on. So yeah, not sure. Not looping, window mode, physics test, launch hardware info. We're at 5.1 on an 8086K for anyone wondering. At only 1.3 volts right now. Let's see if it crashes. That's the real kind of the big thing here a lot of people I think forget about, is that it's not just how high does it clock, it's how low can you get the voltage for a given clock, because that will reduce your power consumption significantly and your heat significantly. Actually, I have a table that we'll be publishing in tomorrow's video that talks about all of that. So it's a you should definitely tune in for that video tomorrow. Subscribe if you are not subscribed and you're new here, because that will help give you some great information on voltage, frequency, and thermals, and power. And noise, actually. Got all of them. Cores are still doing okay right now. It's a short test. And it is indeed 5.1 gigahertz. See what our score is for 5.1 at 1.3. 21,133. So score to beat is 24,000, if you recall. So that is the score we are going for, 24,000 today. And so far we are at 21,133 at 5.1 gigahertz, 1.3 volts. Pretty damn good. And also LLC is still 6 right now. Okay. So let's push up a bit more. Actually, I'll go through the BIOS settings again for anyone who's just tuned in. I'll try and make it quick if you've already been here. Just if anyone wants to overclock and you need some ideas of what the heck all those things do in BIOS, I'm not the best overclocker. Someone like BuildZoid is great for that at actually hardcore overclocking. Der Bauer both of them are experts. But I've picked up a lot from them, so hopefully I can give you some great starting points for your own overclocks. So let's go through some of the settings. I'll go quickly. First of all, fans are maxed out, so that's important for today. And that puts our cooler at about 51 decibels if you're curious. And then I've only enabled XMP. I haven't changed any of the memory, so it's just CL16 right now. We can improve that later with different memory. 100 BCLK. This setting, base clock, affects a lot of things, affects basically everything. So if you increase this to 101, it would also increase the effective DRAM frequency. So what I want you to do is look up here. 3200 right now is what it says. If we go to 101, you'll see 3232. I know this is review for a lot of you guys. If you are familiar with it, we'll get past in a second. So you can see it affects pretty much everything. And for that reason, I do like to try and avoid adjusting BCLK until the last second, because I normally don't want to introduce all the variables of memory and cache ratios and stuff. Multi-core enhancement's irrelevant. We're overriding it today. SBID is an interconnect or a protocol, I suppose, between the VRM and the CPU. It's used as a communication hub, and I think it does a few other things I'm not familiar with, but that's the main one. So like over temperature would be an example, or over current protection on the VRM. Cores, you go per core if you have some stronger ones, but I'm going for all core just because I prefer that. It's easier. You could bin individual cores if you really wanted to go crazy. DRAM, we're ignoring all this stuff right now. And then this is a great menu. I already showed it earlier. DigiPlus Power Control. It's on basically every motherboard. Asus has a special name for it. But any motherboard, look for your power settings. Doesn't matter which board it is. Hopefully they have some. You want to max out your current limits and set load line calibration. I would recommend, generally speaking, setting this to the not max settings. So like Gigabyte, I think calls them like turbo, extreme, stuff like that. Set it to the second highest one and check what the voltage readouts are. In hardware info, you should check back of the socket, but this is easier and good enough. So going to the extreme settings can sometimes, it will cause an over voltage scenario rather than an under voltage scenario, which is less safe in the former. And then the rest of this is all pretty standard, and later on I can talk about it more if we need to. So let's go to 52 at 1.3, see if it's still stable. I'm expecting a crash at some point here because we're getting pretty aggressive. Let me just check some of the streaming information, or chat and all that stuff. YouTube. Okay. All right. 2321 viewers, thank you very much for tuning in. Just saw a comment pop up in chat. John says, hey Steve, did you, dang it, got pushed off. Hey Steve, did you just buy this retailer, or was it a special sample? There's the blue screen. I don't know if it was special. It was a sample sent to us by Intel. I would imagine it's not, I don't know. I don't think it's special, but it's from Intel, to answer the question. Basically we said, you know, I don't particularly want to review this one. I'm very interested in the processor anyway, so what if we do an overclocking live stream, because I think that'd be fun and I want to see how high it clocks. But from a review standpoint, it's the same architecture as Coffee Lake. It's pretty similar to an 8700K. It just clocks a lot higher, so overclocking live stream made the most sense to me. So we just had our first blue screen of the night. Hopefully not of many, but we'll see. And that was at 52 for the ratio. So our ratio of 52, 5.2 gigahertz at 100, which, you know, let's kind of not let it get away from us how high of a frequency that is. 5.2 is a great frequency to be at for this kind of architecture. So we're going to go up to 1.35, see if that's enough for 5.2. It's a 0.05 increase in our voltage. Okay. Let me get through. I'm just scrolling up to find the last question I did. You know what we should do is some of these store shout outs. So anyone who grabbed something from the GN store today while we're streaming, oh my god, that's... How do I... we've got a good amount of orders. Take me a minute to get through them. Thank you very much. As I was saying, almost scared to now because I don't know how long it'll take, but this limited edition shirt, we're closing sales at the end of the stream. We've basically sold out of our stock. For sure we're going to, but we'll have enough to get through the stream, probably. So we'll close sales at the end of the stream. If it's out, then it'll be grayed out. You won't be able to buy it. So it's not like you'll be able to buy one that's not there. But if you pick it up, or anything else in the store, mod mats, whatever, we have, like, the mod mat's a great tool for building computers. If you pick that stuff up during the stream, I'll shout out your name, first name, and where you're from, and what you bought. So we'll get through those in a moment. There's quite a lot of them. Thank you very much. Fire Strike is what we want here. And let me just get this looping, hopefully, because we're at 1.35 and 5.2. That's, like I said before, that's pretty damn aggressive. And I repeat myself a lot in streams just because I know people come and go. But, you know, just for perspective, again, I've said this already, but our best 8700K was doing 5.0, and we're already 200 megahertz beyond that at a lower voltage. Our 8700K 5.0 at 1.4 volts on the same motherboard with the same settings. And this is 200 megahertz beyond it, and it's 0.05 volts below it. So pretty damn good. All right, see if this blue screens or not. And if it does not, then I will let it run a stability test by which I mean just looping this, not prime. And then I'll get through some of the orders that came in. Thank you very much for the pickups. So okay, there it is. That's it. That's our run. It was stable for 30 seconds, which is all we need right now, but not quite good enough. 21.7. God, come on. Windows 10. All right. Okay, is our score actually going up? 21.773. I would say that is, in fact, an increase. 5.2 gigahertz, 1.35 volts, LLC6, and I'm going to make a note for myself. 5.2 gigahertz, 1.3 volts. Let's just put it over here. Actually, it's called DNF. Did not finish. Okay, so there's our notes. Let's get this running for a bit, see if it survives for more than 30 seconds. Okay, so I've got a few things to read through for those of you who picked up shirts and things like that. One question in chat I just saw scrolling by. So, we've got Sergeant Zeta, one of the mods in chat. Hey Zeta, thanks for joining. Zeta has a Twitch stream he does sometimes. You should check him out. Zeta, feel free to link your own stream in chat if you want. He does some streaming. He's part of our Patreon community. He's one of our mods. Strezabyte's also in chat. I believe Strezabyte has a YouTube channel of their own. You can check that out as well. Just click on, search their name, Strezabyte, for that. And thank you both of you for being here. So, okay, this thing's running. See if it's stable or not. I don't know, 1.35 is kind of pushing it. So let me read through some of these orders. Mark Andre from Canada picked up a limited edition foil teardown shirt and the GN Blueprint shirt. Large. I think you might have gotten the last one of those, or very close to it. We're almost out of those Blueprint shirts again. It's our only non-black shirt, I think, and I was really happy to add it, and I'm glad to see people like it. We're going to order more as soon as the stream's over, probably. Got one from Roger from Florida. That's in America, sort of. Got a limited edition foil shirt. And that's what he picked up. Thank you very much, Roger. This thing's still surviving. What's our temperature right now? It's 5200 frequency. You're doing fine. Thermals are in the upper 50s, kind of 60s sometimes. So we're actually okay right now on those. GN store. Okay, let me read a couple. Get through some more of these. Daniel from California purchased a limited edition foil shirt. Thank you, Daniel. We sincerely appreciate it. This is a fun product. I'm hoping we can do some more limited edition stuff in the future. I'm not positive what it's going to be yet. I have some ideas. I have some ideas for non-shirts as well. You'll see more of those soon. Raphael from Austria purchased a limited edition shirt. Thank you, Raphael. Alexander, this is still stable. It looks like stable as far as Firestrike physics goes. Not the most abusive test. Alexander from is that Massachusetts picked up a foil shirt as well. Thank you, Alexander. Got a couple more to go, quite a few more to go through. Chris from, where is this? UK, from the UK, got a foil shirt. Thank you very much, Chris, for your support. And Jacob from Illinois got a foil shirt as well. Kevin from New York, same thing, foil shirt. It's a popular item today. Adrian from Switzerland got a 2 limited edition shirts. And I'm going to probably pause after this one so that we can get back to the content. I really appreciate all the support. I'm going to try and, mix the appreciative shout outs and the actual content so no one gets too bored. Connor from Florida purchased a foil shirt. And let me do like one more because some more came in. Christopher, stop there, from Washington picked up a shirt as well. And let me do one last one for now. And Tyler from Virginia picked up a limited shirt. I was just in Virginia the other day, actually. Okay, so driving through. So what we have here is in the 50s still. We're doing actually pretty damn well for an X62. Stable 5.2, 1.3 volts in Firestrike. You know, just to show a point, let me just kind of illustrate why this is not a good way to see if your overclock is stable in real life, so to speak. Because if we were to run like anything else, I'm fairly positive this will crash or drop cores. Oh yeah, big time. So let me just illustrate to you why Firestrike is not a good stability test. You know, Firestrike, for purposes of what we're doing, we're trying to get a high Firestrike score. So the only thing it needs to be stable in is Firestrike. Realistically though, we've already dropped threads here. So we've dropped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of our threads with Prime 95, which is pretty similar to Blender. So I'll illustrate that here as well. With Blender, if we get a render going here, I don't know, we might drop threads, we might blue screen, or it might be stable. Blender's not as abusive as Prime, but it's pretty damn close. Prime's a great synthesizer for applications like Blender. It's AVX, it's abusive, it's a worst case scenario, but Blender's more realistic. So let's just kind of, it's currently collecting everything. It's going to start rendering in a moment, and we'll see if Blender's any easier on it than Prime, but probably it won't be too happy. Yeah, someone asked about will we overclock the GPU as well. The answer is no, sadly. Probably won't tonight. Mogbish, 100 NOK. Is that Norwegian kroner? Thank you very much, Mogbish. We sincerely appreciate your support. I hope you write down your settings of your highest stable OC for the rest of us. I will. There will be a follow-up article at least. There might be a follow-up video. It's looking pretty good, actually. Typically, Blender fails within 10 minutes. I'm not going to give it that long to fail today, just because it's a stream. But typically, it fails within 10 minutes if it's going to. So that's a good stability check. But yeah, I'll write down the OC settings once we're all done and publish them on the website, gamersnexus.net. If you want a quick reference, we'll probably do a follow-up video as well. So you can check it on the channel if you want a short form version. And this also will be archived for later reference. And let's see. Bill Wanchalo, $5. Wow, that seems like a really good chip. Yeah, it seems pretty good so far. But again, remember, we're crashing in Prime. It's surviving in Firestrike. We'll see if it survives Blender. Ultra Vlogger, $2. You're the best. Thank you very much, Ultra Vlogger. It sounds like you are the ultraist. Andreas, $5. Can you start a weekly GoFundMe to upgrade people from older AMD and Intel? I'm a disabled vet and can't afford it, and see if AMD would pitch in. I don't know if we get away with weekly. So typically, we don't really do giveaways, but there is something that I'm going to be contributing a mod mat to. So like on the YouTube channel, as a rule, I know what you're saying is different. Like I actually like that idea. Just to separate that first. I like that idea. But just a general rule, we don't often do giveaways, and the reason is because I really like having you all here as like genuine people who like the content, and not people who are just flooding in to try and get something for free and dilute everything. So I really support all of you being here without actually needing free stuff all the time. But as a break to my rule, I am providing an autographed mod mat, one of the signed mod mats, to the what do they call it? Wholesome giveaway or something? Cooler Master and Cooler Master, Corsair, ton of vendors. All the vendors got together on that PC Master Race subreddit and started a giveaway. So we're going to provide a mod mat for the giveaway, maybe 2 of them. I don't know what the rules are, honestly. I just told them I'd give them one. I'm sure it's on the PCMR subreddit though, if you want to join in and try and win whatever they're giving away. So that's the exception to my rule. We're not really going to announce it on the channel or anything. This is kind of a quick side mention. Ben, $2, just got here. How are these looking versus 8700K? Great question. This still seems stable, by the way. 5.2, 1.35, or something like that. What am I at right now? Yeah, that's right. 5.2, 1.35. Still stable. So that gives you a pretty good starting point to your question. As for the rest of it, again, recapping, but 8700Ks, we have one that does 5.0 at 1.4. We have one that does 4.9 at 1.42, roughly, give or take, like 0.03. I guess mostly give 0.03, not take. So that's our 8700Ks. This is an 8700K, but it's been binned, or pre-selected is the more appropriate term, and it's 5.2, 1.35 right now, and it seems stable. I'm going to give Blender, it's been going for 4 minutes now. I'm going to give it maybe another 3 and see if it crashes in that time. And that'll let us know how genuine this overclock is versus is it just a benchmark clock. Adam gave $5. Tell Andrew he is a great cameraman and amazing at 3D renders.
Nice, thank you.
He says nice, thank you. Adam's one of our Patreon guys. And another reviewer, I think, and he's a Czech reviewer. Terry says $5 just to thank you. Help you with the fire damage. Yeah, thanks. It'd be nice if the electricians would do that. Sean Dowd, $2. Let's see that 5.5. Yeah, I don't think so. We'll try for 5.5 gigahertz. Phoenix 1861, $4.99. Planning to update the mod mat as new architectures come. You know, I don't know. I suppose it's an option. We have a medium mod mat that I've mentioned in the past briefly, mostly to Patreon backers. We have one. It's getting sampled right now, so we're in the stage of making samples. Manufacturing is a really long process, even for like non-electronics. So yeah, we're getting samples made for a medium version. It's pretty cool. It's just I'm getting a couple made to make sure we have the quality that I want. So it'll eventually be out though, and that has some cool stuff on it that's different from the big one. But if you want a big like table covering size, then this is what we think the best mod mat on the market. So this has been running for 5.5 minutes. It hasn't dropped threads. Let me just check the temperatures while we're at it, because this is the longest burn-in we've done so far. So temperatures are getting up there. Our peak was 75. Sometimes those are just spurious jumps. So let me move this over to the left here. So a lot of people like to look at the maximum column when they're talking about temperatures. In reality, you shouldn't do this. What you should do is log the temperature over time. Allow for enough time for steady state to be achieved. Normally half an hour is pretty damn safe. And the max can be a spurious jump, so it can just be a spike. It might have hit reported 75 for a millisecond, or well, yeah, I guess 1,000 milliseconds for like a second. It might have reported that, but in reality, we're in the 60s. And this can often be from when you're just starting the render or the application, collecting all that data. So realistically, we're in the 60s to 70. It's getting warm, but we're actually doing really damn well, and that's because the voltage is only 1.35 right now. So another 2 minutes on this, see if it dies. If it doesn't, we'll push up to, I guess, 5.3 gigahertz. Reverend Arrow, $2. I don't need giveaways. In fact, here, take my money. Thank you. I guess we do takeaways, and I guess we're robbers. There are a lot of store purchases. I'm going to read as many as I can in between overclocks. I'll probably push a lot of them to the very end of the stream, but I'll do my best here. So for shout outs, while this thing's running the last few minutes of its stability test, let me go through those. David from Kentucky picked up a limited edition foil shirt. Thank you very much, David. Oh, by the way, for all of you ordering the foil shirts, they are pre-folded. They're in a nice bag and everything, so presentation's good. It will also have a card in there with some notes on washing. It's a delicate item. I've actually washed this one a lot and dried it a lot as benchmarking based. Can't get away from benchmarking. Haven't made any charts yet, probably should, but it survived really damn well, as you can see. So it's been through the wash a lot. Some of you were asking about foil. Foil is inherently a delicate item, but we are including a very clear card with just some notes so you can make sure it lasts a long time. So just to address that question, if anyone had it, this one survived quite a bit of washing. And I have notes on the website as well with how you should take care of it, because it's delicate item. So held up extremely well, though. Next one's from Hollis from California. Picked up a limited edition shirt. Thank you very much, Hollis. Charles from California. Okay, a lot of California people today. Limited edition shirt. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, James from North Carolina. Actually, we've met up for pizza before. Who picked up a limited edition shirt as well. Thank you, James. Good to see you around. Gabriel from New York. Limited edition shirt. It's a very popular item. Caleb from North Carolina as well. Also limited edition shirt. Let's see. Still stable? Really? That's cool. All right. 8 minutes, 40 seconds. All right, I'm going to read this last one, and then we'll move back to overclocking. Eric from, is that Ontario? Eric from Ontario in Canada Picked up a limited edition shirt as well. Thank you, Eric. Okay, getting back to the stream. So, stream time. We are currently stable at 5.3. Our score in Firestrike is currently 21,773. And did I say 5.3? I meant 5.2. And we have 1.35 volts. So 5.2, 1.35, really damn good chip so far. 21,000. My score to beat in Firestrike is 24,000. I don't know if we're going to reach it, but we're going to try pretty damn hard. We've got a long way to go right now. So we're almost at 22,000. We need another 2,000 points, which is going to get exponentially harder as we go. GPU is not going to help out there, so even switching to a Titan V is going to be irrelevant because we're only doing physics testing right now. But I do want to do a RIP LTT2 stream. If actually, I'm curious, how many of you have seen or saw our RIP LTT stream or saw like the aftermath of it with our follow-up, anything like that? If you know what RIP LTT is, just type hashtag RIP LTT in chat, just so I can get a gauge of how many of you know what it is. We're currently at 26 messages a minute, so that'll be my benchmark. Hashtag RIP LTT if you know what that was, because we want to do a second one, and I need to convince Linus to challenge us. And you know, I don't want to say he's scared, but I think he's scared. I think he. That's a lot of RIP LTT. I think he's frightened, especially with this response. I'm going to see Linus in a few days, actually. So I'll probably I'll lay down the gauntlet gently there for him to pick up and challenge us back. I don't want to throw it. Might scare him. But okay, so we've gone up to like 45 messages per minute. It's definitely more than that, but I think it's like averaging over a longer period. That's a lot of RIP LTTs. Just gonna sit here and take it in for a second. So I'm gonna be seeing Linus on Saturday, actually, for his LTX thing, his LTT Expo. If you're near Vancouver, I think it's in Vancouver. You know, stop by. I'll be in there. Come say hi. Bring something if you want me to sign it or whatever. I know a couple of you wanted Mod Match signed. That's a lot of RIP LTTs. RIP LTT shirt when? You know, let's get them to respond. What do you see? Oh, that's a lot of messages a minute. 149 messages a minute from 24. So a lot of you have seen RIP LTT, I take it. Thank you very much. That was probably the most fun I've ever had on a stream. We'll do that again soon. That was a 7980XE and a Titan V. And RIP Vince Lucido. I don't think so. Vince Lucido is Kingpin, if you don't know who he is. When you're looking at Firestrike scores, if you ever like, you know, I think I can get to top 100, and you want to compete. And you look at the scores and you see Kingpin at number 1. What you're really shooting for top 100 is actually top 101, because he doesn't count, because it's impossible to beat him. He made the RoboClocker that we saw at Computex. And it's like the most insane overclocking setup I've ever seen. He's claimed 4 at least world records with it now. So it's very impressive. His work is extremely impressive. It's the best in the world for some of these tests. And sadly, we can't count him as a competitor because it's just impossible to beat him. So no, there will not be a RIP Vince Lucido, but I have asked EVGA actually if they would be interested in flying out at some point and doing a live stream overclocking with us. So I don't know if that'll happen. It'd be really cool though. I don't know, tweet at what is his Twitter name? Let me see what his Twitter name is. Twitter EVGA Jacob F. If you want to see like Kingpin come out here and you want to show EVGA that you're interested in it, tweet at EVGA_Jacob F on Twitter. There's a blue screen. And he will just tell him like, I don't know, fly Kingpin to GN or something like that for an overclock stream. All right, so this has crashed clearly. So I tried 5.3, it's the highest we tried, at 1.35 volts. That's really, really aggressive volt frequency. Aggressively low on the voltage and aggressively high on the frequency. So, not surprised. Let's see if we can do 5.3 at all. Let's go up a bit. I'm just going to go up by 0.05 once again. 1.35 to 1.4. Let's do that. All right. Okay, so got a couple more of these to read through. Super chats. Wishbone, $5. Is it possible to cover the let me interrupt this. Killer jellyfish. I need a bigger mod mat. 4 feet by 2 feet? You need a bigger one? Like we'd sell like 10 of them if they were any bigger. How much bigger does it need to be? I mean, like, are we talking like wall size or like car sunscreen size? This booted this time. Okay. So anyway, Wishbone, $5 was saying, is it possible to cover... Shoot, I just scrolled past it. Is it possible to cover an entire motherboard with Thermal Grizzly's non-conductive paste for better out-of-the-box thermals and liquid metal on the CPU? It's a good question. You would need something to conduct like anything out of it, because just covering it in paste, like, first of all, you don't need to cover the entire motherboard. I'm sure you know this, obviously. It's probably a joke question, but hypothetically, covering the whole motherboard doesn't gain you a lot in most instances, in almost all instances, because a motherboard is like fiberglass and copper, basically. That's what it's made out of, and it's a lot of layers of it. So it's a natural heatsink. And this is why if you have an SSD, like an M.2 SSD, one of the best ways to heatsink it, if it's dual-sided, is to socket it and put a thermal pad between the motherboard and the modules on the underside. And obviously the controller is ideal to sync, not the modules, but whatever. And that'll sync it into the board, which is a natural heatsink. But the answer to your question is basically no. Because you're going to end up blocking more air than you will be dissipating through conduction in terms of heat. Okay, so let's run this. Let's get hardware info up. And that's always, it's an interesting challenge where you put heat sinks on stuff. It'll help, but if it's not like a proper heat sink and it's just obstructing air, it'll actually be worse, even if it is thermally conductive more than air is. But airflow hitting something is always the best. You can actually run VRMs without VRM heat sinks in a lot of cases just by blasting them with air. So 5.3, we're trying 1.4. We'll see if it lives. Are you still planning on reviewing the IC graphite pads? You know, I got an email about this recently I need to reply to as well. And the answer is I hope to, but we're slammed right now. So I'm trying. There's a lot of travel right now. So doing my best to get to everything. I still need to do thermal pads on GPUs and stuff like that. We're pretty behind, but I'm working on it. Hashtag I saw Linus crying from RipLTT, I guess. Okay, so is it running? Oh yeah, it ran. Cool. Read one of these. Brewman, NZ $5. I'm going for an SFF build, so temps and therefore voltage are important. Will you be able to do an 8700K versus 8086K measuring at the same gigahertz? That's a good... We could probably do that. I think so. The thing is, again, it's voltage, like you said. So same frequency, same voltage. They're going to be roughly the same. The thermal paste isn't really different as far as I'm aware. The IHS isn't different. The silicone adhesive isn't different, especially if you're delating them. So it comes down to voltage. And what we've done so far, actually, tomorrow's video will have some given frequency benchmarks just with 8086K. Same idea, though. Given frequency benchmarks versus different voltages. So I think I did like, what was it? 1.4, 1.45, 1.35 volts. So I did all those. You'll see it tomorrow's video, and that should give you a baseline for thermal differences between them. Same idea with 8700K. It's just it's one CPU instead of two. So this survived. 21,992 for the physics score, and that is... just got a text from Jacob from EVGA who said, LOL, what happened? Jacob, turn on my stream. Okay, I'll answer his question in a few minutes to give him time to join. Because people tweeted at him, I think. Good job, guys. 21,992 is our physics score. Jacob, if you're joining in, I'll answer your question via text in a moment. Just give him some time to join in. So 21,992. It's really not going up that fast. If I want to hit 24,000, I'm gonna have to do a lot more than just the CPU, I think. This is a really good CPU though. LC6, okay. So let's once again just do a stability test. So loop, run. Jacob, if you've tuned in, has he answered? I missed the RIP LTT. What happened? It was probably my favorite stream we ever did. That's what happened. That's what RIP LTT was, and I was asking everyone to spam it in chat so I knew how many people had watched it, and we really want to do a RIP LTT too. Basically, the gist of it was this. It was a friendly competition with Linus that apparently only one of us was competing in, even though he knew about it in advance. And Linus, his team knocked out one of our top 10 scores on Firestrike, and I was like, no, that's not okay. And he did it with Titan V and a 7980XE. So I pooled our resources, mostly Build Zoid, and put everything under Liquid. Thank you, EK, for that. And we beat his score by quite a bit. I think it brought us up to number 4 at one point. So that was what RIP LTT was. And Jacob, if you've tuned in now, I asked everyone to tweet at you about flying Kingpin out here at some point. Doesn't need to be tomorrow, but you know, we're looking at an office option. It'd be a good opportunity for you to come out, bring him along, and do some overclocking together. Bring some LN2 in or something like that. It'd be fun, but sync it up with the next time he's in the States, I guess, if you're watching. What kind of build are you planning on doing for the new NAS? I'm not sure. I've gotten a lot of extremely helpful emails from all of you who watch that and know a lot about RAID and network attached storage and all that stuff. So I'm still reading through them. I'm not replying to every single one. I am reading them, and I'll choose after I read through all those. $10 from DBD Blackjack. Thank you very much. No message with that. Mogbish, 100 Norwegian kroner. Almost anything with limited edition in the name sells well, because that is the only reason I bought the 8086K. Go figure. Still resting in the package though. Well, apparently they're good chips based on what I'm seeing here. So Ben Grogan, $2. Live RIP LTX overclock off. That'd be fun. I don't know if Linus will have the time to do live overclocking versus each other, but I have some ideas for the future. I haven't figured them out yet, but I have some ideas for live overclock offs like you're talking about. Devin, $5. Made a purchase for the limited edition shirt and incorrectly filled in my address. Oops. I sent an email with the correct address. Sorry, lol. No problem. It's cool. We have a guy who does a great job with support. If you do have a problem like that, just email support@gamersnexus.net. He will make sure you get the thing that you bought. Don't worry about it. Just send an email with your order number and the correct address. We'll get it fixed for you. No worries at all. 5.3 gigahertz is running. It's dropping every now and then to 5296. I saw a little flicker that looked like some corruption, but it's holding relatively. And we're still in the 60s for temperatures. So we're doing okay right now. Let me pop up one of these. And let me pop up one of the hotter cores. Okay, so we've got 2 cores open. This is just a temperature readout. It's just a kind of, what I'm gonna do is look at these, sort of mentally average them after a moment or two of running. This is frequency, just make sure that's fairly stable. And then we'll know if this thing's actually any good for the clock, that is. Had another one, $2 from Nathan. What CPU did you RIP LTT with? That was the 7980XE, as you damn well know. You guys and your memes. Luke Norman, $10. Got a delisted 8700K, maxes out at 5.2 gigahertz at 1.43 volts, but temp peak at high 90s, low 60s during gaming. Using an H115i Pro cooler. Will a custom loop get the max temps down the 70s? So it depends. Custom loops can be as effective, and I mean that in like almost ineffective. They can perform the same as a closed loop if they have similar pumps. You can definitely push a pump too hard if you have too many big radiators. So there's a lot of factors at play. But if you get a good pump, and what did you say you have? H115? H115, that's a 280. So if you get a good pump, a 280 radiator, and good fans, it will be better. If you get good fans, it will also be better. And you don't need to buy all the other stuff. Unless you start sizing up the radiator, what that'll do is just give you more liquid to soak the heat into. So sort of the thermal saturation point, we'll call it, will be pushed out farther. So I've found with a 280 CLC, we tend to hit steady state liquid temperature at about 15 minutes of really intensive prime burn-in. And with a bigger radiator, like a 360 or 420, you start hitting the steady state point later. So if you're dealing with spurious up-down voltages, which is what happens when you're gaming, especially if you have an adaptive voltage offset, not an override. If you have an adaptive voltage offset and you're gaming is not like Prime or Firestrike. It will sort of drop the voltage as you hit menus and loading screens and places where you don't need the frequency or the voltage to sustain a frequency, a given frequency. So if you hit a black loading screen, for example, you're not rendering anything. So the point is, if you're playing like a game, having those bigger radiators can help, because over the period of playing a game for half an hour or an hour, it's taking longer to hit steady state. It's a pretty minor thing. The bigger thing that will actually fix your problem is just better fans, honestly. And I don't, if you have like the stock Corsair fans, you can definitely do better. You can even keep the same radiator, keep your cost way down. 280s are great. H115i is great. Just put good fans on it and that'll help a lot. Also, the delidding helps a lot. Okay, so we're pretty stable here at, this is like, there we go. Okay, so we're bouncing up and down a little bit. The scale's awful. It looks way more exaggerated than it is. For example, the top to the bottom of this peak is like 1 megahertz. I shouldn't have done that, I guess, whatever. And our temperatures are looking okay too. So we can push this now a bit further and see if we can get, I don't know, 5.4, I guess. I think we're gonna start hitting a wall. The Sickness, 550. Is that a Disturbed reference? Love GN, please call out AV Techie, a tiny channel reviewer, 1.3K subs, I guess. Mostly cases, I try to help him out. Ideas, great guy too. Well, AV Techie, there's your shout out. Justin Murphy, 499. I'm starting to think you guys are being sabotaged with all these issues lately. Question, is it LTT or Cooler Master? I don't know. Cooler Master should be pretty happy right now because we just reviewed that H500 exceptionally positively. I like that case. So I'm going to go with Linus. That is definitely rational. 54 is what we're going for the multiplier. CPU ratio 54. And I'm going to get to the store orders in a moment. The rule is, if you buy something during the stream, we have the limited edition shirt that will no longer be available as the stream ends. It will be gone forever. I think this is going to crash. We'll see. I'm going to try and read every first name and where you're from for any purchases from the store. Mod mats, shirts, whatever. But some of it's going to get pushed to the end. So right now we're pushing for 5.4 gigahertz. I'll get through some more of these questions. There's some good ones here. 5.4 at 1.4 volts. I think it will crash. We will find out though. Gerald, $2. Thanks for the great content. Thank you, Gerald, for the $2. Alex, $2. Time for bed, almost 1:30 here. 19,463 on Firestrike, by the way. Nice. Good job. Depending on your components, that's a pretty good score. Tiger Bob, $20. Wow, thank you. Will you sell a new hat design, possibly something with the Graph logo? We had, it's not a new design. We don't sell these currently, but this is the Graph logo on a hat. So I don't know, if there's interest, I guess let me know in chat. We don't sell as many hats as shirts and other things. So if you like this one, do let me know, because it's kind of like, it's not discontinued, but I'm not actively ordering them. So if there's interest, I'll order more, certainly. We can do other colors and stuff too. We can do different designs. All right. I'd buy a hat, someone says. This is not booting. So now I get to use my special button over here. And that's just a reset button that I wired up to the motherboard, so it's a bit faster. I think I hit reset. Yes. It is cycling right now. There we go. All right, so let me read through more of these. Tim LLL. Voting buy on hat. Hat, yes. Blue GN shirt and the cube. I like the Graph logo the most. Yeah, a lot of people like that one. I'd buy a hat. Okay. So there's enough interest. We can order a couple, I guess. Are you going to LTX? Yes, I will be there. If you're there, come say hi. I think Linus has me on a like a Q&A panel with him. Did you see, did this blue screen or did it just go black?
I think it just went black.
Just went black. So we're gonna try booting again. just in case it was a fluke. 5.4, 1.4 volts. Tim LL, $2, thank you. Brendan, $5. Live Rip LTT at LinusCon. Buy one of his shirts and Hulk Hogan the shit out of it. That would be embarrassing, probably mostly for me, because I don't think I'd be able to. I'll like pre-cut it with scissors. Ryan Johnson, $2. Buy or delid 8700K now, or wait for i9 9900K. I don't know. The answer to this, yeah, that's gonna crash. The answer to this always for me is, are you happy with your current system? For example, we have a rendering system that is actively frustrating us. That would be a point at which I would say, stop waiting and just buy. If you're pretty happy with your system and you don't have noticeable things that are bothering you or slowing you down, or like if you notice that the system is a problem in any way, then just buy. And if you're pretty happy with it, just wait. That's how I do it. Everyone kind of approaches that differently, but I think most of the YouTubers will tell you the same thing. We're trying 1.42 volts at 5.4 gigahertz. Our multiplier is 54 right now. So right now we're just trying to get it to boot. MB, $2. What's your take on Gigabyte 370 Aorus Gaming 7? Thanks. X370. I think that board was fine. I honestly don't remember that board very well. The X470 is super overkill though, in a good way. So X470 is a good one. Buildzoid from actually Hardcore Overclocking has lots of PCB analysis videos. He does work for us as well, but he also has his own channel, actually Hardcore Overclocking, where he talks about all those motherboards. So definitely check him out. He might have done one for us on that board, but I don't remember. Yeah, sorry, I can tell you the X470 version of that board is really good though. The VRM's like insane. Mostly the cooler though. Totally unnecessary, but nice to have. Mustangs by Matt, $5. I missed the beginning. Are you using a Rocket Cool kit? I used it on my new i7 to get 4910 megahertz at 1.325 volts. So I used the Rocket Cool kit to delid it, and I'm using, I scraped off all of the silicone adhesive. That's a big deal with delidding. It does just as much as the liquid metal, and then I put Thermal Grizzly Conductanot on it, which is linked below if you want some, as they are an advertiser for the stream today. So yeah, I used the Rocket Cool kit. It's a good cheap kit. Like it does well and it's affordable, so I like that one. Okay, 1.42 is what we were at. Let's try 1.43. Just see if we can get this thing to boot at 5.4 gigahertz. This may be starting to hit our limitation. Did Buildzoid join in chat? Finally, the chat works for me, Buildzoid said. Buildzoid's in chat. He's actually Hardcore Overclocking. I don't know if chat lets you click on people's names. If it does, click on his name. Okay. So, let me see. Is Buildzoid messaging me at all? No. Okay. Got to make sure so I know how much he's judging me. Got $2 from Adam. I think did I already hit this one? Or did you just say it again? Tell Andrew he's a good cameraman and 3D modeler. It's weird. It's the second time. Thank you, Adam. Thomas, $5. We're just trying to get this stable right now, guys. Hang in with me. So Thomas said, thank you. Best technical info out there. Love Patreon, Discord. Thank you for joining. We like having the community. I have an X99 Rampage 5 and 6800K. Would that work well for a home server even without ECC? I mean, yeah. If you need ECC, you probably know that you need ECC. So it depends on like what your server's doing, I guess. I'm not an expert on server hardware. I'm not an expert on Xeons or on ECC or anything like that. But I can tell you that if you need ECC, you would know it. And if you don't, then it's fine. Like the 6800, 6900, both good CPUs. They're great for like if you want a box that just sits there and compresses stuff, for example. $2 from Adam again. Says, I missed that. Sorry. All right, we appreciate it anyway, Adam. $20 from Alex. Any chances of pink GN kid-sized shirts for those of us with families? That is very specific. I will be honest with you, right now there's not a plan for that. I don't know, honestly, how much of a kid-size audience we have. I mean, I guess I do. Our 13 to 17 audience is a lot smaller than our 24 to whatever the range is, 24, 34, something like that, and 35 plus. So I don't currently have any plans for it. If there is interest going forward, like in the future, sure, we can definitely add them. You know, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Remind me every now and then. We can look into that stuff as we grow and as we get more viewers with kids who want something like that. But no current plans. 1.45 was no good for us. I'm kind of hitting my comfort zone here. So you know what? Let's just leave it at 1.45, and let's go down to let's go up to 101 BCLK. Let's go down to 53 core ratio and see what that does. That'll get us to 5350 megahertz. So it won't quite be 54, but it's pretty damn close. Got more things to read. The Martin 123. What CPU is that? Also Cube? Question mark. The CPU is the 8086K. Thank you very much. Meme masters all over chat today. Try removing memory OC. There isn't a memory OC right now. Tomfoolery, $5. Learned how to delid from GN. Oh yeah, I guess the cube reference in that previous one was for our teardown cubes. These things right here. This is the medium size one. These are awesome. So they're like 3D laser engraved cubes that have our teardown logo on it. It's the same logo that's on my shirt actually, except in 3D. And let's see if we can. So you can see it's 3D. So I think that's what that reference was to. We've actually, I think we sold out of these. We have more coming in this month. Yeah, there you go. That's a great shot. So you can see like screws in there. There's like little screws that hold in fake PCB components. So there's blower fans, MOSFETs, VRM components, all that stuff. We have this on the store on store.gamersnexus.net. The big one is in stock. I think this one is out of stock though. But we are working on getting more in. So if that was your reference with the comment cube, then hopefully that answers it. I think we only have 2 more super chats for me to get through, so that I can look at some of the store shout outs and we can get to this. Booted, by the way. So 5350 booted, not stable, but it booted. Thank you Streza and Sergeant Zeta very much for the cube link in chat. Tomfoolery, $5. Learned how to delid from GN videos. Went from 65C idle on a 3770K to 27C, maxes out at 58C at 100% in prime. Gave my old CPU new life. That is great to hear. I'm so happy to hear that you guys get anything from all this stuff. Overclocking is a lot of fun. It's something I'm happy to bring more awareness to. Like, you shouldn't be scared of it. Just be really careful of voltages. Just kind of do some research on your architecture. Make sure you're staying within a reasonable voltage. And mostly be careful of the SoC voltage on Ryzen and the SA, system agent voltage on Intel. Those are the 2 that you need to be careful of. Those are the 2 that can kill stuff or degrade stuff the most easily if you type in something too high. But other than that, don't be afraid to overclock. I'm glad to hear that we helped you get interested in delidding. It's not difficult. It's a lot of fun. There is inherent risk with it, but if you follow the guides, you'll be okay. Ryan, $5. I guess I should have specified on 8700K versus waiting for 9900K. This is a new build that I'm getting parts for. First desktop build, wow. But anxious, thank you. First desktop. I don't know when the 9900K comes out. I am not even under NDA. So I have no idea when that's coming out. And if you are waiting for an indefinite period, I don't know. It depends how patient you are. That's just becomes a really personal question at that point. I am not that patient with that kind of stuff. Like if I want a new computer, if I'm building a new computer, whatever, I'll typically just do it. The performance difference will likely not be, well, is that going to be the 8-core? That might be 8 cores. It could be a significant performance difference, but we don't know what the price is going to be. So if it's like more expensive, then I don't know. It's all speculative. I would say it's probably going to be more expensive anyway. So I don't know. I definitely don't feel buyer's remorse. It's a few months out probably. So I don't have a great answer. I would be inclined to say don't wait if you are wanting to get this done now. It's really just comes down to that. But don't feel buyer's remorse. Components are always going to be obsolete like the minute you buy them. They'll perform well for many, many years. You can be good for 5 years on an 8700K or whatever. And yeah, it's the nature of the beast. The stuff is new quarterly almost. Physics score, 23,223. That's really promising. If you remember, so this is largely because of our memory change at this point. We have BCLK of 101 now. So if you're wondering where the heck did we went from 21,992 to 23,223, pretty big jump for only a 50 megahertz increase. We went from 5.3 to 5.35. So the real change here is the base clock, which went from 100 to 100.1 to 101.0. And that increases our memory frequency and a couple of other things. So what this is telling me, 24 might be achievable with change in memory. So we can try doing some memory tuning. I'm going to switch over to the G-Skill memory in a moment, see if we can push that a bit further than this one. Let me get through a couple more of these. Nicholas, 20 bucks. Wow, thank you. Will you directly say, it's very, very demanding. Will you directly say, hello, Sandy, to my wife? Also tell her that Nicholas loves you, priceless. Well, there you go. It's a little bit, hopefully you take that the right way. It's coming from Nicholas. I assume your significant other. Yes, husband, okay. It's coming from Nicholas. All right. Martin, 2 bucks. I meant the coolest cube, ice cubes. Damn it. I thought ice cubes. Still doing that meme? Everyone wanted an ice cube added to this thing. This right here. This is one of my favorite systems we've ever built. Everyone wanted us to add an ice cube to this reservoir to try and get an extra couple megahertz out of the clock. So if you missed that live stream, that's the reference to cube, I guess. And this will come back into use at some point. I have some plans for it. Let me read the last two before I switch over. 2 bucks, Bill Wanchallo with interchanging capital letters. Tell Andrew he's a good cameraman, 3D modeler. 5 bucks from Dudley. My cat Schrodinger, it's a dangerous thing to name a cat, wanted me to send some money for snowflakes to get some catnip. Thank you, Schrodinger. We appreciate you making your human send us money for our overlord. Okay, so I'm going to switch the memory. I don't know, we probably don't really need to show this on camera, but all I'm doing is pulling out the Corsair stuff, which is right here. And I'm going to drop in 2 sticks of the G-Skill memory that I know does really well. Corsair's gotten us pretty far for this stream, but we need more. I do have 4600 megahertz Corsair kits here, but it gets to be an IMC debate, and then you're going to be watching me change memory timings for 6 hours, which no one wants. So we're just going to go with something that I know kind of what the parameters are, because I'm not a memory expert, but I can do the basics. All right, so we just switched to the G-Skill Trident Z Black. Boot this thing up. And start tuning memory. Try and get our 24,000 score out of Firestrike. That is the score to beat. Yes, 5.35 gigahertz is where we are right now. So we were at 101 BCLK. It's actually been a very smooth overclocking stream so far. 101 BCLK, knock on wood. And that was 53x 1.4 volts, 1.45 volts, something like that. Pretty damn good though. 52 was really good. 5.2 gigahertz. That did super well. Okay. Memory time. So a couple things here. I want to get through the last. Oh, I got through the super chats. Nice. Okay. So the store has few orders. Didn't know what I was getting myself into. Thank you very much, though. So I promised everyone I would read first name, where you're from, and what you bought. I would do as many as I can while we're doing the most exciting task in the world, memory overclocking, and then or timings tuning, and then we'll get through a bunch at the end, I think. So Diogo, that's an interesting name, from California. Got a limited edition foil shirt, the lightweight Raglan hoodie, which we just restocked, by the way. If you've wanted one, they're now in stock. And another limited edition shirt. Thank you very much, Diogo. Got one from Michael from Ohio. Limited shirt. Thank you, Michael. George from UK. Limited shirt. Backspace doesn't work, apparently. Joshua from Texas. Limited edition shirt. Mod Matt, thank you very much. Joshua, you're one of the few who bought one during the stream this time. and a keychain. And the mod mats will be in stock very soon. They should be on the way to us. Limited edition shirt from Andreas in Germany. Thank you, Andreas. I'm going to get back to the memory overclocking in a second. Give me a moment, guys. I did say I would read these. GN mod mat autographs. Thank you very much. William from, is that Germany? Oh, no. US, but it looks like it's, oh, gotcha. Yeah. US. Sorry about that. I saw DE and I just jumped to Germany. Chase, US, purchased a limited edition shirt. I need to do a couple more. Ben from the US, limited edition shirt. It's a very popular item. We, good call to close the sales today, I guess. Jeffrey, US, also Pennsylvania, good state. Got a limited edition shirt. Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do is reference our previous overclocking thing. RIP LTT was where I got these numbers. So the hashtag RIP LTT stream is the last time this memory was really pushing numbers for us. And we had it at 4,000, this is on a 7980XE, mind you. We had at 4,000 megahertz, VDIM 1.85, pretty aggressive, TCL 16, 16 for TRTD, 16 for TRP, 26 for TRAS. So let's just start setting some of those. I don't know if we're going to do 4,000, but it kind of depends on the IMC. I know the memory can do 4,000. I don't know what the CPU can do. Let's just train it a bit first. So we'll boot it at 36. And let's do 16. What else do we do? TRCD, we can do 16. TRP, act time, RAS act time. I think we did 26 last time for TRAS. Pretty damn aggressive. And command rate 1. A couple other settings we can do here. 16, 16, 26. Frequency's at 3600 right now. What else do we have? We had secondary timing, so TRRD underscore S 4 and TRRDL is 6. Let's just see if those hold on this this CPU. Ref cycle time, TREF. What did I have for TREF last time? 32727. Nope, that's the wrong one. Thinking of TRFC or something like that. TRFC I had 300 and 32727 for TREFI. There we go, TREFI. 32727, that's the refresh interval. I think I'm going to stop here. I have some more written down that I can set, but I kind of want to stop here and just see if it even boots. So let's do that. Are we still at 101? We're still at 101 BCLK, I think. Yes. Okay. 53, 101 BCLK, 1.45 volts for the core. I haven't done anything with cache yet. I should probably do that, but one thing at a time, I think. DRAM voltage, we're going to need to increase. I don't know, 1.5, why not do that first? Let's see what that does. DRAM can take a hell of a lot of volts. You're just talking about the IMC surviving at this point, but I don't care about it because I'm just overclocking for a bit. So it just needs to survive the overclocking. Oh yeah, this is a great point from a Buildzoid. Actually, hardcore overclocking said, if anything, 8700K chips probably now range 4.9 to 5.1, since all the better chips would be 8086Ks. That is absolutely true. A lot of the, all of the 8086Ks are binned 8700s, so that's true. It's cycling right now. I'm gonna let it cycle a few times, see if it trains the timings into working. So we'll just give it some time to think about its life. But yeah, 8086Ks are allegedly limited edition. Intel pulled a bunch of 8700Ks off the line, pre-selected the good ones and called them 8086Ks, and that's what we're working on today. So that's where that CPU came from, which means that probably 8700Ks might be a bit lower on average frequency now. The Martin, $5. Will you consider value-added features when picking CPU platform, e.g. will you pick Ryzen 2 or Optane accelerated Steam library on hard drive with Intel? I mean, if I care about those things, yes. Like if I want streaming capabilities, I'll consider Ryzen. Like as in a machine that is a streaming PC while gaming, then I would consider Ryzen or high-end Intel. So this is clearly not booting. Let's do a hard reboot. see if it can figure it out. I just hit the reset button, so we're gonna let it cycle a few times, see if it trains, and if it doesn't, then I'll drop the settings a bit. It might be going into safe mode right now. Turned on. Yeah, safe mode, okay. So I need to mess with those timings a bit. It would appear, no big surprise. These are my weakest point. I'm gonna drop this to 100 first, just to reduce the variables a bit. And then go back and look at the timings, make sure I didn't type anything in incorrectly or too aggressively. So far, we're doing really damn well. We're at 23,000 points in Firestrike. My score to beat today is 24K. So we're not far from it at all. I think I might just try a less optimistic memory setting. $10 from Dixon. Ice Cube in res with a hashtag. Not on this one, you bastards. I used a closed loop cooler this time, so no Ice Cube for you. All right, this is not booting once again. Just hit that reset button, see what we can get to. Okay, got an order in from Caesar from the US. Limited edition shirt. Thank you very much, Caesar. Got one in from Thomas. I think I saw your name earlier. Super chat, maybe? Thomas from the US. Graph logo shirt. That's a good one. We're almost out of those too, I think. That was the tri-blend graph logo. Limited edition shirt from Logan, I think in the US. Christian from California. Limited edition shirt. This is still, let's try a boot again. Reset one more time before I do a hard boot. Thomas from the US picked up a foil teardown shirt from Indiana. And Stone from US also picked up a keychain. And oh yeah, I haven't actually talked about these too much. The mouse pad, the blue and white mouse pad that we have on the site is technically hasn't really been formally announced, but we're making a mouse pad. We're gonna make more later. So that's on the store as well. Those are in production already. It's having trouble. So I'm gonna hit the red button. This is like the best button in the world on these things. It is a safe boot button if your motherboard has it. So it's just gonna basically boot without applying any of the overclock settings, and it'll sit and wait for me to go into BIOS so that we can get this tuned properly. Okay, so while that is sorting itself out, Jacob from New Jersey, limited edition shirt. Ryan from the US, Massachusetts, limited shirt. Michael from US, limited shirt. Thank you, guys. Stephen from the US, limited shirt also. Thank you very much. We appreciate all of the orders. All right, so made a bit of a dent. F1. So we're in safe mode right now, which means none of the settings are actually applied. It's giving me a chance to fix my egregious errors that I've undoubtedly set upon the BIOS. DRAM timing. Let's reset some of these lower timings. That should still be 32.7. Dang it, 32.727 is what I want for that one. Auto for the rest. 16.26. That number right there might have to change. It worked on the X299 motherboard with 7980XE. Don't know that it'll work here. Technically, it's kind of outside guidance, but we're gonna give it a shot. So I've removed the secondary timing settings. We're going back to just primary. Let me read some of the chat stuff for a moment. So yeah, a couple people I think asking about what we're at right now. Will there be an archive of the stream? Yes. We are at 5.35 gigahertz right now. So 5.35 achieved by 101 BCLK. That's promising. And a nope, system posted in safe mode. 101 BCLK, 53x multiplier, and 1.4 something volts is what we were at. Up until then, 5.2 was stable at like 1.35 or something to that effect, 1.4. Really good volt frequency curve on this chip. All right, so this did not like my setup. Let's do... do a bit more voltage. Let's do 28. Let's see how that does. Okay. We've got more. We have a new meme, Andrew. It's happening. Sergeant Zeta, $5. Kindly communicate to Andrew that he is a skilled camera operator and three-dimensional graphic artist. Andrew says, oh no. Put it in a bucket of frozen mineral oil. Yeah. Alright. Not liking that one either. Let's hit that safe boot button. I actually hit the retry button a bit. So retry is another good button. It basically does memory training. I don't know if I was going for a retry and I might have hit safe boot, but anyway, retry is a great button on boards if you have it. Our memory video, recent one, talks about memory training, and part of memory training is just booting over and over and over until the CPU sorts itself and figures out some timings, because there are a lot of timings that are not exposed to us, even on stuff like Asus boards where you see it like everything, you would think. So there are a lot of really low level timings that get tuned by the CPU as you're cycling. And cycling can sometimes make it work itself and find a stable timing. Reverend Arrow, $2. OC Andrew to improve video and 3D graphic art. What? OC Andrew. Okay, is it gonna boot? Come on, you bastard. It's trying. It's just cycling right now. I heard the fan spin up a bit. All right, so anyway, we're at 23K, going for 24. Just need to get it to turn on. It's a bit of a problem. And you know what I should do is just boot with XMP and just see what's going on here. It's still cycling. Let it try a few more times, then I'll boot manually. Per Olaf from Sweden, limited edition teardown shirt. Thank you, Per Olaf from Sweden. Thank you, Ryan from Australia. That's going a long way for that teardown shirt. Much appreciated, Ryan. Brandon from Texas got the GN Blue and White microfiber cloth mouse pad, one of the first few. Tom from Ohio picked up the decal and stickers on the store, 2 large stickers going to Ohio, thank you. And John from California picked up a teardown shirt. Thank you very much. Hey, it turned on. It's probably safe booting, but we'll see. Almost definitely. Okay, so what we're gonna do is very simple. I'm gonna get rid of all the stuff I'm not positive about. And you know what? Let's just do this. Let's do auto, and let's do XMP. Yes. Okay. And we're doing 101. And we're doing 53. And all of my power settings should still be in there. Yes, they are. Okay. My voltage should still be here. Yes. All right. So let's do just that. That really isn't asking a whole lot. So if that's a problem, then I might switch to 2 other sticks of memory. Okay, so oh, it sounds like it's booting this time. Excellent. Andrew from Kentucky picked up a limited edition shirt. Thank you very much, Andrew. Different Andrew. James from, what is that, Wisconsin, picked up a limited edition shirt. It's booting. Okay, we can do Fire Strike again. It's at 3600 megahertz with no real tuning right now. Maybe that'll be enough for 24K. Matthew from Canada picked up a teardown shirt, foil. Andrew from New York picked up a teardown shirt as well. Thank you very much. Adam from US picked up a lightweight raglan hoodie and a keychain. Thank you, Adam. All right, 3D Mark, here we go. It's been a little while since we've done one of these now because I was trying to get stuff stable. Not a whole lot has changed, but maybe it's enough. 24K is what I would like to see by the end of all this for the physics score only. And we can get a bit by closing all these applications, run it full screen, all that stuff. But just running it like this for now. CPU is jumping up a bit in temperature this time. Read through some more of these. Jeremy from Canada picked up a shirt as well. David from New Mexico picked up a Graph logo shirt. Got some variety in there. All right, I'm gonna check out chat. So Buildzoid's talking. He says, if I remember correctly, EK ones are basically supremacy blocks, the VRM block tacked on. I think I know what you're talking about, and if so, that's true. So we got one. I was wondering if surrounding the liquid metal with TIM when delidding would be a good idea to prevent spill, or does the liquid metal react badly with TIM? Just don't put a ton of, that score's lower. Don't put a ton of liquid metal on there, and you don't have to worry about spill. And like conformal coating or captain tape or nail polish work better if you are worried about spillover. There are instances where you'll kind of coat the entire thing. I've seen it for some overclocking setups. I'm sure Buildzoid could maybe identify when you might want to coat like everything with thermal pastes, but no, I wouldn't recommend it. You just, don't use a lot of liquid metal. You'll be fine. Let's run this again. Let's run this without some of the stuff in the background and see what kind of real score we get. Run. All right. Okay, so a couple more super chats. Oh, hey, these are yes, got this one, got the Andrew meme that has popped up now. Brendan, $5. Were you doing some downhill mountain biking? Your arms are tan as fuck, and your hands are super white, and you've got a big boo-boo on your forearm. That's extremely, what do you call it? Observant of you. There you go. Yeah, I mean, I wear gloves, and then like this part's not covered by arm guards. Yeah, I was doing some downhill biking last weekend actually. I'll be doing some more coming up. Those videos will be going to the GN Steve channel this season. I'm saving up a lot of them. I'm gonna start scheduling downhill mountain bike videos on the GN Steve side channel. 23217. Run it one more time just so we get an idea what kind of variance we have run to run here. So that was 22,500, 23,200. It's a bit of jumps. Am I getting spammed on Discord or on my phone? Everywhere. Oh, I need to give Buildzoid mod status so he can answer questions faster. Yeah, so we've got that running another pass. Where do I create moderators? Channel? I don't remember where to create moderators. Community settings? I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, moderators. Actually hardcore overclocking. Damn it. No match was found. Actually hardcore. Score 23,339. There's your variance. So 22,500 to 23,339. That's quite a bit. So we're getting really close. About 700 points away from what I want to see tonight. Why is it not finding you? That is super annoying. Let's try a channel link maybe. Buildzoid's in chat, by the way. Actually, that's actually hardcore overclocking. I believe. There we go. Gotcha. Okay, Buildzoid, you're added as a moderator now. You should be able to respond to questions faster. All right. How did you and Buildzoid meet? Someone I know in the industry pointed me to one of Buildzoid's videos quite a while ago, around the RX 400 launch. And I messaged him and I was like, do you want to analyze some PCBs for us? And he said yes. Okay, so 23,339, I don't know. Let's just play around and BIOS the memory and see what we can do. Yeah, so the mountain biking question was good because it lets me point to the side channel. And I'm going to start uploading a bunch of downhill runs. I'm not going really editing heavy on them yet, but mostly just trail ride-throughs. And I'll be at Whistler briefly after Linus's Expo. After LTX, I'll be in Whistler doing downhill park, so if you're out there, come say hi. Okay, so let's just do the simplest thing and increase this a bit. Let's increase that to 3770. See if that boots. See if it's stable. Okay. Just always wear your helmet, Steve. Yeah, I wear quite a bit of armor. Neck brace, full face helmet, everything. Okay, so replace Tim with whipped cream. You know, that would probably be more thermally conductive than some of the stock thermal paste we've seen in the past. Acrid Acid, $2. Over the years, I've developed a fine set of... okay, we're going to stop reading there. Cat Herder, $5. You might improve your viewership and score if you featured cats in this live stream. Hashtag give us Snowflake. Snowflake is a scary variable to introduce near like a streaming computer on the floor and a benchmarking computer. She would be fine. I don't know how the computers would be. She likes to crawl like under benches or really anywhere she can that gets a lot of attention from everybody. So, although she's good for A-roll shots for like news, unfortunately, she's a bit of a liability when we're doing live streams. Run test. What are we gonna get? I want 24,000 points. Bill Wanchalo, $5. If you'd be kind, please inform Andrew of his impeccable performance in the art of arranging 3D objects. Andrew says he likes this new meme. I didn't say that. And that he would like to see it continue. I think that's what you said, right? All right, let us see that 4600 megahertz. That is what's making me want to get a new build. Snowflake will eat the cables. No, she should leave the cables alone, but she'll crawl into stuff next to the power supply. Damn, lower score. Starting to hit heat issues too with room temperature at this point, so that's always a concern. Let's run this again just for sake of variance. Get rid of hardware info. Okay, see how that does. Why isn't dry ice used for cooling? You mean like now or always? Probably obvious why you wouldn't use it like day to day. There you go. But I'm not using it here because I don't know. I don't have any. Plugged in a closed loop cooler. It seemed easy. All right, so we crashed there. So close. It's always this last like hour of just fighting for the last 10% of the score that I want. It's when the pressure is on. Okay, so that was not really stable. So let's do some of this. Where is... Okay, so I had 4,000 megahertz. This is on X299. VDIM 1.85, TCL 16, TRCD 16, TRP 16, 26 somehow for this one. I don't know how that was stable, but it's having trouble here. What else did I have? Command rate should be 1. RRDL, TRRDL 6, 4. Okay. Wow, that's a very high refresh cycle time. Let's try and bring this. I think this is stable at 300 on the other system, but I just set it to 500 for starters because that's 660 right now, which is super high. Under that one, what else we have? Refresh cycle time 300. RTP, RRDL, got that. RTP, auto, TFAW. Do we have TFAW anywhere? FAW. 4 act 1 time. 42. Although 40 might be fine. CMD1, got that. TWR. 24, write to read delay. I think that's this one. Let's leave this alone for now. And then RWDR et al. At 6. RWD. RW. DR. RD, RD, RD. RDWR. Okay. RWDR. 6 is what I had last time. 6. DD, 6. Don't know if those are going to be stable. This, we'll see. We shall see if it will boot. Might need to go up on the voltage also. Buildzoid, if you're still there, feel free to ping me on Discord if you have suggestions for the memory. Sounds like it's trying. It's cycling at the reset button. Retry. Okay. It's retrying. See if it boots into safe mode or not. Okay. Andrew, I don't know what to do about this. The store order thing, the shout outs for store orders thing. I gotta find a solution for it. There are a lot of orders today. Thank you all very much. Obviously, we're ecstatic about it. It's a lot of things to read. I'm trying to also overclock this and keep it entertaining, so bear with me. A lot going on. Yeah, so we're having trouble with those settings. It's not too happy with them. I'm going to safe boot and remove a bunch of them. And I don't know what to do next. I guess I really just want to tighten the other timings. This kit should be pretty damn good. I wonder if I... Maybe just voltage. Maybe that's what it really needs. Do you think AMD would ever do a low-cost Threadripper APU? $10 from Jacob. APU. I don't know. I don't think so. I'm going to go with no right now because all that die space is kind of dedicated to being Threadripper. That's like the whole point of it is a lot of CPU cores and stuff like that. A lot of cache, a lot of cores. Start pulling that away and giving 40% of the die to an APU. I don't see the value really. No, we don't want 13 volts. Don't want more volts than coming out of the power supply. Yeah, I don't really see it, to be honest. I could see why you would want it just so you don't need a GPU to boot and see video, but it doesn't seem like it fits the product. Oh, okay. Zeta saying AMD has a white paper on a theoretical exascale TR4 based APU. Well, there you go. I don't know if it would still be like proper Threadripper at that point. It's just if it's just a TR4 socket. I don't know. Apparently, there's white paper out there for something though. Okay, we're gonna get rid of those timings. What are we at on the CPU now? 5350 is where we are right now. We're at 5350 megahertz for the CPU at 1.45 volts or thereabouts. So we're doing pretty damn well. It's just the memory is what I'm trying to do, and this is always like the most boring part. I'm also not the best at it, so it takes a bit longer, but we're gonna get somewhere eventually. So DRAM timing, let's try 36 right here and just see if that boots. I'm just kind of changing things one at a time right now to see what it'll take. We got a couple things here. $2, Bill Anchalo. Get yourself some Taco Bell after the stream. Thank you, Bill. I don't know. There might not be any more streams if we get Taco Bell. Jay Jarden, $5. Save us $500 and bench with that 4600 RAM kit you have to see if it is worth buying. We've done it. Did we publish that information? We might have done something with it. The problem with 4600 megahertz RAM is you need good RAM, which they should have guaranteed. You need a good motherboard. You need not just a good CPU, but you need a CPU that clocks higher on the core, because obviously that's what everyone wants, but also has basically a binned IMC. So you need a CPU that has two binned, like, good components. And 4600 is really hard to achieve. Even, like, you can't plug and play 4600. You can't. If you have a really good CPU, sure. But the trouble with it, again, is just that you're talking about something where it's like, yeah, sure. It requires too many good components to realistically work out of the box. You can kind of tune it. It'll work eventually. Timings are really loose. It's like, I don't know, CL20 or something, maybe higher. So, yeah, tough to say, you know, to what extent you would really want to work with those kits. Sometimes there's more value to having like CL11 or 12 than 4600 megahertz too. David, $2. Just blow really hard on the CPU, easy overclocks. Bill Anchalo, $2. Wow, Andrew, great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you. Andrew says, H3 reference of the intro clip. Ian, $2. Can you please grow out your beard? Hashtag tech Jesus. Not currently in the plans, I guess. All right. Top stable frequency so far, 5.35 gigahertz. And I might just make this kind of easy and in a second here and limit what we're doing with memory. And just see what we can get. Because we only need 700 more points and Firestrike to get what I want. So, I don't know. We might not need to go ham on this. Let's simplify things a bit. I'm going to bring the frequency down this time. I'm changing one thing at a time, see if it becomes stable from one of those changes. Okay. Does anyone know a good way to check what die is in your memory kit? The best way, well, you Google search it. Some kits are guaranteed B die or whatever, but they're not always guaranteed. So the best way is to carefully take the heat spreader off and look at it, and then look up the number on it. And it should be online somewhere. You'll know it's B die, E die, whatever. It's booting this time. So, I don't know. Didn't like the frequency. And my timings are not very good right now because I was loosening them up to try and figure out what the problem was. But let's just run a Firestrike run anyway. It's been a little while. See if our score's gotten worse from all that, or better, because I have not really improved anything, but I've gotten it booting. Physics, not looping, windowed, no. Turn all those off. Physics, run custom, okay. All right, so we were at 23 something, 23,300 I think is where we were, and I want 24,000. Someone's asking about the processor. The processor is delidded. The cooler is a Kraken X62. Does the heat spreader come off by pulling? No. It does on mine because I delidded it. So heat spreader is held on by silicone adhesive, and that silicone adhesive sits around the outside of the die. So what happens is you put it in basically like a mini vise and pop the IHS off, and I'll show you where the silicone adhesive layer is on this G5500 I have in front of me in a minute. So our score, 23,100. All right, good. So it hasn't gotten worse. Not really, anyway. I want to run one more because there's some variance. Mentally average it, and then we will get back to the memory now that I know the problem was the frequency to some extent. Okay, so this is a CPU. It's a G5500. To answer your question, no, the heat spreader doesn't just come off. And the way you know, this isn't always true, but you can typically tell if it's soldered or not by looking, we got a blue screen by the way, by looking in the corner or around the edges. And if you see like, let me find like a pointing utility. Here we go. If you see some black glue-like material sticking around the edges there, then that is silicone adhesive. And basically the vise will apply pressure against this IHS, so it braces against it, it pushes while the substrate is braced, not moving, and eventually the glue breaks away. On some dies, like the APUs, the Ryzen stuff, it's more risky because there are actually small SMDs under the IHS, whereas with Intel, it's a bare IHS, so it's actually more or less completely safe to do because there's not a real chance of hitting any SMDs because there aren't any. All right. Yeah, let's just see if it does this one more time. Hopefully that answers your question, though. I actually have some other cool props here I should pull out, but I have a bare GPU that's not soldered to a PCB. That's pretty cool. Damn it. If you didn't catch that, Firestrike does a thing where it'll recheck all the settings. Okay, well, that works too. That's actually faster. So, okay, let's get back into BIOS. Kind of have an idea of what the problem is now. So maybe we can make some progress. We're at 22,100, so damn close. Is it? Tomfoolery, $2. Just wanted to say hashtag TechJesus. Thanks for the $2, Tomfoolery. Okay. Here's my other cool prop. I'll show that off in a minute. Okay, so what do I want to do? Drop BCLK? Increase DRAM voltage? Where's SA? Do I have SA in here? System agent voltage. There we go. So 1.35. Let's try that. No, that's probably too high, actually. It's 1.3. Let's do 1.3. Let's see how that does. System agent might help out a bit. Kind of pushing high on everything at this point. Steve, better buy tasty food with that money. Are we voting on what you get for dinner yet? I like this meme. This meme gives me something to greatly look forward to after streams. I love doing the streams. I also love getting food after them because for some reason this is a lot more demanding than doing the videos we do. Like the shorter videos, which is just a lot of testing. So, all right, this is while this is like sorting itself. Here's the prop I was talking about. Okay, so this is sorry, one sec. I don't know what GPU this is. I got this in 2012 from an engineer in the Silicon Analysis Lab, Silicon Failure Analysis Lab at NVIDIA's old campus. So 2012, that was my first trip ever to California and first trip for business, obviously, to California. And so he had a great lab. We have an old video of it where he gives a walkthrough. I think his name is Howard Marks. And if you just search the channel for Silicon Failure Analysis Lab, it might come up. It's an old video. The quality is not very good by our standards today. It was 2012, whatever. But the stuff in the lab is really cool. And this is one of the chips he gave us. So this is, he of course, being an NVIDIA employee, obviously promoted NVIDIA a bit and said some kind of spiel like, you won't find these many places. It's a failed NVIDIA GPU. So, okay, whatever. But the cool thing was that it's a non-soldered one. So this is more or less what they look like. I mean, so you got the BGA back here, obviously not socketed to a board. So there's your substrate, there's all the ball grid array, and then you have some really small SMDs around the border, like caps and stuff like that. Silicone adhesive, or actually, you know what? Yeah, this is adhesive, and it's for that little metal bracket they used to put on the outside, and then the GPU die. So that's one of the props. Just remembered that from showing the CPU a minute ago. This blue screened once, and it just booted now, and it blue screened again. So clearly, what did I even change this time? SA and IO voltage, that's it. Oh, that's not great news. What should I do? Should I try the Corsair memory with tighter timings? Maybe. 23,000 we're at. Really want 24. But yeah, that GPU is pretty cool. I'll check chat and see if anyone commented on it. But see if there are any benchmarking tools for Linux. There is. There's a great benchmarking tool by Phoronix. Yeah, Phoronix has a really good benchmarking tool. and it's just got like everything in it. It's free to use, I think. Buildzoid says the GPU looks like Fermi. It's probably accurate from the time. All right. Okay. Buildzoid, I see you're in chat. Any suggestions on what we should do? I need like 700 more points. I know it's doable. I'll check Discord and see if you messaged me. I can use your help at this point. So you might want to give up on 1T command rate. Okay, let's try that. Any other thoughts? Mr. Actually Hardcore Overclocking. So it's 2, I guess? What are your other thoughts? There's your memory screen. So Buildzoid, ladies and gentlemen, helping us out right now. He's messaging me on Discord. Buildzoid runs the channel Actually Hardcore Overclocking. He does some videos for us as well with PCB analysis of VRMs and components like that. We haven't announced this officially yet, but I've been talking to him about potentially trying to get him out here to do some kind of videos together in person. So he's saying you should be able to do like 4,000, 14, 14, 14, 28, 2T, 1.85. So let's try, yeah, Buildzoid, I'd like to get 16 stable first. So maybe we should just see if this 1T command rate is what was causing my boot failures before we move to CL14. Here are the other settings for anyone who wants to see them, and for Buildzoid to correct them. This I want refresh cycle time to be 300 or so. I know it can do it. It's at 510 right now. REFI should do 65,000. Okay. Is it REFI? Is that what or refresh interval? Okay, cool. Got it. So TFAW 16, TC, okay, TRFC 240 he wants. Let's try that. This might be a bit aggressive, but changing to 2T I guess will help a lot. What was the other suggestion you had? TFAW and TCWL. TFAW, where is 4 act win time? TFAW 16. Oh, wait, 1.85 I want for the volts. 8.5. Buildzoid, thoughts on IO, SA voltages, things like that. There they are if you have any thoughts on them. So Buildzoid, again, is an expert overclocker. Does great work. He does liquid nitrogen overclocking. He does some live streams where he solders stuff together. So we're getting his help right now, just as a phone a friend for the last 700 points I need. Seems regular that we get the LN2 guys in to help out for those last few points. I'm just going to try booting with that while I wait for his further thoughts. We're still at CL16. I just want to get it to turn on right now. Iona SA should be fine as is, Buildzoid says. They're at 1.3 right now if you missed those. For anyone who doesn't know, System Agent, SA, is the voltage on Intel motherboards that you tune when you are starting to push memory clocks. System Agent voltage. And IO is IO voltage. SA is more sensitive than IO in that if you push it too hard, you'll get IMC, or Integrated Memory Controller degradation on the CPU. He's saying the chip should do 5 gigahertz Encore. You know, that's a good point. I haven't touched Encore, and I should. And that is definitely a very good point. All right. We have a lot of, so we got a blue screen, Buildzoid. We have a lot of store orders I'm going to have to try and get through at some point, too. Hopefully once this thing's running benchmarks for stability. Okay, there we go. So let's see. Let's just go to 100 BCLK, just to simplify things. And Buildzoid, anything in here that you want to reduce the aggression on while we're looking at it? Got a blue screen last time. I'm at 1.85, 1.4, whatever, for memory voltage. Any thoughts, Mr. BZ? Got 6 for all of these. I don't know if that's going to be a problem. That's the settings I had for the X299 motherboard with the 7980XE for our RIP LTT stream. Worked on that one. Dropped to 3866. I think our memory clock's already low. It's not 4,000 right now. think it's currently set to 3600. So 3866 would be an increase. 3400. Let's go to 36. Let's try that. Just need those last 700 damn points in Fire Strike to call it. Okay, what's chat saying? Steve showed a G200 Tesla 2.0 chip. Is that what it is? I didn't know that's what it was. Someone said your RAM bin sucks. This RAM is actually done pretty well. I might try the other two sticks. I don't know. Unless you mean the IMC bin. Set tertiaries back to auto. Quad channel IMC uses a completely different set of timings for those. Yep, good call. All right, so let's go back to auto on the tertiary timings. This is a dual channel. CPU X299, I guess, treated differently being quad. So tertiary. I currently have set all to 6, and we're going to go back to auto on those. Okay. All right, here's hoping something stable. So, DRAM timing control, tertiary. Gonna go back to auto. Auto, 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 auto. Okay, those are done. Okay, let's try that. This is the hashtag RIP LTT memory kit. Yeah, so this one did really well on the quad channel platform. And again, I'm not a memory overclocking expert, so we're in the area where this is what I like to do with like the overclocking streams. I knew I could hit 23,000 points, and I thought I could maybe hit 24,000. So what I like is setting a goal that's just outside of my reach through methods that I know forces me to try and do things like memory overclocking so I can learn more about them because it's my weak spot. So like choose kind of like just outside of reach goal and then fight for it and hopefully learn something. That's kind of the way I try to do these. The RAM is capable of 4,000. It's done it. And I've only got, for reference, Buildzoid and others, I've only got 2 sticks in there right now. So I don't know if the other 2 might be a better bin than these 2, but they've all done 4,000 before. Okay. Let's see. So, Fire Strike. Get out of here, Steam. Windowed mode, Fire Strike, and we're going to do physics only. Let's click away, see if it tries to, okay. First time running 3D Mark in a little while. Kept crashing. Hopefully it doesn't do it again. We'll see. Okay, so we got some super chats. Reminder, Douglas earlier said, are we voting on what you get for dinner yet? We got some other messages. Wishbone, $2. Flash and Overclock, an old Atari Jaguar. Bill Anchalo, $2. I vote Mexican food. Dick Carlson, SEK 20. Swedish kroner? I don't know. Read Buildzoid's comment. Love from Sweden. Yes, he's messaging me. $5 from Anathema. Can you show a close-up of your Fire Strike settings so I can mess with my 8700K to compare for like? It's really simple. I'm opening 3D Mark. We're going to do it anyway because it crashed. Opening 3D Mark, I'm clicking benchmarks, and then the page is white, and that's it. I don't know. I might need to reboot. I need to reboot for that one. Yeah, that's a reboot for sure. All right. Any thoughts, Buildzoid? Increasing voltages. It basically just, the application crashed, so it wasn't a blue screen this time, so that's good. Steve, can I sponsor you to review my vacuum cleaner? No, get out of here. Yeah, so the question about Firestrike settings, super easy. I open Firestrike, I click benchmarks, and I click Firestrike, not extreme, not ultra. And then I'm just, the only thing I'm changing when I do custom run is I'm disabling all of the graphics scores. And then this is the really